there is some reason to believe that a failure in superego internalization is due to weakness in the ego, to its inability to perform the necessary synthesis, i.e., to integrate the superego with itself. Whether or not this is so, ego weakness would seem to be a concomitant of conventionalism and authoritarianism. Weakness in the ego is expressed in the inability to build up a consistent and enduring set of moral values within the personality, and it is the state of affairs, apparently, that makes it necessary for the individual to seek some organizing and coordinating agency outside of himself. Where such outside agencies are depended upon for moral decisions, one may say that the conscience is externalized. Although conventionalism and authoritarianism might thus be regarded as signs of ego weakness, it seemed worthwhile to seek other, more direct, means for estimating this trend in personality, and to correlate this trend with the others. Ego weakness would, it seemed, be expressed fairly directly in such phenomena as opposition to introspection, in superstition and stereotypy, and in overemphasis upon the ego and its supposed strength. The following three variables deal with these phenomena. D. Anti-introception. 28 novels or stories that tell about what people think and feel are more interesting than those which contain mainly action, romance, and adventure. 38 There is too much emphasis in colleges on intellectual and theoretical topics, not enough emphasis on practical matters and on the homely virtues of living. 53 There are some things too intimate or personal to talk about even with one's closest friends. 55 Although leisure is a fine thing, it is good hard work that makes life interesting and worthwhile. 58 What a man does is not so important so long as he does it well. 66 Books and movies ought not to deal so much with the sordid and seamy side of life, they ought to concentrate on themes that are entertaining or uplifting. Introception is a term introduced by Murray, 89, to stand for the dominance of feelings, fantasies, speculations, aspirations, an imaginative, subjective human outlook. The opposite of introception is extraception, a term that describes the tendency to be determined by concrete, clearly observable, physical conditions, tangible, objective facts. The relations of introception/extraception to ego weakness and to prejudice are probably highly complex, and this is not the place to consider them in detail. It seems fairly clear, however, that anti-introception, an attitude of impatience with and opposition to the subjective and tender-minded, might well be a mark of the weak ego. The extremely anti-introceptive individual is afraid of thinking about human phenomena because he might, as it were, think the wrong thoughts. He is afraid of genuine feeling because his emotions might get out of control. Out of touch with large areas of his own inner life, he is afraid of what might be revealed if he, or others, should look closely at himself. He is therefore against prying, against concern with what people think and feel, against unnecessary talk. Instead he would keep busy, devote himself to practical pursuits, and instead of examining an inner conflict, turn his thoughts to something cheerful. An important feature of the Nazi program, it will be recalled, was the defamation of everything that tended to make the individual aware of himself and his problems. Not only was Jewish psychoanalysis quickly eliminated, but every kind of psychology except aptitude testing came under attack. This general attitude easily leads to a devaluation of the human and an over-evaluation of the physical object. When it is most extreme, human beings are looked upon as if they were physical objects to be coldly manipulated, even while physical objects, now vested with emotional appeal, are treated with loving care. Superstition and stereotyping. 2. Although many people may scoff, it may yet be shown that astrology can explain a lot of things. 10. It is more than a remarkable coincidence that Japan had an earthquake on Pearl Harbor Day, December 7, 1944. 39. Every person should have a deep faith in some supernatural force higher than himself to which he gives total allegiance and whose decisions he does not question. 43. Sciences like chemistry, physics, and medicine have carried men very far, but there are many important things that can never possibly be understood by the human mind. 65. It is entirely possible that the series of wars and conflicts will be ended once and for all by a world-destroying earthquake, flood, or other catastrophe. Superstitiousness, the belief in mystical or fantastic external determinants of the individual's fate, and stereotypy to the disposition to think in rigid categories, have been mentioned so frequently in the foregoing chapters and are so obviously related to ethnocentrism that they need little discussion here. A question that must be raised concerns the relations of these trends to general intelligence, and the relations of intelligence to ethnocentrism. Probably superstition and stereotypy tend to go with low intelligence, but low intelligence appears to be correlated with ethnocentrism to only a slight degree, see Chapter 8. It appears likely that superstition and stereotypy embrace, over and above the mere lack of intelligence in the ordinary sense, certain dispositions in thinking which are closely akin to prejudice, even though they might not hamper intelligent performance in the extraceptive sphere. These dispositions can be understood, in part at least, as expressions of ego weakness. Stereotypy is a form of obtuseness, particularly in psychological and social matters. It might be hypothesized that one reason why people in modern society, even those who are otherwise intelligent or informed, resort to primitive, oversimplified explanations of human events is that so many of the ideas and observations needed for an adequate account are not allowed to enter into the calculations, because they are affect-laden and potentially anxiety-producing. The weak ego cannot include them within its scheme of things. More than this, those deeper forces within the personality which the ego cannot integrate with itself are likely to be projected onto the outer world. This is a source of bizarre ideas concerning other people's behavior and concerning the causation of events in nature. Superstitiousness indicates a tendency to shift responsibility from within the individual onto outside forces beyond one's control. It indicates that the ego might already have given up, that is to say, renounced the idea that it might determine the individual's fate by overcoming external forces. It must, of course, be recognized that in modern industrial society the capacity of the individual to determine what happens to himself has actually decreased, so that items referring to external causation might easily be realistic and hence of no significance for personality. It seemed necessary, therefore, to select items that would express ego weakness in a non-realistic way by making the individual's fate dependent on more or less fantastic factors. F. Power and toughness. 9. Too many people today are living in an unnatural, soft way. We should return to the fundamentals, to a more red-blooded, active way of life. 35. There are some activities so flagrantly un-American that, when responsible officials won't take the proper steps, the wide-awake citizen should take the law into his own hands. 47. No insult to our honor should ever go unpunished. 70. To a greater extent than most people realize, our lives are governed by plots hatched in secret by politicians. 74. What this country needs is fewer laws and agencies, and more courageous, tireless, devoted leaders whom the people can put their faith in. This variable refers, in the first place, to overemphasis upon the conventionalized attributes of the ego. The underlying hypothesis is that overdisplay of toughness may reflect not only the weakness of the ego but also the magnitude of the task it has to perform, that is to say, the strength of certain kinds of needs which are proscribed in the subject's culture. The relations of ego and impulse, then, are at least as close as the relations of ego and conscience. Nevertheless, they may be separated for purposes of analysis, and other variables of the F-scale refer to the deeper strata of the individual's emotional life. Closely related to the phenomenon of exaggerated toughness is something which might be described as a power complex. Most apparent in its manifestations is overemphasis on the power motif in human relationships. There is a disposition to view all relations among people in terms of such categories as strong-weak, dominant-submissive, leader-follower, hammer-anvil. And it is difficult to say with which of these roles the subject is the more fully identified. It appears that he wants to get power, to have it and not to lose it, and at the same time is afraid to seize and wield it. It appears that he also admires power in others and is inclined to submit to it, and at the same time is afraid of the weakness thus implied. The individual whom we expected to score high on this cluster readily identifies himself with the little people, or the average, but he does so, it seems, with little or no humility, and he seems actually to think of himself as strong or to believe that he can somehow become so. In short, the power complex contains elements that are essentially contradictory, and we should expect that sometimes one feature and sometimes another will predominate at the surface level. We should expect that both leaders and followers will score high on this variable, for the reason that the actual role of the individual seems to be less important than his concern that leader-follower relations shall obtain. One solution which such an individual often achieves is that of alignment with power figures, an arrangement by which he is able to gratify both his need for power and his need to submit. He hopes that by submitting to power he can participate in it. For example, a man who reports that the most awe-inspiring experience for him would be to shake hands with the president probably finds his gratification not in submission alone but in the idea that some of the big man's power has, as it were, rubbed off onto him, so that he is a more important person for having shook his hand or known him or been there. The same pattern of gratification can be obtained by acting in the role of the lieutenant or by functioning in a middle position in some clearly structured hierarchy where there is always somebody above and somebody below. The power complex has immediate relations with certain aspects of ethnocentrism. An individual who thinks of most human relations in such terms as strong versus weak is likely to apply these categories in his thinking about in-groups and out-groups, example to conceive of superior and inferior races. And one of the psychologically least costly devices for attaining a sense of superiority is to claim it on the basis of membership in a particular race. G. Destructiveness and cynicism. 3. America is getting so far from the true American way of life that force may be necessary to restore it. 9. Too many people today are living in an unnatural, soft way. We should return to the fundamentals, to a more red-blooded, active way of life. 14. After we finish off the Germans and Japs, we ought to concentrate on other enemies of the human race such as rats, snakes, and germs. 17. Familiarity breeds contempt. 24. Today everything is unstable, we should be prepared for a period of constant change, conflict, and upheaval. 30. Reports of atrocities in Europe have been greatly exaggerated for propaganda purposes. 35. There are some activities so flagrantly un-American that, when responsible officials won't take the proper steps, the wide-awake citizen should take the law into his own hands. 42. No matter how they act on the surface, men are interested in women for only one reason. 56. After the war, we may expect a crime wave. The control of gangsters and ruffians will become a major social problem. 59. Human nature being what it is, there will always be war and conflict. 67. When you come right down to it, it's human nature never to do anything without an eye to one's own profit. According to the present theory, the anti-democratic individual, because he has had to accept numerous externally imposed restrictions upon the satisfaction of his needs, harbors strong underlying aggressive impulses. As we have seen, one outlet for this aggression is through displacement onto outgroups leading to moral indignation and authoritarian aggression. Undoubtedly this is a very serviceable device for the individual, yet, the strong underlying aggression seems at the same time to express itself in some other way, in a non-moralized way. It was assumed, of course, that primitive aggressive impulses are rarely expressed with complete directness by adults, but must instead be sufficiently modified, or at least justified, so that they are acceptable to the ego. The present variable, then, refers to rationalized, ego-accepted, non-moralized aggression. The supposition was that a subject could express this tendency by agreeing with statements which, though thoroughly aggressive, were couched in such terms as to avoid his moral censorship. Thus, some items offered justifications for aggression, and were formulated in such a way that strong agreement would indicate that the subject needed only slight justification in order to be ready for all-out aggression. Other items dealt with contempt for mankind, the theory being that here the hostility is so generalized, so free of direction against any particular object, that the individual need not feel accountable for it. Still another guiding conception was that a person can most freely express aggression when he believes that everybody is doing it and, hence, if he wants to be aggressive, he is disposed to believe that everybody is doing it, example that it is human nature to exploit and to make war upon one's neighbors. It goes without saying that such undifferentiated aggressiveness could easily, by means of propaganda, be directed against minority groups, or against any group the persecution of which was politically profitable. H. Projectivity. 46. The sexual orgies of the old Greeks and Romans are nursery school stuff compared to some of the goings-on in this country today, even in circles where people might least expect it. 56. After the war, we may expect a crime wave. The control of gangsters and ruffians will become a major social problem. 65. It is entirely possible that the series of wars and conflicts will be ended once and for all by a world-destroying earthquake, flood, or other catastrophe. 70. To a greater extent than most people realize, our lives are governed by plots hatched in secret by politicians. 73. Nowadays, when so many different kinds of people move around so much and mix together so freely, a person has to be especially careful to protect himself against infection and disease. The mechanism of projection was mentioned in connection with authoritarian aggression. The suppressed impulses of the authoritarian character tend to be projected onto other people who are then blamed out of hand. Projection is thus a device for keeping id drives ego alien, and it may be taken as a sign of the ego's inadequacy in carrying out its function. Indeed, in one sense most of the items of Ch-F scale are projective. They involve the assumption that judgments and interpretations of fact are distorted by psychological urges. The subject's tendency to project is utilized, in the present group of items, in an attempt to gain access to some of the deeper trends in his personality. If the anti-democratic individual is disposed to see in the outer world impulses which are suppressed in himself, and we wish to know what these impulses are, then something may be learned by noting what attributes he most readily, but unrealistically, ascribes to the world around him. If an individual insists that someone has hostile designs on him, and we can find no evidence that this is true, we have good reason to suspect that our subject himself has aggressive intentions and is seeking by means of projection to justify them. A notorious example is Father Coughlin's referring to anti-Semitism as a defense mechanism, i.e., a protection of Gentiles against the supposed aggressive designs of the Jews. Similarly, it seemed that the greater a subject's preoccupation with evil forces in the world, as shown by his readiness to think about and to believe in the existence of such phenomena as wild erotic excesses, plots and conspiracies, and danger from natural catastrophes, the stronger would be his own unconscious urges of both sexuality and destructiveness. Sex. 31. Homosexuality is a particularly rotten form of delinquency and ought to be severely punished. 42. No matter how they act on the surface, men are interested in women for only one reason. 46. The sexual orgies of the old Greeks and Romans are nursery school stuff compared to some of the goings-on in this country today, even in circles where people might least expect it. 75. Sex crimes, such as rape and attacks on children, deserve more than mere imprisonment. Such criminals ought to be publicly whipped. Concern with overt sexuality is represented in the F scale by 4 items, 2 of which have appeared in connection with authoritarian aggression and 1 other as an expression of projectivity. This is an example of the close interaction of all the present variables, since, taken together they constitute a totality. It follows that a single question may pertain to 2 or more aspects of the whole. For purposes of analysis, sex may be abstracted from the totality as well as any of the other variables. Which of these variables are most basic must be determined by clinical study. In any case, it seemed that countercathexis, repression, reaction formation, projection, of sexual wishes was well qualified for special study. The present variable is conceived of as ego-alien sexuality. A strong inclination to punish violators of sex mores, homosexuals, sex offenders, may be an expression of a general punitive attitude based on identification with in-group authorities, but it also suggests that the subject's own sexual desires are suppressed and in danger of getting out of hand. A readiness to believe in sex orgies may be an indication of a general tendency to distort reality through projection, but sexual content would hardly be projected unless the subject had impulses of this same kind that were unconscious and strongly active. The three items pertaining to the punishment of homosexuals and of sex criminals and to the existence of sex orgies may, therefore, give some indication of the strength of the subject's unconscious sexual drives. 2. The formulation of scale items. The considerations which guided the formulation of items in the scales described in previous chapters held as well for the F scale. There were several principles which, though a part of our general approach to scale construction, had particular significance for the present scale. In the first place, the item should have a maximum of indirectness, in the sense that it should not come close to the surface of overt prejudice and it should appear to be as far removed as possible from our actual interest. From this point of view, items such as 2, astrology, and 65, flood, were regarded as superior to items such as 74, tireless leaders, and 3, force to preserve. The latter two items, admittedly, could very well express certain aspects of an explicit fascist ideology, yet, as indicated above, statements touching upon the leader idea and the idea of force were definitely called for on theoretical grounds. More than this, there was a question of whether the aim of constructing a scale to correlate with E would be better served by the most indirect items or by the more direct ones, and in this first attempt it seemed the better part of wisdom to include some items of both kinds. A second rule in item formulation was that each item should achieve a proper balance between irrationality and objective truth. If a statement was so wild that very few people would agree with it, or if it contained so large an element of truth that almost everyone would agree with it, then obviously it could not distinguish between prejudiced and unprejudiced subjects, and hence was of no value. Each item had to have some degree of rational appeal, but it had to be formulated in such a way that the rational aspect was not the major factor making for agreement or disagreement. This in many cases was a highly subtle matter. Example: social historians might conceivably agree that item 46, sex orgies, is probably quite true, yet it was here regarded as a possible index of projected sexuality, the argument being that most subjects would have no basis on which to judge its truth and would respond in accordance with their feelings. Since each item contained an element of objective truth or rational justification, an individual's response to a particular item might conceivably be determined by this fact alone. Hence, no item taken by itself could be regarded as diagnostic of potential fascism. The item's worth to the scale would have to be judged mainly in terms of its discriminatory power, and the meaning of an individual's response to it would have to be inferred from his total pattern of response. If a man marks +3 on item 46, sex orgies, but marks 3 or 2 on items 31, homosexuality, and 75, sex crimes, it might be concluded that he is a man of knowledge and sophistication, but a +3 on item 46, accompanying agreement with items 31 and 75 would seem to be a fairly good indication of concern with sexuality. Finally, it was required of each item that it contribute to the structural unity of the scale as a whole. It had to do its part in covering the diverse personality trends that entered into the broad pattern which the scale purported to measure. While it was granted that different individuals might give the same response to a given item for different reasons, and this apart from the matter of objective truth, it was necessary that the item carry sufficient meaningfulness so that any response to it could, when responses on all items were known, be interpreted in the light of our overall theory. See results with successive forms of the F scale. 1. Statistical properties of the preliminary scale, Form 78. The preliminary F scale, made up of the 38 items listed above, was administered as a part of questionnaire Form 78 to 4 groups of subjects in the spring of 1945. These groups were described in Chapter 3, and they are listed in Table 11, 3. The scoring of the scale followed the procedures used with the AS, E, and PEC scales. Except in the case of negative items, a mark of +3 was scored 7, +2 was scored as 6, and so on. Items 12, 20, and 28 are negative, they state the unprejudiced position, and here, of course, a mark of +3 was scored 1, and so on. Table 2, 7, gives the reliability coefficients, mean scores per item, and standard deviations for these four groups. The mean reliability of 0.74 is within the range ordinarily regarded as adequate for group comparisons, but well below what is required of a truly accurate instrument. It might be said that, considering the diversity of elements that went into the F-scale, the degree of consistency indicated by the present figure is all that could be expected of this preliminary form of the scale. The question was whether by revision of the scale it might be possible to attain the degree of reliability that characterizes the E-scale, or whether we might be dealing here, as seemed to be the case in the Peck scale, with areas of response in which people are simply not very consistent. It may be noted that the professional women show considerably more consistency than do the other groups of subjects, their reliability coefficient of 0.88 being in the neighborhood of that regularly obtained with the E-scale. Since these women are considerably older, on the average, than are other subjects, it may be suggested that the higher reliability is due to their greater consistency of personality. There appears to be no ready explanation for the low reliability found in the case of the public-speaking men. It may be noted that the standard deviation and the range for this group were also unusually small. Adequate explanation would require data from a larger sample of men and from an improved F-scale. Examination of Table 2, 7, shows that there are no extremely high and no extremely low scores in any of the groups and that the obtained means are near the neutral point. The relatively narrow distribution of scores, narrow as compared with those obtained from the other scales, may be in part a result of lack of consistency within the scale. Unless the items are actually expressive of the same general trend, we could hardly expect an individual to respond to the great majority of them with consistent agreement or consistent disagreement. On the other hand, it is possible that the present sample does not contain subjects who are actually extreme with respect to the pattern which the F-scale was designed to measure. This circumstance, lowered range of talent, would tend to lower the reliability coefficients. The F-scale correlated 0.53 with AS and 0.65 with E, in Form 78. 2-item analysis and revision of the preliminary scale. Data obtained from the initial four groups of subjects were used in attempting to improve the F-scale, to increase its reliability and to shorten it somewhat, without loss in its breadth or meaningfulness. As with the other scales, the discriminatory power of an item provided the major statistical basis for judging its worth. Since it was intended that the F-scale should not only have internal consistency but should also correlate highly with overt prejudice, attention was given both to the item's relation to the total F-scale and to its ability to discriminate between high and low scorers on the AS scale. An item's discriminatory power in terms of AS, dp.AS, is simply the difference between the mean score of the high AS quartile on that item and the mean score of the low AS quartile on the item. Table 3, 7, gives for each item the mean score, the discriminatory power in terms of high versus low scorers on F, dp.F, the dp.F's order of merit, the dp.AS, the latter's order of merit and, finally, the item's rank in a distribution of the sums of the dp.F plus the dp.AS. This final rank order was a convenient index of the item's statistical goodness for our overall purpose. The four groups on which these data are based are, Group A, UC. Public speaking class women, N equals 140, Group B, UC. Public speaking class men, N equals 52, Group C, UC. Extension psychology class women, N equals 40, Group D, professional women, N equals 63. In obtaining the overall means, the individual group means were not weighted by N. BD.P.F is based on the difference between the high quartile and the low quartile on the F-scale distribution. CD.P.AS is based on the difference between the high quartile and the low quartile on the AS scale distribution. E.g., the D.P.AS of 1.24 on item 2 indicates that the mean of the low quartile on AS was 1.24 points lower than the mean of the high quartile on AS. D. For each item the sum of D.P.F plus D.P.As is obtained. The final rank of an item is the rank of the sum in the distribution of suras for the whole scale. The average dp.f, 1.80, is considerably below that found in the case of the AS or E scales. Yet it indicates that, in general, the items yield statistically significant differences between the high and the low quartiles. 16 dps are above 2, 18 fall in the range 1 to 2, and only 4 are below 1. The means are, in general, fairly satisfactory. They average 3.71, which is near the neutral point of 4.0, and only 9 means are definitely too extreme, i.e., above 5.0 or below 3.0. As is to be expected, only 2 of the items with extreme means yield DPS as great as 2.0. The DPS in terms of AS are, of course, much lower, yet there are 17 items which appear to be significantly related to AS, i.e., have a dp.a.s greater than 1.0. Since it is the total F pattern that we expect to correlate with AS and E, it is not necessary that each single F item by itself be significantly related to the latter. In general, items which are most discriminating in terms of F tend to discriminate best in terms of AS, though there are some striking exceptions. In deciding whether to retain an item for use in a revised scale, most weight was given to the dp.f and to the general principles guiding our scale construction. These things being equal, the greater an item's dp.a.s, the greater its chances of being included in the revised scale. We may now inquire what it is that distinguishes the items which turned out well statistically from those that turned out poorly. Can any general statements be made about each of these two groups of items that can serve as guides in the formulation of new items? The first question concerns the 9 groups of items chosen to represent the variables that entered into the conceptualization of F. Do most of the items with high DPS pertain to a few of the variables? Are there some variables which simply do not belong to the pattern we are considering? 3 of the clusters, sex, authoritarian aggression, and authoritarian submission, had mean DPS above 2.0, the remaining clusters having mean DPS in the range 1.26 to 1.80. Projectivity, 1.70, destructiveness and cynicism, 1.56, and conventionalism, 1.26, were the least satisfactory. However, it is to be noted that every cluster has within it at least one item with a DP above 2.0. At this stage, therefore, it seemed best not to eliminate any of the variables but to give attention to improving or replacing the poorer items found in each cluster. Turning to a consideration of items which proved to be outstandingly good in the statistical sense, we note that item 75, sex crimes, leads all the rest, i.e., has the highest sum of dp.f plus dp.a.s. This item represents rather well the ideal to which we aspired in formulating items for the F scale. Not only is there a wide distribution of responses, with a mean fairly near the neutral point, but the item combines, apparently in a very effective way, several ideas which according to theory have crucial roles in prejudice: the underlying interest in the more primitive aspects of sex, the readiness for all-out physical aggressiveness, the justification of aggression by an appeal to moralistic values. More than this, the item seems to be sufficiently free of any logical or automatic connection with overt prejudice. That the next best item, 50, obedience and respect, should be outstandingly differentiating is not surprising, since this kind of authoritarianism is a well-known aspect of the fascist outlook. The device of putting the authoritarianism in a context of child training seems to remove it from the surface of ethnocentrism, but whether or not this is true, the item pertains to an aspect of the fascist philosophy that could in no case be left out of account. Third in the rank order of goodness is item 59, human nature being what it is, there will always be war and conflict. This item, from the destructiveness and cynicism cluster, expresses several ideas which are particularly important in the F syndrome. In addition to an element of overt anti-pacifist opinion, there is contempt for men and acceptance of the survival of the fittest idea as a rationalization for aggressiveness. The next item, 39, supernatural force, seems to express very well the tendency to shift responsibility to outside forces beyond one's own control. This is a manifestation of what has been termed ego weakness. The item has also been placed in the authoritarian submission cluster on the ground that faith in a supernatural force is related to faith in in-group authorities. It was not expected that the presence of religious feeling and belief would by itself be significant for prejudice. The aim in devising the present item was to compose a statement which was so extreme that not too many subjects would agree with it and which placed enough emphasis upon total allegiance and obedience without question so that the uncritically submissive person could distinguish himself. The mean of 3.97 and the dp.f of 2.54 indicate that this aim was largely realized. Item 23, Undying Love, which ranked fifth in order of goodness, expresses extreme moral conventionality and in-group feeling related to the family. It has a place in both the authoritarian submission and the authoritarian aggression clusters, because it includes both allegiance to the in-group and a punishing attitude. He is indeed contemptible toward those who violate this value. The statement is so exaggerated, so expressive, as it seems, of the protesting too much attitude that we may wonder if strong agreement with it does not mask underlying but inhibited rebellious hostility against parents and parent figures. Concerning all five of these items, it may be said that they are highly diverse in their surface content, that they pertain to various aspects of the underlying theory, superego, ego, and ID are expressed, and that with the possible exception of item 50, obedience and respect, they are highly indirect in the present sense of the term. Indeed, as one examines further the ranking of the items in terms of their discriminatory powers, sciences like chemistry, honor, Pearl Harbor Day, no sane person, familiarity, leisure, infection and disease, he may note that, in general, items which are best in the statistical sense are those which seem best in their formulation and in terms of our overall theory and method of approach. Items which turned out to be poor in the statistical sense are, in retrospect, easy to criticize. In some instances there was a failure in formulation, the statement was so unclear or ambiguous that many of the subjects, apparently, drew from it different implications from those intended. This would seem to have been true particularly of items 12, Modern Church, and 20, Progressive Education. In other instances, example items 24, Things Unstable, 74, Tireless Leaders, and 58, Crime Wave, the statements contain too large an element of truth or rational justification and so appealed, as shown by the high mean scores, to both high and low scorers. Again, some of the items were too crude or openly aggressive, so that most of the high scorers as well as the low scorers tended to disagree. For example, items 42, For One Reason, and 35, Law in Own Hands, have both low means and low DPS. 3. The second F scale, Form 60. In preparing the new form of the questionnaire, the E and PEC scales were shortened so drastically that a comparatively long F scale, 34 items, could still be used without allowing the total number of scale items to go above 60. Since we were still faced with the task of producing a reliable F scale, without sacrificing breadth or meaningfulness, it seemed the better part of wisdom not to undertake much shortening of it at this stage. The 19 items from the F scale, Form 78, that ranked highest in order of goodness were retained, in the same or slightly revised form, in the new scale. Thus, statistical differentiating power of the item was the main basis of selection. As stated above, however, the items which came out best statistically were, in general, those which seemed best from the point of view of theory, so that retaining them required no compromise with the original purpose of the scale. Of these items, 5 were changed in no way, revision of the others involved change in wording but not in essential meaning, the aim being to avoid too much uniformity of agreement or disagreement and, hence, to produce mean scores as close as possible to the neutral point. Given 19 items of known dependability, the task was to formulate 15 additional ones which, singly, met the requirements of good items and which, taken together, covered the ground mapped out according to our theory. Here, criteria other than statistical ones played an important role. In attempting to achieve a maximum of indirectness, we not only eliminated items which were too openly aggressive, they had low DPS anyway, but retained, in a slightly revised form, item 65, World Catastrophe, despite its relatively low DP. RO 23.5, because it expressed a theoretically important idea and appeared on the surface to be almost completely removed from race prejudice and fascism. In the name of breadth. Item 67, I to Profit, whose DP was not low, RO 21, was eliminated because of its too great similarity to the highly discriminating item 59, Always War. To cover a great variety of ideas as efficiently as possible, two or more of them were combined in the same statement, example, any red-blooded American will fight to defend his property, or, people think too much and work too little. With attention to these criteria, and to meaningfulness, contribution to the structural unity of the scale, and proper degree of rational justification, 4 items from the F scale, Form 78, whose DP rank orders were lower than 19, were revised and 11 new items were formulated to complete the new form. The 34 items, grouped according to the variables which they were supposed to represent, are shown in Table 4, 7. Table 4, 7. The F scale, Form 60. A. Conventionalism, rigid adherence to conventional, middle-class values. 1. Obedience and respect for authority are the most important virtues children should learn. 6. A person who has bad manners, habits, and breeding can hardly expect to be liked and accepted by decent people. 53. One main trouble today is that people talk too much and work too little. B. Authoritarian submission, submissive, uncritical attitude toward idealized moral authorities of the in-group. 1. Obedience and respect for authority are the most important virtues children should learn. 7. Science has carried man very far, but there are many important things that can never possibly be understood by the human mind. 11. Every person should have complete faith in some supernatural power whose decisions he obeys without question. 23. Young people sometimes get rebellious ideas, but as they grow up they ought to get over them and settle down. 29. No sane, normal, decent person could ever think of hurting a close friend or relative. 32. What this country needs most, more than laws and political programs, is a few courageous, tireless, devoted leaders in whom the people can put their faith. 44. In order for us to do good work, it is necessary that our bosses outline carefully what is to be done and exactly how to go about it. See authoritarian aggression, tendency to be on the lookout for, and to condemn, reject, and punish people who violate conventional values. 6. A person who has bad manners, habits, and breeding can hardly expect to be liked and accepted by decent people. 17. An insult to our honor should always be punished. 19. What the youth needs most is strict discipline, rugged determination, and the will to work and fight for family and country. 22. The trouble with letting everybody have a say in running the government is that so many people are just naturally stupid or full of wild ideas. 34. Sex crimes, such as rape and attacks on children, deserve more than mere imprisonment. Such criminals ought to be publicly whipped, or worse. 39. There is hardly anything lower than a person who does not feel a great love, gratitude, and respect for his parents. 49. Most of our social problems would be solved if we could somehow get rid of the immoral, crooked, and feeble-minded people. 53. One main trouble today is that people talk too much and work too little. 58. Homosexuals are nothing but degenerates and ought to be severely punished. D. Anti-introception, opposition to the subjective, the imaginative, the tender-minded. 16. When a person has a problem or worry, it is best for him not to think about it, but to keep busy with more cheerful things. 30. Some cases of feeble-mindedness are caused by overstudy. 45. Nowadays more and more people are prying into matters that should remain personal and private. 53. One main trouble today is that people talk too much and work too little. E. Superstition and stereotypy, the belief in mystical determinants of the individual's fate, the disposition to think in rigid categories. 7. Science has carried man very far, but there are many important things that can never possibly be understood by the human mind. 11. Every person should have complete faith in some supernatural power whose decisions he obeys without question. 18. It is more than just chance that Japan had an earthquake on Pearl Harbor Day, December 7, 1944. 24. Some people are born with the urge to jump from high places. 30. Some cases of feeble-mindedness are caused by overstudy. 35. People can be divided into two distinct classes, the weak and the strong. 40. Someday it will probably be shown that astrology can explain a lot of things. 46. It is possible that wars and social troubles will be ended once and for all by an earthquake or flood that will destroy the whole world. 50. It's a mistake to trust anybody who doesn't look you straight in the eye. F. Power and toughness, preoccupation with the dominance submission, strong-weak, leader-follower dimension, identification with power figures, overemphasis upon the conventionalized attributes of the ego, exaggerated assertion of strength and toughness. 2. No weakness or difficulty can hold us back if we have enough willpower. 5. Any red-blooded American will fight to defend his property. 17. An insult to our honor should always be punished. 19. What the youth needs most is strict discipline, rugged determination, and the will to work and fight for family and country. 32. What this country needs most, more than laws and political programs, is a few courageous, tireless, devoted leaders in whom the people can put their faith. 35. People can be divided into two distinct classes, the weak and the strong. 57. Most people don't realize how much our lives are controlled by plots hatched in secret by politicians. G. Destructiveness and cynicism, generalized hostility, vilification of the human. 10. Human nature being what it is, there will always be war and conflict. 25. Familiarity breeds contempt. 41. The true American way of life is disappearing so fast that force may be necessary to preserve it. H. Projectivity, the disposition to believe that wild and dangerous things go on in the world, the projection outward of unconscious emotional impulses. 36. Nowadays, when so many different kinds of people move around so much and mix together so freely, a person has to be especially careful to protect himself against infection and disease. 45. Nowadays more and more people are prying into matters that should remain personal and private. 46. It is possible that wars and social troubles will be ended once and for all by an earthquake or flood that will destroy the whole world. 52. The wild sex life of the old Greeks and Romans was tame compared to some of the goings-on in this country, even in places where people might least expect it. 57. Most people don't realize how much our lives are controlled by plots hatched in secret by politicians. Sex, exaggerated concern with sexual goings-on. 34. Sex crimes, such as rape and attacks on children, deserve more than mere imprisonment. Such criminals ought to be publicly whipped or worse. 52. The wild sex life of the old Greeks and Romans was tame compared to some of the goings-on in this country, even in places where people might least expect it. 58. Homosexuals are nothing but degenerates and ought to be severely punished. Reliability of the scale, mean score per item, ST, and the range of scores for each of the 5 groups to whom the F scale, Form 60, was given are shown in Table 5, 7. The reliability of the scale is a considerable improvement over that obtained with Form 78.87 as compared with .74, it is as high as that of the shortened E scale, .87 as compared with .86, and much better than the reliability of .70 for the shortened PEC scale. The mean scores are not quite so close to the neutral point as was the case with Form 78, overall mean of 3.5 as compared with 3.7, the range and the variability, however, are somewhat greater. 3. The 5 groups on which these data are based are: Group I, University of Oregon student women. Group 2, University of Oregon and University of California student women. Group 3, University of Oregon and University of California student men. Group 4, Oregon Service Club men. Group B, Oregon Service Club men, apart only. When obtaining the overall means, the individual group means were not weighted by n. Inspection of the discriminatory powers of the items, as shown in Table 6, 7, shows once again considerable improvement over Form 78. The mean dp.f is now 2.15 as compared with 1.80 for Form 78. 3 dps are above 3.0, 18 fall in the range 2.0 to 3.0, 12 are in the range 1.0 to 2.0, and only 1 is below 1.0. The mean dp in terms of E, 1.53, is notably greater than the mean dp.a, s, 0.89, found with Form 78. There are 28 items with a mean dp.e greater than 1.0, these F items are significantly related to ethnocentrism at the 5% level of confidence Oregon better. Each of the variables that entered into the F scale, conventionalism, superstition, etc., is represented by items that are satisfactorily differentiating. The four groups on which these data are based are: Group I, University of Oregon student women, N equals 47. Group II, University of Oregon and University of California student women, N equals 54. Group III, University of Oregon and University of California student men, N equals 57. Group IV, Oregon Service Club men, N equals 68. In obtaining the overall means, the individual group means were not weighted according to N. BD.P.F is based on the difference between the high quartile and the low quartile of the F scale distribution. CD.P.E is based on the difference between the high quartile and the low quartile of the E scale distribution. Example: the D.P.E of 1.52 on item 1 indicates that the mean of the low quartile on E was 1.52 points lower than the mean of the high quartile on E. D. For each item the sum of D.P.F plus D.P.E is obtained. The final rank of an item is the rank of the sum in the distribution of sums for the whole scale. The correlation between the F scale, Form 60, and E is, on the average, 0.69. This is a considerable improvement over the results obtained with Form 78, where F correlated 0.53 with AS and 0.65 with E, though it is still not quite as high as its intended functions require. For the third F scale, Forms 45 and 40. Although the F scale, Form 60, might be described as a fairly adequate instrument, it still had some obvious shortcomings, and it was hoped that these might be removed before the scale was used with numerous groups of subjects. It still contained a number of items so poor statistically that they contributed almost nothing to the purpose of the scale. Also, there were two items, numbers 12 and 18, which, despite their ranking 1 and 9 in order of goodness, had to be dropped in the early fall of 1945 because they had lost their war period timeliness. More than this, experience had shown that when it came to working with highly diverse groups outside the university, a questionnaire shorter than Form 60 was highly desirable. The other scales having already been reduced to an absolute minimum, the F scale had now to bear some of the pruning. Yet, such pruning had to be extremely judicious if the scale was not to lose in comprehensiveness and if, as was hoped, its reliability and its correlation with E were to be raised. 30 was the number of items decided upon. Revision consisted mainly in discarding 7 items and adding 3 new ones. 2 excellent items were discarded because, as mentioned above, they were no longer timely. 5 items were taken out because they had relatively very low DPS and because other items seemed to fulfill the same functions better. 44, Boss's Outline, RO 33, 50, Mistake to Trust, RO 31, 30, Feeble-Minded, RO 30, 22, Not Everybody in Government, RO 28, and 5, Red-Blooded American, RO 27. Several items which ranked low in terms of DP were thoroughly revised and kept in the new scale. 35, 2 classes, RO 34, 57, Plots, RO 32, and 46, Flood, RO 29. One of the three new items was the following: the businessman and the manufacturer are much more important to society than the artist and the professor. This is a slightly revised version of an item which appeared in the earlier forms of the Peck scale, where it had proved to be discriminatory both in terms of Peck and in terms of E. Since this item expresses rather well both conventionalism and anti-introception, it appeared to be a promising addition to the F scale. A second new item was: it is best to use some pre-war authorities in Germany to keep order and prevent chaos. At the time this item was formulated, late summer 1945, General Patton had been accused of using German Nazis and extremely conservative bigwigs to help carry out certain phases of the occupation. His critics argued that this was a poor way to secure the cooperation of democratic elements in Germany. His defenders pointed to the necessity for promoting efficiency and preventing chaos. The issue was a lively one, and it appeared that an item bearing upon it might give the high scorer a chance to express his admiration for military authority, his means-centeredness, his preoccupation with order versus chaos. That the item did not work very well is probably due to inadequate wording. We had not dared to be sufficiently explicit about which pre-war authorities were to be used, so that pre-war could be taken to mean pre-Nazi. Nobody ever learned anything really important except through suffering, was the third of the new items. Here the temptation, constantly present during each revision of the F scale, to test a new hypothesis, or better, to obtain quantitative data bearing upon a phenomenon which in clinical study had appeared in relation to the general pattern of potential fascism, became too strong. The item was taken from an editorial in a prominent picture magazine, where it had appeared in a context of political reaction. It seemed well adapted to bring out the sadomasochistic theme believed to be prominent in the personality of the high scorer. He believes that he has suffered and, therefore, knows the important things, and that those who have not succeeded in raising their status, i.e., the underprivileged, should suffer more if they hope to improve their lot. The item did not work very well, its rank in order of goodness for men being 29. Its DP, 1.70, is still significant at the 5% level, however. It seems that this was partly because many subjects thought it unreasonable, the mean was 2.54, and partly because, where it was agreed with, it probably appealed to different subjects for different reasons. If it tapped the deep-lying sadomasochistic structures in some high scorers, it also appealed to the surface masochism, and perhaps to the introceptiveness, of some low scorers. The final F items, grouped according to the variables to which they pertain, are presented in Table 7, 7. Table 7, 7. F scale clusters, forms 45 and 40. A. Conventionalism, rigid adherence to conventional, middle-class values. 1. Obedience and respect for authority are the most important virtues children should learn. 12. A person who has bad manners, habits, and breeding can hardly expect to get along with decent people. 37. If people would talk less and work more, everybody would be better off. 41. The businessman and the manufacturer are much more important to society than the artist and the professor. B. Authoritarian submission, submissive, uncritical attitude toward idealized moral authorities of the in-group. 1. Obedience and respect for authority are the most important virtues children should learn. 4. Science has its place, but there are many important things that can never possibly be understood by the human mind. 8. Every person should have complete faith in some supernatural power whose decisions he obeys without question. 21. Young people sometimes get rebellious ideas, but as they grow up they ought to get over them and settle down. 23. What this country needs most, more than laws and political programs, is a few courageous, tireless, devoted leaders in whom the people can put their faith. 42. No sane, normal, decent person could ever think of hurting a close friend or relative. 44. Nobody ever learned anything really important except through suffering. See authoritarian aggression, tendency to be on the lookout for, and to condemn, reject, and punish people who violate conventional values. 12. A person who has bad manners, habits, and breeding can hardly expect to get along with decent people. 13. What the youth needs most is strict discipline, rugged determination, and the will to work and fight for family and country. 19. An insult to our honor should always be punished. 25. Sex crimes, such as rape and attacks on children, deserve more than mere imprisonment. Such criminals ought to be publicly whipped, or worse. 27. There is hardly anything lower than a person who does not feel a great love, gratitude, and respect for his parents. 34. Most of our social problems would be solved if we could somehow get rid of the immoral, crooked, and feeble-minded people. 37. If people would talk less and work more, everybody would be better off. 39. Homosexuals are hardly better than criminals and ought to be severely punished. D. Anti-introception, opposition to the subjective, the imaginative, the tender-minded. 9. When a person has a problem or worry, it is best for him not to think about it, but to keep busy with more cheerful things. 31. Nowadays more and more people are prying into matters that should remain personal and private. 37. If people would talk less and work more, everybody would be better off. 41. The businessman and the manufacturer are much more important to society than the artist and the professor. E. Superstition and stereotypy, the belief in mystical determinants of the individual's fate, the disposition to think in rigid categories. 4. Science has its place, but there are many important things that can never possibly be understood by the human mind. 8. Every person should have complete faith in some supernatural power whose decisions he obeys without question. 16. Some people are born with an urge to jump from high places. 26. People can be divided into two distinct classes, the weak and the strong. 29. Someday it will probably be shown that astrology can explain a lot of things. 33. Wars and social troubles may someday be ended by an earthquake or flood that will destroy the whole world. F. Power and toughness, preoccupation with the dominance submission, strong-weak, leader-follower dimension, identification with power figures, overemphasis upon the conventionalized attributes of the ego, exaggerated assertion of strength and toughness. 2. No weakness or difficulty can hold us back if we have enough willpower. 13. What the youth needs most is strict discipline, rugged determination, and the will to work and fight for family and country. 19. An insult to our honor should always be punished. 22. It is best to use some pre-war authorities in Germany to keep order and prevent chaos. 23. What this country needs most, more than laws and political programs, is a few courageous, tireless, devoted leaders in whom the people can put their faith. 26. People can be divided into two distinct classes, the weak and the strong. 38. Most people don't realize how much our lives are controlled by plots hatched in secret places. G. Destructiveness and cynicism, generalized hostility, vilification of the human. 6. Human nature being what it is, there will always be war and conflict. 43. Familiarity breeds contempt. H. Projectivity, the disposition to believe that wild and dangerous things go on in the world, the projection outwards of unconscious emotional impulses. 18. Nowadays when so many different kinds of people move around and mix together so much, a person has to protect himself especially carefully against catching an infection or disease from them. 31. Nowadays more and more people are prying into matters that should remain personal and private. 33. Wars and social troubles may someday be ended by an earthquake or flood that will destroy the whole world. 35. The wild sex life of the old Greeks and Romans was tame compared to some of the goings-on in this country, even in places where people might least expect it. 38. Most people don't realize how much our lives are controlled by plots hatched in secret places. I. Sex, exaggerated concern with sexual goings-on. 25. Sex crimes, such as rape and attacks on children, deserve more than mere imprisonment. Such criminals ought to be publicly whipped, or worse. 35. The wild sex life of the old Greeks and Romans was tame compared to some of the goings-on in this country, even in places where people might least expect it. 39. Homosexuals are hardly better than criminals and ought to be severely punished. Reliability of the scale, mean score per item, ST, and range for each of the 14 groups, total n equals 1518, taking form 40 and /or 45 are given in table 8, 7. The average of the reliability coefficients is 0.90, their range 0.81 to 0.97. Not only is there a slight improvement in reliability over form 60, AVR equals 0.87, and a very marked improvement over the original form 78, AVR equals 0.74, but the scale has now been developed to a point where it meets rigorous statistical requirements. A reliability of 0.90 may be interpreted to mean that the scale can place individuals along a dimension, in this case a broad and complex dimension, with a small margin of error. In other words, the score attained by an individual can be relied upon in the sense that chance errors of measurement have been minimized, so that in a repetition of the scale, at a time when political socio-economic conditions were generally the same as before, his new score would either be the same as his first or fall within narrow limits above or below it. The degree of reliability attained here is within the range which characterizes acceptable intelligence tests. The means, though they vary from one group to another, a matter to be discussed later, are fairly close, on the whole, to the neural point. As is to be expected from administration of the scale to a great variety of subjects, the range and the SD are greater than in previous forms. While no distribution curves have actually been made, the scatter diagrams indicate that they would be fairly normal in form, symmetrical but slightly platychirdic. A. Internal consistency. The discriminatory powers of the scale items, as shown in Table 9, 7, are considerably higher on the average, 2.85, than in the case of Form 60, 2.15. All of the items differentiate significantly between the high and the low quartiles. It is to be noted that numerous items taken over without change from Form 60 work much better here than in that instance. This is probably due in part to the fact that the diverse groups given Form 45 to 40 included more extreme scorers and in part to improvement of the scale as a whole. A good item differentiates the more sharply between the upper and lower quartiles, the more successfully the total scale distinguishes individuals who are actually extreme with respect to the trends being measured. Table 9, 7. Means and discriminatory powers of the F-scale items, Forms 40 and 45, A. The fact that the DPS are somewhat higher, on the average, for women than for men is deserving of some comment. This phenomenon would seem to be connected with the fact that there were three groups of men, maritime school, San Quentin inmates, and working-class men, in whose cases the reliability of the scale was relatively low, 0.81 to 0.88. Since these groups of men were less educated than most of our subjects, there is considerable likelihood that they failed to understand some of the scale items, a circumstance that would work against high DPS as well as against reliability. Moreover, these are the three groups who, of all those studied, obtained the highest mean scores. It can be inferred from this that there was too much general agreement with some of the items, something which, as we have seen, tends to lower the DP. This raises the question of whether we did not encounter in these groups not only more extreme manifestations of potential fascism than had been anticipated but also patterns of pre-fascist personality trends that the F-scale did not adequately cover. Most of the work that went into the construction and revision of the scale was performed with groups of subjects in which the high scorers were, in the main, highly conventional. The procedure of retaining items which differentiated best within these groups was probably not the best one for constructing an instrument which would work with maximum efficiency in groups where tendencies to psychopathy and delinquency were much more pronounced. This is a matter to be discussed in more detail later. Despite the absolute differences in the DPS between men and women, items which work well for one sex tend, in general, to work well for the other. The correlation between the DP rank orders for the men and those for the women is 0.84. This is sufficient justification for averaging the DPS of the two groups to obtain an overall order of goodness for each item. Since the differences between men and women, in the present context, are probably as great as the differences between any two groups of the same sex in the present sample, it is highly probable that a correlation between the DP rankings of any two such groups would be in the neighborhood of 0.84. There appear to be no general or systematic differences between the items which work better for men and those which work better for women. Mean scores for the men's groups are somewhat higher on the average than mean scores for the women's groups. This phenomenon would seem to be due primarily to the three male groups discussed above whose scores are particularly high. If men and women of the same socioeconomic class are compared, the means are not significantly different. Moreover, items which appeal most strongly to the men are much the same as those which appeal most strongly to the women, the rank order correlation between the means for men and those for women being 0.95. B. Correlational analysis. As a part of an independent investigation, the E, PEC, and F scales, from Forms 40 and 45, were administered to 900 students in an elementary psychology class at the University of California. It was decided not to include the data from this new college group among the general results of the present study because the total sample of subjects was already weighted too heavily on the side of young and relatively well-educated people. However, the 517 women from this psychology class constitute the only group in whose case the scales were subjected to an item-by-item correlational analysis. Point 4. The results of this analysis will be summarized here. Each item of the F scale was correlated with every other item. The average of the 435 coefficients was 0.13, the range 0.05 to 0.44.5. In addition, each item was correlated with the remainder of the scale, the mean R here being 0.33, the range 0.15 to 0.52. In the case of the E scale, the mean inter-item R was 0.42, and the mean item total score R, 0.59. Whereas the E scale has about the same degree of unidimensionality as do acceptable intelligence tests, in the case of the 1937 Stanford Binet revision the average inter-item R is about 0.38, the average item total score R, 0.61. The F scale rates considerably lower in this regard. Despite the scale's relative lack of surface homogeneity, however, we are justified in speaking of an F pattern or syndrome, for the items do hang together in the sense that each is significantly correlated with the scale as a whole. It will be recalled in this connection that in constructing the F scale two purposes were held in mind: a. To seek over a wide area for diverse responses that belong to a single syndrome, and b. To construct an instrument which would yield a reliable prediction of scores on E. It is clear that the first purpose has been in large part realized, although the search for additional items that would help characterize the F syndrome could be continued with profit. The fact that the individual F items correlate 0.25 on the average with the total E scale augurs well for the fulfillment of the second purpose, a matter to which we shall turn in a moment. Proof that the variables or groups of items used in thinking about the F scale are not clusters in the statistical sense, is contained in the data from the present group of 517 women. Although the items within each of the Form 45 F clusters tend to intercorrelate, 0.11 to 0.24, the items in any one cluster correlate with one another no better than they do with numerous items from other clusters. We are justified in using these clusters, therefore, only as a priori aids to discussion. D. Correlations of the F scale with E and with PEC. Correlations of F with the E and PEC scales, based on the three questionnaire forms and derived from all the groups used in the study, are shown in Table 10:7. The major result expressed in this table is that the correlation between E and F has increased with the successive revisions of the scale until it has reached a point, about 0.75 on the average in Forms 40, 45, where scores on the former can be predicted with fair accuracy from scores on the latter. B. This group of Oregon Service Club men received a short questionnaire form containing only the F scale and half of the PEC scale. C. For the correlations of F with PEC in the psychiatric clinic groups, the number of women was 45, the number of men 29, due to a substitution of forms. D. These F-PEC correlations are based on both Forms 40 and 45. Since it was considered highly unlikely that the presence or absence of 5E items would affect the correlation of F and PEC, the two forms are taken together in order to have the advantage of the larger n's. The total N is 106 for the employment service men veterans, 343 for the maritime school men. In Form 40, it will be recalled, only the A half of the 10-item E scale was used. The correlation between F and E varies rather widely from one group to another, a matter that seems to depend mainly upon the reliability of the scales themselves. 0.6 Thus, in the San Quintin group, where the reliability of F is 0.87 and that of E only 0.65, the correlation between the two scales is at the lowest, 0.59, while in the case of the working class women, where the reliability of F climbs to 0.97,7, the correlation is at its maximum, 0.87. It is obvious, therefore, that if the reliabilities of the two scales were increased, which can be done by increasing the number of items within each, the correlation between E and F would be very high indeed. 0.8 This is not to say, however, that E and F for all practical purposes measure the same thing. A correlation of 0.775 means that about 2/3 of the subjects who score in the high quartile on the one scale, score in the high quartile on the other, and that there are practically no reversals, i.e., cases in which a subject is high on one scale but low on the other. If one wished to use the F scale alone in order to single out subjects who were practically certain to be highly ethnocentric, i.e., in the high quartile on the present E scale, it would be necessary for him to limit himself to those scoring at the very highest extreme on F, perhaps the top 10%. As pointed out earlier, there are reasons why some discrepancy between the two scales should be expected. Surely there are some individuals who have the kind of susceptibility to fascist propaganda with which the F scale is concerned, but who for one reason or another tend to inhibit expressions of hostility against minority groups, subjects high on F but low on E. And we have good reason to believe that there are other people who rather freely repeat the clichés of ethnocentrism, perhaps in accordance with the climate of opinion in which they are living, without this being expressive of deep-lying trends in their personalities, subjects high on E but low on F. Such exceptions will be taken up in more detail later. It is to be noted that the correlation between F and E is slightly higher on the average in the case of groups taking Form 40 than for groups taking Form 45. This means that F correlates slightly better with the A half of the E scale than with the total E scale, and that the correlation must be still lower in the case of the B half of the scale. In several groups taking Form 45, the correlations of EA and of EB with F were calculated, in addition to the correlation of total E with F. The results appear in Table 11:7. In each group, EA.F is notably higher than EB.F, and about the same as EA plus B.F. It may be recalled that the A half of the scale refers to highly generalized ethnocentrism and contains no AS items, while the B half is made up of 4 AS items and 1 Negro item. It happened that this Negro item was a relatively poor one in the statistical sense, rank order, 5 for men, 10 for women, but this is not enough to account for the superiority of the EA.F correlations. It seems, rather, that the F syndrome is actually more closely related to general ethnocentrism than to antisemitism. This is in keeping with the finding, reported earlier, that in Form 78 the F scale correlated more highly with the E scale than with the AS scale. Although antisemitism is still to be understood primarily as an aspect of general ethnocentrism, there can be no doubt but that it has some special features of its own. Some of these features are described in Chapter 16. The F syndrome bears only a moderately close relation to politico-economic conservatism, the average correlation for Forms 45 and 40 being 0.57. Our interpretation is that high scores on PEC may proceed either from genuine conservatism or from pseudo-conservatism, and that it is the latter which is most expressive of the personality trends which the F scale measures. This is in keeping with the finding that E, which is closely related to F, also shows only moderate correlation with PEC. The E.PEC correlation is about the same as the F.PEC correlation. It would appear that general ethnocentrism, as measured by the present scales, is mainly an expression of those personality structures which the F scale measures, politico-economic conservatism, while it may have the same source, may be more dependent than E upon factors in the individual's contemporary situation. E. Differences in mean F-scale score among various groups. We may turn now to a consideration of the mean F-scale scores of different groups. These means have been set forth in Table 12:7. It is well to recall here what was stated at the beginning, Chapter I, c, that since no steps were taken to ensure that each group studied was actually representative of a larger section of the population, we are in no position to generalize from the present results on mean scores, however suggestive they might be. A large-scale community study would be necessary in order to produce a sound estimate of the relative amounts of fascist potential in different sections of the general population. The F-scale, we believe, is worthy to be used in such a study, though it would have to be modified somewhat in order to be suitable for groups with little education. It seems well to recall, too, that the group with which a subject filled out the questionnaire does not necessarily represent a group membership that is significant for the present study. The differences with which we are here concerned are not very large, while the variability within each group is marked. Only rarely is the difference between two groups greater than 1 st. In our view, we should find large group differences in mean F-score only when membership in a group has some psychological significance, and this does not seem to be true of most of the present groups. A study of the F-scale score in relation to group membership factors such as those covered by page 1 of the questionnaire, income, religion, etc., would probably be rewarding. In view of the high correlation between F and E, we should expect results generally similar to those found in the case of the latter scale, but discrepancies would be particularly interesting. Nevertheless, some important sociological and psychological differences among the present groups are known to exist. Indeed, some of these groups have been described as key groups, and, if the F-scale is valid, we should expect differences in mean score that are intelligible in the light of our general theory. Of all the 14 groups taking Form 40 to 45, the San Quintin inmates obtained the highest mean score, 4.73. This mean is significantly different, CR equals 3.2, from that of the next highest scoring group, the working class men, whose mean is 4.19. Between the San Quintin group and the lowest scoring group of men, Los Angeles men, M equals 3.68, the difference is very marked, CR equals 7.8. In view of all that has been written concerning the close affinity of criminality and fascism, these results should not be surprising. Since the findings on the key San Quintin group are analyzed in detail in Chapter XXI, further discussion here is unnecessary. Service club men and working class men do not differ significantly in mean F-score. This will come as a surprise only to those who have become accustomed to explaining all important differences in social attitudes on the basis of socio-economic group membership, and who look to the working man as the main carrier of liberal ideas. It is true, of course, as a matter of economic and social fact, that the crucial role in the struggle against increasing concentration of economic power will have to be played by the working people, acting in accordance with their self-interest, but it is foolhardy to underestimate the susceptibility to fascist propaganda within these masses themselves. For our part, we see no reason to suppose that the authoritarian structures with which we are concerned would be any less well developed in the working class than in other segments of the population. If it be argued that our sample of working class men might be an unusually reactionary one, the answer is that approximately half of the sample come either from the militantly liberal United Electrical Workers Union, CIO, or from classes at the California Labor School, and that there is no reason to suppose that men from the United Seamen's Service or new members of the I.L.W.U., who constitute the remainder of the sample, are more conservative than working men generally. For that matter, the extremely high-scoring San Quintin inmates come in very large part from the working class, and there is good reason to suppose that their general outlook depends upon their background as well as upon the circumstance of their being in prison. It appears that differences among the present groups of men depend more upon the factor of contact with liberal organizations and liberal thought than upon socio-economic group membership. This is the basis on which we would explain the relatively low means of the middle-class men, 3.69, and the Los Angeles men, 3.68, both of which are significantly different, beyond the 5% level, from that of the service club men, 4.08. The middle-class men and the service club men are quite similar with respect to economic and occupational status. The difference between them that is reflected in their F-scale mean lies, most probably, in whatever it is that disposes the former to appear at a meeting of the PTA or the Layman's League of a Presbyterian church or at evening classes at the California Labor School, and the latter at a service club luncheon. This, in our opinion, is primarily a psychological matter. The difference lies in the degree of something which may be labeled, for the moment, a disposition toward liberalism or progressivism or humanitarianism. The Los Angeles men, it will be recalled, were recruited primarily from the university and the movie communities. Thus, though their socio-economic status was certainly no lower than that of the service club men in the San Francisco area, the setting in which they were found was one of greater liberalism. The Maritime School Group, made up predominantly of men with working-class and lower-middle-class antecedents who are out to raise their status, belongs on the basis of its mean, 4.06, with the service club men and the working-class men, while the psychiatric clinic men, M equals 3.82, and the employment service veterans, M equals 3.74, who probably are more heterogeneous with respect to either class status or liberal affiliations, have intermediate positions in the rank order of means. It has been pointed out that the fact of the men in our total sample having a higher mean than the women is due primarily to the presence in the male sample of the outstandingly high-scoring groups that have just been considered. The present data show that where social group membership is constant, the means for men are not significantly different from those of women. Thus, in the case of the working-class women and the working-class men, the CR is only 1.22, while the differences between men and women in the psychiatric clinic, the Los Angeles and the middle-class groups are practically negligible. It is to be noted, however, that in each case the men are slightly higher, and that in a larger sample the difference might become significant. Among the women's groups, the only difference that approaches significance is that existing between the working-class women, M equals 3.86, on the one hand, and the George Washington University women, M equals 3.51, and Los Angeles women, M equals 3.49, on the other. If a true difference exists, the explanation would seem to be the same as that advanced in the case of some of the men's groups, that the latter groups of women have been in closer touch with liberal trends. It is of some interest to consider group differences in mean F-score in relation to the mean E-score of these same groups. In general, groups that score highest on F tend to score highest on E also. The most notable discrepancies occur in the cases of the George Washington women, who are relatively much higher on E, M equals 4.04, than on F, M equals 3.51, and the working class men, who are slightly higher on F, M equals 4.19, than on E, M equals 3.92. It seems probable that in the case of this group of women, we have to deal with a regional difference. Many observers have noted that there is more prejudice in the East than in the West. It may be, therefore, that although these college women were relatively liberal as a group, they were led by the prevailing climate of opinion to go fairly high on E. This is in keeping with the fact that the correlation between F and E in this group was one of the lowest obtained. The group of working class men is the only one in which the mean E-score is lower than the mean F-score. This is probably attributable to the success of indoctrination in anti-discrimination which occurs in the liberal unions to which a majority of these subjects belong. Apparently, however, this indoctrination did not go so far as to modify those attitudes centering around authoritarianism, which are more pronounced in this group than in most others. One might say that if this indoctrination were dispensed with, or if propaganda having an opposite direction were substituted for it, then the results from this group would fall into line with all the others. It has often been suggested that working class people are relatively uninhibited in expressing the prejudice that they have and that this does not go very deep, while middle class people are more restrained in giving vent to their, often deeper, prejudice. That nothing to support this formulation is to be found in the present data may be due most largely to the fact that our ethnocentric statements were for the most part fairly restrained, i.e., formulated in such a way that a pseudo-democratic person could agree with them and still maintain the illusion that he was not prejudiced. F. Validation by case studies, the F scale. Responses of Mac and Larry. The responses of Mac and Larry on the F scale may now be compared with their remarks in the interview. In Table 13:7, are shown the scores of Mac and Larry, the group mean, and the DP for each of the 38 items in the F scale, Form 78, the items having been grouped according to the scheme of F scale variables. Overall means are based on the sum of the 38 individual items, with no overlap. The mean F scale scores of the two men seem to be in keeping with the earlier observation that they do not represent the most extreme cases found in the study. Mac's mean score, 4.31, is just inside the high quartile for the group of public speaking men in which he was tested. It is only slightly above the average score of the working class men, 4.19, and well below that of the San Quintin group, 4.73. Larry's mean score, 2.95, is barely low enough to be included in the low quartile for the public speaking men. It is, however, well below any of the group means obtained in the study. Turning to the 9 variables within the scale, it may be noted that on 7 of them Mac's mean score is above the group mean. He deviates from the group most markedly in the case of authoritarian aggression. This is consistent with what was set down as one of the outstanding features of his interview, that is, his tendency to blame and to condemn on moral grounds a wide variety of individuals, groups, and agencies, F.D.R., the New Deal, the OWI, the civil service, in addition to various ethnic minorities. That homosexuals, sex criminals, those who insult our honor, and anyone who does not have undying love for his parents should be regarded in the same way is not surprising. It is to be noted, however, that he does not agree that women should be restricted in certain ways. This inconsistency may be interpreted in the light of the following quotation from the clinical section of his interview 9. I hope to get married to the girl I'm going with now. She is an awfully nice companion. Most girls are interested only in a good time and want fellows with lots of money to spend. I didn't have the money for giving them a swell time. The girl I'm in love with now lived 9 miles from me. She attended a rival high school. I dated her once in high school. When I got back from the army, I worked in a lumber mill. This girl had graduated from and started teaching. Her uncle is the vice president of the bank. I talked to him about buying an automobile that she was interested in. I looked it over for her, since I knew something about cars, and told her it was in good condition. I got started going with her that way. I found out that she wasn't interested in money, but was interested in me in spite of my discharge from the army, my poor health, and prospects. She's just very good, not beautiful, but a tremendously nice personality. She is French with some Irish in her. She has a nice figure and is very wholesome. When we get married depends on circumstances. It's quite a responsibility. She wants to get married now. She is teaching in I'm under the GI Bill. If I get assurance of 4 years in college, I might get married this spring. We're well suited. I know she's interested in me, because I have so little to offer. We're both at the proper age. I intend to work part-time. I don't like her teaching, I like to support my wife. I've always had that idea. But maybe under the circumstances, that won't be fully possible. She is a good cook and that is an asset, what with my stomach condition. When I tell her that you approve of our marriage, she will be pleased, but, of course, I'm always a man to make my own decisions. It seems that Mac does believe that a woman's place is in the home, but was prevented by the logic of his situation at the time from saying so in his questionnaire. Sex, anti-introception, conventionalism, and projectivity, in the order named, are the other variables on which Mac is well above the group mean. Sex was not mentioned in the interview protocol given in Chapter 2. The following quotation from the clinical part of Mac's interview may, however, throw some light on his responses to the sex items in the scale. Where did you get your sex instruction? I never had any from my parents, though I did get some suggestions from my aunt, no real instruction. What I know I have picked up from reading. I've listened to men talk, but accepted little of it. I weighed it in the light of what I have read. What was your first sex experience? It was in 1940-41, the aftermath of a New Year's party in Washington. There was liquor. I was always a backward boy. According to well-supported theory, it is precisely the kind of sexual inhibition and backwardness described here, and further expressed in the extreme conventionalism of the passage about plans for marriage, that lies behind the moralistic and punitive attitude toward the supposed sexuality of other people, which is the main theme of the sex items in the scale. The inconsistency seen in Mac's disagreement with the statement that men are interested in women for only one reason might be explained in the same way as was his response to item 6, women restricted agreement would contradict too sharply the facts of his present situation. It is to be noted, however, that the item, for one reason, has a very low group mean and a low DP. Mac's interview could serve well as a model of anti-introception. His emphasis upon practicality, efficiency, and diligence as ends in themselves, his tendency to ignore social and psychological determinants of human characteristics and human events, his failure to take into account possible inner sources of his opinions, the discrepancies between his expressed values and what appear to be his real motives, were outstanding features of his interview. The several anti-introception items of the F scale seem to have afforded him an excellent opportunity to express these same tendencies. An interesting discrepancy occurs in the case of item 53, things too intimate, where his score of 3 is well below the group mean. This response is not very consistent with the pattern of values that he sets forth in his interview, but it seems quite consistent with what he does in the interview, as the above passage in which he discusses his approaching marriage well illustrates. He is able within the space of an hour to come to a rather free discussion of certain intimate matters with a stranger. True, his generally deferential behavior in the interview is probably an aspect of his authoritarian submission, but, more than this, there is a strong indication that however much Mac may assert his independence, he is really a rather lonesome and troubled young man who would like to talk with someone who understood him. One familiar with Mac's interview might have expected him to go higher on conventionalism. One of his major reasons for rejecting so many groups is that they violate conventional values, and his positive evaluations of in-groups are in the same terms: honesty, charity, thrift, diligence, etc. His ideas about work and about love and marriage seem to be utterly conventional. True, his mean score for conventionalism is as high as it is for any other variable save anti-introception, and one reason why he does not stand out more sharply from the group is that the group mean itself is higher than for any of the other variables. Furthermore, the conventionalism items, as a group, were not very discriminating, the mean DP, 1.26, being the lowest of those obtained for the several variables. Item 19, one should avoid, on which Mac's score is below the group mean, does not discriminate between the high and low quartiles. That he should not agree with it seems consistent with his expressed value for independence. It is interesting that despite his rejection of religion in the interview, he refuses to criticize the modern church when invited to do so by item 12. His conventionalism will not allow him to attack so well-established an institution. From Mac's interview, Chapter 2, we inferred that one reason he accuses various groups and agencies of wishing to establish a closely cohesive and selfishly exploitive in-group was that he wished to do the same thing himself. Unable to justify such antisocial wishes, he sees them as existing not in himself but in the world around him. This is projectivity in a rather extreme form, and if Mac had not gone above the group mean on this variable, in his scale responses, we should have had to conclude that something was radically wrong with the scale. His score of 7 on item 70, plot, seems perfectly in keeping with what he had to say about politics in his interview. His responses to items 46, sex orgies, and 73, infection and disease, are consistent with the picture of sexual inhibition given above. That he is well below the group mean on item 65, world catastrophe, seems attributable to the value for hard-headed scientificness which he expressed both in his interview and in his response to items under the heading of superstition. It is notable that his scientific realism does not ensure that he keeps his feet on the ground when it comes to interpreting social events. Indeed, it seems to have the opposite effect, and one might inquire if this is not generally true. Mack stands only slightly above the group mean on destructiveness and cynicism. This is a reminder of the fact that his interview leaves the impression of a relatively mild case. He makes no rabid statements, nor does he show any taste for violence. Attention to the individual items of the destructiveness and cynicism group shows that it is those pertaining to open or all-out aggression on which he scores at or below the mean, while he goes well above the mean on items that have to do primarily with cynicism. It is interesting to recall, in this connection, his outstandingly high score on authoritarian aggression. One might say that Mack cannot express aggression directly unless it is done in the name of some moral authority or unless it is against some group that has been rejected on moral grounds. It might be suggested that another way in which Mack handles aggression is by means of cynicism. There was certainly no want of cynicism in his interview. The bureaus grab power, the civil servants think only of themselves, Roosevelt selfishly seeks a fourth term, etc., and he obtains top scores on the items most expressive of this trend. 30, reports of atrocities, 59, always war, 67, eye to profit. This is, of course, hypothesizing that Mack has unconscious aggressive tendencies which are projected onto human nature and the world. Something like a high water mark in cynicism is reached by Mack when he agrees, rather emphatically, with both item 30, reports of atrocities are exaggerated, and item 48, Germans and Japs should be wiped out, of the E scale. In agreeing with the former he is saying that the Germans were not as bad as they were pictured. In agreeing with the latter he is saying that nevertheless we ought to wipe out as many of them as possible. On the strength of Mack's interview, we should expect him to obtain one of his highest mean scores on authoritarian submission. Glorification of such in-group authorities as General Marshall, the War Department, the big capitalists, and God as strictly a man, was one of the interview's outstanding features. Yet his scale score on this variable, 4.0, is at the group mean. Consideration of the items which pertain to this variable can effect some reconciliation of scale and interview, but it also reveals certain weaknesses in the Form 78 scale. The items on which Mack scores well above the mean 23, undying love, 32, essential for learning, 50, obedience and respect, and 77, no sane, normal person, are those which express authoritarian submission in its purest form. 3 of them have to do with family loyalty and the third with authoritarian education. When it comes to the items which have to do with religion, however, 39, supernatural force, and 43, sciences like chemistry, and in which ideas and feelings first experienced, presumably, in relationships with parents are now represented on a cosmic plane, his value for the objective scientific comes to the fore and his scores are as low as they could be. One might say that Mack's submissive tendencies are insufficiently sublimated to permit their expression in abstract religious terms. The forces which are important for him are more tangible, they have concrete existence either in men or in physical objects. In this light, it is surprising that he does not agree with item 74, tireless leaders. This item, be it noted, has a very high group mean and a relatively low discriminatory power. It seems likely that for some of the truly submissive subjects, like Mack, the item is too open, comes too close home, so that in responding they go contrary to their strongest feeling, while the great majority of the subjects, for whom the item was not emotionally involving, responded in accordance with the element of objective truth in the statement. Rephrasing of this item in later form seems to have improved it by minimizing the rational aspect and by putting the emphasis more squarely on leadership. Another poor item, it seems, is 20, progressive education. Liberals and potential fascists alike, very probably, are attracted by the word progressive. That Mac is no real supporter of progressive education is attested to by his enthusiastic endorsement of item 32, essential for learning, which is about as clear a statement of educational reactionism as could be found. Mac is below the group mean on the rather unsatisfactory power and toughness cluster. All the items of this cluster have been discussed above. The correspondence between interview and scale lies in the fact that in neither place does he show any strong inclination to be a tough and aggressive fellow. It is in his admiration for power and in his willingness to submit to it, rather than in any wish to be an aggressive leader, that his potentiality for fascism lies. Enough has been said about Mac's extraceptive outlook, as seen both in his interview and in the scale responses discussed above, so that his very low score on superstition is no more than is to be expected. The surprising thing, perhaps, is that he should agree with item 2, astrology, when the great majority of the subjects do not. His agreement here suggests that his relative lack of superstition is not based upon a genuine identification with science as a way of life, but rather upon his general need to appear hard-headed and realistic and unlikely to be taken in. In general, there is rather close correspondence between Mac's interview and his scale responses. Discrepancies appear chiefly when the scale, which concentrates upon things thought to be generally significant, fails to catch something which is relatively specific and unique, and, more commonly, when the particular scale item is deficient and fails to discriminate between high and low scorers. There is reason to believe that the latter difficulty has been largely overcome in the revisions of the scale. Turning to a consideration of Larry's case, it may be noted first, that he scores below the group mean on all the F-scale variables save one, authoritarian aggression. He deviates most widely from the mean, in the low direction, on power and toughness, projectivity, and anti-introception, then come superstition and authoritarian submission, and he comes close to the mean on destructiveness and cynicism, sex, and conventionalism. Less can be said about the relative lack of these tendencies in Larry than about their operation in Mac. Larry agrees with none of the statements in the power and toughness cluster, and this accords with the interview's picture of him as a rather soft and agreeable young man. He agrees with only one of the projectivity statements, item 56, crime wave, and even here his score is barely above the group mean on a statistically poor item. His lack of this tendency was commented upon in the discussion of his interview, where his willingness to admit his, not too lofty, motives and his inclination to find the origins of his own views were noteworthy. A low score on anti-introception is certainly to be expected from a man who gives considerable attention to his own feelings, makes a positive value of pleasure, says he likes to philosophize, and discusses psychological determinants of prejudice, as Larry did in his interview. Inconsistencies appear in the case of items 55, leisure, and 53, things too intimate, where he goes somewhat above the mean. The former may be taken as an expression of his conventionality, while the latter would appear to be connected with his special problem, that disease, tuberculosis, that he had. There was nothing in Larry's interview to suggest that he was superstitious and, hence, it is to be expected that he should obtain a low score on the superstition variable. Why he should agree with the astrology item is a question. Perhaps it should not be surprising to find an element of mysticism in this weak and rather passive character. Authoritarian submission was rather prominent in Larry's interview. He made it clear that he has a great deal of respect for his family and that he has had little occasion to rebel against them either in deed or in thought. That he is still below the mean makes it clear that in order to be high on this variable something more than ordinary respect for proper authority is required. The submission must be exaggerated or overdone, and it must be generalized to include other objects besides family members. Two of the three items on which Larry goes above the mean, 23, undying love, and 77, no sane, normal person, refer specifically to in-group feelings in regard to the family. The third, 32, essential for learning, gives him an opportunity to express his conventionality. Larry is below the group mean on destructiveness and cynicism, but the naive optimism and friendliness toward the world which he showed in his interview is enough to raise the question of why he is not still lower. One thing to note is that the items on which he goes up have, in general, high group means and low DPS. It seems that these items approach close enough to being clichés so that most people agree with them, and Larry is enough of a conformist to go along. In connection with Larry's score on sex, which is 0.55 below the group mean, the following quotation from the clinical section of his interview is enlightening. Sex. No great problem. I thought about girls all the time, as boys will, and I looked at them. I started out with them at about 15. I liked them a lot and associated with them at school and in the neighborhood. You know, you have the usual sexual desires, but you don't let them bother you. Sex morals. I feel a girl should remain a virgin until 21 or 22 anyway. If she expects to marry soon after that, she should wait until after marriage, but if she is a career girl or doesn't want to get married, then an affair with an unmarried man is okay if they keep it quiet and secluded so the moral standards of others are not lowered. She should pick out one fellow to have a sex relation with, not carry on with several. Not until after I came out of the hospital, when I was 23 or 24. Since then I've had several affairs, lasting a few weeks or a month. I won't marry until I have more security. She almost has to be a virgin, though not necessarily. I lost respect for the women I slept with. I know that's selfish, but I guess that's the way most fellows are. Although this is conventional enough, the way most fellows are, as Larry says, it does not bespeak the kind of inhibition which we conceive to lie behind high scores on the sex items. Actually, Larry's score on this variable would have been very low were it not for his score of 6 on item 31, homosexuality. It is possible that he is not free of worry in this area, but this is a matter that had best be left until it is time to discuss the clinical material itself. Enough has been said about Larry's conventionalism to make it appear reasonable that he should be close to the mean on this variable. A problem is presented by the fact that he is actually above the mean on authoritarian aggression. True, his score is still far below that of Mac, but Larry's interview gave the impression of a young man who would hardly want to punish anybody, and it is a criticism of the scale that it fails to confirm this impression. The two items on which his score goes up are 31, homosexuals, which was discussed above, and 23, undying love. This latter item, though it has an element of punishment in it, also expresses authoritarian submission, and Larry's response is probably to be explained on the basis of his family loyalty. The group means and DPS of the authoritarian aggression items are, relatively, quite satisfactory. It seems that in regard to the present variable, the F-scale was not a fine enough instrument to give the true picture in Larry's case. The differences between Larry and Mac seem to be reflected fairly well in their F-scale responses. Mac scores higher than Larry on all the variables save one, superstition. Mac is more than 2 points higher on anti-intraception, projectivity, and sex, more than 1 point higher on power and toughness, authoritarian aggression and conventionalism, and 1.00 and 0.87 higher, respectively, on destructiveness and cynicism, and authoritarian submission. It is particularly interesting that the variables which are most differentiating, that is, anti-intraception, projectivity, and sex, are those which seem to be at the greatest distance from the overt content of fascist ideology. They are variables that seem to have their sources deep within the personality and to be relatively impervious to superficial changes in the external situation. It will remain for later chapters to show that as we go deeper into the person, the differentiation between high and low scorers becomes more clear-cut and dependable. G. Conclusion. The attempt to construct a scale that would measure prejudice without appearing to have the same and without mentioning the name of any minority group seems to have been fairly successful. The correlation of 0.75 between the E and the F scale means that scores on the former may be predicted with fair accuracy from scores on the latter. That we have achieved the second purpose underlying the F scale, to construct an instrument that would yield an estimate of fascist receptivity at the personality level, has still to be demonstrated. Numerous variables in areas not ordinarily covered by studies of political, economic, and social ideology have been attacked directly, and they have been found to form a syndrome and to correlate significantly with anti-democratic trends in areas covered by the AS, E, and PEC scales. This means, at the least, that the conception of a potentially fascistic pattern can be considerably extended, and that the hypothesis of central personality dispositions which give rise to this pattern is lent considerable support. It remains to be shown conclusively, however, that the variables with which the F scale has been concerned are, in reality, variables of personality. If it is true that they are, then they will be exposed directly as we consider findings from procedures designed especially for the investigation of personality and in which the individual is allowed to express himself spontaneously. If our major hypothesis is correct, then the clinical investigation soon to be reported should not only substantiate the findings of the present chapter, but give a deeper understanding of the potentially fascistic pattern and of its development within the individual. Chapter 8. Ethnocentrism in relation to intelligence and education. Daniel J. Levinson. There are several reasons why one might expect intelligence and education to be related to ethnocentrism. One reason is primarily methodological, since all of the E-scale items, and most of the items in the EF-PEC series, are negative, i.e., agreement represents a pro-ethnocentric stand. Perhaps some of the less intelligent individuals make high scores not out of real conviction but simply out of suggestibility and lack of discernment. In answer to this point, it may be noted that we were primarily interested in measuring both active receptivity as well as a more passive suggestibility to anti-democratic ideology. Nevertheless, we should expect suggestibility to be but one, and far from the most important one, of the many factors showing some association with high scores on the E-scale. Various hypotheses and interpretations presented in other chapters have implied, directly or indirectly, that intelligence and ethnocentrism are negatively correlated, i.e., that the high scorers on E are somewhat less intelligent on the average than the low scorers. Thus, the analysis of the ideological as well as of the clinical material has suggested that ethnocentrism is related to stereotypy, rigidity, and concreteness in thinking, also see Rokiak, 98, to narrowness of the ego bounds, and to difficulty in grasping psychosocial explanations of social phenomena. Since these variables are at best only partial components of intelligence, and since they are only imperfectly, though significantly, related to ethnocentrism, we might expect a relatively low but consistent negative correlation between intelligence and ethnocentrism. The correlation may be brought closer to zero by the operation of another factor. It has often been observed that an individual may function in a highly complex, abstract, and flexible manner in one area of life, e.g. in his occupation as a physical scientist, mechanic, or businessman, and in a completely contrasting, less intelligent, manner in his social outlook or in his family life. It is as if the basic intellectual capacity can express itself only in accordance with certain emotional motivational principles. It is free, indeed stimulated, to act along certain lines, impeded and distorted to varying degrees along other lines. Whatever the reasons, it is a matter of fact that many individuals are inconsistent in their actual intellectual performance, and may show certain non-intelligent, stereotyped, rigid, qualities in their social thinking despite having a relatively high intelligence as it is ordinarily measured. Conversely, individuals of moderate or low basic intelligence may be able to function realistically and flexibly in their social thinking. To the extent that intelligence tests measure something more basic, unfortunately it is not entirely clear what specific psychological functions they do measure. Their correlation with ethnocentrism may be lower than initially expected. If the correlation were very high, above 0.4 to 0.5, say, we should be inclined to suspect that the scales are inadequate. It does not seem likely, on theoretical grounds, that intelligence per se plays so large a role in ideology. The relation between ethnocentrism and education is also likely to be significant but low. One of the main stated aims of our educational system is the teaching of democratic values as expressed in our Constitution and in other great documents. To the extent that we are succeeding in aims such as these, ethnocentrism and years of education ought to be negatively correlated, that is, the more the education the less the ethnocentrism. The above hypotheses are consistent with the results of previous studies of prejudice and general liberalism conservatism. Point 1. On the average, liberals, with respect to ideology regarding group relations, politics, religion, etc., have been shown to be slightly more intelligent, to receive better grades in college, to read more and to have greater intellectual curiosity. While the differences are significant, there is of course much overlap between the two extreme groups. It was not feasible within the scope of the present research to administer intelligence tests to the groups taking the questionnaire. Fortunately, such tests had already been administered to some or all of the members of 4 groups: maritime school men, employment service men, psychiatric clinic men and women, and San Quentin men. No information was obtained in our questionnaire regarding years of education. This question was omitted partly because of the probable unreliability of the answers and partly because of the fear that it might make the less educated subjects defensive about the entire questionnaire. In some cases, example the college students and the professionals, the amount of schooling was relatively constant for the entire group. For 2 groups, the psychiatric clinic patients and the maritime school, the years of schooling had been determined in a way that seemed fairly, though not entirely, reliable. For all 3 groups in tables 1 to 3, 8, namely the maritime school men, employment service men, and psychiatric clinic men and women, the average IQ is significantly above the general population average, usually by about 1 sigma. Indeed, even the lowest scorer is, except in the 3rd group, above the population mean. This fact, namely the restriction in the range of talent, must be considered in evaluating the results. The correlations for the maritime school men, obtained with the AGCT, Army General Classification Test, are very similar to those obtained with the Otis Higher Form A intelligence test on the employment service veteran men. The correlations of these tests with the ethnocentrism scale, forms 45 and 40, range between 0.02 and 0.32, averaging above 0.2. The correlations of E with the mechanical, reading and arithmetical comprehension tests 2, Table 1, 8, are slightly lower, averaging about 0.1. These correlations, taken together, are statistically significant, that is, dependably above 0, at the 5% level. It may be noted also that there are no positive correlations. Table 3, 8, gives the mean, Wechsler-Bellevue intelligence test, IQ for the 4 E-scale quartiles, and we find the equivalent of a low negative correlation. Data on the San Quentin men, not presented in the above tables, suggest a similar relation between E and IQ in groups having a wider intellectual range. Wechsler-Bellevue test scores were available on 77 of the 110 subjects in the San Quentin sample. This subsample had a mean E-score of 4.68 and a standard deviation of 1.28, as compared with the total sample mean of 4.61 and SD of 1.28. The mean Wechsler-Bellevue IQ, full scale, was 109.0, the SD 13.8, and the range 78 to 132. This subsample is, then, almost identical with the total questionnaire sample in E-mean and SD. It is slightly more intelligent than the total prison population, whose mean IQ is just under 100. The obtained R between E and IQ was 0.28. This value is of the same order of magnitude as those reported above for samples in which the IQ range was more constricted. It is, of course, not conclusive, since the tested sample may have been systematically biased in its selection. In addition, other factors such as educational and class level are probably contributing to this correlation, since they seem to be at least slightly related to both E and IQ. A conclusive study of the relation between IQ and E would have to partial out, or to keep constant, these other factors. Nevertheless, the series of negative Rs, on a variety of groups and by means of a variety of intelligence tests, provides substantial evidence of a significant relation between E and IQ. That the correlation is greater than 0, and in a negative direction, is in keeping with previous studies as well as with the results of the present study regarding the role of stereotypy and rigidity in ethnocentrism. That the correlation is only moderately close, apparently in the range of 0.2 to 0.4, is evidence that intelligence is only one of many variables which determine E-scale scores. Correlations between the ability tests and the F-scale were computed for the maritime school men, Table 1, 8, and the employment service veterans, Table 2, 8. In the former group the correlations range between 0.13 and 0.20, while in the latter the extremely high value of 0.48 was obtained. It appears, then, that IQ is more closely related to F than to E, although, except for the veterans, the correlation is relatively small. Further study is required to determine whether or not the R of 0.48 is spurious or exceptional. The higher correlations with F than with E might be explained on the basis of certain of the F clusters, example superstition and stereotypy. Correlations between IQ and the individual F items might well be obtained in future research. The correlation of 0.16 between IQ and the Peck scale, Table 2, 8, is consistent with other findings. That the relation between intelligence and ethnocentrism is not very close is suggested also by the overall group data. Thus, while the three groups in tables 1 to 3, 8, are very similar in average IQ, they vary greatly in average E-score. The psychiatric clinic patients have an E-mean of 3.7, a full point below the means for the maritime school and veteran men. Moreover, the latter groups, while extremely high in average IQ, are also among the most ethnocentric of all groups tested. It would seem, therefore, that high tested intelligence is no guarantee against the overall authoritarian pattern of ideology and personality. Data on the relation of ethnocentrism to amount of education are presented in tables 4, 8, and 5, 8. One of the most striking results is that these two variables are much more closely related in the psychiatric clinic group than in the maritime school group. The average number of years of education drops gradually but consistently, from 13.8 to 11.2, in the clinic group as score on the E-scale increases, Table 4, 8. However, in the maritime school data, computed in another manner, the changes are not so consistent. On the basis of the combined forms 45 and 40 data, subjects with less than 12 years of education, i.e., not high school graduates, have the highest E-mean, 4.9, while those with 12 to 14 years, there were no college graduates, had almost identical E-means of about 4.6. However, there is some question as to whether the results for the two forms should be combined, since the results for each form separately are not so clear-cut. In the Form 45 group there is no consistent trend, the subjects with 13 years of education having the highest E-mean and the other educational levels varying only within a range of 0.1 points. In the Form 40 group, on the other hand, the 13-year level is the least ethnocentric, while the 14-year group vies with the less than 12 for the most ethnocentric position. The only difference that holds up for both forms is that between the 12 and the less than 12-year levels, and this difference borders on the 5% level of statistical significance. Why is the relation between ethnocentrism and education more consistent in the psychiatric clinic group? One possibility is that the maritime school members who had 1 or 2 years of college and then dropped out are systematically atypical, and that an unselected group of college students might be less ethnocentric. To the extent that this is true, a clear-cut relationship between ethnocentrism and education does exist. However, the relation in the case of the psychiatric clinic may be spuriously high, since the college students and college graduates in this sample are not a random sample of these educational levels. It is possible, though not yet demonstrated, that the college-trained patients are, to a greater degree than those who did not attend college, selected for willingness to recognize the need for, and to seek, psychological aid. To the extent that this is true, the relationship between ethnocentrism and education is less clear-cut than these results indicate. One might venture the hypothesis that ethnocentrism is at least as closely related to the desired amount of education as to the actual amount. Thus the two extension classes, Forms 78 and 45, most of whose members were adults having only 12 years or less of schooling, but trying to learn something on the side and perhaps even to obtain a college degree, had means as low as those of the University of California students. There is also some clinical evidence to support this hypothesis. At any rate, examination of the various group means shows that two groups may have similar educational levels and very different means, as well as similar means and very different educational levels. For example, the University of California students and the George Washington University students, with similar educational levels, are significantly different in means, Form 78, AS scale, and Form 40, E scale. Again, the working class group, though similar in socioeconomic and educational background to the San Quintin group, is significantly less ethnocentric, Form 45. We may tentatively conclude that ethnocentrism shows a slight negative correlation with amount of education. It is likely, though far from a demonstrated fact, that college graduates are less ethnocentric than high school graduates, who are in turn less ethnocentric than those who did not complete high school. It is not clear which is more important, that the correlation is greater than zero, or that it is at best not far from zero. To those who urge education per se as a kind of panacea, the smallness of the correlation ought probably to be stressed. But this is not to deny the importance of education. It is, rather, to emphasize that our educational system, college as well as public school, is still far from realizing its potential strength as a social force in the service of democratic values. The reasons for this are outside the scope of the present research. It may also be pointed out that, even under the best educational conditions, exposure to the classroom is not enough, and that motivation to learn and receptivity to new ideas provide the only psychological soil in which democratic education can develop effectively. In summary, ethnocentrism seems to have a low but statistically significant relation to both intelligence and education, the most educated and intelligent subjects being, on the average, the least ethnocentric. However, these variables were studied only secondarily in the present research, and convincing determination of their relation to ethnocentrism requires more extended sampling, particularly of the lower educational and intellectual levels. It is also necessary to control more adequately the operation of other variables such as class level, educational opportunity, and educational motivation. Nevertheless, the present results do contradict seriously one of the commonly held theories of prejudice and fascism, namely, that they are supported out of simple stupidity, ignorance, or confusion. It would seem, rather, that an autocratic social structure is best suited to the particular type of rationality exercised by the authoritarian personality. A promising field of future research is the study of what might be called the dynamics of intelligence. For example, the intellectual functioning of ethnocentric individuals, even those with above-average IQs, seems to be relatively rigid, to work better in relation to things than to people, to be primarily extraceptive, and to become disrupted when required to deal with more psychological issues, especially those involving personal needs and emotions, anti-introceptive. As has been noted elsewhere, particularly in Chapter 4, the average IQ and the educational level of the entire sample used in the present research are probably somewhat above those of the general population, or, rather, above those of the urban middle class, our primary reference population. This sampling bias, together with that of age, our sample being somewhat younger than a representative sample would be, has probably resulted in our obtaining overall means for the various scales which are slightly biased in the direction of being too low. However, the error seems to be less than might have at first been suspected. In addition, it is not likely that such sampling factors have distorted to any appreciable degree the relationships among the variables of ideology, personality, and group membership under investigation. Since we were primarily concerned with the causes and correlates of anti-democratic trends, that is, with correlations and differences, rather than with the average amount of any single trend per SE, the diverse groups comprising the total sample provide, it would seem, an adequate basis for study. Part 2. Personality as revealed through clinical interviews. Chapter 9. The interviews as an approach to the prejudiced personality. Els Frankel Brunswick. A. Introduction, comparison of groups. Reference to the interviews has so far been limited to the discussion of two individual cases, with emphasis mainly on the pattern of social and political issues. Chapter 2. A series of 5 chapters beginning with the present will show the purpose and value of the interviews in their own right, covering in a systematic fashion a variety of topics. Furthermore, analysis will be in terms of groups rather than of single individuals. Chapters 9 to 13. Some special individuals or groups as well as some special issues will be taken up once more in later chapters, bringing in additional material from the interviews. Chapters XX to XXII. The problem of ideology as revealed through the interviews is not being considered in the series of chapters which makes up the present Part 2. This problem will be taken up in chapters 16 to 19. The major advantage of the interview technique lies in the scope and freedom of expression it offers to the person being studied. Thus we may learn what he thinks about himself, about his hopes, fears, and goals, about his childhood and his parents, about members of the other sex, and about people in general. It is through careful and critical evaluation of sources of this kind that an adequate view of the total personality can perhaps best be approximated. Rather than making an attempt to establish the dynamic interrelationships of the significant factors for each single individual, however, we shall look for a basis of generalizations within groups which will permit us, it is hoped, to come to grips with the social and psychological trends typical of the highly prejudiced and of the unprejudiced. Does the family constellation differ in the typical prejudiced home as compared with the typical unprejudiced home? Do prejudiced individuals tend to have different images of their parents than do unprejudiced ones? How does the handling of discipline vary in this respect? Do prejudiced and unprejudiced individuals differ in their sex life, their way of choosing friends, their values, their general cognitive and emotional approach to life? These are some of the questions which will be the prime concern of the present series of chapters. By virtue of its specificity and unique character, the interview may be called upon to yield, in the first place, information of this broader kind on the personality of those scoring high or low on anti-Semitism. In fact, it was a preliminary review of some of the crucial factors of this kind in a set of exploratory interviews which led to the construction of the F-scale, Chapter 7. However, it was this and other scales, consisting of given statements calling for indications of agreement or disagreement only, upon which group comparisons between the personalities and the attitudes of prejudiced and unprejudiced subjects, now to be extended to the richer and more flexible type of evidence as given by an interview, have been thus far exclusively based in the present volume. On this comparatively limited basis, marked differences between these two groups were established. Questions as to the specific meaning and connotation of the various statements for the individuals concerned, however, had to be left open to a considerable extent. Further validation of the questionnaire data can be effected by probing in greater detail into the spontaneous elaborations a subject may be willing to make on the topics covered by the questionnaire. To obtain such additional information on results gathered by other techniques is a further goal in the subsequent analysis of the interviews. While the importance of the interview as source material is generally agreed upon in the social sciences, there are specific difficulties in evaluating such material. This is due mainly to the fact that interview material is highly diversified and unstructured. At the same time, the richness, flexibility, and spontaneity of this material are the features which constitute its major asset. Room is left for unanticipated variations. To preserve all of this uniqueness and flavor, we should have to reproduce all, or at least the most outstanding, protocols in full, allowing the reader to form his own impressions and draw his own conclusions. Presentation in full, though doing maximal justice to the material, has its serious drawbacks. It would not be easy to survey and would of necessity leave to the reader much of the burden of interpretation, or else introduce a potentially arbitrary distribution of emphasis in the process of interpretation. In the same manner, if we were to limit presentation itself to a few select protocols, we might easily be criticized on grounds of possible arbitrariness in selection. For these reasons it was decided to attempt some kind of quantification within groups, rather than to present only clinical results based on intensive but more impressionistic case studies as was originally planned. For the kind of evaluation chosen, hypotheses were already formulated on an empirical basis, giving hunches for potential validation. The procedure consisted of a careful evaluation of the interview material in terms of an extensive set of scoring categories. These categories had been designed to encompass as much as possible of the richness and intricacy of the material at hand. C.E. Frankel-Brunswick, 31, 32, 36. They were a product of intensive study of the interviews with full consideration of all the other evidence obtained from the individuals in question, especially their standing on the prejudice scales. The result was establishment of a scoring manual comprising about 90 categories and subcategories, see below. Evaluation of the interview protocols was by raters unfamiliar with the specific ideology of the subject, the scoring manual serving as a guide for ratings in terms of the various categories. In order to offer to the reader as much direct contact with the raw material of the interviews as possible, numerous quotations are inserted into the subsequent chapters. The raw material is arranged through the medium of the scoring categories, and the relationship of the latter to, or even their dependence on, the original material will become evident there. Many of the quotations presented were directly instrumental in designing the categories employed in their evaluation. Actually, the system of scoring categories reflects the theory or the interrelationships between personality and prejudice which was empirically developed in the course of the exploratory study of the bulk of the interviews, individual by individual. This exploratory study preceded the more elaborate checking procedure in which the individual lost his identity in a mass of statistical evidence organized in terms of the scoring categories and evaluated in terms of larger groups. It is only through such a statistical procedure that the original hypotheses can be, and in fact have to a considerable extent been, verified. It was hoped that use of the variables defined by the scoring categories would help to bridge the existing gap between the studies of groups and of individuals and perhaps contribute to the establishment of a mutual give and take of facts and concepts. Indeed, some of the variables and relationships which were originally conceived of in the course of the generalized, statistical establishment of personality patterns in samples of prejudiced versus unprejudiced people, were at the same time found to be crucial in the intensive study of single individuals or small groups, see chapters XX, XXI, XXII. The subject's view of his own life, as revealed in the course of the interview, may be assumed to contain real information together with wishful and fearful distortions. Known methods had to be utilized, therefore, and new ones developed to differentiate the more genuine, basic feelings, attitudes, and strivings from those of a more compensatory character behind which are hidden tendencies, frequently unknown to the subject himself, which are contrary to those manifested or verbalized on a surface level. To cope with such distortions, cues are available or may be developed to guide interpretations. The methodological safeguarding of such interpretations is one of the central problems in the approach to the interviews. The subsequent analysis of the interview data will include discussion of this point. In general, it endeavors to add to our knowledge of the relationship of surface cues and underlying strivings, with special reference to the problems raised by the personality of the ethnically prejudiced. In the present chapter, the securing of the interview material and the technical aspects of its analysis will be discussed. The sample of the subjects interviewed as compared with the total sample will be described first. A characterization of the interviewers in terms of their background, training, and psychological point of view will also be given. Next, the interview schedule used and the technique employed in interviewing will be presented. This will be followed, in the concluding sections of this chapter, by a discussion of the methods used in the evaluation of the interview data. In the 4 following chapters, a statistical analysis and discussion of the results gained from the study of the interviews will be presented, first in terms of a detailed set of rating categories, chapters X to 12, and then in terms of overall ratings and comprehensive description, chapter 13. B. Selection of subjects for the interviews. 1. Basis of selection. The selection of the subjects to be interviewed was determined, in the first place, by their responses on the AS or the E scale. With few exceptions, see below, all interviewees belonged either to the uppermost or to the lowermost quartile in this respect, the proportions of high-scoring and low-scoring subjects being approximately equal. Secondly, consideration was given to the response to the 3 scales of the questionnaire. Thus, an effort was made to include in the sample interviewed not only the most typical high scorers and low scorers, i.e., subjects with correspondingly high or low scores on the PEC and F scales, but also some of those more atypical subjects who obtained a high score on the first scales but a relatively low score on one or both of the others. Thirdly, an effort was made to balance our samples of high-scoring and low-scoring subjects in terms of age, sex, political and religious affiliation, as well as national or regional background. Of the 30 to 40 different socio-economic groups to which the questionnaire had been administered, see Chapter 4, subjects for interviews were selected from the following 12, psychiatric clinic patients from the Langley Porter Clinic of the University of California, men and women, abbreviated LPC, University of California Public Speaking Class, men and women, PSM and PSW, Alameda School for Merchant Marine Officers, men, Maritime, San Quentin State Prison Inmates, men, SQ. University of California Extension Testing Class, men and women, TC, University of California Extension Psychology Class, men and women, e.g., University of California Summer Session Education Class, men, Ed.PS, students at the Pacific School of Religion, men, PSR, Employment Service Veterans, men, vets, professional women, public school teachers, social workers, public health nurses, NNRW, University of Oregon Summer Session students, women, OG, students at the University of California. Medical School, women, Med. In all, approximately 100 persons were interviewed. Some of the interviews could not be used in the final scoring, however. One reason for this was that some of the subjects scoring at the very extreme ends of the F-scale distribution had been used by the scorers in a last checkup on the scoring manual and had therefore to be excluded later from the main analysis, which was to be a blind one, see below. Other records had to be discarded because of their brevity or barrenness. The results to be reported in the subsequent chapters are based on the records of 80 interviewees, 40 men and 40 women. Of the men, 20 were high extremes on the E scale, and 20 were low extremes. For the women, the corresponding numbers were 25 and 15. The survey presented in tables 1, 9, and 2, 9, shows for each interviewee the code number, group extraction, standing on responses to the various scales of the questionnaire, with parentheses used to designate membership in one of the middle quartiles. A for discussion of the evaluation of the interviews and of the results shown in this table, see section F of the present chapter, and chapter 13. B for key to abbreviations, see text, P294/95. See the upper and lower middle quartiles are indicated by the use of parentheses with the letters H and L. D number of ratings other than neutral. Number of neutrals is obtained by subtracting that of high and of low from 72, on table 1, 9, or 65, on table 2, 9. For selection of categories, CP 335. 2. Representativeness of the interviewees. A breakdown with respect to further characteristics of the interviewees, and a comparison of the samples interviewed, approximately 1/10 of the total of the groups mentioned above, with the entire upper and lower quartiles of our overall samples, will show that our interview samples are fairly representative of the extreme quartiles defined in terms of overt antisemitism or ethnocentrism. A quantitative comparison is given in Table 3:9. Inspection of the means of all the subjects falling into the upper and lower quartiles with those of corresponding groups of interviewees reveals a sufficiently close agreement. The interviewee samples are, more often than not, somewhat farther to the extreme end of the scale than the corresponding total extreme quartiles. This trend holds in spite of the fact that, as seen from Tables 1:9 and 2:9, in a few instances interviewees had to be taken from the extreme ends of the middle quartiles of the E scale. On the whole, the distributions of the interviewees and of corresponding extreme quartiles are not at too great odds with one another, considering the difficulties in finding subjects with the exact combination of qualifications. The more striking deviations from close correspondence may be listed as follows. With respect to age, Table 4:9, there are no low-scoring women interviewees in the age bracket of 46 and over, the share of this bracket is added to the youngest age group. Furthermore, there is only one high-scoring male interviewee in this highest age bracket. Our interviewee sample is therefore on the younger side when compared with all the subjects. The major deviation with respect to religion, Table 5:9, is that 3, i.e., 20%, of the low-scoring women interviewees are Catholics, while the corresponding figure for the low women in our total sample is only 10.4%. On the positive side, we may single out for special mention the fact that there is close agreement of corresponding figures for both high scorers and low scorers when the categories none and blank are pooled. It may thus be said that both high-scoring and low-scoring interviewees are representative of their extreme quartiles with respect to indifference to or rejection of religion. As to politics, Table 6:9, liberal women are more numerous among the interviewees than among the corresponding quartiles, especially so far as the high scorers are concerned, 98-17, i.e., 68-42%. This latter fact, however, does not hold for men. The comparatively small group of leftists or radicals, covering those who gave their attitude as socialist or as communist, is represented with relatively greater frequency among interviewees, 2 women and 3 men, all low scorers. 3 approaching the interviewees. An effort was made to maintain anonymity for all those interviewed as well as to convince them of the fact that they would remain unidentified. Pains were taken to conceal from the interviewee the true basis of selection. In particular, the following procedure was adopted in securing the cooperation of the prospective interviewee. After the questionnaire responses had been evaluated, the person who had administered the questionnaire appeared at one of the next meetings of the group in question and announced that further information was required of some of those who had answered the questionnaire. Those selected were identified in terms of their birthdates only and asked to arrange for an appointment after the meeting. At the beginning of the actual interview they were told that they had been selected on the basis of age and regional origin. The interviewers gained the impression that in this way the anxiety as to the basis of selection was successfully removed. Actually, not one of even the highest scorers ever showed signs of knowing the true reason for his or her selection, although some of them showed signs of suspiciousness of a more general nature. The reason for this naivete seems to lie primarily in the fact that most high scorers do not think of themselves as particularly prejudiced. In most cases an invitation to be interviewed was readily accepted. The motivation seemed to be primarily the desire to talk about oneself and the implicit hope of receiving some advice in the process. To some of the subjects the added incentive of a remuneration, $3 per test or interview, seemed not unimportant. The interviews lasted from 1.5 to 3 hours and were usually conducted in one session. As a rule they were held in one of the offices of the Berkeley Public Opinion Study, in an atmosphere of comfort and quiet. When it was impractical or impossible for the subject to come to the office, as was the case especially with the prison group, the interviewer went to see the subject. See the interviewers. Certain specifications were also maintained as far as those conducting the interviews were concerned. Men were always interviewed by men, women only by women. All high-scoring subjects were interviewed by American-born Gentiles. There were altogether 9 interviewers. Although all were college graduates and psychologically trained, their backgrounds varied to a considerable extent. More than half of them had special experience and training in clinical psychology and considerable familiarity with the basic concepts of psychoanalysis. 4 of them had undergone psychoanalysis, and one of these is a practicing psychoanalyst. 2 of the remaining interviewers had primarily a social psychological rather than a clinical orientation. Another 2 had the traditional rather than the dynamic clinical approach. In consequence, some difference of emphasis in the collection of data had to be anticipated. This probably made for greater variety of scope in the interviews as a whole, although at the sacrifice of strict uniformity of procedure. In order to secure a reasonable amount of uniformity, a detailed interview schedule, described in Section E, was worked out in advance. Not all the questions could be asked of all subjects, but an effort was made to cover all the major points with each interviewee. A relative preponderance of the ideological or of the clinical aspects was found to exist in accordance with the background of the interviewer. All interviewers had a copy of the interview schedule together with a special instruction sheet, both to be discussed in detail below. In preliminary conferences, all interviewers clarified every point of inquiry before seeing any of the interviewees. D. Scope and technique of the interview. 1. General plan for the interview. As was the case in the preparation of the questionnaire, the interview schedule was developed on the basis of theoretical considerations as to what is relevant with respect to the topic under investigation. We can roughly differentiate 2 types of hypotheses underlying the schedule, the directed ones and the categorical ones. The former are based on specific expectations in regard to the relationships to be obtained. Example, it was tentatively assumed that a positive relationship would be found between rigidity and prejudice. This relationship can be hypothetically deduced from general psychological considerations and, besides, it was tentatively supported by preliminary studies. In contrast to this type of directed hypothesis, the categorical ones assume that there will be some relationship between a certain category and prejudice without its being possible to anticipate its direction. The schedule was revised on the basis of the evidence gained in exploratory interviewing. As the interview schedule is described, the reader should keep in mind that not all of the dimensions there proved equally discriminating. The idea was to study the major fields of socio-psychological development in relation to the establishment of social and political beliefs. In the present chapter, the entire interview schedule is reported, but it will not become evident until the results are discussed in the subsequent chapters, which dimensions are the crucial ones in differentiating prejudiced and unprejudiced subjects. The major areas covered in the interviews are: 1. Vocation, 2. Income, 3. Religion, 4. Clinical data, 5. Politics, 6. Minorities and race. Each of these headings has been covered in part by previous techniques. The interviews, however, went considerably beyond the information gathered by the other techniques. In each case, the interview was preceded by the study, on the part of the interviewer, of the information gathered previously, especially a detailed study of the questionnaire responses. Our selection of the particular categories listed seems justified in view of the fact that we are dealing with patterns of political and social beliefs in relation to personal and environmental factors, the latter being regarded as potential determiners of a choice on the part of the subject between alternative ideologies offered by our culture. There was no rigid adherence by the interviewer to any particular order of topics. The rationale for the suggested order, that in which the topics are taken up in the discussion which follows, was that it might be well to start with something relatively peripheral, like vocation. People like to talk about their vocation and are often looking for advice in this matter. This provides the necessary warming up for the interviewee. Income comes next, since it is also considered relatively peripheral, though in some cases there is considerable sensitivity about this matter. The interview then could turn to religion and from there proceed to the more intimate clinical data. It usually concluded with questions about politics and minorities in the hope of getting, at the end of the interview, more personalized reactions on these topics which are so crucial for our major problem. At the same time, these topics lead back, at the end of the interview, to more external issues. 2. Underlying and manifest questions. In preparing the interview schedule, an analysis was made of the relevant psychological and social factors in each of the main areas to be covered. This analysis was based both on general social and personality theory and on findings from the exploratory interviews. As a result of these considerations, a number of so-called underlying questions were formulated to indicate for the interviewer which psychological aspects of the particular topic should be covered. These underlying questions were meant only as a guide for the interviewer. They had to be concealed from the subject in order that undue defenses might not be established through recognition of the real focus of the interview. A set of direct, manifest questions, on the other hand, gave the interviewer suggestions as to the kind of questions that should actually be asked in order to throw light on the underlying issues. It was not intended, however, that the interviewer should rigidly adhere to the questions suggested. Depending on the subject's personality structure and on what topics he brought up himself, the interviewer formulated manifest questions as he went along, bearing in mind constantly, however, the underlying questions. As experience accumulated, more suitable manifest questions were formulated in advance of the interviews and used in a more uniform manner. 3. General instructions to the interviewers. The general instructions which were given to the interviewers are as follows. The careful and rather minute detail of the present interview schedule should not mislead the new interviewer. We do not intend that he should follow the schedule literally, in fact, we are definitely against this. Rather, the interview schedule should be regarded as providing a general orientation for the interviewer. It lists kinds of things we hope to obtain from the subject as well as suggestions as to how these things might indirectly be obtained by questioning. Not all of the kinds of things are relevant to each subject, nor should all of the questions be asked each subject. In many cases an entirely original line of questioning will be necessary. Different types of interviews can be thought of as varying between two extremes. On the one hand, a completely controlled interview in which the interviewer follows a rigidly defined set of questions for all subjects, and on the other hand, an extremely free interview in which the interviewer asks only the most general questions, the sequence of questions being determined primarily by the subject's answers. Our prototypic interview falls between these two extremes but is somewhat closer to the latter. There are 6 broad areas which must be covered: vocation, income, religion, clinical material, politics, and minority groups. Within each area we make a basic distinction between underlying questions and suggested direct questions. Note that within each area in the interview schedule, we first list the underlying questions, and then the suggested direct questions. The underlying questions are those which the interviewer asks himself about the subject. They are the variables by means of which we want to characterize the subjects, but you don't ask a person, do you really libidinize your work, or what is your underlying image of the Jew? The procedure here is methodologically the same as our procedure with the indirect items of the F scale. We ask questions the answers to which give insights regarding hypotheses which are never explicitly stated in the interview. Clearly, the direct questions used to get answers to a given underlying question will vary greatly from subject to subject, depending in each case on the subject's ideology, surface attitudes, defenses, etc. Nevertheless, we have been able to formulate for each underlying question a number of direct questions, based on our general theory and experience. The list of direct questions, as stated above, should be regarded as tentative and suggestive only. The suggested direct questions, like other surface techniques used by the study, should be changed from time to time in the light of new theory and experience. The interview should be related closely to the subject's questionnaire. As a result of the coordination of interview and questionnaire, the latter contains items bearing on each of the 6 broad areas of the interview. For the convenience of the interviewers, an initial section within each of the 6 areas contains references to the relevant questionnaire items. It must be emphasized that careful study of the questionnaire beforehand is essential for an adequate interview. The questionnaire by itself reveals many important points under each topic. It also suggests hypotheses which can be verified in the interview. Pre-interview study of the questionnaire, then, gives the interviewer a more structured approach to the interview and should be done in all possible cases. Some further general directions are given below as parenthetic comments to the headings of the sections listing the underlying and the direct questions where they first appear in the schedule. E. The interview schedule 1. A detailed description of each section of the interview schedule will help to clarify the procedure described. 1. Vocation. By means of the questionnaire, information was obtained about the present and the desired occupation of the subject and about attitudes toward work in general. Over and above that, the main function of the underlying questions guiding the interview in this area was to find out, a. the meaning which vocation has for the subject, in its work and social aspects, and, b. the determinants of the choice of his vocation. More specifically, it was relevant to our problem to find out how much genuine interest and libido the subject has for his work. Does his work represent for him a gratifying and constructive form of self-expression and achievement, or does he consider his work as drudgery and as a mere means to some end such as attaining money, status, or power? Keeping in mind that the importance of success is a generalized pattern in our culture, we still expected that our material would differentiate people who are oriented primarily toward the subject matter of their work and toward real achievement from those for whom only the peripheral aspect of the work is meaningful, example as a means for placing them within a hierarchy, leader or follower, an adjutant to the boss. Vocation can thus be viewed from the angle of its possibilities as a means to group identification and especially to identification with higher social circles. The wish to be a link in a hierarchical chain seems of importance to many of our subjects. The emphasis on the constructive content or the social values of work as contrasted with emphasis on mastery of technology and manipulation of resources and people is relevant in this connection. As an illustration of the background elements continually entering into the construction of the interview schedule, the well-known connection between Nazi ideology and emphasis on technology may be mentioned here. In the attitude toward work, however, as in all of our material, the possibility of orientation on different levels has to be kept in mind. The wish to escape a kind of work which is experienced as drudgery often goes hand in hand with a superficial emphasis on the importance of hard work, both for reasons of success and for reasons of morality. A very general emphasis on the importance of work is often associated with an absence of concrete and specific ideas about the content of work. On the other hand, a more libidinized attitude toward work is often both more relaxed and more specific, and it differentiates less between work and pleasure. The role of the social aspects of work, example intergroup feeling, or general sociability and friendship, has also been explored. Attention of the interviewer has been directed, further, toward other personality needs as expressed in special cases. The problem of how far identification with, or rebellion against, the parents determined the choice of vocation, was the starting point for further inquiry. After listing the underlying questions which seemed relevant to the problem of vocation, a set of manifest, direct questions was suggested after the fashion described above. The part of the interview schedule dealing with vocation is presented here in full. Since most of the direct questions are self-explanatory in their purpose and rationale, no further explanations will be made. In order to structure the somewhat lengthy interview schedule when in use by the interviewer, keywords and phrases which were intended especially to catch his or her attention were underscored or capitalized. All such matters are left intact in the entire presentation of the schedule so as to reflect all shades of emphasis, using italics for underscoring. Interview schedule. 1. Vocation. Underlying questions: what it is that we want to find out. A. Meaning of vocation to subject, in work and social aspects. 1. Work libido, subject matter interest, relatedness to work, integration of work, and leisure activities. Genuine sublimations. 2. Aspirations, real achievement drive versus interest in success, status, prestige, money, power. 3. Technological manipulative attitudes. 4. Hierarchical thinking, leader-follower, the lieutenant, etc. 5. In-group feeling. 6. Concern with social value of the work. 7. Role of sociability and friendship on the job. Distinguish superficial gregariousness versus genuine friendship. 8. Attitudes re wife working. 9. Other special personality needs. B. Determinants of choice. 1. Parental identification or rebellion. 2. Other. Suggested direct questions. It is understood that in no interview can all of these questions be asked. The interviewer proceeds with his attention fixed primarily upon the underlying questions, using whatever direct questions seem most promising in the context of the moment. Moreover, it is not expected that the interviewer will always use the phraseology set down here. It is our belief, however, that all of these questions are good, they are being used frequently by the interviewers at the present time, and as experience accumulates, there will be more and more subjects who have been asked exactly the same question. Appeal. A. In what ways does appeal to you? And B. Don't ask automatically, how does the job appeal? If subject is a janitor, example, find out first whether subject's job appeals to him. If appropriate, find out what would appeal to him and inquire about this instead. What does offer you? What are the main advantages of being a satisfactions? What it is like to be a B. What are the less attractive aspects of being a disadvantages? C. What does the future look like in this field? Alternatives? D. Do you feel that you are cut out for this type of work, or profession? What other things do you feel you might be cut out for? Have you ever seriously considered other vocations? Had other dreams? Under what conditions might you change, i.e., from present vocation? History. E. When did you decide to be a How did you come to be interested in What made you decide to be a What did your parents, father, mother, want you to be? What do your parents think of How has your father liked his work? Get work history if striking jobs, or many changes. Wife. F. Does your wife work? If subject is woman, have you worked since your marriage? How do you feel about that? How does your husband? 2. Income. Here, as in the case of vocation, some gross information, example size of income, was gained by means of the questionnaire. The function of the interview was to find out the degree of money-mindedness, the aspirations and fantasies centering around money. Is money per se important, or is it important for what it can give? Of relevance here is the emphasis on status as narcissistic enhancement of one's own person, own power, or own security, which can be realistic or exaggerated. There can be a realistic emphasis on a good life or on exaggerated craving for luxuries. The latter is often observed in those of our subjects who are not rooted in the constructive task of daily living but whose repressed anxieties, aggressions, and infantile cravings call for an escape into a living that is full of excitement. Here again the orientation toward different levels is important. An extreme money-mindedness as revealed in more concrete and specific contexts often goes hand in hand with denial of the importance of money on a superficial level and often even with an emotional rejection of the rich. The attitude toward charity was also explored in this connection as a possible manifestation of atonement which, in turn, is known to be a reaction to aggression. From a social point of view, charity often has the function of keeping the underprivileged in their place, kindness acting in effect as a humiliating factor. Another important factor leading to a group of underlying questions is realism versus autism with respect to thinking and to goal behavior in this field. A considerable discrepancy between fantasies and reality in the attitude toward economic goals, combined with lack of a structured path and lack of readiness to work and to postpone pleasure, might make one susceptible to the use of socially destructive behavior as a means of attaining, by a shortcut, fulfillment of one's infantile dreams and gratifications. Again, lack of a real readiness to work can be hidden behind general emphasis or overemphasis on work, especially since work in these cases represents an unpleasant duty. Over and above this, psychoanalysts have claimed that the attitude toward money reveals early instinctual fixations and anxieties and the way of dealing with them, example anal retention or expulsion, or money as a symbol of potency. Of particular theoretical importance is the set of questions which deals with socio-economic background, especially the changes in economic level in the family of the subject. Sudden changes either upward or downward might be followed by a lack of adaptation in the whole socio-economic sphere and might make the sphere similar to a weak organ, especially susceptible to becoming a medium for the acting out of difficulties. This is what H. Hartman has called the compliance of social factors, in analogy to Freud's concept of the compliance of organs in the occurrence of physical disease. Inquiry was also made into the ways financial matters were handled by the parents. The role of economic frustrations was followed up. A final question of interest is whether a certain personality structure alone is sufficient to establish a selection from among existing ideologies, example prejudice, or if, in addition to that, a special socio-economic history and condition of the family is required for, or especially conducive to, the acting out of difficulties in the social sphere. The underlying and manifest questions in the sphere of income are contained in the following part of the interview schedule. Interview schedule. 2. Income. Underlying questions. A. Money-mindedness. B. Aspirations and fantasies. 1. Status, narcissistic. 2. Power, manipulation. 3. Security, realistic versus neurotic. 4. Charity, nurturance, guilt, fantasies. 5. Lavish living, excitement. Q is a subject with live dangerously, win a lot or lose a lot, attitudes really willing to take chances. C. Realistic versus autistic thinking. 1. How much distance separates present from aspired status? 2. How well is the path to the goal structured for subject? 3. What are subject's real chances of reaching the goal? 4. Is there a discrepancy between subject's fantasies and his actual expectations? D. Determinants in social background. 1. Parental attitudes toward money. 2. Parental socio-economic level, including changes, during subject's childhood and adolescence. 3. How much status change has, an older, subject experienced since youth? 4. What economic frustrations has subject experienced? Suggested direct questions. Present frustrations. A. How do you get along on present income? Do you have a car? What make, model, and year? What do you miss most that your present income doesn't permit? Aspirations and fantasies. B. What would you do with expected income? With desired income? What would it make possible, enable you to do? What would it mean to you? C. What is the most important thing money can give a person? Some people say that the best things in life are free, others say that when you come right down to it, money is really important. How important is money really? How much is an adequate income for, say, a family of 4? There's an old saying, a penny saved is a penny earned, but then again, some people prefer the idea of easy come, easy go. How do you feel about that? Some people like to take chances, win a lot, lose a lot, then other people are more cautious about money. What's your attitude? Realism. D. What's the likelihood of your making ___________ 10 years from now? How good are your chances of making _____________? How do you expect to reach that income? What are your plans for attaining that income? History. E. How did you get along during the Depression? If necessary to get a clear picture, inquire as to specific details of living. Were you out of a job for any length of time? What's the highest income you've ever had? When was that? How much did you make on your first job? i.e., the first full-time job after leaving school. F. If he chooses, the interviewer may obtain at this point, rather than later under clinical, information re-parental socio-economic level during subject's childhood and adolescence. Ask specific questions to get information re-type of home, number of rooms, neighborhood, vacations, cars, servants, recreation, entertaining, allowances for children versus necessity for children to work, whether worked, whether father ever out of a job, etc. Get subject's reactions to this, especially to changes in level. G. Get at parental policies and attitudes re-spending, casualness, display, etc., saving, consistency of policies, any differences between mother and father, etc., by special inquiry in connection with discussion of subject's own attitudes, especially those elicited by questions under, c. above. Or, some of the above questions, especially those not asked of subject, may be repeated for the parents. 3. Religion. Religion, perhaps more than the preceding areas, seems to lie at the point of interaction of social and personal factors. The purposes of the underlying questions in this category was to find out whether religion represents to the subject a further effort toward belonging to a privileged group and the explicit acceptance of a set of conventionalized mores and rules of behavior prevalent in a majority group, or whether religion represents a system of more internalized, genuine experiences and values. In the former case, religion tends to assume the function of an external authority deciding what is good and what is bad, thus relieving the individual from making his own decisions and assuring him at the same time of membership in a privileged group. The rejection of outgroup religions goes hand in hand with this attitude. The manifest questions on religion were designed to find out which of the attitudes just described is dominant in the subject. Furthermore, they were aimed at various subtle aspects of these different attitudes. Questions such as that inquiring into the concept of God were introduced to reveal whether God is conceived more directly after a parental image and thus as a source of support and as a guiding and sometimes punishing authority, or whether God is seen more as an abstract entity representing general values and principles. In the former case, an attempt was made to ascertain whether the emphasis is more on the punitive or on the nurturant qualities. An effort was also made to inquire into the reasons for rejection of religion. A rejection of religion on rational and scientific grounds belongs in a different syndrome from rejection of religion out of an attitude of sober cynicism and manipulative opportunism. Questions as to the history of the conflict, in the subject, between science and religion were also asked. Areas in which there was a readiness to follow a rational approach were noted, as well as those in which irrational explanations were preferred. It is of interest for our purposes to ascertain further whether the attitude toward religion is simply taken over from the parents or whether any change has occurred in the direction of rebellion against religious attitudes prevalent in the family or in the direction of an increase and deepening of religious feelings as compared with those of the parents. How did agreement or difference of opinion in the parents with respect to religion influence the outlook of the subject? The underlying and manifest questions about religion are as follows. Interview schedule. 3. Religion. Underlying questions. A. In-group out-group feelings, including moralism. Does subject have idea of good enough for my fathers, so good enough for me? B. Attitudes toward organized religion and the church. C. Internalization. D. Philosophical pattern, personalization, concern re-beginning, etc., degree of dogmatism and fundamentalism, nature and crudity of wish satisfactions. E. Nature and degree of supernaturalism, including attitudes toward irrational experiences and toward unusual coincidences. F. Role of ethics, degree of internalization. Get subject to go into detail on Christianity, and bring up later in discussing race. G. Role of superego, internalized conscience vs. externalized authority. H. Special personality meanings. Suggested direct questions. General importance. A. What are your views on religion? What does your religion offer you? What appeals to you most in religion? What is the most important thing in religion? How important should religion be in a person's life? Philosophy. B. What is your conception of God? What is your attitude toward, do you think about, prayer, the Bible, immortality? Do you believe there is conflict between science and religion? Has there been such a conflict in the past? Is there likely to be in the future? If no, inquire whether subject accepts, 1. A rationalized system of belief, 2. A dichotomy between science as physical, religion as spiritual, 3. A fundamentalist rejection, or what? In group. See what are the main, most important, differences between your religion and others. How important are the differences among the various sects? What do you think of atheists? Ethics. What does it mean to be a Christian? How can you tell a Christian? What is the main difference between Christians and other people? What is the most important of Christ's teachings? History. D. What was the nature of your early religious training? What was the religious atmosphere in your home? In what ways do you differ from your parents in religion? From your wife, husband? In what ways did your parents differ in religious matters? If subject broke away from parental teachings, get history, also get reactions to differences with spouse. Have you ever questioned your religious beliefs? Since data on religion and political ideology had to be excluded from the material presented to the interview raters, see below, section F, 3, the part of the interview based on the preceding questions will not be taken up for discussion until later in this volume, chapter 18. 4. Clinical data. In the clinical section of the interview, an attempt was made to obtain as much personal data relevant to our problem as was possible in a single sitting and without producing anxieties in the subject. With respect to this area, even more than in the case of the others, the subject had to be unaware of the direction intended by the interview. Care was taken to avoid offering interpretations to the subject for which he was not ready and the effect of which could not be followed up and worked out. Here, as in the other sections, the almost general desire of the subjects to talk about themselves in a professional and confidential situation was of great help to the interviewer. A variety of personal data had been collected by previous techniques. This material, as pointed out above, was at the disposal of the interviewer, who studied it before starting the interview. The first 2 sheets of the questionnaire brought out some gross information about the subject's personal life. Above and beyond that, the type of information which had to be obtained by the interviewer was based on hypotheses as to what aspects of personal life might be expected to influence the pattern of social beliefs and attitudes. The information gained in the entire clinical area by previous methods is represented in the schedule below. In view of the length of the clinical part of the interview schedule, the questions are presented and discussed under 6 major headings, as follows: A. Family background, sociological aspects, B. Family figures, personal aspects, C. Childhood, D. Sex, E. Social relationships, F. School. A. Family background, sociological aspects. The sociological aspects of the family background seem of particular relevance in the present context. The national origin of parents was explored in order to find out whether relative purity or mixture of national origin is related to prejudice. Although this problem was considered important, there was no specific expectancy as to the direction of the results. The group memberships of the parents were to be taken as an indication of how much stress was placed by the family on the idea of belonging and of how much the parents considered themselves as individuals or mainly as members of different groups and organizations. The whole socio-economic picture of the parents, and possibly of the grandparents, the status achieved as well as that aspired to, had to be understood in order to throw light on the security or the tensions existing, in this area, within the family. The underlying and direct questions on the sociological aspects of the family background are presented here. Interview schedule. 4a. Family background, sociological aspects. Underlying questions. A. National origins of father and mother, not just racial, example third-generation Polish, German immigrant, etc. B. Important in-group memberships of father and mother, example unions, Masons, etc. See picture of socio-economic status of parents and grandparents, as reflected in occupation, education, way of life, etc., with special attention to social mobility. Suggested direct questions. Background. A. Fathers and mothers' national antecedents, occupation, education, politics, religion. Economic. B. Actual standard of living of father and mother, ask specific questions to get clear, cars, servants, housing, entertaining, etc., enough to eat, on relief, have to work as child, etc. In groups. See who were your fathers, mothers, friends mostly. What organizations did your father, mother, belong to? How did your father, mother, spend his, her, spare time? B. Family figures, personal aspects. After the inquiry into the sociological aspects of the family background, the personal conception of the family figures by the subject was recorded. The subject's conception of the parent figures could reveal, among other things, whether the picture was dominated by the authoritarian aspects of the parent-child relationship or by a more democratic type of relationship. In this connection, the attention of the interviewer was further focused on the ability of the subject to appraise his parents objectively, whether on the more critical or on the more loving side, as contrasted with an inclination to put the parents on a very high plane, exaggerating their strength and virtuousness. The conceptions concerning the siblings were likewise made the topic of a special inquiry. This was done with the idea in mind that the rivalries connected with sibling situations are an important source of the establishment of interpersonal relationships. An attempt was made to record the existing hierarchies in the sibling situation, the attitudes toward older and younger siblings, as well as the preferences, resentments, and envies arising in this connection. The power relationship between the parents, the domination of the subject's family by the father or by the mother, and their relative dominance in specific areas of life also seemed of importance for our problem. The sources within the family of satisfactions and tensions in general were also explored. In this area, dealing with various personal attitudes, especially careful thought was given to the formulation of the manifest questions regarding which the subject was likely to be sensitive and in conflict. One of the primary functions of these questions was to encourage the subject to talk freely. This was attempted by indicating, for example, that critical remarks about parents were perfectly in place, thus reducing defenses as well as feelings of guilt and anxiety. But since it was obvious that we could by this method never be sure of having obtained a true answer, especially in the case of some individuals, due more often to unintended than to deliberate camouflage, a number of less conspicuous, very specific matter-of-fact questions were also designed to catch general attitudes with as little distortion as possible. The underlying and manifest questions in this area are as follows. Interview schedule. 4b. Family figures, personal aspects. Underlying questions. A. Subject's conception of parent figures and actuality, i.e., get basis for inferring latter degree of critical objectivity of subject. B. Same for any important siblings, domination by older sibs. Displacement by younger sibs. Which is most important? See pattern of power relations between father and mother, domination submission, activity passivity, etc. Suggested direct questions. Images of father and mother. A. What sort of person is your father? Mother. What things do you admire most in your father? Mother. Require subject to illustrate stereotypes by specific traits and situational examples. Assuming most people aren't perfect, what human frailties do your father, mother, have? Which parent do you take after, are you most like, influenced you most? What were his, her, ideals, etc.? Power relations of father and mother. B. How did your parents get along together? In what ways were your parents most alike? In what ways are they different from each other? Who made the decisions usually? Get specific information. Example: refinances, recreation, discipline of children, residence, etc. Disagreements arise in every family from time to time. What bones of contention did your parents sometimes have? Siblings. See same initial questions for any important siblings. Also, who was your favorite brother, sister? What did you like about him, her? What did he, she, mean to you? What things did you sometimes quarrel about? See childhood. Some attempt was also made to obtain information about the earlier phases of childhood. It has to be kept in mind, however, that in view of the type of inquiry used in this study, no differentiation can be made between real childhood events and present tendencies projected into childhood. The assumption was that both types of material are psychologically relevant as long as the possible duality of sources is not overlooked in the interpretation of the material. Thus, the manifest question, "What were you like as a child?" was asked to get either the subject's idea about himself as a child or the possible description of the type of child he might have been. It was observed that the subject, especially if he were a prejudiced one, often attributed to himself as a child characteristics which at the present time he seemed eager to repress. The inquiry regarding early memories, wishes, fears, dreams, and so forth had the purpose of getting material which stood out for the subject in connection with his childhood and seemed relevant as a basis for inference. Among the underlying questions, the structure of the emotional attachment to the parents seemed of paramount importance. Here we were specifically interested in the parents as objects of cathexis as well as of identification. In the case of a man, it was important to learn whether there was at any time an explicit rebellion against the father, and against what sort of father, or whether there was only passive submission. The assumption behind this question, later proved correct, was that the pattern developed in the relationship to the father tends to be transferred to other authorities and thus becomes crucial in forming social and political beliefs in men. In this connection it is of importance to know not only about rebellion against the father but also how far such rebellion is conscious and accepted as such. Rebellion against, or submission to, the father is only one part of the picture. Another part deals with the question of identification, or the lack of identification, with the father, and thus with the masculine role in general. The establishment of masculinity in the boy is, of course, also closely connected with the boy's attitude toward the mother. To what degree was there love for the mother and to what degree identification with the mother? Was such an identification, in its turn, sublimated and accepted by the ego, or was it rejected on the conscious level because the mother symbolized not only something admirable but at the same time something weak and therefore contemptible? How did the boy defend himself against the rejected and feared passivity? A compensatory display of toughness and ruthlessness is, according to findings from the F scale, correlated with anti-democratic social and political beliefs. Considerations analogous to those made in the preceding paragraphs were also applied to women. An attempt was also made to probe into pre-Oedipal fixations, that is, to pay attention to the orality and analy of the subject and especially to the defense mechanisms with which these and other instinctual problems had been handled. The problem of homosexual tendencies, their degree, and the subject's acceptance or rejection of them was also given consideration. It will be seen to be of rather crucial importance for the social and political orientation of the individual how much passive striving there is in men, and even more important, how much counter-cathectic defense is built up against it, and how much acceptance and sublimation of masculine identification there is in women. The problem of homosexuality relates to the different ways of failure in resolving the Oedipal conflict and the resultant regression to earlier phases. Since, as earlier chapters have indicated, the attitude toward authority is crucial for psychological syndromes related to social and political attitudes, an attempt was made further to find out as much as possible about the type of discipline to which the subject was exposed, and about his reactions to it. Was the discipline consistent or capricious, strict or lenient? Did both parents handle discipline in a similar way, or was there much difference between the parents in this respect? Was the matter in question explained to the child, and was he included in the discussion of it, or did the discipline appear to the child as unintelligible, arbitrary, or overwhelming? Did the parents adhere rigidly to the conventionalized values of their class, with great intolerance toward disobedience and any deviations, especially when the deviations seemed to the parents to be manifestations of lower class behavior, or were the values the parents tried to transmit less conventional and more in the nature of internal and humanitarian values for which the child's understanding and cooperation could be secured? Was the reaction of the subject mostly fear of authority, which could be met only by acquiescence, or could the child grasp the issues involved and feel that the consideration of certain convincing social values would assure him of his parents' love? In case of failure, did the child feel that everything was lost and that something very bad might happen, or did he feel that renewed efforts would regain for him the love of his parents, only temporarily lost? It was hypothesized that the parents' emotional attitude toward the child, their permissiveness toward his weakness and immaturity, furnished the model for his future behavior toward objects which he considered as weak. Since the way in which the parents transmit social values to the child, and the punishment and rewards with which they reinforce them, are decisive for the establishment of the superego, we are led from highly personal problems back to problems of social conscience. The effects are mirrored in interpersonal relationships, on a smaller scale in one's private life and on a larger scale in one's public function as a citizen. A person with a mature, integrated, and internalized conscience will certainly take a different stand on moral and social issues than a person with an underdeveloped, defective, or over-punitive superego, or a person who still, as in childhood, clings to a set of rules and values only as they are reinforced by an external authority, be it public opinion or be it a leader. The underlying and manifest questions under the heading of childhood history and attitudes follow. Interview schedule. 4C. Childhood. Underlying questions. A. Structure of the Oedipus complex, major identifications, loves, hates in relationships to parent figures and surrogates. Formulated especially for men, adapt for women. Has there been an underlying trend of rebellion and hostility against the father, or of submission and passivity? Has the hostility against the father been admitted into the ego? Was there real identification with the father? If not, why not? E.g., was the parent too strong, too weak, not at home, etc.? Was there genuine satisfaction in the relationship with the mother? Was the early attachment with her secure or insecure? Were there early signs of ambivalence? Was she a real love object? Did subject ever conceive of himself as her champion, or protector, or ally? Or did he ever feel that she was unworthy, or untrustworthy, etc.? Was there identification with the mother? Femininity. How handled, by sublimation, or by overcompensation and reaction formations, etc. B. What were the main pre-Oedipal fixations, and how handled? Sublimations versus reaction formations, projections, etc. Homosexuality. Its level. C. Passivity, accepted in the ego, or repressed and overcompensated. D. Reaction to punishment. 1. Fear of loss of love, leading to introspection, understanding, psychology, etc., versus 2. Fear of authority and of capricious discipline, etc. Get detailed picture of punishment and discipline. E. How much internalization of superego? is the dominant trend toward neurosis or normality, or toward psychopathic delinquent attitudes. Suggested direct questions. Pre-Oedipal. A. What were you like as a child? What things about your childhood do you remember with most pleasure? With most satisfaction? What is your earliest memory? What things did you worry about most as a child? Almost everybody has had some recurrent bad dreams. What kinds of bad dreams did you have as a child? Oedipal phase. B. Which parent did you feel closer to when you were, say, about 6? Superego and reaction to discipline. What about when you were 10? 16? 25? Now, if there was a shift, what led to this change in your esteem? What were your main satisfactions in your relationship with your father? With your mother? What were the chief bones of contention? Which parent do you think had more to do with your becoming the kind of person you are? Which parent exercised the discipline in your family? Whose discipline did you fear most? Why? And B. Fear of physical punishment versus fear of loss of love. What kind of discipline did your parents use? What things did they discipline you for mainly? See what other people were influential in your development. D. Sex. It is well known that the pattern of sexuality mirrors in great detail the state of the entire psychosexual development. A lack of adequate heterosexual adjustment on the physical level is usually found together with inadequate object relationships on the psychological level. It is manifested in a lack of fusion of sex and love, or in promiscuity, or in inhibition, or in a dependent and exploitative attitude toward the other sex. A lack of warmth and inwardness will lead to degradation of the other sex and or an overglorification which often turns out to be disguised hostility. As mentioned before, the conception of the masculine and feminine role by men and women, the rigidity versus flexibility of the conception of these roles, and the intolerance versus tolerance toward tendencies of the opposite sex in oneself are of crucial importance for our problem, since these attitudes tend to become generalized and projected into the social sphere. The questions concerning this issue are as follows. Interview schedule. 4D. Sex. Underlying questions. What is the major pattern of sexuality? A. Mature, heterosexual attitudes. B. If not, what? Promiscuity, exploitation of other sex, dependence on other sex, degradation of other sex, or putting other sex on pedestal, rejection of opposite sex, homosexuality, etc. C. In heterosexual relationships, degree of inhibition, degree of innerness in relationships, degree of hostility and disrespect, degree of emotional warmth in sex relations, degree of fusion of love and sex. Suggested direct questions. Pattern of sexuality. Where did you get your sex instruction? What is the earliest sex experience you can remember? How important is sex in marriage? What main difficulties have you found in married life? Have you met many homosexuals in your travels? E. Social relationships. Some aspects of interpersonal relationships were considered under the preceding headings. Here the more generalized pattern of social relationships is in the focus of attention. Again, the question concerns the degree of social libido invested in personal relationships as contrasted with emphasis on utilitarian and manipulative aims. The degree of rejection of other people or of superficial sociability is contrasted with genuine acceptance of others. The history of the sociability and of the social security of the subject had also to be included here. How far was the subject accepted or rejected by the groups in which he participated? Under what conditions does the fact of being rejected lead to identification with, or to hostility toward, the underdog? Participation in boyhood gangs very often shows the first clear manifestation of participation in a group superego, a state which often continues into adulthood. What, on the other hand, are the effects of being relatively isolated during the formative years of early school life? What are the early manifestations of an internalized superego? In particular, the questions on social relationships are as follows. Interview schedule. 4e. Social relationships. Underlying questions. A. Degree of rejectiveness, moral, arrogant, individualistic. B. Role of utilitarian considerations, status, power, conventionality, manipulativeness, and exploitiveness, leader-follower attitudes, etc. C. Degree of social libido, warm-heartedness, group involvement versus being outside, etc. Any history of being rejected or teased or scapegoated, etc. Any important boyhood, fascistic, gangs, producing a group superego attitude. Rituals, blood brotherhood, secrecy, hierarchy, etc. How much genuine feeling versus detached insight. Type of social libido, deeper, inner, relationships versus superficial sociability. Suggested direct questions. Utilitarianism. A. How important are friends in a person's life? What is the main thing friends have to offer, can give, a person? Social libido. What attracts you in a friend? How do you choose your friends? What do you enjoy doing with your friends? Get enough details to reveal the meaning, example if talk, what about? Are you the sort of person who has a few close friends, or do you tend to have a lot of friends, or? Rejectiveness. B. What things do you find most offensive, annoying, objectionable, irritating in other people? C. Did you belong to any boyhood gangs? If so, get details. F. School. In connection with the school history, emphasis of the inquiry was placed on the direction of the interests manifested during this period. Had there been interest in the academic aspects of school, and was such interest more directed toward intellectual topics dealing with human problems and often requiring introspection, or was it mainly in mechanical and technological subjects? The questions pertaining to school history are: Interview schedule. 4f. School. Underlying questions. Predominant interests and values, degree of acceptance of sensuous and intellectual, especially introceptive, values and interests versus anti-pleasure, anti-intellectualism, and emphasis on mechanical manipulative, power values. Suggested direct questions. Values. How did you get along in school? How was your school record? What subjects were you best in? Which did you like most? In what ways did they appeal to you? What subjects were you poorest in? Which did you like the least? What did you dislike about them? 5. Politics. Information about the subject's attitudes in the area of politics was gathered rather systematically by means of the questionnaire. The party preference of the subject and of his parents was established on the first 2 sheets of the questionnaire, and an indication as to where the subject stood on the radicalism, liberalism, conservatism, reactionism dimension was afforded by the Peck scale. Moreover, the presence or absence of a tendency toward projection of personal needs onto the political sphere was noted in the responses on the questionnaire. As mentioned before, the interviewer was thoroughly acquainted with the subject's responses to the questionnaire before starting the interview. The underlying questions taken up in this section of the interview schedule were designed to follow up directly some of the questionnaire material in order to get the subject's expanded and spontaneous reactions to these topics. Thus the problem of conservatism-liberalism was taken up in greater detail in order to get the more subtle shades of the subject's beliefs. The conception of the relationships among labor, business, and government was a good indicator of the subject's tendency toward liberalism or laissez-faire conservatism or fascism or radicalism. The manifest questions listed below were aimed at finding the degree to which the political beliefs of the subject were merely projections of his personal needs and anxieties and the degree to which they were based on information and objective situational requirements. The need for a strong leader, for an external guiding authority, can be found again in the sphere, as transferred from the more personal sphere discussed in the clinical section. Internal anxieties not faced as such may be projected, and experienced as fears and threats arising out of the political scene. For the history of the political opinions of the subject, it was of special interest to know whether these were taken over from the parents, uncritically or critically, or whether they were established despite the fact, or because of the fact, that they were bound to lead to disagreement with the parents. The questions in this area were: interview schedule. 5 Politics. Underlying questions. A. Reactionism, conservatism, liberalism, radicalism, attitudes toward labor, business, government, democratic, anti-democratic trends. B. Personalization. C. Amount of information and interest. D. Parental identification versus rebellion in political attitudes. Suggested direct questions. General. A. What do you think about the political trends in America today? What are the major problems facing the country today? What is the outlook for the future? How do you feel things are shaping up for the future in America? In world affairs? What is your understanding of democracy? What would an ideal society be like? B. What do you think of, where do you stand on, how do you feel about labor unions? Get elaboration with specific questions, preferably on current issues, example 30% or wage increase demand, current strikes, POC, labor leaders, American business, free enterprise, etc. $25,000 limitation. Government control, e.g., OPA, unemployment compensation, full employment bill, public health insurance, antitrust, etc. Also anti-POC, anti-strike, etc. Personalization. See what is it about a man that makes him worth voting for, example in presidential choice in last election? D. What ought to be done about, any group or movement objected to? What groups have the most influence on political affairs? How do they work? What do you consider the most dangerous threats to our present form of government? What ought to be done about it? 6. Minorities and race. Since this topic has been given detailed consideration in previous chapters, we may be brief in outlining the underlying and manifest inquiry concerning it. As far as opinions are concerned, it was of interest to find the cognitive and emotional line drawn by the subject between in-group and out-group and the characteristics he specifically ascribed to each. How stereotyped and how automatic is the attribution of traits to outgroups? A comparison of this part of the interview with the previous ones, especially the clinical, made it possible to ascertain to what degree a subject's innermost preoccupations, such as sex, dependency, analy, are projected into the social sphere. How far are the accusations against the minority group completely generalized stereotypes, and how far is the specific content of these accusations conditioned by the personal problems of the accuser? Is there a special negative or positive affinity between the subject and one particular outgroup? Does the subject believe in social and psychological determination of individual and ethnic characteristics, and does he feel his personal responsibility in this respect, or does he think of these characteristics as inborn and thus not flexible? The degree of realism in thinking about minority groups belongs here. The amount of awareness of hostility, the readiness to act against outgroups, are among the major problems concerning attitudes toward outgroups. Of relevance in this connection is the degree of inner conflict resulting from being prejudiced. Does the subject feel the need of reconciling his prejudice with democratic and Christian ideals and with respectability, and so forth, or is he ready to act in a straight anti-democratic fashion? In the first case, what are the conditions under which he could lose his inhibitions and act anti-democratically? The sources of opinions and attitudes were approached by inquiry into parental beliefs, into religious and educational training, and into group memberships. The question was posed as to what degree prejudice may be a function of specific experiences with minority groups. Occasionally some attempt was made, at the conclusion of the interview, to influence prejudice by argument, by making prejudice disreputable, or by other means, in order to gain information about effective methods of combating prejudice. The questions in this area follow. Interview schedule. 6. Minorities and race. Underlying questions. Opinions. 1. How general or how specific is the prejudice? What outgroups are rejected? What outgroups have peculiar fantasy value? How does this group differ from other outgroups? 2. What are the main stereotype characteristics of the main outgroups, example power, acquisition, sex, dirty, lazy? 3. How stereotyped and how automatic is the attribution of traits to outgroups, i.e., phrasing, assurance and categoricalness, recurrence of similar projections, etc., exceptions? 4. Is there an essential race theory, i.e., can those faults be eliminated, or are they basic, whose responsibility is it to make the change? B. Attitudes. 1. Degree and form of hostility, or attraction, toward outgroup, S. How much is conscious? Unconscious? How openly is this expressed to others? To the self? I.e., how much veiling by pseudo-democratic facade? 2. Degree and form of aggressiveness, or willingness to act aggressively, toward outgroup, S. Is the attitude essentially one of persecution, or active discrimination, or segregation, with equality, or exclusion only? Check specific readiness to support anti-democratic measures, and type and degree of pseudo-democratic facade. 3. Degree and nature of inner conflicts re prejudice. What forces oppose prejudice, example rationality, respectability, or in-group feelings, Christian anti-aggression? See history, sources of opinions and attitudes. 1. Parental opinions, attitudes, and teachings, also relatives and siblings. 2. Religious, educational training. 3. Significant group memberships. 4. Experience with minority group members, to what extent is the prejudice a function of frustrations and surface resentments? D. In-group feelings, meaning. E. Therapy, what therapeutic techniques are most effective in combating prejudice? Suggested direct questions. A. Opinions. General. 1. What do you think about the problem of minority groups in this country? Jewish problem. Negro problem. What do you think is, are, the most important minority problem, S? What minority group, S, present, S, the biggest problem in this country? What racial groups do you find the least attractive? Which do you like the least? For any group about which subject shows a particular concern, get his ideas of what it is like, and what ought to be done. If he mentions Jews first, get this information on other groups later. Stereotype. 2. How can you tell a person is a Jew? A Jew from other people? What are the most characteristic traits of Jews? Their principal characteristics? Do you think dislike of the Jews is increasing? If yes, why? Influence. Do you think the Jews are more of a menace or just a nuisance? Some people think the Jews have too much influence in this country. What do you think? In what areas? How did they obtain it? How do they use it? Do you think the Jews have done their part in the war effort? Do you think the Jews are a political force in America? Exceptions. 3. Are there any exceptions to the general rule? Where do you find them? Are there some good Jews? Basicness. 4. Do you think the Jew, S, will ever change? Or will there always be something basically Jewish about them, him? If the Jew will change, how might that be done, come about? What do you think the Jew, S, ought to do? B. Attitudes. General. What ought to be done about the Jews? About the particular problem conceived by subject. In general, if subject is mild at first, see how aggressive he can be induced to be. If he is extreme at first, see how readily he can agree to milder courses. Persecution. What action is being taken by people or groups that you know of? How extensive is this? Are they justified? What do you think about what Hitler did? What would you have done if you had had Hitler's problem? What might lead to the same thing happening here? What might have to be done as a last resort if the Jews continue, doing whatever subject emphasizes as a menace? What might justify taking more extreme steps to solve this problem? What steps might have to be taken? Some people think the Jews ought to be sent back where they came from. How do you feel about this? Should their property be confiscated, to make sure of putting an end to this problem? Should their money be divided up? Discrimination. How about keeping Jews out of important positions? Would that perhaps solve the problem, essentially? What about educational quotas to keep Jews from taking over certain professions? Segregation. What about keeping Jews out of Gentile neighborhoods? Exclusion. Should Gentiles and Jews mingle socially? Do you think Gentiles should intermarry with Jews? Exceptions. Concerning any proposed measure. Should this be done to all the Jews? How to distinguish? See history. Where did you first learn about the Jews? What personal experiences have you had with Jews? Have you had any contrary experiences? What were your parents' attitudes toward the Jews, as you were growing up? Have you ever felt differently about the Jews? As was the case with interview data on religion, interview material on political and racial attitudes is being postponed for discussion in some of the later portions of the book, chapters 16 and 17. F. The scoring of the interviews. 1. Quantification of interview data. Systematic treatment of interview material presents special problems inherent in the nature of the data. On the one hand, the interviewee has to be given as much freedom as possible for the spontaneous expression of his attitudes and needs. Guidance by means of the interview schedule had thus been made as non-interfering as it could be, in view of the definite direction of emphasis that was to be maintained. Material obtained under such circumstances, although contained within a common general frame, is, on the other hand, characterized by a good deal of uniqueness and personal flavor to which only presentation in the manner of case description can do full justice. In view of the fact that the focus of the study is on group trends rather than on the single case, it seemed possible, as anticipated in the introduction to this chapter, to effect a certain compromise between case study and statistical approach and thus to gain in comprehensiveness and conclusiveness far more than is being lost in immediacy and directness. A kind of crude quantification of the interview material was achieved by counting, in terms of a number of specially designed interview scoring categories, the occurrence of certain characteristics in the interviews of those scoring extremely high and those scoring extremely low on overt antisemitism or ethnocentrism. Since this procedure has intrinsic shortcomings, to be discussed below, the numerical results are not meant to yield conclusive evidence for the validity of the personality differences found between our high and low scorers. They do, however, describe in a relatively systematic, organized, and controlled way the impressions formed about these personality differences in the course of intensive studies of individual cases. This agreement between interview scoring and case studies justifies increased confidence in the figures presented in the next 4 chapters. The entire approach should be considered, however, as an initial attempt to combine the study of variables on a group basis with the study of individuals. 2. Broad outline of categories in the interview. Scoring manual. The list of categories as well as the more formal part of the explanations accompanying each of them, which together make up the scoring manual, will be presented in full, together with the discussion of the specific results, in chapters X, 11, and 12. There are 62 main classifications. Subdivisions of some of them bring the total number of scoring categories used for women to 90, the total being slightly less for men. These categories cover, 1. Predominantly factual material such as childhood events or family structure, along with, 2. Data dealing with attitudes toward oneself, one's parents, the opposite sex, or people in general, and, 3. Highly interpretative dimensions exemplified by technical psychodynamic terms, such as countercathectic rejection of certain drives, or else by more formal characterizations, such as rigidity, intolerance of ambiguity, anti-introspectiveness, and so forth. The factual material and the evidence on attitudes are presented under the four headings of family, Chapter X, and of sex, people, and self, Chapter 11. The dynamic and formal categories are especially emphasized in a fifth and concluding part of the scoring scheme, under the heading of Character Structure and Personality Organization, Chapter 12. Although these categories were to a considerable extent inspired by psychoanalysis, they should not be considered as psychoanalytic in the narrower sense of the word, since classification of our material is done primarily on the basis of present personality structure rather than on the basis of psychogenetic data. The entire framework, length, and condition of our interviews made it impossible directly to obtain material of a depth level comparable to that of genuine psychoanalytic material. At the same time, however, there was enough spontaneous material at hand to make it possible for raters trained in dynamic psychology to infer some of the major structural problems and types of defense mechanisms in our subjects, in accordance with the categories provided by the scoring manual. A certain parallelism, although by no means an exact duplication, between the interview schedule and the scoring manual will be noted when comparing the two in detail. 3. The interview rating procedure and the raters. Since our major purpose in analyzing the interview material was to gain additional evidence concerning the relationship of prejudice to personality, it was important to conceal from the rater the explicit stand of the subject with respect to ethnic tolerance or prejudice as well as with respect to political ideology in general. All references to these topics throughout the interview were thus carefully deleted before the protocols were handed to the raters. The diagnosis of the subject's personality was thus rendered blind. The raters did know, of course, that their subjects had scored either high or low on the scales for measuring prejudice, but they did not know which were the high and which the low scorers. In all other respects the interview protocols remained unchanged. A. Rating by categories. The rating of the interviews was done for each of the categories separately. The score for the category in question, however, was obtained in a synoptic rather than a piecemeal fashion. The major source for the assignment of a score was the clinical part of the interview, but evidence was utilized from any part of the interview which might be brought to bear on each category. Scores were in terms of a 3-point scale. Since, as was mentioned above, a careful study of the interviews had preceded the construction of the scoring manual, certain more or less definite expectations as to what might constitute the personality aspects of a prejudiced as contrasted with an unprejudiced subject had been developed in the way of advance hypotheses. In view of this, the two opposites within each category were tentatively designated as the presumably high and low two variants or alternatives, i.e., those expected to be typical of prejudiced and of unprejudiced persons, respectively. In the manual the left column was used for the presumably high and the right column for the presumably low variant. The third rating, neutral, comprised two distinct possibilities. 1. The existing evidence was too colorless or self-contradictory within the category in question to warrant assignment to either the high or the low alternative, or, 2. There was no evidence at all pertinent to this category. The former case is much less frequent among the neutral ratings actually given than one might expect beforehand. In some of the protocol's possibilities, 1, and 2, were scored separately, their proportion was found to be about 3 to 7. In particular, factual questions were somewhat more likely to yield no evidence than interpretative categories, but even in the case of the group of categories subsumed under character structure the number of cases in which the material was too ambiguous to make a decision possible remained within comparatively low limits. In absolute terms the number of neutrals is considerable, especially in the case of some of the categories dealing with childhood events, see chapters X to 12. For many variables lack of information is by no means always due to the impossibility of gathering evidence but rather to the spottiness of either the spontaneous responses of the subject or of the inquiry on the part of the interviewer who, as stated above, could not possibly cover the entire ground in each case. Both the interview schedule and the scoring manual make an attempt to cover systematically as many as possible of the very numerous areas, but it could not be hoped that each case would furnish material on all of the questions involved. B. Intuitive overall ratings. Besides the ratings on each of the categories, the raters were asked also to make intuitive overall ratings. They were instructed, that is, to give their conclusive impression as to whether the subject involved was prejudiced or not. One of two alternatives, high, H, or low, L, had to be chosen. For data see final column of tables 1, 9, and 2, 9, discussion in chapter 13. See the interview raters. The ratings were made by two members of the staff of the study, here to be called M and R, one of them male and the other female. Both are well-trained psychologists and were thoroughly familiar with the nature of the categories and the underlying implications as to personality theory. These raters had participated actively in numerous conferences at which the scoring procedure was thoroughly discussed, prior to making the ratings. Each of the raters scored approximately half of the men and half of the women, high and low scorers being distributed at random in about equal proportions within each group. Concerning added duplicate ratings to check on reliability, see below. In particular, the interviews of cases M1 to M20 and F22 to F39 among those scoring high, and of cases M2 to M19 and of F29 to F39 among the low-scoring interviewees were evaluated by rater M, and those of the remaining interviewees, listed farther down in the respective subdivisions of tables 1, 9, and 2, 9, were evaluated by rater R. It should be added that the code numbers used were distributed at random among the various groups so that each rater rated not only men and women, low scorers and high scorers, but also approximately equal proportions of subjects who had been given Form 78 and 45 of the questionnaire, see also Table 3, 9. For reliability of the interview ratings. There were three ways in which some light was thrown upon the difficult question of the reliability of the interview ratings, although only the second of these deals directly with reliability in the technical sense of the term. The other two refer to aspects which are merely more or less closely related to this problem. A. Proportions of ratings given. First, the proportion of high, low, and neutral ratings within each category was compared for the two raters and found to be in fairly good agreement. One method used in computing an index for this agreement was the following: the frequencies of high responses, as scored by the first of the raters on each of the variables, was plotted on a scatter diagram against the frequencies of such responses as scored by the second rater. In this comparison, the two raters are represented by the different non-overlapping groups they were assigned to rate. Similar scattergrams were obtained for low and neutral ratings, and in each of the three cases men and women were plotted separately. With one exception, the correlation coefficients computed from the 6 scattergrams were between 0.70 and 0.82. This indicates that the two raters tended to concur fairly well in giving either a relatively large or a relatively small number of high, or of low, or of neutral ratings within any of the approximately 90 categories, showing a certain uniformity at least for one aspect of the rating policy. It may be added that in absolute terms there is also good agreement, the range of frequencies of high scores being 0 to 12, and 0 to 14, for the two raters, respectively, the various categories being considered for each of the sexes separately. For low scores the corresponding ranges were 0 to 11 and 0 to 13. Thus, while both the raters neglect to use some of the alternatives offered by the manual, as indicated by O, neither of them uses the opposite alternatives indiscriminately, i.e., in the characterization of all or nearly all the interviews analyzed by them. In view of the fact that the two staff members rated different samples of subjects, the coefficients and other data given above suggest that the character and distribution of ratings given for the various categories are to a considerable degree intrinsic to the category in question, at least within our specific combination of raters. B. Inter-rater agreement. Secondly, we turn to reliability proper. 9 interviewees in the group assigned to rater M were, in an additional checking procedure not used for the main analysis or for the survey in tables 1, 9, and 2, 9, also rated by rater R under the identical detailed set of aspects. 2 of these 9 subjects were deliberately chosen from the relatively small group, 12 of the 80 interviewees, i.e., 15%, of those for whom the composite standing based on the detailed ratings of the original rater had missed the correct diagnosis as to prejudice. These subjects were M19 and F39. As may be further seen from tables 1, 9, and 2, 9, the remaining 7 are likewise mostly not from among the clearest cases as far as interview ratings are concerned. A comparison of the gross results of the two rating procedures is shown in table 7, 9. The prejudice scores based on the questionnaire are taken from tables 1, 9, and 2, 9. However, the numerical scores appearing on these tables for the subjects listed here, as based on the ratings of rater M, are limited to a selection of the more discriminating categories, see below, section 6. The figures in table 7, 9, are based upon the ratings on all categories and are further given as percentages of high ratings relative to the possible maximum of ratings as given by the total number of categories. Thereby the number of neutral ratings, easily obtained by subtracting both high and low ratings from the total number of categories, 86 for men and 90 for women, see below, has been added half and half to the high and the low ratings. Composite standing as indicated by a percentage score of over, or of under, 50, and finally intuitive overall ratings of the interview make up the remainder of the table. Percentage scores show excellent inter-rater agreement for 6 of the 9 subjects. Of the remaining 3, those with really striking discrepancies are the same 2 mentioned above as having been misjudged by the original rater, M, namely M19 and F39. In both cases, the second rater has rectified the error very clearly by establishing percentage scores in the neighborhood of 30 which contrast sharply with those in the neighborhood of 70 as obtained from the first rater. The correlation coefficient between the columns representing the two raters, not very meaningful under the circumstances, is 0.61. It would be raised to about 0.8 if one of the two controversial cases just mentioned were eliminated so as to adjust the proportion of such cases more closely to that referred to above as existing in the total sample of interviewees, namely 15%. Such a figure, if verified on a broader basis, would be quite satisfactory for the kind of material involved. In terms of composite standing and intuitive ratings, agreement is perfect save for the two cases mentioned. Intuitive ratings on one of the controversial subjects, M19, is incomplete due to the fact that rater R, contrary to instructions, declared herself as unable to make up her mind in this particular case. It may be added that the means of the percentage scores for the two raters are quite close to one another as well as to the ideal value of 50. They are 58.4 for M and 50.9 for R. This augments the evidence brought forward above under A, with respect to the proportion of ratings given by the two raters. The slight preponderance of high ratings in rater M is also reflected in his intuitive overall ratings. In fact, it is concentrated in the two cases where he makes his mistakes and where the second rater evens out the score. A breakdown for the 6 major areas covered by the scoring manual, namely family patterns, see Chapter X, attitude toward sex, other people, and self, see Chapter 11, and dynamic character structure and cognitive personality organization, see Chapter 12, is given in Table 8, 9. The number of categories for each area is also indicated. Considering the smallness of these numbers, pairs of averages from raw scores in terms of number of high and low ratings, HL, are given for the 4 high scorers as contrasted with the 5 low scorers listed in Table 7, 9. No indices of reliability were computed here, but comparison of the first with the second and of the third with the fourth pair of figures in each row of Table 8, 9, reveals a good deal of agreement between the two raters. The fact that this agreement is less pronounced in the case of the low scorers as shown in the columns containing the third and fourth pairs of figures, and that, furthermore, the values of H and L within these pairs often show less clear-cut differentiation than they do in the left part of the table, is due, as was revealed in more detailed analysis not presented here, to the fact that both cases with controversial diagnosis, M19 and F39, happen to be in this group. Perhaps with the exception of family pattern and attitude toward self, This lack of differentiation for the group of low scorers, especially in rater M, and the ensuing disagreement with rater R, is about evenly distributed over the various areas. For high scorers, differentiation and agreement is about equally good for all the areas, and the totals are in excellent agreement with one another. Discounting the controversial cases, i.e., the 15% in our total sample of interviewees for which the original rater arrived at a diagnosis opposite to that given by the defining score on the prejudice scales, the results of this fragmentary analysis of reliability are quite encouraging. In fact, if the trend as discussed for Table 7, 9, should be representative of the entire sample, inter-rater agreement for the remaining 85% of the interviewees would be close to 0.9. For the other 15%, one may contemplate challenging the validity of the defining prejudice score along with doubting the validity of the interview rating. The questionnaire high may after all be considered the product of an approach that is by definition less concerned with underlying dynamics than is the diagnosis of the personality high. Further data on inter-rater agreement on the interview will be presented in Chapter 13. The problem of agreement of various types of ratings among themselves, such as in our present context especially of composite standing and intuitive overall rating, will be discussed in Chapter 13. In a broader sense, such aspects are also included within the general concept of reliability. A third avenue of scrutiny somewhat akin to reliability problems is through the study of halo effects, to be discussed next. 5. Minimizing halo effects in rating the interviews. We return now to the problem of the carryover from one category to another, much in the way of the halo effect known in social and educational psychology. One way of preventing or minimizing the halo effect would have been to use designations other than, presumably, high and, presumably, low to characterize the two opposites within the various categories. But such a procedure would have prevented only raters unfamiliar with the underlying hypotheses from succumbing to halo effects. Such raters, on the other hand, would have been undesirable from other, more crucial points of view. It was thus decided to leave control of halo effects to special analytical attitudes the raters were asked to maintain, and to ascertain the degree of relatedness in a statistical analysis of the completed ratings. It must be noted that, as in all cases of halo effects, a certain amount of correlation may be fully justified by fact, i.e., by existing correlation of real traits. Exactly how much of the halo is realistic would require further intensive study for all combinations of categories involved. Both the variability of the discriminatory power of the single categories, see below, and the variability of the proportion of high and low ratings ascribed to the various subjects seem to indicate that the raters succeeded, at least in part, in keeping the halo effect within reasonable bounds in rating the subjects. Evidence on the second of these points is contained in Tables 1, 9, and 2, 9, in the first two of the columns relating to ratings of the interviews. As is readily seen, hardly any of the subjects are classified as high or as low on all categories even when the neutral ratings are excluded from consideration, and for some of them there is an approximately equal number of high and low ratings. This shows that the raters were quite capable of separating the various issues involved, and of rating a person as high in one respect and as low in another. 6. Tabulation of interview ratings by categories. Statistical significance. A tabulation of interview ratings by single categories was obtained simply by counting the instances of high, H, of low, L, and of neutral, N, ratings, on a given category, among subjects of each of four groups: high-scoring men, low-scoring men, high-scoring women, and low-scoring women, scoring, that is, extremely high or low on the direct prejudice questionnaire. Analysis of the figures for a given category, with a view to their bearing upon the underlying hypotheses, could have any one of four outcomes, 2 positive and 2 negative. The positive instances are confirmatory of the original hypothesis. They include high ratings, i.e., those designating reactions presumed to occur more frequently in the prejudiced person, when given to subjects scoring high on the prejudice scales, as well as low ratings given to relatively unprejudiced, i.e., are so-called low-scoring, subjects. In short, the HH and LL combinations. The remaining two figures, indicating the frequency of prejudiced subjects receiving a low and of unprejudiced subjects receiving a high rating, in short, the HL and the 1H combinations, constitute the negative, non-confirmatory instances. The series of tables in chapters X to 12, tables 1, X, to 2, 12, presents, for the two sexes separately, the numbers of prejudiced and of unprejudiced interviewees who give the presumably high and the presumably low responses in the interviews, for each of the scoring categories. The number of neutrals may be obtained by subtraction of their sums from the total number of subjects in the respective prejudiced or unprejudiced groups. The four raw figures are followed by two sums which contrast the total number of positive with the total number of negative instances. All positive, i.e., confirmatory, evidence is italicized. Whenever a category is defined in the scoring manual by only one variant, H or L, rather than by an opposition of an H with an L, only the presence of the trait in question is registered in the tables and the remaining space is left blank. The final column of the tables indicates the level of statistical significance of the difference, on the category in question, between prejudiced and unprejudiced extremes as defined in the present study. It thus refers to the discriminatory power and the importance of the category as a personality correlate, and therefore as a potential measure, of overtly expressed ethnic prejudice. Indications of significance are given in terms of whether or not the 5%er, satisfactory, the 2%er or the 1%er level, highly satisfactory, since in this latter case there is a 99%er probability that the obtained difference is not due to chance factors, has been reached or surpassed, without specifying whether or by how much they have been surpassed. Significance was computed after evenly dividing the neutrals among the high and the low ratings. It must not be forgotten, in this connection, that dividing the neutral ratings tends to lower the index of significance, the more so the larger the proportion of these ratings. Thus, in treating the neutral ratings as we do, we are keeping on the safe side, since, as was pointed out above, the neutral scorings are based, in a considerable proportion of the cases, on lack of information rather than on lack of actual discriminability. Wherever the proportion of neutrals for the total sample of interviewees is larger than 50%, or the statistical significance of the category in question was not computed and therefore there was no entry under any circumstances in the last column of the tables. The category was also omitted from the survey of interview scores in tables 1, 9, and 2, 9. For men the total number of categories is 86, somewhat less than for women, in whose case a few more subdivisions were introduced into the scoring manual. Of these 86 categories, 72 yielded less than 50% neutrals, and thus remained for full treatment. For women only 65 of the original 90 categories yielded less than 50% neutrals and were thus retained for full treatment. The fact that the categories were generally somewhat more discriminatory in the case of the men than in the case of the women may be accounted for by the fact that most of the men were interviewed at a later stage of the study and that therefore their records were more complete. All the calculations discussed above were performed separately for men and women. Corresponding figures for each appear closely adjacent to one another in the tables, those for men, M, in the upper left hand and those for women, W, in the lower right-hand area of each of the cells that one may imagine at the intersection of vertical columns with horizontal rows, the latter defined by the various categories. Chapter X. Parents and Childhood as seen through the interviews. Els Frankel Brunswick. A. Introduction. In turning to the specific results of the interviews we begin with the organization of the family. Many of the attitudes and underlying needs discussed in this volume must be assumed to originate, as far as the individual is concerned, in the family situation. Here the growing child learns for the first time to handle interpersonal relations. Some of the members of the family are in an authoritative, others in an equalitarian or in a weaker position than himself. Some are of the same, others are of the opposite sex. It soon becomes evident to the youngster what kind of behavior is considered appropriate and will lead to reward and what kind of behavior will be punished. He finds himself confronted with a certain set of values and certain expectations which he has to meet. Within the general common framework of the white American population, families vary greatly as to the rigidity or flexibility of the roles defined within the family, as well as to values in general. We shall encounter families in which considerably more emphasis is placed on obedience than it is in others. In some cases discipline is harsh and threatening, in others intelligible and mild. Or there may be rigorous adherence to conventional rules and customs rather than to more flexible and more intrinsic values which lead to greater tolerance for individual variations. Or smooth functioning within the family may depend either more on exchange of well-defined obligations and goods, or else on an exchange of genuine affection. These and other differences in the organization of the family are under scrutiny in the light of their possible implications with respect to the personality structure of the individual and his social and political beliefs. Although no striking relations between these patterns and gross economic factors have been uncovered in the present study, systematic investigations of a more distinctly sociological nature would undoubtedly reveal broader cultural and subcultural determinants of these differences, say, the greater frequency of one or the other type of family organization in different national subgroups, or a dependence on the relative stability or instability of the socio-economic family history. While this goes to press, data from a separate project, Frankel-Brunswick, for an advance report C30, one seemed to indicate that parents of extremely prejudiced children are relatively often the children of foreign-born parents or show preoccupation as to social and national insecurity. Specific rating categories from the interview scoring manual in the area of family organization, followed by tabulation of quantitative results and eventually by a discussion and the presentation of pertinent quotations from the interviews themselves, are given in sections B to D. B. Attitudes toward parents and conception of the family. 1. Definition of rating categories and quantitative results. In line with the overall subject matter of the present volume, the discussion concerning attitudes toward parents will, among others, center about the following questions: is the general tendency toward glorification and lack of critical evaluation of in-groups on the part of the ethnically prejudiced also mirrored in their attitudes toward their parents? Is there a tendency toward submission, and how are the problems of rebellion, hostility, and guilt handled in our two opposite groups? How are the feelings of genuine love related to conformity as contrasted with independence? The definitions of the specific categories of the scoring manual dealing with problems of this nature are listed here in the form in which they were used by the raters. It should be remembered, however, that the manual represents merely a summary of what was developed and discussed with the two raters in extended conferences preceding the actual rating procedure. The subsequent text makes occasional use of the more prominent of the connotations thus established which were not formally incorporated in the manual in order not to overload it in actual use. Before starting the presentation of the various parts of the interview scoring manual, attention must be called to the fact that strict opposition or near opposition of the presumably high and the presumably low variance is to be assumed only where the numbers or number-letter combinations appearing on the right side of the page are identical with those on the left. Thus Category 2, victimization, stands in a somewhat oblique relation to Categories 2A to 2C. In some cases pairings of this kind reflect the fact that there is more than one opposite to a given variant. Beginning with Section C of this chapter, different sets of letters are sometimes used on the two sides to stress an absence of one-by-one correspondence of a series of alternatives listed on the right with a series of items on the left, although the lists in their entirety define a more clear-cut pattern of opposition. Concerning the lopsided evaluation of asymmetrical categories in the tables to follow, see the concluding pages of the preceding chapter. The first subdivision of the interview scoring manual follows. As in the interview schedule, italics are used to represent key phrases which had been emphasized to the raters by underscoring. Interview scoring manual, attitudes toward parents and conception of family, to Table 1, X. Presumably high variance. Presumably low variance. 1. Conventional idealization of parent, s. Overestimation of qualities and status, expressed in behavioral, essentially external, conventionalized generalities, or undifferentiated all's well attitude. 1. Objective appraisal of parents. 2. Victimization, quasi-persecutory, by parent, s. Neglect, including failure to give proper discipline, unjust discipline, picked on, unfair, resents preferring of rival sib or spouse, or foster sib or step-spouse, etc. 2a. Principled open rejection. 2b. Genuine positive affect, some reference to, positive, psychological qualities, individualized characterizations. 2c. Blocked affect, presumably mutually exclusive with 2a. 3a. Submission to parental authority and values, respect based on fear. 3b. Capricious rebellion against parents, delinquency. 3. Principled independence. 4a. Ego, alien dependence, for things and support on parents, essentially exploitive manipulative getting, an externalized relationship. 4b. Sense of obligation and duty to parents, desire to make it up to them. 4. Love-seeking succurrence nurturance affiliation toward parents. 5. In-group orientation to family as a whole, example emphasis on family heredity and background, homogeneous totalitarian family versus rest of world, aristocratic superiority of family, etc. 5. Individualized approach to members of the family. 2. Idealization vs. Objective appraisal of parents. In view of their general tendency toward conventionality and submission toward in-group members, it is not surprising to find in the prejudiced subjects a tendency toward idealization of the parents. This idealization is expressed characteristically in generalized and undifferentiated, conventionalized terms which primarily glorify external features of physical appearance or overt behavioral conduct rather than involving the more internal aspects of their personality. Objective appraisal of parents, referring to an ability for critical evaluation of the parents in specific and psychologically conceived terms, on the other hand, is predominant in the unprejudiced subjects. The detailed results presented in Table 1, X, under Category 1, reveal the striking fact that none of the low-scoring women interviewed shows the glorification of the parents just described. Instead, 11 of them show objective, critical appraisal. Of the high-scoring women, 9 show glorification and 6 objective appraisal of parents. For the total group of women, there are 20 positive as contrasted with 6 negative instances in the sense defined at the end of the preceding chapter. The statistical significance of the difference between the positive evidence, i.e., that confirming the original hypothesis underlying the distinction between the high and the low variant, and the negative, non-confirmatory, evidence cited is found to be at the 1% level, and thus highly satisfactory. See Chapter 9, Section F, 6. A good illustration of the high attitude in women is given by the following quotation from the interview of one of the high scorers. Mother, she amazes me, millions of activities, had 2 maids in _______________ years ago, but never since, such calmness, never sick, never, beautiful woman she really is. The reference to external dimensions, both behavioral, million activities, and physical, never sick, beautiful, can be seen clearly in the foregoing record. It must be emphasized that the subjects were asked, in this connection, what kind of person is your father, mother, without further specification. See the interview schedule as presented in the preceding chapter. The overestimation of parents in more general terms is especially clear in the record of another prejudiced woman interviewee, F24. Father, he is wonderful, couldn't make him better. He is always willing to do anything for you. He is about ________ years old, 6 feet tall, has dark brown hair, slim build, young looking face, good looking, dark green eyes. The same subject gives further evidence of the stereotypical conception of parents in the high scorers by repeating the same description for her mother, differentiating only the physical characteristics. After repeating the first two sentences she continues, she is about 5 feet 5 inches, neither slim nor stocky. She's reducing. She has dark hair, blue eyes, is nice looking. She is _________ years old. These illustrations are quite typical of the responses of our high-scoring subjects. It should be added that none of the 6 high-scoring women who show objective appraisal of parents was considered to manifest positive affect toward the parents, category 2. This will be discussed below. Very characteristic of high-scoring subjects is an initial statement of great admiration for parents, followed by some criticism which is not, however, recognized as such by the subject. The comparison of reactions to general questions with reactions to specific questions proved especially fruitful, example when parents were characterized in general positive terms but the specific episodes and traits referred to were mostly of a negative character. Regarding related mechanisms of self-deception, see 33, 34. The subject is aware only of admiration toward the parents, and the reservations seem to enter the picture against better intention and knowledge, thus injecting into the statement an element of ambivalence. Examples of this attitude from the protocols of high-scoring women are quoted in the following. It should be mentioned here that throughout chapters X to 12 the special code numbers used in rating the interviews are retained for greater anonymity. For the same reason, localities, occupations, and related personal data are either left out or disguised. F31, Father. He has a marvelous personality and gets along well with people. He has a hot temper. Or F79, Mother was, of course, a very wonderful person. She was very nervous. Irritable only when overdoing. Or again, F74, Father is quiet and calm. He never shows irritation. He is very intelligent, and his opinions are very valid. He is very sincere and very well liked by friends and employees. He rarely puts himself out for people, but people love him. He is exceptionally good looking, dresses well, has gray hair, and is ________ years old. Glorification of parents is equally or even more pronounced in our high-scoring men than it is in the high-scoring women. Of the 20 interviewees in this group, 11 show this feature whereas only one has been rated as giving evidence of objective appraisal, and the entire category is again significant at the 1% level. One of the high-scoring men describes his father as a very, very fine man, intelligent, understanding, excellent father, in every way. Another says that his father is always good to his family. Naturally, a kid would not think their parents had any weaknesses in them. Use of such terms as naturally or of course, the latter in the protocol of F79 quoted above, reveals the element of conventionalism inherent in the mechanism of glorification. Another high-scoring man says, M47, what sort of person was your mother? Well, best in the world. She's good, in fact, the best. In other words, she's just tops with me. She's friendly with everybody. Never has no trouble. Does anything for me she can. Writes me all the time. What do you admire most about her? Just about everything. When father went away, mother took care of me all her life, where she could have put me in a home someplace if she had wanted to. She always stayed with me in trouble. Or, M52, what have you admired most about your father? Well, let's see. Well, there's really no particular point that I admire most. I've always been very proud to be his son. What sort of person was your mother? Most terrific person in the world to me. Shortcomings of mother? Well, I don't really think she has any, except maybe too wound up in her home, and didn't take more interest in social affairs. I truthfully can't say she has any definite shortcomings. Or, M51, going back to your father, you say you didn't accept him as a shining example when you were a child. He was always with me except when I was in boarding school, that is, always at home. I just took him for granted, that's all. I never analyzed him, when I was very small. Instead of asking why does the sun shine, how are babies made, etc., etc., my father says I took everything for granted. I wonder why that was. One of the outstanding features in the above quotations from high scorers is the use of superlatives in the description of parents, such as excellent man in every way, best in the world, most terrific person, etc. If more detailed and specific elaborations are made at all, they refer to material benefits or help given by the parents. Where there is no readiness to admit that one's parents have any weakness in them, it is not surprising to find later an indication of repressed hostility and revengeful fantasies behind the mask of compliance. Some evidence on this point has already been presented above. The high scorer's emphasis on more obvious rather than on subtle and internalized characteristics cannot be traced to a lower level of education or of intelligence, see Chapter 8. Rather, it must be seen as in line with their general tendency toward greater shallowness and stereotypy and a diluted diffuseness of inner experiences. The objective appraisal of one's parents, manifested primarily by the low scorers, has a very different quality. Instead of an apparent overestimation of the parents which, as will be seen, goes hand in hand with a fearful submission to them, we find in the typical unprejudiced subject an evaluation of the parents on terms of equality. In the following records, all taken from interviews of low-scoring subjects, we find the parents described as real people with real assets and shortcomings. The emphasis in the description is on internal rather than external and physical characteristics. Concomitant with a more critical attitude, we often find in these records a closer and warmer relationship with the parents. It also becomes clear that the parents have often been a source of comfort and love for these subjects, who, in their turn, are more secure in their feelings toward their parents. They are thus able to face and to express conflicts in the areas where there is or was disagreement. Often we get the impression that the low scorers talk in a benevolently condescending way about their parents, critically and at the same time lovingly. Thus low-scoring women are found to describe their parents as follows. F65, my mother is very much interested in people, she is practical and sensible, but she gets too much interested in fads. On some points I disagree with my mother very much. Mother wants me to be more social. She wants me to wear lipstick, go out to parties, etc. I am too lazy to do all those things. She is very good, nice, and does the right thing, but I don't like her temperament. She is mad one minute and the next one she isn't. She gives me too much advice. F62, father tries to be rational, but he is not always so. He is a dominant person, though my mother was master of the house. F70, what kind of person is your father? Father was never much in the picture, he paid more attention to me between the ages of 1 and 6 than later. I think he wanted a boy, so he paid little attention to me, so probably has not influenced my attitudes very much. Describing father is easier. He's a more definite kind of person than mother. He's a person of great intolerance, he is a great authority on all subjects, spoken with some irony, including medicine and physiology. F23, father was very dominating in the home, like all European men, and mother submitted to him. I almost think she enjoyed being a martyr. It then became very clear that her mother's submissive and self-sacrificing attitude were unacceptable to the subject. The mother never got what she wanted. The things she wanted were like dreams, and she seemed satisfied to keep them as dreams. For example, she would have liked to redecorate the house or to buy a summer place, but the father would never let her. F26 feels that her father did not understand her point of view. She thinks he is sensitive, but does not sense other people's feelings. The mother is described as a pal, and as having a sense of humor. Subject thinks that, unlike her father, her mother understood what she was feeling. Examples of objective appraisal of parents in low-scoring men follow. As is to be expected in our culture, there sometimes is a word or two of exaggerated praise at the beginning, but this is usually followed up by some more specific qualification of a less stereotyped, more vivid and direct kind. M42, what sort of person is your mother? Well, I think she is a wonderful woman, been very good to me, never put too many restrictions on my activities, her rules were few and far between, but what rules there were, had to be obeyed and not to be monkeyed with. As a woman, she might seem to be a little hard to get acquainted with, and, at first, might seem a little uppitish, but, she tends to have relatively few friends, and comes to know them pretty well, quiet, listens more than she talks, very fair. What do you admire most about her? I don't know. I've never given it much thought. I don't think of any one trait. She is very fair, I don't think you could talk her into cheating. If she feels something is right, she'll stick up for it no matter what. M44, what sort of person is your father? Oh, he's the kind of guy who never has been very happy working for somebody else. He's always had a little difficulty, especially with a very large company, laughs. He just has a venomous hatred for any big outfit, he has a very vital sense of justice and honesty, and he just can't stand pressure practices. M50, what sort of person is your mother? An intellectual and a very well-educated person. Her principal gift seems to be that of perception. And a musician, piano, not by trade but certainly by nature. What do you admire most about her? Her intellectual ability. M53, what sort of person was your mother? Well, sort of an average person, a rather happy person, quite a happy person. I think she was fairly intelligent, and there again was conditioned to mother-wife sort of thing. Always maintained a pleasant home, I mean really pleasant. Weaknesses? Well, I would say a certain unworldliness. How do you mean? Perhaps, a perfect product of her age, in a way. Kind of a respectable, average, God-fearing sort of person, laughs. Didn't know much about finances, clinging vine type of female, but a very pleasant person. Made not a desperate attempt, but maintained a very pleasant home, very pleasant, reasonable sort of person. Certain possessiveness, towards subject. M3, I like my father. He is more a taciturn type, a quiet Frenchman, keeps out of trouble. I don't particularly respect my mother. She is intellectually shallow, wishy-washy, vacillating is the word. That's a hell of a thing to say about mother, but like I'll tell her what I want to do, and she'll agree enthusiastically. Then father will come along with his ideas against mine, and she'll agree with him. You can only take so much of that. I admire father for his ability to keep his mouth shut. He just says nothing and looks dignified and everyone admires and respects him. I wish I could do that. Of the two, I'd rather be alone with him. What is your mother like? Kindly, generous, always wishing well, seeing the bright side of things, fairly jolly, cracking jokes. Gets along with people fairly well, they like her and she likes them. Her geniality may be just practice because she's been teaching so long, principal of a local grammar school, she knows how to be amusing, hail fellow well met, you might say. But slightly moralistic, morals of about 1910. For example, she is against Errol Flynn, doesn't moralize, just makes critical remarks in a joking way. M15, father was born in 1890 on a farm in mother in 1889 on an farm. Subject describes his father as having a bad temper and being very strict, punishing the children severely, such as beating them with a strap. Father did not attend high school. He had many friends. Played football. Father started out as a game feeder at university, also became a good carpenter and painter. In the 1920s the family moved to and father became a minister in the church. The only prerequisite for that was to be able to read the Bible. His sermons are all hellfire and brimstone. Subject thinks that father had an inferiority complex, doesn't know just how to explain it. Not only do low-scoring subjects express disagreement with their parents more freely, but there is evidence in the records that when they disagree they have the strength to follow their own way, though often not without paying the price of conflict and guilt. It is with respect to the following aspects that the unprejudiced subjects are most often critical of their parents: pressure to sociability, parents giving too much advice, too much dominance or possessiveness, lack of understanding, religious conflicts. Often hand in hand with these resentments, real appreciation of the parents is expressed in specific terms by pointing to their abilities, their independence of conventions, generosity, perceptiveness, happiness. Since typical low scorers do not really see their parents as any too overpowering or frightening, they can afford to express their feelings of resentment more readily. Being able to mobilize rebellion, unprejudiced subjects thus learn to conceive of equality as an alternative to the relationship of dominance-submission. Ambivalence toward the parents can be openly faced and worked out on this basis, preventing the crippling effect of too much repression and submission. It is in this manner that expression of rebelliousness seems to go with increased ability to give as well as to receive genuine affection, while repression of resentment is associated with a more stereotypical glorification of parents that seems devoid of real feeling. 3. Genuineness of affect. Manifestations of genuine positive affect toward the parents as revealed, among other things, by references to positive psychological qualities, were found mainly in low-scoring subjects, Category 2B. It can be understood readily that positive affect toward parents should be found more often where there is an objective evaluation of the parents rather than where there is resentment toward them. In addition to the illustrations of positive affect given previously, we quote here one example of a very intensive expression of positive feeling for the father on the part of a low-scoring woman. F63, but I remember when my father left, she came to my room and said, "You'll never see your daddy again." Those were her exact words. I was crazy with grief and felt it was her fault. I threw things, emptied drawers out of the window, pulled the spreads off the bed, then threw things at the wall. The finding that positive affect toward parents is present more often in low scorers must be seen in conjunction with the results on glorification versus objective appraisal as discussed above. In fact, 6 out of the 25 high-scoring women interviewees, as against 11 out of the 15 lower scorers, to be sure, were rated as manifesting objective appraisal. From the present data, however, it is evident that the objectivity of the high-scoring women must be regarded as more hostile than positive. None of them was rated as having genuine positive affect. Being basically an attitude of libidinized interest, true objectivity seems to be primarily the domain of the low scorers, at least in the present context. This is far from saying that all or nearly all the unprejudiced extremes exhibit this trait. In fact, low scorers sometimes display distortions all their own, caused mainly by feelings of guilt and remorse and often leading to an obsessive rather than a genuine type of objectivity, see Chapter 12. There is some evidence of what may be called blocked affect in the low scorers, Category 2C. An example is given by one of the men in this classification who answered the question, "What were your parents like?" by simply saying normal parents without being able to elaborate on this topic when questioned further. It was expected, on the basis of the generally greater openness of the low scorers, that if parents were rejected by low-scoring subjects, this rejection would tend to be open and based on disagreement with respect to basic principles. Principled open rejection, Category 2A, did not, however, prove to be statistically differentiating. This may well be due to the fact that only a few cases manifested this attitude. 4. Feelings of victimization. Somewhat more often than open rejection of the parents, a feeling of victimization by the parents, Category 2, is found in the high-scoring women interviewees. These feelings include complaints about being neglected, unjustly disciplined, picked on or otherwise unfairly treated, especially in rivalry situations within the family. 8 of the high-scoring women interviewees showed this attitude, often in conjunction with a glorification of the parents. The subsequent record of a high-scoring woman interviewee gives an example of admiration for the father in general terms, as expressed by the initial phrase, a grand person, combined with resentment and a feeling of being neglected in favor of the brothers, which is brought out after encouragement by the interviewer to describe the father's faults. F32, altogether she thinks her father is a grand person. When asked whether, since no one is perfect, there were any little faults that she could name, she said that she couldn't think of any. He never drank, well, he swore a little bit. And he was argumentative. However, in discussing her vocation, subject had mentioned that the father had been willing to finance the education of the boys, but that he expected the girls to stay home and be ladies, so what the girls got they got on their own. In another connection, subject remarked that she had got nothing out of her father. He provided them with the necessities of life, but would not give them anything extra. He never allowed the girls to entertain boys at home. Nevertheless, subject stated that she was closer to her father than to her mother. When the interviewer broached the topic of her brothers and sisters, subject replied, "I'm right in the middle, don't they say middle children are forgotten children?" When asked if she thought that was so, subject closed up, merely remarking that her parents showed no partiality. Some of the other high-scoring women are resentful against their parents because of a feeling that their brothers were preferred by virtue of their being boys. Envy, resentment, and depreciation of the brother by high-scoring women, in conjunction with the sense of being victimized by the parents, is exemplified by the following report. F39, I had to get up early with mother and bake and clean all day long. I used to say that it was especially unfair because my brother would play. Mother said, well, he was a boy, and that really made me mad. It must be emphasized that these feelings of resentment against the parents, especially when they appear in the records of high-scoring subjects, are usually not ego-accepted. Thus F39, whose record was just quoted above, states that her mother was terribly strict with me about learning to keep house. I am glad now, but I resented it then. The feelings of resentment are considered bad and therefore projected onto childhood and not accepted as present feelings. Such strictness and the general idea of being treated as a child at home are often the source of feelings of victimization. At the same time there is, as will be discussed in greater detail below, submission to the demands of the parents. One high-scoring girl complains about her father, can't say I don't like him, but he wouldn't let me date at 16. I had to stay home, another girl in this group says, father and mother were so anxious to adjust that they forgot us. They treated us as 16-year-olds when we were actually 18. Prejudiced subjects generally tend to feel themselves forgotten, the victims of injustice who did not get enough of the things they deserved. They thus tend to resent other people, especially outgroups, of whom they readily conceive as unjustifiably threatening, as intruding on their rights, and as attempting to take privileges away from them. As was pointed out in previous publications, E. Frankel Brunswick, 35, 38, and as will be shown in detail in Chapter 14, high-scoring women tend to express a great deal of hostility toward mother figures in their responses to the thematic apperception test. In their interviews, however, we find mainly admiration for the mother, although this is frequently intermingled with non-accepted feelings of hostility and resentment. In those relatively rare cases in which there is an open expression of hostility toward the mother in the interview of a high-scoring woman, one is likely to find this hostility very intense and of an almost paranoid character. The following example is characteristic of this. F36, subject describes her mother variously as domineering, dictatorial, and self-centered. Her mother is good at social relationships, she knew how to get along with people. After her divorce, She worked as a traveling saleswoman until subject graduated from high school. When on the road, she was very popular with the other salesmen. She worked just long enough to see subject through school, then expected subject to support her, and so quit work. When subject was in high school, she used to make all the clothes for her mother and herself. Once her mother cut out a dress wrongly, and when subject criticized what she had done, her mother cried, "You don't want to do anything for your mother." To this, subject retorted, "I never will make anything for you again." And she never did. In subject shared an apartment with her mother. Her mother wanted to run her life and made it impossible for her to have friends at home. She expected her to give in to her for everything. She practically pushed subject out of the apartment, so subject told her finally that she would have to get a place of her own. Her mother asked her how much money she was making, and subject replied, "None of your business." This was what her mother had often said to her. Her mother figured out how much she was making and then asked subject to increase her allowance. Subject retorted, "What would you do if I didn't support you?" This shut her up. Things finally became so unbearable that subject broke with her mother completely and has not seen her for years. However, she has continued to support her mother and still sends her a check regularly. The foregoing record is atypical of the interview material but would be typical of the stories that high-scoring women tell about mother figures in the thematic apperception test. In the stories told by prejudiced women about mother figures, the pressure which such women exert upon their daughters is usually revealed alongside the fantasies of revenge. In the more direct descriptions of their mothers in the interviews, there is, in most cases, nothing but expressions of admiration. The intensity of hostility, once such an attitude breaks through in the interview, points toward the fact that strong defenses against it are necessary and indicates once again the source and meaning of the attitude of glorification. In spite of the fact that the subject quoted above openly faces her hostility toward her mother, she still often feels obliged to submit to the mother, although she really cannot accept this kind of dependency. Typically, the quarrel with the mother centers about material benefits and problems of exploitation. Feelings of victimization were also found in for low-scoring women. However, in the low-scoring cases such feelings differ somewhat in kind from those of subjects who score high. For example, F63, whose intense expressions of despair have been quoted above, experiences the divorce of her parents as desertion by her father. There, the feeling of resentment has a different quality in that it seems a reaction to loss of love rather than a dissatisfaction with not getting enough. In other cases, the feelings of resentment toward the parents in low-scoring subjects are similar to those of the high scorers, except for the fact that they are more readily accepted and therefore do not appear in the same context with glorification of the parents. In men, feelings of victimization as such are still less differentiating than in women. 4 low scorers and 6 high scorers, out of the 20 men interviewees in each group, show this attitude. There is again, however, a different quality in the two groups in this respect. In the high scorers, reference is usually made to the parent as a disciplinarian. One man complains of having had to work too much, another of not having been slapped enough. M51, usually got my way. In fact, all I ever had to do was cry about anything and he'd do whatever it was that upset me. Sick. I think if I'd been slapped around a little more as a child, I might not need to be slapped around now that I'm grown up. Not only that, but my selfishness is something I can almost blame him for. His attitude and that of the whole family led me to believe that I was the whole universe. I know now. I'm not selfish now. But I had to learn that for myself. My playing cops and robbers, that was because I felt stepped on. On the other hand, the feelings of victimization found in low-scoring men give the impression of being more directly based on reality, and tend to refer to not receiving love or some substitute for it. The following is an illustration of this. M55, for example, he would take a delicacy like candy, pretend to offer us some and then eat it himself and laugh uproariously. Makes him seem sort of a monster, though he's not really. 5. Submission vs. Principled independence. Related to glorification of parents is an attitude to be characterized as submission to parental authority and values out of respect based on fear. Its opposite has been designated as principled independence. The importance of this aspect, incorporated here as Category 3A, has been stressed several times before in this volume, on the grounds that submission to parental authority may be closely related to submission to authority in general. And submission to authority, in its turn, has the broadest implications for social and personal behavior both toward those with power and those without it. It is therefore interesting to note that this category shows marked differences between prejudiced and unprejudiced interviewees. The percentage of high-scoring men who manifest this attitude, as well as the index of significance on this category for men, is greater than that of the high-scoring women. This gives some support to the hypothesis that high-scoring men are faced with a more serious submission problem than high-scoring women. Their longing for submission as well as their toughness, described on previous occasions as a reaction to precisely this submission, will be traced below in greater detail to factors in the family constellation. Examples of submission to parental authority in high-scoring men are the following. M41, discipline. Well, there wasn't much to exercise. We just did what they said. Children didn't run wild in those days like they do nowadays. M43, sun up to sundown. How did you take that? We did what the elders told us to. Ever question it? Well, I never questioned. M47, well, to tell the truth, I don't think she was strict enough with us. I'd get out and run around, come home later than supposed to. She never licked me. Just bawled me out, which was worse. Only licked me once, for stealing my brother's watch when I was 10. What were you disciplined for? Schoolwork, and doing what I was told to do. She was pretty strict about that being home on time. How did you respond? It just hurt. I never sassied her back or said a mean thing to her. M57, how did you react when you were spanked? I just didn't do it anymore. M58, but, you know, I never held that against my father, I had it coming. He laid the law down, and if I broke it, there was punishment, but never in uncontrolled anger. From the foregoing protocols it is evident that many of the high-scoring men not only submit to discipline and punishment because there is no other choice left, but often find themselves in complete agreement with the administration of harsh punishment. They identify themselves with the punisher and even seem to enjoy punishment. Not only do they appear to have had this attitude as children, but during their adult life the idea of punishment and the fear of it stays with them, often preventing them from transgressing a narrow path of seeming virtue. This holds only for the genuinely conservative type of prejudiced person, not for the delinquent or psychopathic variant, see Chapter XXI. Examples of submission to parental authority from the protocols of high-scoring women are: F66, he never spanked me, mother always did that. You always did what he said, but it was right, there was no question about it. F78, her parents definitely approve of the engagement. Subject wouldn't even go with anyone if they didn't like him. These short examples may suffice to illustrate that submission to authority is not only less frequent in high-scoring women than in men, but also that it has a less intense quality. The opposite of submission to authority we designated as principled independence. It is found more often in our low scorers. 8 of the 15 low-scoring women interviewees and none of the 25 high-scoring ones show this trait. Correspondingly, 10 of the 20 low-scoring men interviewees and only 2 of the like number of high scorers display this attitude in their interviews. In particular, the protocols of low-scoring subjects rated as showing principled independence contain references to being independent, to arguing with parents on certain issues, etc. As with submission toward parents, principled independence is more outspoken in the records of men. M44, You talked with your mother a lot. Yeah, laughs, though we often disagreed. But she was very good to talk with. Now I've almost quit writing about religious things to my mother, to avoid disturbing her. She was willing to accept my ideas about things even if she didn't like them. She'd go her way and I'd go mine. I think she was very wise in that. This record further illustrates the fact that independence in relation to parents is easily combined with tender feelings of love for them, feelings of which the low-scoring subjects are, generally, more capable, see above. Another example of independence, here concerning religious issues, which does not disturb the basic good relationship to parents, is the following. M55, Reactions to Sunday School. Older sister, 1.5 years older, is more rebellious and influenced subject rather strongly, although I really don't think I needed much influence. Conflict with parents. Surprisingly, it didn't. They'd get awfully angry sometimes, mainly over Sunday school. Didn't ever discuss the theology. When I was younger, father read the Bible, which I enjoyed a lot, age 8 to 11, about. I liked the stories, though not as religion. When went to Sunday school, then began to rebel against religion. Unprejudiced subjects seem less in need of complete approval by their parents. The record of M55 also points up the fact that the occasional expression of mild aggression is not detrimental to, but has a positive effect on, the basic good relationships with parents or interpersonal relationships in general. Indications in the interviews, and especially findings from the thematic apperception test, see Chapter 14, suggest that the inability of the typical high-scoring subject to express aggression toward, or independence from, parents is due to the overpitched intensity of these feelings, so that the fear of punishment is too great to allow their being openly expressed. Still a further illustration of independence in the sphere of religion, a frequent occurrence in the low-scoring subjects, is the following. M16, My mother takes her religion very seriously. But I never wanted to go to church. By the time I was 6 years old I had developed ways of getting around it. There were some hills behind the town, you know the country around there in southern ________. On Sunday morning I'd be gone at dawn and wouldn't come home until evening. Just to be out of church. Why? I guess it was mostly boredom. I didn't want to sit there and listen to all that nonsense, salvation, Jesus Christ most of all. My mother always used to pray over me. This record also manifests the benevolently condescending attitude of low scorers, especially the men, toward their parents in general and toward the mother in particular. It stands in clear opposition to submission, and characteristically the mother, instead of being angry, is seen as praying over her disobedient son. In some cases the strivings for independence in the unprejudiced subjects seem to be connected with the feelings of guilt and anxiety lest the intensity and warmth of the relationship with the parents might be lost in disagreement. Though we do not find, in the high-scoring subjects, much of real rebellion based on principled independence, there is sometimes an indication of capricious rebellion against the parents, Category 3B, through which resentment is expressed without any real independence being gained. 6 of the high-scoring and only 1 of the low-scoring women interviewees show this trait. In men the difference is less pronounced, the rating appearing in 9 high scorers and 4 low scorers. In high-scoring women capricious rebellion takes the form primarily of temper tantrums, which they tend to indulge in when punished or restricted by the parents. Afterwards they usually submit even more fully than before without having made any progress toward independence. Especially high-scoring men, when dissatisfied with their parents, sometimes leave home. Truancy or becoming delinquent in some other form is more frequent than fighting it out. One of the high-scoring men tells that he took to thievery because his father did not understand him. 6. Dependence for things vs. Dependence for love. The attitude of submission to and the absence of real rebellion against the parents, found primarily in high-scoring subjects, appears to be connected with a kind of materialistic dependence on them which is not recognized as such. It may thus be termed ego-alien dependence for things and support. This dependence is essentially an exploitive manipulative, externalized relationship. It is in contrast with what we have called love-seeking succurrence nurturance affiliation toward the parents, category 4A. The assumption was that typical prejudiced subjects want to be taken care of like children, that they want to exploit their parents as they want to exploit other people, and that, not being self-reliant, they need support and comfort, first from the parents and then from parent substitutes. This dependence, however, is neither focused nor conscious. It is rather a need for the help of others in getting things. The persons from whom things can be gotten may equally well be parents, or the leader, or anyone else who seems capable of offering tangible support. The kind of dependence on the parents expected to be characteristic of unprejudiced subjects, on the other hand, is the kind of dependence which people with an ability to love direct toward those for whom an object cathexis has been established. The first type of person is more dependent, for benefits and things, but at the same time he is less dependent on specific persons because of the ready exchangeability of objects. The difference between these two types of dependence proved highly significant in the direction expected. As many as 13 of the 25 high-scoring women interviewees were considered to have displayed in their interviews evidence of marked ego-alien dependence for things, as contrasted with 2 of the 15 low scorers. Even more strikingly, 13 of the 20 high-scoring men and only 1 of the 20 low scorers show the presumably high type of dependence. Conversely, 14 of the low-scoring men interviewees but only 1 of the corresponding high scorers show evidence of love-oriented dependence in the interview. The affection-seeking kind of dependence in men is oriented mainly toward the mother. The fact that in women this difference is somewhat less pronounced than in men is probably due to the fact that in spite of the existing differences between prejudiced and unprejudiced women, the orientation toward dependence tends to be stronger in women than in men. Examples of the ego-alien dependence for things in high-scoring women and men follow. F68, I always say my mother is still taking care of me. You should see my closets, stacked with fruits, jams, pickles, and every couple of weeks there is chicken, eggs, cream, everything you can think of. She just loves to do things for people. F71 writes about her father, right now I'm his favorite. He'll do anything for me, takes me to school and calls for me. The utilitarian approach of our high-scoring subjects is shown in the record of F79. Yes, as I said on my questionnaire, I was closer to my mother at 6, 9, and 12, but now I have switched to my father, that is, since I was about 20. He holds the money bags. If I want to do anything, I have to go to him. Records of high-scoring men show the same kind of dependence for things. M41, well, kids always think more of their mother than their father. They look more to their mother for things. Or M43, how do you mean? Good to the children, clothed, fed, took care of when sick. M47 says about his mother, well, I guess her being so good and friendly to everybody, especially me. For example, well, always trying to do everything for me. Very seldom go uptown without bringing something back for me. M51 shows the dependent, parasitic attitude, I never saw any virtue in work. Subject lived on his father's insurance policy after his father's death and before that on his father. Was never really self-supporting, and when I tried to support myself, I landed here, prison. M52 evaluates his father only in terms of what he got from him. I haven't had everything I might have wanted from him. I would have liked to have a nicer home, better position, but all in all, I was very happy to be one of his boys. Father was very proud of me. Along similar lines is the record of M57, what were you disciplined for? Well, when I wanted to go to a dance and take the car, used to make me mad if I couldn't get it. Did you have an allowance, $15 or $20 a week, up? Always had plenty of money to spend. Subject spontaneously mentioned that his father would commonly give him $50 or so to go to a rodeo, and that in adolescence started giving him money for prostitutes. He adds that his father would often leave money out on the table for him for various purposes, even before subject had asked for it. The wish for guidance is expressed in the record of M58, "Father wanted me to go to college, but his death interrupted this. If I'd had someone to guide me," subject's father wanted him to be an architect, and talked about it all the time. M13 shows appreciation of the father because he gives everything to his children. What things did you admire especially in your father? Mostly, his attention to us kids was very admirable. He's very honest, so much so that he won't condone charge accounts. He's known throughout the country as a man whose word is as good as his bond. His greatest contribution was denying himself pleasure to take care of us kids. A blatant opportunism is revealed in the foregoing appraisal of parents on the part of prejudiced subjects, by the undisguised references to the food, money, and other goods they received. Most crudely, however, it is expressed by the subject who tells us she switched to father. He holds the money bags now. An example of the affection-seeking attitude, from the record of a low-scoring subject follows. F62, "We have all been very close. We were like one person. We liked the same things. We were always doing things for each other." This record shows the intimacy and loving dependence of the family members on each other. Low-scoring men show a similar affection-oriented attitude. M44 describes his home background. "Pleasantness isn't a very good word. Simplicity and real affection." In the records of low-scoring men, there are quite often affectionate remarks about the mother. "On the whole we were quite fond of her," says M55 about his mother. As will be pointed out in chapter XXI, some of the delinquent low-scoring men even commit crimes because of a mother fixation. In one such case the motive was to rescue the mother who was in debt, in others the desire to receive love from a mother substitute had been frustrated. The relatively pronounced emphasis on getting love, in low-scoring subjects, as compared with a more distinct orientation toward getting power and material benefits, in the high-scoring subjects, is a basic differentiation, the far-reaching consequences of which will be discussed later. In spite of this difference, evident all through the interview material, it is noteworthy that orientation toward love and affection is less elaborately and pronouncedly expressed by our subjects than are opportunistic sentiments of the sort just quoted. The cultural trends seem, to a certain degree, to discourage affection, or at least its overt expression. The orientation toward getting things may be seen in relation to an attitude of exchange. When this general attitude predominates, human relationships come to be regarded as one form of making a deal. In the attitude toward parents this is sometimes manifested in a vague feeling of obligation, of having to return in terms of material goods what one has received from the parents. The idea of having to give seems generally very painful to most of the high-scoring subjects, but at the same time there seems to be the conception, "You scratch my back and I'll scratch yours, if not an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth." Such have been the considerations behind the introduction into the evaluation of the interviews of the aspect of sense of obligation and duty to parents, Category 4B. It is further defined as desire to make it up to them. According to our expectation this attitude should be characteristic of the high scorers. However, the category did not prove discriminating in women, responses of this kind being generally few. In men, there were 5 high scorers as compared with 1 low scorer in whom this response was found. Thus M47 feels he has to make recompense to his mother because he got a lot of things, including money, from her. M47, main satisfactions with her. Well, that's hard to say. I guess I haven't made her very happy, but, when I'm out there and going straight, I'll always take care of my mother. I feel I've never treated her like I really should. The orientation of low-scoring men toward gaining affection primarily from the mother was mentioned above. High-scoring men, in contrast, seem more oriented toward the father. This orientation and the idea of making up to the father is illustrated in the following record. M51, my father is very unemotional. He never says what he is thinking, anyway. Did you miss him a lot when he was away? I missed him very much when I was at the boarding house. I've saved all my letters to him. He very dramatically returned all my letters, like to an old love. I loved my father very much. Q. Yeah, I wished even before he died that I could get on my feet before he did die. When I was sick, I used to daydream about his coming to see me. Q. I wanted to be more what he wanted me to be. The idea that one has to make it up to the parents is illustrated directly by M6. The depression had more influence on my life than on other people my age. My parents really had a bad time. I hope to make it up to them. My father was on relief at the same time I had to see the doctors. Some of the other records indicate that the prejudiced person considers that the surest way to find favor with his parents is to do something for them, in the sense of offering them material pleasures or support. Starting from this discussion of family relationships, subsequent presentation will show the very pronounced consistency, in the typical high-scoring subject, with respect to a materialistic, utilitarian view of interpersonal and social relationships. On the surface this may seem a kind of realism, actually it is pseudo-realism, since it ultimately leads to an impoverishment and to hostilities in human relationships. The low scorer is of course by no means free of such trends, although they are on the whole less pronounced in him. 7. In-group orientation to the family. As to the conception of the family as a whole, high-scoring subjects were expected to tend toward an in-group orientation, as exemplified by emphasis on family heredity and background, a setting off of a homogeneous totalitarian family against the rest of the world, and a stressing of aristocratic superiority of the family. This is contrasted with thinking in terms of individuals within the family, expected in the low-scoring subjects. 7 high-scoring and only 1 low-scoring woman, and 6 as against 2 of the men interviewees display the presumably high conception of the family. Thus F68 is proud of the prestige the family of her father enjoyed. We lived up in the mountains, __________ county. His folks were pioneers, gold settlers and quite wealthy. Everyone knows the county up that way. My father was the spoiled darling of the family. My mother was a German girl, proud, hard-working, thrifty. In a similar vein, F79 describes her family. I am Pat _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________________She made it clear that she could find nothing about herself in which she could take pride except the fact that she belonged to the family. A high-scoring man, M46, tells that his wife was brought up by aristocratic parents with patriarchal setup. One of the prison inmates, M51, says about his mother, she came out in capital society, that's where she met my father. The same tendency to overemphasize the socio-economic status of his family could be seen in the record of M4, where the mother's family status seems to be exaggeratedly described and an effort is made to conceal embarrassment about the status of the father's family. Family on both sides have been here for several generations. Mother came from a quite well-to-do family, her grandfather was a millionaire, her father independently wealthy and never worked. There were 6 children, all devout Catholics. Grandmother was a very well-trained artist, mother herself went to high school, then married when she was about 18. Father came from a family less well-to-do. Subject couldn't quite say this, but the grandfather ran a small grocery store in sold out somewhere around came to California, worked in the shipyards. Father himself went to high school, afterwards went to school, started his business, which he sold later on to work for a large corporation. A mixture of pride and embarrassment about family status is also seen in the description of My father's first father was named _______________________________________________________________________________________________________________ His second father was named ______________________________________________________________________ His father, worked, or still works, as ___________ on the railroads. My mother's mother was ____________. Her father was Spanish, born in this country. The high-scoring subjects show a tendency to magnify the status of their families in a way which enters and essentially modifies their entire conception of their families. We find both an insecure concern about status and an ardent wish to transmit the impression that their families had repute and prestige. In an attempt to summarize the attitudes toward parents thus far discussed, the following may be said: the prejudiced subjects show little evidence of genuine love toward their parents. On the surface theirs is a stereotyped, rigid glorification of the parents, with strong resentment and feelings of victimization occasionally breaking through on the overt level in the interview material. Usually, however, only admiration for the parent is accepted by the subject. The underlying hostility has to be kept ego-alien for several reasons: it is too strong to be fully admitted, and it interferes with the desire to be taken care of by the parents. This conflict leads to a submission to parental authority on the surface and a resentment underneath which, although not admitted, is the more active under the guise of mechanisms of displacement. There is evidence, on the other hand, that the unprejudiced subjects received more love and therefore have basically more security in their relationships to their parents. Disagreement with, and resentment against, the parents are openly worked out, resulting in a much greater degree of independence from them. This independence is carried over into the subject's attitude towards social institutions and authorities in general. At the same time, there is more love-oriented dependence on people, which prevents the individual from too much manipulation and exploitation of others. In spite of the conflicts these subjects carry with them, this type of relationship remains for them one of their important sources of gratification. See Conceptions of Childhood Environment. 1. Definition of rating categories and quantitative results. In this section, discussion will center about the subject's conception of childhood events, including especially also the recollection and image of parental figures and their handling of discipline. The preceding section was concerned with the attitude toward the parents in general. Now we proceed to describe the specific images of father and mother in the prejudiced and the unprejudiced. As stated in Chapter 9, it is difficult to say how much the image of a parent corresponds to reality and how much it is a subjective conception. However, this distinction may be of less importance when, as is the case here, personality structure rather than its genesis is the major concern. The notions our subjects have of their parents are psychologically relevant in the discussion of the parent-child relationship, whether they are true or not. In a separate project, parents of prejudiced and unprejudiced children were actually studied, substantiating in kind many of the statements our present interviewees make about their own childhood. Preliminary report by E. Frankel Brunswick, 30. We will first consider the traits ascribed to the father by both the male and female interviewees. Since the categories under this heading in the scoring manual are rather specific, the total of responses in each category is not very large. Not all subjects described their parents spontaneously in such terms. The differences are, therefore, less significant here than elsewhere. The list of categories relating to the image of the parents is as follows. Interview Scoring Manual, Conceptions of Childhood Environment. To Table 2, X. Presumably high variance. Presumably low variance. 6M. Traits ascribed to father by men. A. Distant, stern, bad temper, a barrier between us. A. Some demonstrativeness. B. A moral model. B. Principled puritanism. C. Pseudo-masculine, determination, worked his way up, a success. C. Relaxed, mild. 6W. Traits ascribed to father by women. A. Hard-working provider, will do anything for me, externalized, works fingers to bone for family, or psychopath. B. A moral model. C. Warm, sociable, lovable. D. Understanding. E. Intellectual aesthetic. 7M. Traits ascribed to mother by men. A. Sacrificing, kind, submissive. B. A moral model. C. Warm, sociable, lovable. D. Understanding. E. Intellectual aesthetic. 7W. Traits ascribed to mother by women. A. Restricting. B. A moral model. C. Sweet pseudo-feminine. D. Some demonstrativeness. E. Understanding. F. Intellectual aesthetic. 8. Denial of parental conflict, except mild normal disagreements. 8. Objective verbalization of parental conflict. 9M. Power relationship, man, score A or B, not both. A. Father was dominant, more influential. B. Henpeckingly dominant mother. A. Mother-centered, love nurturance, home. B. Equalitarian home. 9W. Power relationship, women, score A or B, not both. A. Perfect division of labor, mother, home, father, work. B. Mother stronger, dominant. A. Father more important, stronger. B. Equalitarian home. 10. Discipline for violation of rules, primarily moralistic. 10. Discipline for violation of principles, primarily rationalized. 11. Discipline threatening, traumatic, overwhelming, castration threat. 11. Discipline assimilable, non-ego-destructive. Table 2, X. Interview ratings on concept of childhood environment for 80 subjects scoring extremely high or low on the ethnic prejudice questionnaire scale. In keeping with the preliminary study of the interviews which always preceded the definition of categories, categories for men and women are not always symmetrical or analogous, and distinctions appearing as a pair of opposites within one and the same subcategory in the case of one of the sexes, may be separated for the other. Quantitative results are given in Table 2, X, in the manner established in Section F of the preceding chapter, and in Table 1, X. 2. Image of the father in men. Distant and stern vs. Relaxed and mild. We begin with the conception, in men, of a distant, stern father, with bad temper, and a barrier between father and son, as opposed to the picture of a warm, demonstrative father, Category 6 Ma. 12 high and 5 low scoring men interviewees conceive of their father as stern, 7 low and only 1 high scoring men refer to the father as demonstrative. The entire category for men is statistically significant, but only at the 5% level. The high conception can best be understood from the actual statements of high scoring men. M51 declares, "My father died 5 years ago, he was very, I've judged him with so much prejudice. I thought he was so strict, actually he was just the opposite, not the least demonstrative, he disapproved of any show of emotion of any kind. If I ever did anything wrong, it was the Latin in me, which is the side I have more of an affinity for, my mother's side. I look more like them." The foregoing record shows the extent to which the subject felt the, true or imaginary, coldness and remoteness of his father. At the same time he does not dare really to criticize his father, he blames himself but, characteristically, without feeling guilty, it is the latent strain in him which relieves him from any real responsibility. The barrier between parents and children in the families of high-scoring subjects is indicated by the answer of a high-scoring man, M57, to the question, "Did you confide in your parents?" No, never had any problem to talk about. The barrier between father and son goes to the point of not talking to each other. The relationship seems to be barren of any affect. Rather than blame the parents, the subject denies the existence of any problems. After a few admiring sentences about his father, another subject says, M11, maybe, well, in ways he isn't even-tempered. He's as stubborn as an ox. He'd rather start a fight or an argument than do something he doesn't want to. And he can fly off the handle. We kid him out of it now. What have you disagreed with your father about? I have gone days without talking to him or weeks without asking any favors. Well, we are lazy about such things, we are not mechanically minded, and we hate gardening. We have some trouble because he's too stubborn to ask me for help, but yet he gets mad because I won't. Earlier he got mad because I wouldn't wear enough clothes. On the other hand, reference to friendliness on the part of the father is characteristic of the records of low-scoring men. M16, what was your father like? He was a very kind man, gentle, was always very good to us, that is, as much as was possible under the circumstances. Strict about some things? No, not very. He liked us kids a lot. Q, I'm the youngest of 5. M42 gives an affectionate description of his father. We get the impression of a relaxed person who has the ability to enjoy his life deeply. Or M50, he champions my causes, told the other children that I had more sense in my little finger than all the other children put together. He was always in my corner, and of course he was fostering any latent art ability I had. Curiously enough, I don't think I have any particular art ability. I think I could have become a good musician, pianist. M53, pleasant memories of father. Lots of pleasant memories, because he spoiled us when he was home, always cooking up wonderful ideas for things to do. M59, how did you and your father get along? Well, a very friendly relationship. He was pretty much of a pal. We liked to go places together, fishing, play cards, etc. We had a lot of good times. It is quite convincingly evident from the last 3 records that the fathers of these men possessed, as well as displayed, a good deal of affection for their sons. In general, the fathers of the unprejudiced men seem to have spent a great deal of time playing and doing things with their sons. It is interesting also to note the reference of M50 to his father's interest in art. From all our evidence it seems likely that many of the fathers of our prejudiced men would have considered such an interest, in themselves or in their sons, as effeminate or sissy. A further possibility is to see the father primarily as a moral model. This may be contrasted with a view of the father as an example of what may be called principled Puritanism, Category 6MB. This pair of opposites is intended to characterize orientation toward, and acceptance of, a set of conventional values, externalized superego, i.e., social anxiety, versus an upholding of real ethical principles, internalized superego. As was expected, prejudiced men tend to describe the father as a moral model, whereas the unprejudiced refer more often to the Puritanism of their fathers. There is a high proportion of neutral ratings, so that the statistical significance of this difference has not been established. To be sure, there also is the difficulty in deciding, in each instance, whether we have a case of a moral model or of genuine conscientiousness before us. A passage in the record of M13, a high scorer, reads as follows: he drank but little, and he never smoked. He was very honest and strict in his dealings. He followed the church rules without going to church. It shows the emphasis on external virtue, such as abstinence from smoking, drinking, etc. Another subject in this group, M41, says about his father, he'd tell us what we should do, what he wanted us to do, and what he expected us to do. He always asked the blessings at the table and prayed at night before bedtime. The somewhat different quality that is manifested in the records of low-scoring men in their descriptions of the Puritanism of their fathers is exemplified as follows. M56, what sort of person is your father? Hard man to describe, he is a Puritan really. His father is a drunkard, he reacted to that, very strict, but human. When there is moral strictness in the fathers of low-scoring men, it often tends to be characterized by a definite human touch, rather than by an emphasis on strict conformity to custom, the wish to be a shining example in the community, that appears in the fathers of high-scoring men. It is interesting to find that a further conception, that of a determined and successful father with an element of pseudo-masculinity, category 6 MC, does not differentiate much between high and low-scoring men. Obviously, the successful man who worked his way up is so much a part of our culture that he may be found in any context of patterns. Nonetheless, reference to a father who is relaxed and mild is frequent in, and almost exclusive with, the interviews of low-scoring men. 9 of these, but only one of the high-scoring men, describe their fathers in these or related terms. Examples from the records of low-scoring men are the following. M42, asked about his father, says, I can't tell you exactly. I was only 13 when he left. He's quick-tempered, might say he is inclined to be a little slovenly, might go for a long time without a haircut or cleaning his nails. He is poorly educated but he is very smart. His folks are farmers, they never had money, he would send them money. I knew he never liked his dad. This record presents the picture of a relaxed man who does not live up to the ideals and customs of his community, such as cleanliness and liking his father. He follows, however, his own principles by sending money to his parents. In the same record there are signs of the subject's relaxation about the status of his own family and that of his father. Being relaxed about one's social status apparently parallels the psychological relaxation which is a crucial condition for absence of prejudice. Casualness is emphasized in the following quotation from the protocol of another low scorer, commenting about his father. M53, quite a bit older than mother. I was very fond of him. A very casual sort of person, by no means a disciplinarian. M54 tells about his father's work, bookkeeper. How did he like it? Crazy about it? Worked there for 30 years. Of course, in the same old groove, can't get up or down, but pretty contented. M59, well, he is not very polished. He is a little crude socially. He is very happy-go-lucky. See also the remarks on the easygoing low in chapter 19. In the same vein, some of the other low-scoring men describe their fathers as gentle and relaxed and not too concerned about status. Reference to libidinization of work rather than of status in one of the above quotations should likewise be noted. It seemed to be quite typical of the unprejudiced on the basis of our material. For the establishment of the psychology of the unprejudiced man, a non-threatening father figure may indeed be of great importance. It makes it possible for the son to include in his conception of masculinity some measure of passivity. Not feeling greatly threatened by the father, the unprejudiced man is apparently less afraid of losing his masculinity. He thus does not have to overcompensate for such fear by an overly rigid ego ideal of aggressive toughness. The unprejudiced man did not as a rule have to submit to stern authority in his childhood. In his later life, therefore, he neither longs for strong authority nor needs to assert his strength against those who are weaker. 3. Image of the father in women, the role of provider. Let us now turn to the traits ascribed to the father by our women interviewees. Since our data on women are, by and large, less complete than those on the men, there will be even fewer cases in each of these categories than were found for men. Significance in the statistical sense has not been established for any of the categories used. A few illustrations will be given to illuminate the meaning of our concepts, but less emphasis will be placed upon the discussion of quantitative results. The opportunism found in high-scoring women, together with their underlying hostility towards men, discussed later, made us expect that they would tend to see their fathers mainly as sources of provision. It was statements like the following which led to this assumption: father was extremely devoted to family, will work his fingers to the bone for them, never has done any drinking, F71. Another of the prejudiced extremes, F24, in stressing how wonderful her father is, explains, he is always willing to do anything for you. Another subject in this group, F69, describes her father as follows: works hard, very serious, gets no fun out of life at all. 6 of the high and only 1 of the low-scoring women stress the provider quality in their fathers, category 6WA. It is this quality that high-scoring women seem to value primarily in men and which, rather than affection, is often the source of their dependency on men. There is indeed little evidence of a genuine positive relation of prejudiced women toward their fathers. The exploitive attitude toward men in general on the part of high-scoring women will be discussed again later in connection with attitudes toward the other sex. The notion of the father as a moral model did not differentiate between high and low-scoring women, category 6WB. The families of our high-scoring subjects often seem to be highly conventional and respectable, however, reference is sometimes made to a psychopathic background. But even in the latter case, as will be seen in the material about delinquents in Chapter XXI, there is often a great deal of conventionality and stress on middle-class values in the same context with delinquent behavior. A few of our high-scoring women describe their fathers in such terms as to make it appear that they were psychopaths. Whether this description corresponds to fact, or is merely gross exaggeration or the result of the underlying contempt many of these women seem to have for men, is difficult to decide offhand. Our best course is probably to assume a combination of these trends. In the accusations made by these subjects against the father, the main reproach is usually directed against his not having provided enough for the family. F66 says, "My father could not stay put. We lived in underscore 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 underscore, and I don't know how many other places." F68 relates that her father never worked in his life. He was a gambler, an adventurer who broke his family's heart. This may serve as an example of the fact that once the high scorer turns against the parents, which happens only rarely, there is a tendency to make them out as real villains. For the presumably low alternatives to the above traits ascribed to the father by women, namely the conception of a warm, lovable, and understanding father, the absolute number of responses was small. Discussion of them may therefore be omitted. However, as many as 6 of the low-scoring as against only 1 of the high-scoring women described their fathers as intellectual aesthetic, category 6W. Interest in intellectual and artistic endeavor is usually more pronounced in low-scoring persons, a fact that is in line with the introspective quality found to be more characteristic of the unprejudiced. 4. Image of the mother, sacrifice, moralism, restrictiveness. The list of traits ascribed by our subjects to their mothers was constructed somewhat similarly to their counterparts referring to the father, and the results tend to be analogous. However, while the conception of the father by high-scoring men was, on the basis of our exploratory analysis of the interviews, expected to be best characterized by the term stern, the corresponding image of the mother was expected to be that of a sacrificing, kind, submissive person. And likewise, as prejudiced women tend to refer to the provider role in their fathers, they also tend to look at their mothers primarily from the point of view of what she gives them or how well she took care of them when they were children. 9 of the high and only 2 of the low-scoring men had this conception of their mothers. Among the former, M57 says about his mother, "She was a hard-working lady, took care of us kids, she never did mistreat us in any way." The idea of a mother giving everything to the child is expressed especially clearly in the following quotation from the protocol of another high-scoring man, M13, "Mother was sick in bed a great deal of the time. She devoted her last strength to us kids." Emphasis on devoting the last strength carries the connotation of a limitless sacrifice devoid of healthy mutuality. M13 further describes his mother as a Methodist and quite strict up until her death. I was sick much of the time. She brought us up very strictly under this guidance. A total of 6 high and 2 low scoring men consider the mother as a moral model, category 7 MB. Thus another of the high scoring men, M47, says of his mother, "She always taught me the difference between right and wrong, the things I should do and shouldn't." This latter record also illustrates the absolute certainty with which many of the high-scoring subjects and their parents view what is right and what is wrong, the usual yardstick, however, being social approval or disapproval. This view is frequently accompanied by a good deal of intolerance toward deviations from what is right. When present in parents, this attitude may well lead to rigid identifications and repressions in the children, thus leaving parts of their personality unmodifiable and unsublimated. The general orientation toward affection in the low-scoring subjects, and the impression that they actually had received more love, led to the expectation that low-scoring men would conceive of their mothers as warm, sociable, lovable, as understanding, and as intellectual aesthetic, categories 7 MCE. Of these three traits the first was the most differentiating. 9 low-scoring and none of the high-scoring men described the mother in terms similar to warm, sociable, lovable. The warmth of the relationship between mother and son in the low-scoring men seems crucial for the development of their general concern with love, in contradistinction to power, and of their other humanitarian attitudes. The quality of understanding in the image of the mother did not differentiate very well, however. 5 of the low and none of the high-scoring men mention intellectual aesthetic inclinations in their mothers. An example of the latter attitude from the records of low-scoring men follows. M50 says about his mother, an intellectual and a very well-educated person. Her principal gift seems to be that of perception. And an artist not by trade but certainly by nature. Similar passages, referring to the mother's interest in music or painting, are found in the protocols of the other low-scoring men in this classification. The woman's conception of the mother is covered by a somewhat different list of traits, category 7W. Again, the data here are rather incomplete, due to the specificity of the categories involved and the comparative incompleteness of the women's interviews. However, 10 high and only 2 low-scoring women describe their mothers by what may be summarized under the term restricting. Thus F36, the high scorer who was quoted above as displaying drastic rejection of, as well as submission toward, her mother, described the latter as being domineering, dictatorial, and self-centered. Other records are more subtle, emphasizing dominance and social success in their mothers. Unfortunately only one of the 2 raters scored this latter trait, which thus does not appear in Table 2X. She found 5 out of 13 mothers of high-scoring daughters described as a social success. On the other hand, none of the low-scoring women emphasized this quality in her mother. The admiration that high-scoring women are inclined to have for their socially successful, dominant mothers is being offset by hate against mother figures in the stories of the thematic apperception test, see Chapter 14. Instead of admiring the successful mother, the pressure which such mothers exert upon their daughters leads some of them in their stories to conceive of maternal figures as witches, see 31, 32. Here one is reminded of Wiley's theory of momism in his book, Generation of Vipers. The assumption that high-scoring women would tend to see their mothers as sweet or, pseudo-feminine in their interviews, that is, on the conscious level, was not borne out by our material. This quality is stressed by very few of the women interviewees. The high-scoring women probably see through the pseudo-feminine facade of their mothers to a greater extent than they are ready to admit, and feel rather clearly the press of domination. As far as their picture of themselves is concerned, however, they tend to believe firmly, as will be discussed later, in their own femininity. 6 of the high and only 1 of the low-scoring women describe their mothers as a moral model, while more low-scoring than high-scoring women speak directly about their mothers as demonstratively warm and lovable. The remaining aspects, referring to understanding and intellectual aesthetic qualities, showed little differentiation in women. There are 2 possible reasons for this. One may be that the data in question are few, the other that the hostility of the high-scoring women toward their mothers is indirect rather than direct. As pointed out above, there are some clear indications of such disguised hostility in the interviews, and direct evidence of hostility in the reactions to the thematic apperception test. 5. Parental conflict. We now turn our attention to the subject's notions concerning the relationship between the parents. Denial of parental conflict as contrasted with open and objective verbalization of parental conflict, Category 8, will be discussed first. This pair of opposites was not enough differentiated in the scoring manual. It did not provide for the distinction between absence of real conflict and denial of existing conflict. Furthermore, differentiation between absence of conflict due to smooth functioning, on the one hand, and due to real love, on the other, was likewise not considered. Either for this, or for other, still more intrinsic reasons, there was practically no difference in the denial of serious conflict between parents in high and low scoring men. Overt admission of such conflicts, however, occurs somewhat more often in the records of low scoring men, but the entire category still does not differentiate significantly between the prejudiced and the unprejudiced. In a few of those cases in which the raters, proceeding in accordance with the manual, scored denial of conflict as the high variant in subjects who were later identified as low scorers, they added as a comment, real love. This is quite in line with what was said above about the unsatisfactory formulation of Category 8. Typical examples of denial of parental conflict by high-scoring men are: M41, in answer to the question, "How did your parents get along together?" says, "Fine, never did hear no quarreling." Or M58, "If there were any conflicts between mother and father I didn't know." Examples of admission of parental conflicts from the records of low-scoring men are: M15, mother accuses father of keeping her down. She talks about her ambitions too much. Mother thinks of herself first. She doesn't want to settle down in any church. Keeps suspecting father lets another singer get ahead of her. There are many quarrels between them, which upset me. Father sometimes threatened to leave. Or M50, father was temperamental and father and mother had considerable domestic strife. I didn't like it and I didn't like my father as champion. Preferred my mother as champion. My sister became psychologically against my mother, nothing very definite, nothing you could put your finger on, very subtle. I didn't realize it then. M55, mother went along with him on all the moralizing, though not as harsh as he was, not really a very good marriage. Mother should have married someone a lot more human and he probably would have been a lot better off. Well, it's hard to imagine him with anyone with whom he would get along. M59, well, just the usual family quarrels. Maybe raise her voice a bit. What bones of contention? Well, the fact that in the first 10 years of my mother's married life, my dad used to get drunk quite often and he would beat her physically, and later on, as the children were growing up, she resented my father's influence, though he contributed to our support. He used to come about twice a week, sometimes oftener. The foregoing records illustrate the frankness and the greater insight into the marital conflicts of the parents, characteristic of low-scoring men. In addition, they show the tendency, mentioned above, of men to side with the mother. In the records of women, on the other hand, denial of parental conflict differentiates between high scorers and low scorers in a proportion of 8:1. The fact that denial of parental conflict is more often found in female than in male high scorers is perhaps due to the fact that our sample of high-scoring women is, on the whole, more conventional than that of the high-scoring men. Examples of denial of parental conflict are: F24, parents get along swell, never quarrel, hardly ever. Just over nonsense if they do. They quarreled once after drinking wine over who got the last. Silly stuff like that. F31, my parents get along very well with each other, so far, knock on wood. They have their arguments, but they're never serious because of my mother's easygoing personality. Father teases her terrifically. She takes his jokes, but not too well. They have no serious arguments, just sort of silly things. The foregoing records show that for some of the high-scoring women it seems important to assert that there was a good marital relationship between their parents, minimizing conflicts by presenting them as silly little things. 6. Father-dominated vs. mother-oriented home. As far as the power relationship between parents is concerned, 10 of the high-scoring and only 3 of the low-scoring men see the father as the more dominant and more influential. 2 additional high-scoring men think the mother is henpeckingly dominant, bringing the number of high ratings up to 12, category 9M. Some of the high-scoring men who conceive of the home as father-dominated speak of their fathers having made all the decisions, and of the submissiveness of their mothers. An example is the record of M52, who made the decisions usually. My father? Any bones of contention? Well, I don't think there were any to speak of. I've often tried in later years to analyze my father's wanderlust. Apparently seeking business success. My mother has remarked that I am just the opposite of him. Conversely, only 1 high-scoring but 10 low-scoring men interviewees think of theirs as a mother-centered, love-nurturance, home, or as an equalitarian home. The entire category differentiates to a statistically high degree between prejudiced and unprejudiced men. If the conceptions of our subjects can be taken to represent reality, and to a certain degree they probably can, there appears to be a tendency toward father domination, or just domination, in the families of the high-scoring, and toward mother orientation, in contradistinction to mother-domination, in the families of the low-scoring men. This finding, if substantiated and found crucial in a larger sample, would have far-reaching sociological and psychological implications. It would then be more understandable why the German family, with its long history of authoritarian, threatening father figures, could become susceptible to a fascist ideology. The son of such a father figure can apparently never quite establish his personal and masculine identity. He thus has to look for it in a collective system where there is opportunity both for submission to the powerful and for retaliation upon the powerless. C. G. W. Allport, 10, O. Fenichel, 26, E. Fromm, 42, E. H. Erickson, 25. It must be emphasized that looking at a fascist society from the point of view of the needs of the individual does not exclude recognition of larger socio-economic determinants which may well be responsible both for the organization of society and for that of the family. Following up for a moment this line of psychological reasoning, could it then be inferred that, because of the predominant mother orientation of the American home, there is less danger of fascism here? To answer this question, sociological and economic factors beyond the scope of this project would have to be considered. It might, however, be important to remember in this connection the 2 cases of high-scoring men who refer to a henpeckingly dominant mother. In both these cases it seemed evident the mother had taken over the threatening function of punishment in the family as a whole. By contrast, the family of the typical low-scoring man seems to be centered about a mother whose primary function is to give love rather than to dominate, and who is not too weak or submissive. On the basis of their dichotomous conception of sex roles and their antagonism toward men, it was expected that high-scoring women would have the following conception of the power relations between the parents: strict division of labor, mother home and father works, or else mother stronger and dominant. On the other hand, it was expected that in the case of the records of low-scoring women the father would be experienced as more important and stronger, or that there would be an equalitarian home. Actually, 7 high-scoring women displayed one of the first 2 alternatives, mostly the second, as contrasted with only 2 of the low-scoring women. The second pair of alternatives was found with only slightly greater frequency in the low-scoring group, probably because the data on this issue are not complete and because some of the high-scoring women report a dominant father. In consequence, for women as contrasted with men, the category as a whole is not statistically significant. The data do, however, lend some further support to the original assumption that prejudiced men tend to experience the father, prejudiced women the mother, as the major figure of the family. It perhaps may be said that prejudiced women tend to have a stronger though more ambivalent tie to the mother, conversely the prejudiced man to the father. A greater inclination toward latent or overt homosexuality may be connected with this, see chapters 11 and XXI. 7. Discipline, harsh application of rules. vs. Assimilation of principles. How parents, being the first authorities in the life of a child, handle the problems of discipline must be assumed to be of crucial importance in the establishment of attitudes toward authority. Was the issue in question explained to the child and was he included in the discussion of it, or did it appear to the child as unintelligible, arbitrary, and overwhelming? Did the parents in their application of discipline adhere to a rigid set of conventional rules, or were they guided by more intrinsic values? These are some of the questions for which data were collected from our interviews. In particular, discipline for violation of rules, primarily moralistic, was contrasted with discipline for violation of principles, primarily rationalized, category 10. As the first of two variables to be considered in this context, the choice between these two opposite alternatives on the part of the parents would seem to be crucial for the establishment of the child's attitude toward what is considered right or wrong. It probably decides the externalization versus internalization of values. These two types of discipline further imply different resultant attitudes toward authority. In the first case, discipline is handled as vis major, as a force outside of the child, to which at the same time he must submit. The values in question are primarily the values of adult society, conventions and rules helpful for social climbing but rather beyond the natural grasp of the child. At the same time, this type of value lays the foundation for an attitude of judging people according to external criteria, and for the authoritarian condemnation of what is considered socially inferior. The second type of discipline invites the cooperation and understanding of the child and makes it possible for him to assimilate it. 14 of the high and 6 of the low-scoring men interviewees report having been submitted to discipline for violation of rules, whereas 5 low-scoring men and only 1 high-scoring man report discipline for violation of principles. With respect to violation of rules, the difference is even greater for the women interviewees. 12 high scorers and only 2 low scorers report this type of discipline in their home. Discipline for violation of principles is reported by only 4 women, and this in even proportion among high and low scorers. On the whole, discipline for violation of rules is more characteristic of high scorers than discipline for violation of principles is of low scorers. The latter report an altogether smaller number of incidents of being disciplined. Related to the distinction just described is the differentiation between a threatening, traumatic, overwhelming discipline, and an assimilable, and thus non-ego-destructive, discipline, category 11. The first type of discipline forces the child into submission and surrender of his ego, thus preventing his development. The second type contributes to the growth of the ego. It is similar to a therapy in which the therapist becomes an ally of the patient's ego, helping him to master his ID. This second type of discipline seems an important condition for the establishment of an internalized superego, and thus crucial for the development of an unprejudiced personality. This category proved differentiating at a high level of significance. In men, 13 of the high scorers had the threatening, none the assimilable, type of discipline. 7 received a neutral rating due to lack of data. This finding is highly important since it seems to uncover a source of the basic fear so frequently exhibited by high-scoring men, and so often compensated for by sadistic toughness. Furthermore, 9 of the low-scoring men, as contrasted with none of the high scorers, see above, received the assimilable non-ego-destructive type of discipline. 4 of the low-scoring men were disciplined in a threatening manner. Since discipline is of particular importance for our general theory concerning the genesis of the prejudiced personality, a series of examples from the records of high-scoring men is given herewith. M45 reports that his father did not believe in sparing the rod for stealing candy or someone's peaches off the tree. M51, my father spanked me on rare occasions, did it solemnly and it didn't hurt, and when he did it everybody cried. But mother had a way of punishing me, lock me in a closet, or threatened to give me to a neighborhood woman who she said was a witch. I think that's why I was afraid of the dark. A similar psychologically cruel way of punishment is reported by M44, father picked upon things and threatened to put me in an orphanage. M52 who, as quoted above, was struck on the finger with a knife at the table for being a bit too hungry, also reports that he got a whipping, with a razor strop, that I thought was a little unreasonable. He tells a story about a friend who at the friend's home, in playing around, accidentally shoved subject through a window. When his father learned about it the same day, subject got a whipping without a chance to explain. M58, asked which parent he was closest to, answers, I think my father. Although he beat the life out of me. He continues to emphasize that his father always gave everyone, including himself, a square deal. A good example of how some men in this group were frightened into obedience and submission is the following. M57, asked about spanking, reports, not after 17. Father had to give us one look and we knew what he meant. An example of delayed punishment experienced as meaningless and cruel is given in the following quotation. M20, nature of discipline. She would hold me back in. Never let me play if I'd done something wrong. If I did anything wrong during the day, they couldn't spank me in public, in the hotel, they would spank me at night when I had maybe forgotten what it was for and resented it. 2. Delayed. Subject says he usually cried when he was spanked in order to get it over sooner, because when he started to cry, his grandmother would usually stop shortly. It hurt my pride. Just another restriction. Or, sometimes, they would take away a movie. Subject says he resented this particularly since movies were few and far between for him anyway. Grandfather never spanked me. About 10 or 12, subject says, he started running around more. And they sort of lost their grip on me. I just stayed away from home. More school activities and work. Another high-scoring man expresses his own ideas about the necessity for harsh punishment as follows. M41, if they have to whip them, I believe in whipping them. I don't believe in sparing the rod and spoiling the child, though I don't believe in abusing them. Go down the street and hear a mother threaten a spanking, the child says, oh, mother, you know you don't mean that. If I'd have said that to my mother, I wouldn't be able to sit down. Further examples of the high type of discipline, taken from the records of high-scoring men and containing, among other things, deference to the emphasis on being told in terms of petty rules or laws lacking sufficient explanations, are the following. M43, who gave the discipline? Uncle. What kind? Whip us. How often? 2 or 3 times a month. What for? Going off without asking, not doing things we were told. Was he always fair? Well, after you'd think it over, you had it coming. Ever question whether he was right about it? No. To the question whether he has been often punished, M45 answers, often, and the hard part about it was that my stepmother would tell him, Father, that my brother or I had done things and he wouldn't give us a chance to explain. What was your reaction? Well, I ran off twice. It didn't cause me to hate him. I held it mostly against her. Did he exercise most of the discipline? He did. Did she sometimes punish you? Yes, but not often. For what? Oh, things that seemed so trivial, like getting home late from school to do my chores. M47, what was the usual nature of the discipline? Just bawl us out. Q, she made it seem like it was hurting her more than it did us. I think I'd rather have a licking than a good bawling out. Q, she'd look hurt. What were your feelings? Make me feel hurt, ashamed of myself. Example. One time I stayed out pretty late one night. When I got home, why she bawled me out, just little things like that. Or going someplace where she told me not to go, like some kid's house she told me not to play with. Similarly, to the question, for what sort of things have you been punished, M51 answers, usually something petty, Stealing fudge off a shelf or something like that. M58, well, my father was a very strict man. He wasn't religious, but strict in raising the youngsters. His word was law, and whenever he was disobeyed, there was punishment. When I was 12, my father beat me practically every day for getting into the tool chest in the backyard, and not putting everything away. Finally he explained that those things cost money, and I must learn to put it back. Another high-scoring man, M6, reports, my father left the discipline to my mother, though he was the law when you came right down to it. I don't mean to say that either of them dominated us, but they kept us on the right track. I always had more respect for my mother than most. It was just the idea that she wanted me to do things that kept me on the right path. She spanked me sometimes. Father laid the strap on rarely. The last time was when I was 12 or 13 for talking back to my mother. There is much reference to cruel punishment such as whipping, not sparing the rod, or beating the life out of me in the records of high-scoring subjects. Furthermore, the above quotations show that the discipline in the home is experienced as something arbitrary. Often it is implied that the punishment was unjust or unreasonable and that the subject had to submit to it without being given a chance to explain the situation. This is especially evident in the use, without further comment, of delayed punishment, an example of which was given above. They would spank me at night, when I had maybe forgotten what it was for and resented it. Furthermore, there is in these records a great deal of stress upon the fact that punishment was administered for something which seemed petty to the subject, for the violation of an external rule rather than of a basic principle. Quite different are the reports of low-scoring men about the type of discipline they received. Asked as to how discipline was enforced, M16 relates, father lectured a good deal about honesty and integrity, etc. A relaxed type of discipline with few restrictions is clearly indicated in the protocols of the following two low-scoring women. F75, family training. Mother was in charge, although they handled us well, I think. We were good, almost too good, and we were punished only rarely. Then it was a little spanking or scolding. There were never problems about going out. We could have had more freedom than we took. F70, what kind of things did she stress in your upbringing? She seems to me thoroughly liberal. There were not many restrictions anywhere. She accepted practically anything I did. As is true in the case of many of the other categories, the material in the interviews on the issue of discipline of the women is not very complete. 13 of the high-scoring women received a neutral rating. Of the remaining 12, 9 report the threatening, and only 3 the non-ego-destructive type of discipline. The following are quotations from the records of high-scoring women. F66 relates, I was kind of temperamental when I was little. I had temper tantrums if I didn't get my way. My mother cured them. She dunked me under the water faucet until I stopped screaming. F36 reports a type of punishment psychologically quite cruel. Subject's mother criticized all her friends and interfered with all her friendships. In _________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ subject had a boyfriend 8 years older than herself with whom she dated. Her mother scolded about the time she came home, said it was 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, although it was never later than 11 p.m. Her mother said that everybody in town was talking about subject's relationship with this fellow and that she would not be allowed to teach next year, in a small town. This worried her so that she finally went to the vice principal of the school board, who had got her the job, and asked if he had heard anything about her. He said, no, that everybody liked her and liked Gus too. So that's how she knew her mother was making it all up. Her mother no doubt thought she would never check up on it. The difference in the type of discipline found in the families of our high-scoring as compared with those of our low-scoring subjects, in conjunction with the difference in the family structure and the personality of the parents, stern versus relaxed, may be considered part of the foundation for an authoritarian versus democratic approach to interpersonal relationships. Evidence from the present study as well as from others, see Laswell, 66, from, 42, Erickson, 25, supports the psychoanalytic axiom that the first social relationships to be observed within the family are, to a large extent, formative of attitudes in later life. D. Childhood events and attitudes towards siblings. 1. Definition of rating categories N. Quantitative results. The rating categories under the heading of childhood events and attitudes towards siblings fall into 3 groups. First, concern of the family with social status, category 12. Second, factual data on death, impairment of health, or divorce of the parents as well as sibling distribution, categories 13 to 19, and third, psychological aspects of the relationship to the siblings, categories 28 to 21c. The respective portions of the scoring manual are as follows. Interview scoring manual, childhood events and attitudes towards siblings. To Table 3, X. Presumably high variance. Presumably low variance. 12 family status concerned. 12 family relaxed re-status. 13 death of father. A. In childhood, age 1 to 6. B. In prepuberty, age 7 to 12. C. In adolescence, age 13 to 19. 14 death of mother. A. In childhood, age 1 to 6. B. In prepuberty, age 7 to 12. C. In adolescence, age 13 to 19. 15 invalidism of father. A. In childhood, age 1 to 6. B. In prepuberty, age 7 to 12. C. In adolescence, age 13 to 19. 16 invalidism of mother. A. In childhood, age 1 to 6. B. In prepuberty, age 7 to 12. C. In adolescence, age 13 to 19. 17 divorce of parents. A. In childhood, age 1 to 6. B. In prepuberty, age 7 to 12. C. In adolescence, age 13 to 19. D. In whose care was subject placed? Father. Mother. Other relative, specify. Other, specify. 18 sibling distribution. A. Only child. B. Youngest child. C. Eldest child. D. Middle child. 19 older sibling influence predominantly. A. Masculine. B. Feminine. 20a. Conventional idealization of siblings. 20a. Objective appraisal. 20b. Feelings of victimization by siblings. 21a. Principled open rejection. 21b. Genuine positive affect. 21c. Blocked affect. Table 3, X. Interview ratings on childhood events and attitude towards siblings for 80 subjects scoring extremely high or low on the ethnic prejudice questionnaire scale. Quantitative results are given in Table 3, X. Since on the factual aspects of childhood covered by the second group of categories little differentiation was found between the prejudiced and the unprejudiced, see below, tabulation has been omitted for these categories. The 3 topics will now be discussed in reverse order. Since the last of these, attitudes towards siblings, follows most logically the preceding discussion on parents, it will be discussed first. 2 attitudes towards siblings. Differentiations similar to those applying to the parents were expected for psychological sibling relationships. Thus conventional idealization, category 20A, as well as feelings of victimization, category 20B, were expected primarily in high-scoring subjects, whereas objective appraisal, category 20A, as well as genuine affect, category 21B, blocked affect, category 21C, and principled open rejection, category 21A, were expected to be present more often in the typical low scorer. In the categories dealing with attitude towards siblings there is an unusual proportion of neutral ratings, so that possible trends are to a large extent obscured. In the interviews this topic was often thought of as relatively less crucial, and the interviewers skipped it altogether when time ran short. In spite of this, the results, on the whole, show some interesting trends. Since siblings are considered a part of the intimate in-group, we find some glorification of them by our high-scoring subjects. The fact, however, that siblings are not authorities, or at least not authorities in the same sense as parents, probably accounts for the lesser absolute frequency of idealization manifested toward them. Thus only 4 high-scoring and 1 low-scoring male interviewees idealize their siblings. An example of glorification of siblings from the record of a high-scoring man is M52's description of his brother: "Well, he's a wonderful kid. Has been wonderful to my parents. Now 21. Always lived at home. Gives most of his earnings to my parents." Again, as in the attitude toward the parents, low-scoring subjects tend to give a realistic, insightful, and openly affectionate picture of their siblings, whereas high-scoring subjects tend to repeat the stereotypical clichés that have been observed in their descriptions of the parents. The parallelism is manifested not only in the use of such terms as a wonderful kid, but also in the opportunistic flavor of the evaluation as exemplified by the phrase "gives most of his earnings to my parents." Neither victimization nor open rejection, on grounds of general principles, proved differentiating between the two groups of men. In women, however, there is some trend in the direction anticipated. Objective appraisal of siblings, however, is much more clearly differentiating, with 12 low-scoring and 1 high-scoring men showing this attitude. Examples of objective appraisal from the records of low-scoring men follow. M60 tells about his sister: "My father represented authority in my house. When he died, my sister lost her only authority and became quite a problem. Now has a happy, average home. She was raised without adequate supervision." The description of his sister by M55 is along similar lines: "She's quite an amazing character, gotten to be a haphazard person now, careless, my parents ruined her, she's really quite bright, but has no initiative. However, a delightful person to live with because of her lackadaisical, I don't give a damn attitude. She's aware that she wasn't happy in her childhood. Parents were much more severe with her because she was more rebellious. She is extremely lenient with her own children." Genuine or blocked affect responses, grouped together for certain purposes, were more differentiating in men than in women. Only 1 of the male high scorers but 11 of the male low scorers displayed this variant, due mostly to the presence of genuine affect towards siblings in low-scoring men. Examples of manifestations of real affection towards siblings from the protocols of low-scoring men are: M59 says about his sister: "A lot of common trends. Used to get a lot of pleasure in taking her out to shows, etc. because she was naive and used to get so much pleasure out of it. I used to help her with her schoolwork. She was more or less a tomboy when she was young and we had a lot of fun." Subject adds that he, and to a lesser extent her other brothers, taught her how to fight with her fists and comments that this has stood her in good stead, for example, as a professional ice skater. None of her competitors try any funny stuff with her because they know she can take care of herself. M56 says about his young brother: "A good kid. A little inclined to be undiscriminating about his friends. Subject played big brother to him and made the decisions usually. Satisfactions with brother. O, things shared together. Q, hunt, fish, both like people, as business partners got along swell." M16, answering the question, "What about your brothers and sisters?" The brother 15 years older: "I was very close to him, we were good companions. See him now. I go to see him once in a while. Oh yes, we go into the garden together and look at his things, discuss things, philosophize. He thinks about the same way I do. He's a very intelligent sort of fellow, his IQ must be about in the genius range. What are his interests? Well, he's a underscore 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 underscore, He plays in churches and different bands, and he also has designed a new underscore 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 with a different key that is easier to play. When he was 14, he built a steam engine for the shop. Subject describes very eagerly and seems very proud of his brother's achievements. What is his occupation now? He putters around, shingles houses when he needs money, and raises underscore 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 underscore. He was interested in horticulture for a while. He likes shingling houses. He can sit up on the roof, think and philosophize. He's pretty poor, that is, he has some property, his house and another house that he rents, but he enjoys doing what he's doing. What about your sisters? Well, I have a sister 2 years older. I was sort of a pal of hers. And then one sister 13 years older. She took care of me as a child. She was sort of a second mother to me. I'm not very close to either sister, although I always got along with them all right. Did your parents have any favorites among the children? I don't think so. Well, probably I was the favorite of my mother because I was the baby. And my brother, the one 6 years older, he was so different from mother, she felt he was different, she didn't understand him. Father didn't know how to handle him. The foregoing records give good illustrations of the way low-scoring men often display nurturant affection for their sisters, giving them support and love. The same may hold for the brothers, but mainly if there is a large age difference, with the subject being the older. Some of the records give evidence of the fun and pleasure they had with their sisters. Brothers near the age of the subject are often talked of in a way which indicates rivalry feelings. High-scoring men, on the other hand, tend to carry their feelings of rivalry into every relationship, and this often prevents them from having affectionate feelings toward any of their siblings. A similar trend can be seen in women. 7 low scorers show objective appraisal of siblings, but none show conventional idealization, whereas 6 of the high-scoring women interviewees do give evidence of the shallow glorification of siblings covered by the latter term. Since the number of neutral ratings is even larger for the women interviewees than it is for men, the question of statistical significance was not approached. An example of objective appraisal of siblings is demonstrated in the record of the following low-scoring woman. F65 says, 1. Sister, is 15. She thinks she resembles my mother's family. She is original and writes very cleverly, yet she is very naive and unconsciously funny. She is friendly and more social than I. She reforms everybody. My youngest sister is 8. She is very active, much more so than me. She is different than we. We are more quiet. We are drippy in contrast to her. Q. I used to have fights with my first sister. Again we find, as so often in the case of the unprejudiced subjects, an imaginative, introspective quality in the description of other people, in this case of siblings. Originality, clever writing, being unconsciously funny are the characteristics appreciated in the sister. A certain self-critical tendency on the part of the subject is expressed by her reference to herself as drippy in comparison with her younger sister. On the other hand, the following record of a high-scoring woman shows glorifying admiration for a sibling side by side with feelings of victimization, a combination discussed in connection with attitudes toward parents. F69, Parents. Everything was fine until my brother came into the world. Albert was such a sweet child, the whole family adored him, even grandparents. He's blonde, nice looking, sickly as a child, but not now. Short nose. Typical in this protocol also is the emphasis on physical features, which is similar to that found in the high scorers' descriptions of their parents. There is, furthermore, on the whole a greater, though not statistically significant tendency in high-scoring interviewees to manifest feelings of being victimized by siblings. The record of F69, quoted before, was an example of this tendency. Another example from the interview of a high-scoring woman is F32, the situation with the youngest sister is very different. Not only did subject take care of the sister after the mother's death, but she gave her financial aid. Because of their father's policy of giving the children only the necessities and none of the extras, the young sister would have had to go without evening dresses and other things that a girl really has to have in high school, if these had not been supplied by subject. The interviewer asked if subject also heard regularly from this sister. With much bitterness, subject replied that she was lucky if she heard from her sister once in 3 months. She feels that this sister has the family characteristic of being self-sufficient and independent, and that she has never really shown any gratitude for all that subject has done for her. This record shows clearly that the subject resents both mother and sister, without daring to criticize them. In all, only 3 of our low-scoring and none of our high-scoring women interviewees show open rejection of siblings. One example may suffice as an illustration of this attitude. F29, sister aged 19 years. She is in Hollywood getting into the movies. We are not particularly good friends. First real hate was my sister. Intensely jealous of one another. Subject hasn't been near her for years. After high school, sister had little money. Met a fellow who supported her. She sort of ruled him. She went to dramatic school. Is a very beautiful girl, not conventionally beautiful in a masculine way. Subject does not think her sister was the mistress of the man. Sister has had homosexual affairs. Having genuine, or else blocked, affect did not differentiate significantly between the 2 groups, again there was a scarcity of rateable material. It is interesting to note that low-scoring men show more genuine affect for siblings in their interviews than low-scoring women. This fact may be due to a greater inclination toward envy in women as compared to men, a trend noted by Freud and others. 3 Childhood events. Under the heading of childhood events, the interview scoring manual contained provisions for the registration of such facts as death of father or mother, divorce of parents, sibling distribution, etc. Since, as expected, the prejudiced and the unprejudiced showed, on the whole, little differentiation with respect to these categories, they were omitted in Table 3X. A few remarks will be made here in a more informal way. There is but little difference between the numbers of low and high scorers, women and men alike, who lost their fathers through death. The same holds true as far as the death of the mother in the case of women subjects is concerned, but the absolute number of those involved is very small in this case, 2 out of the 25 high scorers and 1 out of the 15 low scorers. However, 7 out of the 20 high-scoring men interviewees lost their mothers through death in their childhood or pre-adolescence, while all of the mothers of the 20 low-scoring men are still living. This objective finding gives support to the hypothesis, set forth above, that the relationship with the mother is important for the development of humanitarian values in the son. Early death of the mother may, it seems, contribute to the establishment of intolerant attitudes in the son. The proportions of divorces of parents are very similar for men and women, high scorers and low scorers. The position within the sibling distribution was likewise not found to be differentiating between the prejudiced and unprejudiced subjects. For status concern. The only aspect relating to childhood events which is explicitly listed in Table 3X, Category 12, is less palpably objective than those just mentioned. Yet it proved highly discriminatory. It deals with social status, the parents and family being classified either as status concerned or as status relaxed on the basis of the interview with the subject. 10 of the high and only 1 of the low-scoring men describe a status concerned attitude within their family. Conversely, 12 of the low-scoring men and only 4 of the high-scoring men describe their families as status relaxed. The entire category is significant for men at the 2% level. An example of hierarchical thinking in the attitude toward work from the interview of one of the high-scoring men is the following. M13 reports that, in spite of the fact that his father had to be careful with money, he would not let the subject work because he thought it was beneath me. Another of the prejudiced men interviewees gives a striking example of looking at marriage and children solely as a means to conserve possessions. M51, the only thing I really want, I have been paying storage on my mother's things. I want a home and I want to get married, not because I want a wife, but because I want a child. I want the child because I want someone to pass my things on to. I suddenly have become very conscious of my background that I forget about. How do you mean? Family background. And another thing is, if I have no issue, father's money will go to father's relatives. I want it to go to mother's side. Another subject in this group shows the relationship between home discipline and aspirations to climb into higher classes. M57, what were you disciplined for? Well, they didn't want me to run with some kind of people, slummy women, always wanted me to associate with the higher class of people. The relaxed attitude toward status, with some tendency toward understatement, as found in unprejudiced interviewees, is exemplified in the record of M53, parents' feelings about money. Well, kind of hard to answer. You see, my father died in. I grew up in middle class town. Neither extremes of poverty or wealth. Pretty typical middle class community. Did you have to work as a child? Didn't have to. I did work in high school. How did parents get along economically? Well, they were lucky. Father left enough of an estate that mother didn't have to worry. Always a nice home, car, etc. We always had Buicks, laughs, which I think is typical of Another subject in this group displays even a lack of knowledge about the family's background. M59, how important was money to your parents? Well, I don't believe it was overemphasized or too important, was a means of providing food and shelter, but they found their happiness in work and little pleasures on weekends, etc. Both of subjects' parents were born in this country. Mother's father was also born here. Father's father was born in Germany. My father's father was born in Germany, I believe. We didn't know very much about his family. My mother's mother was born in this country. Father's mother, I don't know. The absence of a greedy attitude toward money also reflected in this protocol is further exemplified in the interview of another low-scoring man. M12, you know what George Bernard Shaw said? What? He says we ought to shoot everybody who wants to earn more than $3,000 a year and also those who can't make that much, laughs. I guess that's about right. Family. My mother had and accepted a very simple way of living. She had no envy or desire for more. I guess we all felt that way. We had sort of scorn for people who wanted too much. I guess there were just two worlds, theirs, the rich world, and ours. Ours was fine, it didn't need any improvement. Our whole family felt that way, I think. References to finding one's happiness in work and little pleasures or in simple ways of living without desire or envy for more are characteristic in this respect, since the status concern of the high scorers is often connected with an anti-pleasure attitude as discussed in other contexts within the interview material. Of the high-scoring women's families, 12 are status concerned, whereas only 3 seem to be relaxed on this issue. The following quotation may suffice as an example of a status-concerned family background in the case of a high scorer. F79, at the present time the father is the owner of a mill and logging camp and he also has interests in It's a medium-sized mill, but I have no idea of his income. Of course, we children have always been to private schools and lived in exclusive residential sections. In we had tennis courts and horses. We had more or less to start over again when we came to this country. We lived in a nice house but really couldn't afford it. It was quite an effort to get into social circles. In we felt secure and fitted in. Back here, we have lived at the same level but with anxiety about it. Mother and daddy have climbed socially, and I don't care so much. Yes, We have always had servants. It was easy in underscore 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 underscore, but it's hard to get them here. As will be discussed in the next, concluding, section of this chapter, the great concern about status characteristic of the families of our prejudiced subjects may be instrumental in the establishment of many of the attitudes shown so far as predominant in high scorers. Summary and concluding remarks on family patterns. The quantitative data just presented give evidence that presence or absence of extreme ethnic prejudice in individuals of our culture tends to be related to a complex network of attitudes within, and relating to, the family. Lasswell, in his pioneer study, 66, found that the interrelationships of his subjects with their parents and siblings were of paramount importance in determining their future political activities. In the following summary, a composite picture of the prejudiced and unprejudiced trends as based on our material is presented. Point 2. As stated before, most of the high-scoring and low-scoring individuals exhibit high as well as low personality traits in varying proportions. In fact, single individuals may display any kind of configuration of traits. What is attempted in the present context is no more than a schematic outline of prevalent group trends. Such a picture must of necessity do injustice to all the many existing exceptions. It also must be reiterated that our composite picture deals with groups scoring extremely high or low on the prejudice questionnaire rather than with groups that are more average in this respect. Prejudiced subjects tend to report a relatively harsh and more threatening type of home discipline which was experienced as arbitrary by the child. Related to this is a tendency apparent in families of prejudiced subjects to base interrelationships on rather clearly defined roles of dominance and submission in contradistinction to equalitarian policies. In consequence, the images of the parents seem to acquire for the child a forbidding or at least a distant quality. Family relationships are characterized by fearful subservience to the demands of the parents and by an early suppression of impulses not acceptable to them. The goals which such parents have in mind in rearing and training their children tend to be highly conventional. The status anxiety so often found in families of prejudiced subjects is reflected in the adoption of a rigid and externalized set of values. What is socially accepted and what is helpful in climbing the social ladder is considered good, and what deviates, what is different, and what is socially inferior is considered bad. With this narrow path in mind, the parents are likely to be intolerant of any manifestation of impulses on the part of the child which seems to distract from, or to oppose, the desired goal. The more urgent the social needs of the parents, the more they are apt to view the child's behavior in terms of their own instead of the child's needs. Since the values of the parents are outside the child's scope, yet are rigorously imposed upon him, conduct not in conformity with the behavior, or with the behavioral facade, required by the parents has to be rendered ego-alien and split off from the rest of the personality, see Chapter 12, with the resultant loss of integration. Much of the submission to parental authority in the prejudiced subject seems to be induced by impatience on the part of the parents and by the child's fear of displeasing them. It is in the area of social and political attitudes that the suppressed yet unmodified impulses find one of their distorted outlets and emerge with particular intensity. In particular, moral indignation first experienced in the attitude of one's parents toward oneself is being redirected against weaker outgroups. The lack of an internalized and individualized approach to the child, on the part of the parents, as well as a tendency to transmit mainly a set of conventional rules and customs, may be considered as interfering with the development of a clear-cut personal identity in the growing child. Instead, we find surface conformity without integration, expressing itself in a stereotyped approach devoid of genuine affect in almost all areas of life. The general, pervasive character of the tendency, on the part of prejudiced individuals, toward a conventional, externalized, shallow type of relation will be demonstrated further in subsequent chapters. Even in the purely cognitive domain, ready-made clichés tend to take the place of spontaneous reactions. Whatever the topic may be, statements made by the prejudiced as contrasted with the unprejudiced are apt to stand out by their comparative lack of imagination, of spontaneity, and of originality, and by a certain constrictive character. Faithful execution of prescribed roles and the exchange of duties and obligations is, in the families of the prejudiced, often given preference over the exchange of free-flowing affection. We are led to assume that an authoritarian home regime, which induces a relative lack of mutuality in the area of emotion and shifts emphasis onto the exchange of goods and of material benefits without adequate development of underlying self-reliance, forms the basis for the opportunistic type of dependence of children on their parents, described in the present chapter. This kind of dependence on the parents, the wish to be taken care of by them, coupled with the fear ensuing from the same general pattern, seems firmly to establish the self-negating submission to parents just described. There are, however, certain cues which seem to indicate the presence, at the same time, of underlying resentment against, and feelings of victimization by, the parents. Occasionally such attitudes manage to break through to the overt level in the interview material. But they are seen more directly, more consistently, and in more intense form in the fantasy material gathered from the same individuals. Resentment, be it open or disguised, may readily be understood in view of the strong parental pressures to enforce good behavior together with the meagerness of the rewards offered. As a reaction against the underlying hostility, there is often rigid glorification and idealization of the parents. The artificiality of this attitude may be recognized from the description of the parents in exaggerated, superlative, and at the same time stereotypical and externalized, terms. Usually it is only this admiration which is admitted and ego accepted. The resentment, rendered ego-alien, is the more active through the operation of mechanisms of displacement. The larger social implications of this displaced hostility are discussed in various contexts throughout the present volume. The superficial character of the identification with the parents and the consequent underlying resentment against them recurs in the attitudes to authority and social institutions in general. As will be seen, we often find in our high-scoring subjects both overconformity and underlying destructiveness toward established authority, customs, and institutions. A person possessed by such ambivalence may easily be kept in check and may even behave in an exemplary fashion in following those external authorities who take over the function of the superego, and partly even those of the ego. On the other hand, if permitted to do so by outside authority, the same person may be induced very easily to uncontrolled release of his instinctual tendencies, especially those of destructiveness. Under certain conditions he will even join forces with the delinquent, a fusion found in Nazism. The orientation toward power and the contempt for the allegedly inferior and weak, found in our typical prejudiced subjects, must likewise be considered as having been taken over from the parent's attitude toward the child. The fact that his helplessness as a child was exploited by the parents and that he was forced into submission must have reinforced any existing anti-weakness attitude. Prejudiced individuals thus tend to display negative identification with the weak along with their positive though superficial identification with the strong. This orientation toward the strong is often expressed in conscious identification with the more powerful parent. Above all, the men among our prejudiced subjects tend to report having a stern and distant father who seems to have been domineering within the family. It is this type of father who elicits in his son tendencies toward passive submission, as well as the ideal of aggressive and rugged masculinity and a compensatory striving for independence. Furthermore, the son's inadequate relation to his mother prevents him from adopting some of the softer values. In line with the fact that the families of the prejudiced, especially those of our male subjects, tend to be father-dominated, there is a tendency in such families toward a dichotomous conception of the sex roles and a relative separation of the sexes within the family. See Chapter 11. In view of the fact that, depending upon his sex, the personality structure of a parent will have a different effect on that of a child, the same family constellation may make either the son or the daughter more susceptible to non-democratic ideology. Thus, under certain conditions, a boy may become tolerant when his mother is tolerant and his father not, while the daughter in the same family may become intolerant. This is, perhaps, one of the reasons why siblings sometimes tend toward different political ideologies. Unfortunately, no systematic investigation of siblings could be made in the framework of the present study. By and large, the prejudiced man has more possibilities available to him to compensate for underlying weaknesses. He may do so by demonstrating his independence, or by implicit or explicit assertion of his superiority over women. Prejudiced women, with fewer outlets at their disposal for the expression of their underlying feelings, show, as will become evident later, stronger underlying hostilities and more rigid defenses than their male counterparts. In the case of the individuals extremely low on ethnic prejudice, the pattern of family relationships differs at least in the degree of emphasis that is placed upon the various factors just listed. One of the most important differences as compared with the family of the typical high scorer is that less obedience is expected of the children. Parents are less status-ridden and thus show less anxiety with respect to conformity and are less intolerant toward manifestations of socially unaccepted behavior. Instead of condemning, they tend to provide more guidance and support, thus helping the child to work out his instinctual problems. This makes possible a better development of socialization and of the sublimation of instinctual tendencies. Comparatively less pronounced status concern often goes hand in hand with greater richness and liberation of emotional life. There is, on the whole, more affection, or more unconditional affection, in the families of unprejudiced subjects. There is less surrender to conventional rules, and therefore relations within the family tend to be more internalized and individualized. To be sure, this sometimes goes to the extreme of falling short of the acceptance of normal standards and customs. Additional evidence will be offered in the next chapter for the fact that unprejudiced individuals often manifest an unrealistic search for love in an attempt to restore the type of early relations they enjoyed within their family. Exaggerated cravings in this direction are often a source of dissatisfaction and open ambivalence. The unprejudiced man, especially, seems oriented toward his mother and tends to retain a love-dependent nurturance-succorance attitude toward women in general which is not easily satisfied. Such an orientation toward the mother, together with the conception of the father as mild and relaxed, makes it possible for the unprejudiced man to absorb a measure of passivity in his ideal of masculinity. No compensation through pseudo-toughness and anti-weakness attitudes is thus necessary. The humanitarian approach can then be adopted on the basis of identification both with the mother and with the father. The unprejudiced woman, on the other hand, seems to have more often a genuine liking and admiration for the father, for, say, his intellectual aesthetic abilities. This often leads to conscious identification with him. Since the unprejudiced subjects on the whole receive more love and feel more basically secure in relation to their parents, they more easily express disagreement with them without fear of retaliation or of a complete loss of love. As is to be expected, such expressions of disagreement will nonetheless often lead to internal conflict, guilt, and anxieties. This is the more to be understood since in this group the relations to the parents tend to be intensive and often highly gratifying. There is certainly a great deal of ambivalence in this type of love-oriented family attachment. Ambivalence is here more openly faced, however, than in the case of the prejudiced. In spite of the conflicts just mentioned, unprejudiced subjects often succeed in attaining a considerable degree of independence from their parents, and of freedom in making their own decisions. Since hostility toward the parents, when present, tends to be more open, it often takes the form of rebellion against other authorities or, more generally, against objects nearer to the original objects of aggression than are the really, or presumably, weak which serve as favorite objects of aggression in the case of the prejudiced. It is often in this form that the unprejudiced man expresses his hostility against his father. On the whole, this type of independence recurs in the unprejudiced subject's attitude toward social institutions and authorities in general. At the same time, the existing identification with the parents is often accompanied by a more basic identification with mankind and society in general. The next chapter will present concrete evidence of the fact that the general attitude toward the parents, the greater ability to love, the richer and more libidinized object cathexis, and the greater independence found in the unprejudiced recur as general traits in their interpersonal relations. Further quotations of actual statements from interviews will confirm the impression gained so far that the ethnically unprejudiced in our culture tend to be more creative and imaginative than the prejudiced, and that they are characterized by a fuller integration of their personalities. The concluding chapters of Part 2 will round out the picture. It must be stressed, however, that the unprejudiced by no means emerges as an unmitigated ideal. Nor must, on the other hand, the prejudiced be blamed as an individual for his or her bias. Rather, the high character structure must largely be considered the outcome of our civilization. The increasing disproportion of the various psychological agencies within the total personality is undoubtedly being reinforced by such tendencies in our culture as division of labor, the increased importance of monopolies and institutions, and the dominance of the idea of exchange and of success and competition. This may help to explain the impression the reader may have gained from a detailed perusal of the material presented in this chapter, namely, that all in all the character of the extremely unprejudiced is less clear-cut and pronounced than that of the extremely prejudiced, so that one may perhaps say that the high scorer has more high traits than the low scorer has low traits. Of course, a full picture of our civilization will also have to account for the characteristics of the typical low scorer. A more detailed discussion of all this will be given in Chapter 13. Chapter 11. Sex, People, and Self as Seen. Through the Interviews. Els Frankel Brunswick. In the preceding chapter, family patterns have been described with the focus on the difference between the descriptions given by prejudiced as compared with unprejudiced individuals. Discussion has centered especially upon the following: authoritarian as contrasted with equalitarian approach, conventionality and stereotypy versus genuineness and richness of affect, degree and type of dependence, love orientation as contrasted with opportunistic orientation, openness and admission of hostility, differentiation in attitudes toward the parent of the same sex and of the opposite sex. Similar themes will now be taken up in a consideration of the subject's evaluation of, and contact with, the other sex and people in general, and, finally, their self-evaluation. It will be of special interest to investigate in these areas the recurrence or the modifications of the patterns found within the family. A. Attitude toward sex. 1. Definition of rating categories and quantitative results. The aspects to be covered in this section can best be seen from the list of categories used in rating the interview material pertaining to the area of sex adjustment. As is the case throughout the presentation of the interview scoring manual used by the interview raters, the categories are presented in their skeleton form only, omitting the bulk of the extensive oral commentary and discussion offered to the raters. Some of these further specifications are presented together with the subsequent analysis and discussion of the results by categories. Interview Scoring Manual, Attitude Toward Sex. To Table 1, 11. Presumably high variance. Presumably low variance. 22. Status via sex, e.g., conquests, emphasis on dates, rationalization of any failure or shortcoming. 22. Open admission of inadequacy without rationalizing. 23a. Rejection of ID, anti-ID moralism, rejection of sex, or continued attachment to a frigid or impotent partner. 23a. Acceptance of ID. 23b. Promiscuity as a prominent pattern, no extended love relationship. 23b. Conscious inhibitions without moralism. 24. Dichotomous sex attitudes, sex versus affection and object relations, pure versus low women, in men, depersonalized sex relations or interests. Reference to specified practices. 24. Fusion of sex and affection, personalized sex orientation or relations. 25. Underlying disrespect, resentment toward opposite sex, typically combined with externalized, excessive pseudo-admiration. 25. Genuine respect, fondness for opposite sex, often with conflict about one's sex role and open ambivalence toward the other sex. 26. Power orientation, exploitive, manipulative, concrete benefits. In women, surface submission plus aggression, castration. 26. Love seeking, warmth and affection. 27 values conventionally determined. 27 values individualized. Traits desired. Men in women. Giving, kind, generous. Pure, wholesome, good personality, submissive, sweet. Women in men. Hard-working, energetic, go-getting. Moral model, clean-cut. Deferent. Emphasis on companionship, common interest. Warmth, sociability. Sexual love. Understanding. Liberal values. 2. Status via sex. High-scoring individuals tend to view sex as a means of obtaining status, and to rationalize failures or shortcomings in this area. Category 22. 10. High-scoring and only one of the low-scoring men manifest this attitude. Similar is the proportion for women, 8-1. These results also illustrate the general tendency of high scorers to speak well of themselves. The typical high-scoring man apparently has a particularly strong need to conceive of himself as an ideal of masculinity, and so high-scoring men tend either to boast of their sexual conquests or to justify their lack of sexual experience or success by explanations in terms of moral restraint or unfortunate external circumstances. Embarrassment is shown about facts which might point toward a less glorious masculine role, example about what is considered a late sexual start. In women a similar attitude is revealed mainly by reports about popularity with men. There is evidence both of excessive moralism, see below, and of crude promiscuity in the records of the high scorers. Sex relations tend to be isolated and depersonalized and thus to become peripheral rather than being integrated with the ego. All this must be seen in the context of the general cultural confusion, and the breakdown of values in general and of sex values in particular in Western civilization. Low scorers, although on the whole on better terms with their sex life, are by no means entirely free from this confusion, see below. Examples from the protocols of interviewees scoring extremely high on the overt ethnocentrism questionnaire follow. M45, a high-scoring man, boasts a great deal about his ability to seduce girls, where get sex instruction. In a parked automobile. Q, I guess when I was about 14 or 15. Oh, wait a minute, I'll have to go back further than that. First time was when I was about 8 years old. Of course, I didn't know what I was doing. It was my cousin. By mutual agreement. It made me sick though. First intercourse. Well, must have been 15. Q, girl I hardly knew. She must have been about 20 years old, out riding, 2 couples in the car, a Model A. She and I went off by ourselves. A one-night relationship. I don't think I ever saw her again. Did you have many intercourses before you married? Yes. All momentary relationships? Yes, that's all. What about second wife? I was with her twice. I was 20. The second time didn't last long. I always get married spectacularly. We got married in a taxi cab. We had intercourse before we were married, after 4 months acquaintance. She was a virgin. M46 tells that I have a peculiar characteristic which causes women to open up on short acquaintance and tell all about themselves. M18 states that, since the age of 14, he has been woman crazy and expressed many fantastic ideas of his sexual power. States that he proposed matrimony many times, but was always repulsed because he could not support the girls. This subject seems to believe in his sexual power, and the fact that he has been rejected by all girls to whom he proposed marriage is completely rationalized on the grounds of his economic insufficiency. Embarrassment about what is felt as an overly late first sex experience is shown in the record of M11. What was your first sex experience? At the age of 17, I'm sorry to admit. I mean, it was so late. F32, a high-scoring woman, remarks that she had always had scads of boyfriends. When she was in the 4th grade there was a boy who used to carry her books home and they remained friends for many years. There was no kissing or anything of that kind. Her father had a farm in and the family spent their summers there for many years. One summer when she was about 18, something very dramatic happened. One night a farmhand who had been interested in her came around to the front door and told her parents that he would shoot himself if she would not marry him. When asked how far their relationship had gone, she denied that there had even been any kissing. He was only a farmhand. Our low-scoring interviewees, on the other hand, are mostly frank in their open admission without rationalizing, of whatever is thought to be an inadequacy or undue delay with respect to sexual attractiveness, development, or adjustment. The differences on the entire category 22 are highly significant, at the 1% level, in men, and satisfactory, at the 5% level, in women. Examples from the records of low-scoring men are: M15, a low scorer, is a good example of the men who frankly admit lack of sexual experience without feeling the necessity to rationalize on moral or other grounds, picked up all his knowledge from older boys. Remembers some sex play with neighborhood children, but denies active participation. Felt guilty, afraid gang's activities would be discovered. M49 is frank about the sexual difficulties in his marriage. We used to have quite a bit of difficulty, but we're getting along much better now. After this operation, I didn't have much desire, for about 6 months. I feel now that we're not too close to the peak, but it's so much better now. M53 describes his earliest sex experience. Oh, I think it was about 15 or 16. Q, with a gal that was not very satisfactory. Q, someone I knew fairly well. Subject indicates later that this was intercourse, although not very successful. M55, oh, about 14, though I wasn't very successful. So clumsy, I don't know whether you'd call it experience, but imagine when I was about 17, in the backseat of an automobile. Other sex experiences before marriage. Subject mentions several incidental relationships, none of which led to affairs. I think that probably contributed to my feeling of not being successful and not being able to, afraid of being clumsy. M56 tells that he has always been rather inhibited about sex. M59 admits that his girl left him for another man, at 16, about a year and a half. I felt pretty bad about it when we split up. I got a job and she started going out with another man. Likewise frank are the low-scoring women in their admission of difficulties in adjusting to a feminine role, or of a lack of attraction for men. Thus F62, asked about her boyfriends, reports, I am avoided by the male sex perhaps because I am too heavy. I only have speaking acquaintances with boys. When I meet boys I immediately try to be witty and clever, and this is a great mistake. I never go on dates. Sometimes I am glad of it because I have more time for reading, and sometimes I am sorry. F27 reports, after you began to get acquainted with boys, were you at ease with them? Not for a long time. At first I didn't even enjoy a date. I was so busy worrying if he would ask me for another. I can't say I ever did enjoy boys very much. It is just the idea that they are boys. I never got all thrilled like some girls do. I never cared a lot about anyone until I met my husband. F30 has no difficulties in admitting that she never had a date. We became engaged without ever having a date. In fact, I never had dates. We often laugh now about the fact that we got engaged and knew we wanted to spend our lives together without ever having had a date. F63 tells about her difficulty in accepting the feminine role. Can't make myself do anything. Never have been willing to accept my role as a woman. This is just one of a long series of depressions which have resulted from having my ambitions blocked. I really love my present husband, would like to get myself straightened out while he is at sea. If I don't, I'll lose him too. Generally, one of the most outstanding characteristics of our low-scoring subjects is their ability to admit shortcomings in themselves. See Section C. The above quotations show clearly that low-scoring men can admit sexual insufficiency, awkwardness, and clumsiness without further rationalization. Similarly, the low-scoring women are ready to face their lack of success in this field as well as their difficulties in accepting a feminine role. Especially in the last of the records, there is clear indication of conflict between love for the husband and having one's ambitions blocked by marriage. At the same time, sex seems to be much more integrated with social relations in unprejudiced individuals, and much more oriented towards specific persons. 3. Moralistic rejection of instinctual tendencies. It appears, furthermore, that high scorers tend to manifest what may be called a moralistic rejection of the ID, category 23A. The restricted type of prejudiced person manifests, in the main, explicit anti-ID moralism. The less restricted, but often not less inhibited, type of high scorer, to be found primarily in our prison sample, manifests the same tendency though often more indirectly, example by attachment to a frigid woman and often in context with promiscuity. If high-scoring subjects think of sex primarily in terms of success and failure, it is not surprising to find that they tend to reject the purely erotic or sensual. Our low scorers, on the other hand, tending in general to be less repressed, seem to manifest more acceptance of the ID. The results on the entire category 23A show the expected trend without, however, reaching statistical significance. There are 17 positive as contrasted with 8 negative instances in men, and a similar and slightly higher ratio in women. Examples of high-scoring men who are attached to a frigid partner are: M40, in the past year subject has been very much in love with a married woman. She doesn't like her husband, but has a false loyalty to him because he is in the army, and makes herself miserable. I never met the man. I got fed up from her sheer stupidity. When I went east, I was to send her money to get her divorce and I wrote her daily and she never replied, and I came out to find out what had happened and she rediscovered her loyalty to him and she actually wouldn't let me touch her. He hurt her physically and she couldn't enjoy sex. She had a doctor treating her and she would say to me, "I am only half a woman." All that was a part of it all. I was prepared to take care of everything and I had arranged to take care of her younger brother and sister. M45, what sort of person was she? The type of person that you see a lot of. Wise and dumb, both. Knows a lot about business, nothing about people. She trusts everyone. Subject gives an example. We didn't get on too good sexually because she was kind of on the frigid line, but still in all I was in love with her and I still am. I'd like nothing better than to go back to her. I don't think there's much chance of it though. M51, marriage. She was 12 years older than me. Q, she's a very literary person. We did have a lot of things in common. She's cold as a clam sexually. Did you have intercourse with her? Yes, lots of times and I used especially, in the evening getting ready to go out. M52, she tried very hard to make me happy. The thing that eventually broke us up was, proximity of her parents. She could always run home. Another drawback was the sexual relationship. She was the type that didn't care much for it. She never had any desire for it. Although rejection of the ID, in the foregoing records of high-scoring men, is manifested mainly in the choice of, and attachment to, a frigid woman, it is interesting to note that some of the men at the same time show signs of crude and unsocialized sex impulses, see below. In these cases the inability to accept genuine sexuality leads to both a frequent change of the sex object without personal involvement, and involvement without sex. Anti-ID moralism is more clearly manifest in the statements of prejudiced women, who often have very definite ideas of what is to be considered as wrong. Examples from their interviews follow. F22, sex isn't uppermost in my mind by any means. I'm more for having a good time with the exclusion of sex interest. Q, I've been shocked by the conduct of my girlfriends. I didn't think they were that type. F31, I think a girl should be friendly, but I don't like necking in the back of a show. A boy and a girl should be just friends. F74, when at high school was first kissed. Subject didn't like it. She was frightened. F71, proper. I don't believe in parking, no matter what you're doing. I believe in kissing. I've done my share of it, but I've never parked. A girl who did, I'd stick with, but wouldn't think much of her. Mother says a boy admires a girl who admires herself. Low-scoring subjects, on the other hand, show more acceptance of sex in general, though not without evidence of conflict. Acceptance of instinctual tendencies is shown in the following records of low-scoring subjects. M56, importance of sex in marriage. Very high. I was fortunate in being perfectly mated to my wife, sexually, that is. M55, sex adjustment with her. Very well, took quite a long time, though. M16, subject was in love several times, some of the times the girls were married or did not want to marry him. Once during the Depression he had an affair with one girl for several years but did not want to get married because of financial circumstances. Subject married in __________ after living with his present wife for several years. We get along pretty well, never quarrel. How did you get along sexually? Pretty well. 4 pure vs. Bad women. It is probably the predominance of surface adulation of, and underlying resentment against, the mother, found in high-scoring men, that leads to what is here called their dichotomous sex attitudes as defined by the separation of sex and affect, or by the sharpness of the distinction between a bad and a pure woman. On the other hand, fusion of sex and affect, a tendency to more personalized sex relations, is found more often in low-scoring men, category 24. The difference is significant at the 1% level American Samoa defined at the end of chapter 9. In our sample of women we find the same trend, but the difference is not statistically significant. Examples of the dichotomous conception of good vs. bad women, taken from the records of high-scoring men, follow. M51, other relations with women. Well, yes, 3 or 4, all older than me and they weren't anything but physical. M52, she taught me something that stuck with me all my life, that a woman is the most perfect thing in the world, that is, the right kind of woman. M6, I like a girl who is level-headed and can talk on several topics. I don't like the Maisie and Flo type or the sex boxes. Yes, I have been out with the latter, but you have to be careful. There's always the danger of disease. The records of the following 2 high scorers show the kind of characteristics these men value most in the girls they would like to marry. M14, what about girls? Well, there is nothing definite yet, though I have known a lot. I never have found one I'd like to marry. I want a girl whose sole interest is in the home. I think a woman's place should not be in the business world. So many women have lost the sense of home. M20, they're, Indians, a reckless lot, careless about marriages and divorce. Q, yes, I went through high school with one girl. Very religious. Got with her around the church. Never took each other very seriously, more or less, just accepted one another. The subject left and when he returned, she had gotten married. She was more or less what I was looking for. Very religious. The conception of marriage as a rather external affair not involving common interests, and also demonstrating conventional moralism, is given by the record of the following high scorer. M41, what was your wife like? A nice person. A nurse, before I married her. Q, well, I liked her looks and manners. In what ways were you most alike? Well, we weren't much alike in any way. We got along all right. Her mother was Christian Science. What about her? She was Christian Science. Any children? No. In what ways most different? Well, a little different in tastes about things. Q, most anything. I liked flowers and she didn't care much for flowers. Main difficulties. I didn't have any. We got along good. I let her have her own way. Takes two to start an argument. Have her way in what things? In most anything. Well, if we was going anywhere, if I went to buy a suit of clothes, I let her pick it out. If we wanted anything for the house, I let her pick it. Childhood sex experiences. Well, I don't remember any. When I was a kid, such things weren't taught. Such things weren't mentioned by parents or anyone else. If you met a girl on the street, you'd blush. I don't think it's a very good subject to teach. They learn it soon enough. The lack of integration of sex and affection found in high-scoring men is likewise illustrated by some of these quotations. Quite commonly, in the girls they would like to marry, they require, above all, moral standards. Often this is the only requirement. Frequently their marriages do not seem to be based on companionship or love. As far as their reports about premarital sexual relationships are concerned, they usually manifest contempt for the women involved. In both marriage and the more casual sex relationships there seems to be little concern with common interest and comradeship. The difference in the attitude towards sexual relationships in high-scoring as compared with low-scoring men can perhaps best be exemplified by two records describing extramarital relationships. In both cases there is evidence of sexual and marital maladjustment. The differences, however, are characteristic of the two groups, respectively. M58, a high-scoring man, reports, and if you're not satisfied it might become uppermost in your mind, even above work, etc. I believe I've seen where it is necessary for emotional stability, to relieve yourself regardless of marriage. How do you mean? First thing you know you're looking around, find something somewhere and relieve, then can go back and concentrate. What main difficulties have you found in your marriage? My wife and I have always been thoroughly compatible. Only trivial daily problems, can't think of anything, only one particular thing, I got to chasing around with another woman, although my wife had nothing to do with it, there was no conflict with her, it was in me entirely alone. M10, a low-scoring man, we have not enjoyed our sexual relationships almost since the first day of our marriage. I don't want it, and we often go for months without coitus, is that the word? My wife always takes the initiative in our relationships, she is very passionate. So am I have had 3 affairs since my marriage. I am having one now and she knows it. The first of these men, a high scorer, talks about sex as though it were an ego-alien tension which has to be relieved for hygienic reasons. Thus, in the most intimate interpersonal relationships, he displays a utilitarian and, pseudo-realistic outlook. The depersonalized attitude in this subject is drastically expressed by referring to his sexual partner as something, and in the phrase find something somewhere and relieve. On the other hand, the low-scoring subject, in a somewhat evasive, unperceptive effort to integrate his extramarital relationships into his total life pattern, exemplifies the inhibited and at the same time impulse-ridden maladjustment sometimes found in those scoring low on ethnocentrism. 5. Ego-alien ambivalence vs. fondness. The isolation of sex experience in the typical high scorers is connected with an ambivalent underlying disrespect for, and resentment against, the opposite sex, often hidden behind an externalized and excessive pseudo-admiration. Low scorers, on the other hand, manifest more often genuine respect and fondness for the opposite sex, category 25. The difference is highly significant, 1 per center level, for men, and satisfactorily significant, 5 per center level, for women. An example of the high type of ambivalence toward women is the following statement. M81, I don't think men respect women or anything about women, the way they ought to. In other words, women aren't inferior to men. If anything, they are superior. After all, they are the hands that rock the cradle. His admiration of women goes hand in hand with his conception of women as weak. Subject argues strongly at this point that restrictions should be removed on women, but still expresses his disapproval of women in business on the grounds that it would spoil the dependent, i.e., the home type, woman's chances. More open lack of appreciation is shown in the following description of his stepmother by a high scorer. M40, what sort of person was your stepmother? Pretty hard to describe, just another woman, I guess, nothing glaringly outstanding. In what ways was she like your father? She wasn't. How different? In every way. She wasn't his equal in anything, intellectually. More matter of convenience than anything else. Undisguised contempt for girls is displayed by another high scorer. M11, but I can't stand being around a bunch of girls, a lot of senseless chatter. They are all the same. Sororities are the cliquiest and the snottiest. One of the high-scoring prison inmates blames his fate on his wife. M57, this last one I married was really a corker. She just got her divorce. I found out she was married all the time to another man. She got me in here, I guess I got pussy simple. Correspondingly, contempt for men is expressed in the following records of high-scoring women. F24, of course, now if you pick a boy as a friend, right away they want to get juicy. You have to be careful about boys. F31, I wouldn't want to be a factory worker, either. It's not very good to say now, when they need everybody that's working in factories, but I can't see a girl working in jeans and around grease and putting themselves on the same level with men. Low-scoring subjects, on the other hand, in seeking companionship with the opposite sex, more often manifests some measure of fondness. This attitude, shown by the following protocols, tends to increase in longer and more intimate relationships, as indicated by the statement of M42 that a successful marriage certainly leads to familiarity but not to contempt. The necessity of frankness in marriage is emphasized by M59, when I do meet the one girl for me, I shall explain all my past life to her, because I do not believe that happiness can be based on lies. The frankness but also the compulsive feature in this statement are characteristic of the type of low scorer with neurotic features, see below. Another low scorer shows love and respect for a woman in spite of the fact that the marriage did not work out. M50, at that time I was too self-centered to be in love with anyone. I did admire and respect and like her, but we never should have gotten married. Today I think we could have a better chance of making a go of it, because I have grown up sufficiently. This record further shows the inclination toward self-blame and intrapunitiveness often found in low scorers. Real love and common interest with her husband is stressed by. F30, I thought ________ was wonderful. He was so brilliant and his ideas and aspirations and mine were just alike. We were all good companions and chums, and and I had settled all the world's problems but we had never really talked about ourselves. 6. Exploitive manipulation for power. In their relations to the opposite sex as in other interpersonal relationships, high scorers tend toward an exploitive manipulative type of power orientation. There is more of a warm and affectionate love-seeking attitude in the low scorers. Differences with respect to this pair of opposites, category 26, are statistically highly significant, 1% level, for both men and women. Thus, the traits which high-scoring men tend to emphasize in women are the giving of material benefits and submissiveness, sweet, kind and generous, along with purity, wholesome, and conventionality. They expect to get something from women often without giving much in return. As in the attitude toward their parents, it is again a dependence oriented primarily toward material benefits rather than a dependence stemming from the wish to give or to receive love, although the latter tendencies are by no means completely squelched. Examples are: M40, what sort of woman would you like to marry? Wealthy woman. Other requirements. Well, I'd like her to be maximum 35, preferably anywhere between 28 and 30. Any other specifications? I'll take that as it comes. M45, was married 3 times. The first time in at 18. It lasted 6 weeks. My partner in a dance walkathon. Married on the floor, no love, but received money for it from the spectators. Sex relationship was more enjoyable than with either of my other wives. In line with this, the traits which the typical high-scoring woman tends to desire in men are likewise primarily instrumental in getting the things she wants. They are, hard-working, go-getting, energetic, a good personality, conventionally, moral, clean-cut, deferent toward women. The next record shows clearly the two-sided nature of the demands high-scoring women tend to make upon a man. On the one hand, he must have a strong drive in order to get things for her, on the other, he must be deferent and thoughtful. F71, Q, fine boy. Father a writer, grandfather secretary of canal, very wealthy family, but he doesn't have the drive and ambition that I want. I just have to have more drive, somebody who doesn't have to lean on me. I had the feeling that if I walked away he would collapse. War changed him. He has more ambition but not the drive. I haven't seen him for a long time, that's why I haven't made any decision. Here you mingle with boys who have so much push and drive. Another boy here has everything except that he isn't thoughtful like. I've got to have someone who isn't selfish. I'm not critical, I know I'm not. This as well as the next 2 records of other high-scoring women illustrate the inherently opportunistic point of view, the looking at men from the standpoint, above all, of social status and the ability to furnish support. F22, I'm going to look, among other things, for the fellow's views on supporting me. I'd like to marry someone, for instance, who is going into a profession, maybe a doctor. Engagement. It didn't take me long to get over it. His father died when he was 3, his mother was 40 when he was born. Father left mother lots of money. He was a playboy, worked but borrowed money from his mother. He was pretty much attached to his mother's apron strings. We were engaged 7 or 8 months. I'm not demanding, but he was selfish. We argued more and more, broke up by mutual consent. I learned a lot from it, not to go into things blindly. F31, but there is one thing that is bothering me. Saturday night I had a blind date, and I liked him a lot, only he is a sailor and my boyfriend is an officer. It's not that I'm conscious of gold braid. Marriage. Well, I'd like someone, with a good personality who mixes well with people. Someone who at the same time is serious about the future. My boyfriend is an engineer. By contrast, low-scoring subjects tend to emphasize as desired traits companionship, common interest, warmth, sociability, sexual love, understanding, presence of liberal values. Sometimes their quest for love is so intense and unrealistic that it becomes a source of disappointment to them. This search for the great romantic love seems to be based on a wish to restore a successful early relation with a parent, based on nurturance and succurrence. As they were found to be for parents, expressions of passionate love for sex partners are generally infrequent in our interview material, however. 2 records may suffice to illustrate, each in its own way, the different quality of what low-scoring subjects expect from their partners as well as a certain pervasive tendency toward self-blame. F34, she talks of looking forward to marriage and children eventually, but she has modest financial requirements for a husband. She has had many boyfriends and is the romantic type. I always want to feel this is my great love, and then it isn't. That sort of thing is alright when you are in school. But nowadays when your boyfriend goes away to war and you write letters and build up a lot of things that may not even be there, it isn't fair to either person. She has been sort of engaged for 2 years to a boy she knew in school. He has been overseas in the Navy and they have written regularly, romantic letters. She goes out with other boys and he knows this and doesn't object. She hasn't fallen in love with anyone else, but her worry is that her feeling for him is not love. He came home on furlough, and his family, who live in ________ now, had her come down to their home and stay there for several days while he was there. She feels that he sensed that she did not feel the same, and yet she could not bring herself to say anything. She believes this was very cowardly of her and shows an absence of character. She thinks it is quite possible the boy's feelings have changed too, but why can't people be honest about things like that? And now he is gone and nothing is settled. M44, subject says that in visiting someone at the hospital, his wife seems to know naturally just how to act toward the person, or, at a public meeting knows just what kind of questions to ask to draw the person out further instead of shutting him up. And she is a helper, she is the helpingest person, the most willing and helping person that I've ever known. 7. Conventionality vs. individualism. Again, as in other areas of life, the values of high-scoring subjects with respect to sex tend to be conventionally determined as opposed to the more individualized values of low-scoring subjects, category 27. This variable differentiates significantly, at the 1% level, between high and low-scoring men. A similar trend, 18 positive and 7 negative instances, is found in women. Because of the large proportion of neutrals, however, the difference is not statistically significant. The following records show that in the choice of their mates high-scoring subjects tend to place a great deal of emphasis on socioeconomic status, church membership, and conformity with conventional values. The accent is on what is generally socially approved and accepted. Thus the men expect their future wives to stay home, take care of house and children, and attend church. This tendency is often found in the same men who show evidence of primitive and crude sex experience, outside of marriage, see above. The conventional approach to marriage is best illustrated by the following records of high-scoring women. F32, well, I think that because of the society in which we live, young people miss a great deal by not being married in the church of their faith. They lose the reverence for marriage and don't learn the true meaning of the marriage vows, when it is done so commercially, in a public office. I think that when people are married in church, by that I don't mean a large wedding necessarily, they have one of the most beautiful experiences of their lives. The thing which the church can teach youth is to choose. By this, she means principally the choice between right and wrong, but also to choose one's friends. In a church group one meets the right kind of young people, not the kind who hang around the lake shore at night. F78, it was just love at first sight. He has brown hair, brown eyes, white teeth, not handsome, but good clean-cut looking, beautiful smile, mixes well, easy to get along with but has a will of his own. He's lots of fun, interested in everything. He's a high school graduate, now a mechanic in the ground crew of the Naval Air Transport. He wants to go into something in the mechanical line. Before the war he was an apprentice in the auto industry, the vocation of her husband really wouldn't matter. She thinks boyfriend has good chances of getting along, definitely. She would like a profession, sort of middle class. F74, too much emotional feeling involved under these conditions. Desirable traits. Boyfriend should be about the same socioeconomic status. They should enjoy doing the same things and get along without too many quarrels. Or in high-scoring men. M58, wife-like. Very good person. She has gone to church, and has continued to, ever since the child was born. A very good wife, good mother, and darned good cook. Considerate of my folks, helped my mother with money, of her own accord. What do wife and subject offer each other? Well, I'll be doggoned if I know. Doesn't seem as if any bonds at all. Just she belongs there and so do I. M20, in my mind, there's no doubt about it. Woman's place is in the home. To keep up a home and make it right, and a man should be able to provide for the family. A woman has no business working whatsoever. In contrast with the stereotyped and conventional description of their desired or real mates given by the high-scoring subjects, the typical low-scoring subject takes a much more individualized attitude, as shown in the following quotations. M53, what sort of girl appeals to you? I don't know. I think I like the ones with more independent spirit. Q, well, looks, charm, laughs, humor and a certain freedom of spirit. In thought, I think, more than in action, present fiancé. Awfully hard to say when you're sold on a girl. Seems to have all the things I like, fun to be with, brains, pretty. She likes me, which is important. We share things together. Music, reading, swimming, dancing. Most of the things we do don't require too much energy, which makes it good. M50, what about your first wife? She was an artist also and a really thoroughgoing individual. She had a tremendous amount of scope, both intellectually and individually. She is looking for something too. Not as serious as my case, just the case of a girl marrying the wrong person. M44, what sort of person is your wife? Laughs, she's a little bit easy to hurt or touchy about some things. The most admirable thing, the most attractive thing about her is her hands. She has very small, delicate hands. She uses them very well and they're very expressive, and she also does things very fast, adept, sews very well, very domestic, very much the mother. She was never really herself until she had this child, never really complete. M2, ideal woman. She has to be, 1, intelligent, 2, mature, 3, emotionally stable, 4, have adequate physiological characteristics, as well as have, 5, culture and personality that goes with this. She should have at least as broad an interest and experience as my own, if not broader. She should have a maximum of femininity, since we're all bisexual. You can think of it in terms of a polyfactorial setup. Subject then quotes Rozanoff's theory of 4 factors in sex. The preceding descriptions by low-scoring subjects of their real or ideal mates reveal a conception of real people and an expectation of finding a person with independent opinions and independent spirit. 8. Summary. Summarizing the attitude of the typical high-scoring subject toward members of the opposite sex, the following may be said. A lack of individuation and of real object relationship can be found in the field of sex as it was previously found in the attitude toward the parents. It is this lack which may be called upon to explain the attitudes described above, such as the relative isolation of sexual impulses from the rest of the personality, the paucity of affection, and the somewhat exploitive, manipulative approach in the choice of a mate. Much of this may be understood in terms of disappointments which apparently had been experienced by many of the extreme high scorers in their first love relations, those with their parents. The same ambivalence which was found in the attitude toward parents can be found again in the sexual domain. Again there is surface admiration, coupled with underlying resentment against the other sex. Ambivalence also tends to be handled by establishing 2 separate images, one positive and one negative, good and bad women, without, however, being able really to love either of them. Status concern and conventionalized values again become predominant and take the place of a genuine and individualized approach. The expectations of qualities in oneself and in one's mate are quite stereotyped and rigid. Shortcomings in these respects are faced as little as they are in other fields. Thus, as pointed out above, high-scoring subjects often think of themselves as the ideal representation of the conventional conception of their sex role. The attitudes of the low-scoring subjects reveal a rather different picture, though it is much less clear-cut than that of the high scorers. In other words, the high variance of the categories in question are often more typical for the high-scoring subjects than the low variance are for the low-scoring subjects. On the whole, our low scorers tend toward a more individualized, more internalized, more love-oriented approach toward their mates. See also Chapter X. This does not mean, however, that in most of the cases their problems in this field are readily solved. On the contrary, some of the records of low-scoring subjects quoted above reveal a great deal of conflict in this area. Such subjects refer rather frankly to their inadequacies, inhibitions, and failures in sex adjustment. There also is evidence of ambivalence toward one's own sex role and toward the opposite sex, although this ambivalence is of a different, more internalized kind from the combination of overt admiration and underlying disrespect characteristic of high scorers. Its clearest representation is the conflict of the man about his passivity and of the woman about her tendency to follow masculine interests. Ambivalence toward the other sex seems in low scorers often to be the consequence of an overly intense search for love that is not easily satisfied. Low-scoring men sometimes seem to long for a restoration, in a close relationship with a woman, of the type of love they received from the mother, and this may become a source of dissatisfaction. As Kraut and Stagner, 65, have shown, male liberals claim less difficulty in expressing their affection for women and show preference for women of equal status. At the same time they experience more frustration in their love relations. Low-scoring women, on the other hand, sometimes develop a conflict between the satisfactions derived from emotional dependence on the man and a striving for independence that leads to competition with men. However, in spite of these conflicts, retardations, and ambivalences, there seems to be more actual or potential heterosexuality in low scorers. The interview material reveals a more genuine and more personalized relationship to members of the other sex, more fondness and ability to love in sexual relationships, more ego-accepted sensuality. Conflicts and inadequacies, being faced more openly, have a greater chance of being worked out successfully. Since the typical low-scoring man more readily accepts his own femininity than the high scorer, and the low-scoring woman her masculine strivings, one important source of hidden aggression toward the opposite sex, and toward other people generally, as it seems, is reduced. 2. Moralistic condemnation vs. permissiveness. High-scoring individuals were found to tend toward a moralistic condemnation of other people, while permissiveness toward individuals is more common in our low scorers, category 28. For both men and women this difference is quite significant, 1 percenter level. For men there are 30 positive instances as contrasted with only 4 negative ones, positive and negative in the sense defined in the last section of chapter 9, for women, the proportion is 24:6. It is easy to understand why condemnation of people, based on an external and conventional set of values, should be closely connected with prejudice. In fact, such an attitude seems close to being the very essence of prejudice. The records, quoted below, of subjects scoring high on overt ethnocentrism illustrate a readiness to condemn others on such external bases as absence of good manners, uncleanliness, twitching the shoulders, saying inappropriate things, inappropriate, as will be seen, on a superficial level only, and so forth. The statements show a great deal of indulgence in what is seen as righteous indignation about people considered as inferior. This indignation seems to serve the double purpose of externalizing what is unacceptable in oneself, and of displacing one's hostility which otherwise might turn against powerful in-groups, example the parents. Furthermore, the subsequent records presented in the following contain statements referring to a positive ideal of how one should behave, the essence of which is expressed by one of the subjects in this group who demands that everybody should have a set of rules. These rules turn out to be determined either by convention or by a shallow interpretation of church dogma. The emphasis on conventional values is found in the respectable as well as in the delinquent high scorer, prison inmate, see also chapter XXI. Examples, for the various aspects listed, from the records of high-scoring male prison inmates follow. M40, what things offend you most in other people? Just that they're people. Meaning. Oh, the majority are ignorant, close to animals as anything else. I mean dumb animals. Q, they haven't got sense enough to see things as they are easily swayed, crude, uncouth, they are like a pack. Show them a leader and they will go anywhere. Are most people like this? Records show it. What records? Statistics. Q, like in here, prison. The average IQ is something around 50 or 60. Very, very low. They carry a knife and cut some poor son of a bitch, and think they're tough. M41, what do you find most offensive in others? Well, some people are more attractive than others. Some people have no attraction. Don't take care of themselves. Don't keep clean. Don't have manners. M45, what do you find most irritating in others? Petty habits. What do you mean? I've noticed some people have a habit of snorting or as if their nose is always running or twitching their shoulders, or my wife's habit of picking at things with her fingernails. Others. Not being able to tend to their own business, not having sense enough to understand, to know when they're imposing on you. It's changed around here, in prison, now, getting so many of these young kids, zoot suiters, don't have any tact at all. What else? Greed. I can't stand anyone who will take something without thinking about the other person, without any politeness. You'd be surprised. You can find some of the politest people in the world right in here. I believe in helping your fellow man regardless. A positive ideal of behavior as derived primarily from religious convention is stated in the following records of high scorers. M52, main differences between Christians and other people. Christians are people that at all times strive to do what is right and abide by God's word. M58, and the person who has lived according to Christianity will live forever, those who have not will perish at that time. M4, importance of religion. It's very important. It gives people an opportunity to utilize some of their extra energy, also helps to set a standard for behavior and conduct. Without religion, there would be a lot more crime and delinquency in the world. Is the world getting better or worse? It's getting worse. The younger generation is wilder, 17-year-old boys go out and get drunk, and science is responsible for all this, that is, provides motor cars for them to get out in, they start drinking. In the records of high-scoring women there is a similar condemnation of people on moralistic and conventional grounds. Sometimes we find a general condemnation and contempt for an assumed inferiority of people, which is quite similar to the statement of one of the high-scoring men, quoted above, to the effect that the majority of people are ignorant, close to animals. I mean dumb animals. While rejection of other people is more common in high scorers, low scorers tend more towards self-rejection. Illustrations from records of high-scoring women follow. F66, why not social welfare? Well, some of the people you see, I just don't like them. I don't think I'd have enough patience to help them. Why not social activities? I didn't like the people. We had just moved there and they just weren't my kind. Q, they were too cliquish and infantile. They were silly, always giggling, wore jeans and dirty old plaid shirts. F24, low income group. They don't think fast enough, can't make it. They haven't educated themselves for any line. Most people are like that all their lives. Maybe they haven't had opportunities. There's a way, there's always a way if they care enough. Maybe it's tough, but eventually you can get there. F22, I don't go in for petting, I can't see necking for hours either. Q, I've been shocked by the conduct of my girlfriends. I didn't think they were that type of girl. By contrast, low-scoring subjects tend to be permissive and tolerant toward individuals, although not necessarily toward institutions. Or at least they make an attempt to understand behavior from a common sense, if not professional, psychological or sociological point of view, and they show generally more empathy. Whenever rejection of individuals occurs, an attempt is usually made to explain or to rationalize this rejection on the basis of violation of fundamental principles and social values rather than for surface reasons. 3. Extrapunitiveness. Another attitude, quite directly akin to prejudice, is that of extrapunitiveness, to use Rosenzweig's term, 16, i.e., a tendency to blame other people rather than oneself. As has been repeatedly pointed out in this volume, lack of insight into one's own shortcomings and the projection of one's own weaknesses and faults onto others is often found in high-scoring subjects. It probably represents the essential aspect of the mechanism of scapegoating. An opposite variant to extra punitiveness is impunitiveness, i.e., the tendency to refrain from blaming altogether, be it others or oneself. The differential distribution of this pair of opposites, category 29A, with respect to overt ethnocentrism is quite significant for men, 1% level, 26 positive and only 2 negative instances. For women there is a distinct trend in the same direction, 18 positive as contrasted with 4 negative instances, but it is not statistically significant. An extra punitive attitude is manifested in the descriptions given by the following high-scoring women about their co-workers, fellow students, or teachers. F60, subject just doesn't care for her fellow workers. Some have all the PDQs, degrees, but no common sense. She wouldn't like to mention names, but she'd like to tell me what goes on. Some just spend their time gossiping together. She doesn't believe she should do more than just speak to her fellow workers. Very scornful of them, feel superior and aloof. They don't know her at all, no, indeed, implies she's a very special somebody and could reveal her gifts to them, but doesn't. She describes how she treated masturbation. The others were afraid to stop the children. But she just popped the little boys' and girls' hands and said, "Now, don't do that. It isn't good for you." F71, sister president of sorority in high school and of interclub council, thinks high school sororities stupid and silly, dirty rushing, girls misplaced in clubs. Nothing as selfish and cruel as a little high school girl growing up. Noisy, no attention to business, it was just too much. Talks about high school teacher, thinks her aspiration level too high. Too much screaming and yelling, has theodoritis, polished and professional, too many students broke down, you have to be stoned to take it. F77, although talking about her mother, reveals her general attitude toward people in the following quotation, "This wouldn't have happened if I hadn't gone down." She's mean and inconsiderate and doesn't give a darn about anyone else but herself. I helped her with so many things. She hasn't helped me with one little thing, I can't stand it. The foregoing statements illustrate the tendency of high scorers to blame others for difficulties that arise in their contact with other people or their work. As was pointed out above, low-scoring subjects tend either not to blame at all, impunitiveness, or they may show exaggerated self-blame, intrapunitiveness, category 29B. The latter tendency was found in 7 low-scoring men and 6 low-scoring women, while only 1 high-scoring man and 2 high-scoring women manifested this attitude. The tendency toward exaggerated self-blame in the low-scoring subjects must be interpreted as an expression of an internalized, and rather strict, superego of the sort that often leads to neurotic symptoms. The following is a good example of a low scorer with good work adjustment who does not blame others for the difficulties which arise in cooperative work situations. F63, money has never meant much to me. Maybe it is stupid and unrealistic. But it is the work itself that gives me satisfaction. I work best by myself, have difficulty working with other people. I get along with them all right, but it's a strain on me. I'm rather shy and don't like competition, at least not directly with the people you work with. The following 2 low-scoring men are described by their interviewer as suffering from excessive guilt feelings. M42, he verbalized readily and spontaneously, and shows no reluctance to discuss any given topic. At the same time, however, he repeatedly deprecates himself, particularly as to his ability to express himself. He is quite abusive and appears to have no little moral masochism. His thinking and actions seem to be pervaded by doubt, hesitation, and indecision. M55, subject has a rather pervasive sense of humor which is often directed against himself. He seems to have a great deal of conscious feelings of inadequacy and inferiority and guilt. The record of another low scorer gives evidence, over and above the absence of conventional moralism, and a stressing of intrinsic values, of a tendency not to think very highly of oneself. M3, ideal wife. Attractive, at least average. I can't ask for too much there, with my looks. At least as much intelligence as I have. Fairly intelligent, in other words. I don't care about religion and morals, as long as they are not too bad. Her own damn business whether she is a virgin or not. Essential that she be a good companion, keep me well amused. Companionship includes everything from conversation to sex, with emphasis on congeniality. Some of the low scorers come close to a tendency toward obsessional rumination about their faults and the mistakes they have made. The exaggerated feelings of guilt and self-deprecation constitute some of the major neurotic features common in low scorers. They are frequently accompanied by depressions. Instead of aggressive self-assertion, there is often an unhealthy trend toward withdrawal in the face of difficulties. 4 World as jungle. Projection of one's inner impulses, particularly of aggression, onto others will naturally lead to a conception of a dangerous and hostile world and consequently to a general suspiciousness of others. Thus, it was found that typical high-scoring subjects tend to manifest distrust and suspicion of others. Theirs is a conception of people as threatening in the sense of an oversimplified survival of the fittest idea. Feelings of victimization are often connected with such notions. The opposite variant was defined as trustingness and openness, as manifested by seeing people as essentially good until proved otherwise. It was expected to be found predominantly in the low-scoring subjects. For both men and women, differentiation in terms of this pair of opposites, category 30, was found to be highly significant. 1% level of confidence. Emphasis on the jungle character of the world one as just described, a world in which one has to destroy others to prevent them from destroying oneself, is best expressed by a quotation from M41, a high scorer, "Nowadays it's get the other fellow before he gets you." Another high-scoring man, M57, says, "Hell, you can't have real friends in here, prison, stab you in the back. Can't trust any of them." Distrust in, and dislike of, other people is further manifested in the following records of high-scoring men. M45, not being able to attend to their own business, not having sense enough to understand to know when they're imposing on you. M47, what dislike in others? Well, their actions, the way they talk. How do you mean? I don't know how to explain it. Maybe a fellow comes up and gives me a couple of knickknacks just to make up to me. I don't go for that. Some of these guys shove up in lines, go to the show and holler like little kids. What do you find most offensive? A guy trying to butt into my business. M51, you mentioned once before that as a child you didn't accept your father as a shining example which he was held up to you as. Tell me about your feelings towards your father as a child. Well, I resented a lot of things. I loved him. I always said I did. I used to have a kind of fit if I was ever taken away from him. I always accused him of being harsh. I never understood him. And apparently this all falls in with Darwin's theory too. The fact that the high-scoring subjects, more often than the low scorers, made inquiries as to the purpose of the interviews, as to the basis of selection of the subjects, and as to the publication of the material seemed to reflect the greater suspiciousness of the former. The general resistance to being questioned is clearly expressed in the records of the following high-scoring woman. F72, what kinds of things make you mad? Well, for instance, my sister. When I come home and she starts asking me questions about what happened and what did you do, I don't want to have to give accounts. Not that I've anything to hide. I don't have anything to hide, but I don't like being questioned. I don't like prying. By comparison, the records of low-scoring subjects frequently reveal genuine liking of, and warm interest and concern for, people, along with belief in their essential goodness. Examples are: M42, how did you come to be a service station operator? Just by accident. I worked part-time in school, Another thing, I like to meet people, most people as a rule are pretty nice to me. F30, I would even be content to call evolution my religion. When it comes to attending or working in a church, I prefer the Methodist. However, that is not important. What is important is that people believe in humanity, in each other, and that the force of goodness, of progress, is the strongest force in the world. F34, I always made it a point to sit next to different people on the bus and get into conversation with them. Lots of people think that everybody is getting along fine now and making lots of money. Actually, people have a very hard time. And they are worried about the future. Everyone is under a terrible strain. As may be suspected from the last of these records, many of the low-scoring individuals tend to be worriers. Thus they assume that other people suffer too. However, such feelings tend to be rather structured and specific, example worry about the father, when compared with the vague and diffuse anxieties about a generally threatening environment or a lack of support which are typical of high scorers. 5. Hierarchical vs. Equalitarian conception of human relations. As mentioned above, the distrust of others displayed by the typical high-scoring subject may probably be ascribed to his conception of people as seeking only power and material benefits, and his assumption that, in this struggle and competition, the more ruthless must necessarily win out. His orientation in interpersonal relationships is thus toward getting power by associating with the powerful and influential, or at least toward participating in the power of those who have it. Admiration for the strong and contempt for the weak accompany this attitude. Thus, high-scoring subjects show predominantly what may be called hierarchical conception of human relationships, whereas those who score low conceive of an equalitarian mutuality in such relationships. Category 31A. There is a highly significant difference, at the 1% level, for both men and women with respect to this pair of opposites. Examples of a hierarchical conception of human relationships are found in the following reports of high-scoring subjects. M52, how important is money really? I don't think the best things in life are free. I don't believe people would be happy if they worked for nothing. Every man has a certain ego that he has to satisfy. You like to be on top. If you're anybody at all, you don't like to be on the bottom. I believe in the Bible. I believe there is someone a lot bigger and stronger than anyone on this earth. M51, well, there are the weak and the strong. I can't elaborate on it. What about you? I suppose I'm one of the weak ones, said somewhat hesitantly and reluctantly. M58, what would money make possible? Would raise our standard of living, probably buy better or higher priced automobile, move into better residential section, associations with business and fraternal groups to be raised. To those in a bracket higher, except for a few staunch friends which you keep always, naturally associate with people on a higher level, with more education and more experience. After you get there, and associate with those people, that fires you on to the next step higher, etc. M4, subject likes to mingle with people, likes big parties, used to have an inferiority complex, but now is at ease. Likes to associate and talk with famous people, to be in the upper crust. Well, I've met a lot of people since I've been up here, it certainly made a difference to me. I've set my goal, and I want to be one of them, mentions Army and Navy people, a lot of wealthy and socially prominent people. M13, there are great possibilities there, in Alaska, in the future. If a person studies it carefully and locates properly, he goes up with the town. F79, in the spars I liked the training and the discipline and I would make a good officer. But the girls of my type had college educations and I was thrown with waitresses, etc. I wanted to apply for officership. I admired the officers although all the other girls were interested only in boys. It made me furious to see the great advantage of those who had had college education. Those I associated with were not my type. F22, in the first place, there have to be the ditch diggers. They can get what they want out of life. Certain people were cut out for certain things. People who are unhappy are the ones who have wasted their chances or are held back by lack of finances. The foregoing records show how preoccupied these subjects are with social mobility, with the dichotomy of the weak and the strong, the bottom and the top, and with the idea of moving upwards through the help of the powerful and the influential. There is evidence of an almost compulsive acquisitiveness and striving for success. All this is in line with the picture of Western civilization generally presented by its students, example Gardiner, 60, Mead, 82, Fromm, 43, although it appears here in a grossly exaggerated manner. Fromm, 42, states that the most important feature of the authoritarian character is its attitude toward power and its division of people into two groups, the strong and the weak. Love, admiration, and readiness for submission are automatically aroused by power of persons or institutions, while contempt is equally aroused by powerless persons or institutions. The very sight of a powerless person may lead to the urge to attack, dominate, or humiliate him. Hero worship of acquaintances, Category 31b, which was expected to be a characteristic primarily of high scorers, yielded only a negligible number of ratings and is thus omitted from consideration as far as our material is concerned. As in other doubtful cases, one may also question the validity of our hypothesis underlying the definition of the category. 6. Dependence for things. The orientation toward getting material benefits, predominant in the high scorers, tends to make for dependence on people, since they are used as a means for advancement. In the discussion of attitudes toward parents, a distinction was made between dependence for things, found primarily in the high scorers, as contrasted with the love-oriented dependence found in the typical low scorers. A similar distinction has also been made in the case of the attitude toward people in general, setting off a diffuse, ego-alien dependence which is not really love-seeking against a focal, love-seeking succurrence, Category 32a. The difference between high and low scorers with respect to this category is highly significant, 1 per center level, for men, and satisfactorily significant, 5 per center level, for women. The examples given above for the hierarchical conception of human relationships illustrate one aspect of the utilitarian approach of the typical high-scoring subjects toward other people. Here we are dealing with another aspect of utilitarianism, namely their orientation toward getting things and help in general. In the quotations from high-scoring subjects which follow we find friendship conceived of as a means of getting things rather than as a relationship based on mutuality in giving and taking. M43, help in lots of needs, sickness, money, well, a friend can just help in most any way. M45, what do you look for in friends? Even though there is no conversation between you, know that he's there at all times and if you need any help at any time. In line with this, high scorers tend to be oriented toward persons in positions of authority or power, or toward support. Low scorers tend to be longing for someone who will really love them without reservation the way they happen to be and in spite of shortcomings. Low scorers also tend to place emphasis more on expectations of receiving love, understanding, and companionship from their friends. Examples from the interview protocols of men scoring extremely low on the ethnocentrism questionnaire follow. M48, what do friends offer a person? Well, offer you an understanding, they understand you and make allowances for your shortcomings, and like you in spite of it. M56, what do friends offer us? That's another thing, I have always been so discriminating in choice that haven't had many friends, my friends have always been people I could confide in, faith, companionship. M59. A person has very few friends in a lifetime. A friend will overlook your faults, and stand by you. The longing for intensive, personalized relations, in which there is complete mutual acceptance and overlooking of faults is evident in these records. At the same time, however, one gets the impression that a tendency to preoccupation with oneself, sometimes expressed in overcriticism, is characteristic of low scorers. 7. Manipulation vs. libidinization of people and genuine work adjustment. A similar differentiation was made between an exploitive manipulative opportunistic attitude as opposed to one of personalized nurturance, category 32b. Differences between high scorers and low scorers here show the expected trend without being statistically significant. Nonetheless, there are 15 positive instances but only 4 negative ones for men, and 11 positive as compared with 3 negative for women. An extreme example of a manipulative orientation toward people in general, and toward sex partners in particular, is given in the record of a high-scoring prison inmate. M51, why pick on an older woman? Well, I forgot. She had money and I didn't. I never had any relations with anyone that didn't have money connected with it, even those homosexual affairs. I ran away from home and that's mainly the way I supported myself. Subject quotes Dr _______ as saying that he was only interested in men for their pocketbooks and he didn't know if he would be safe with a mule. Preference in type of homosexual partner. Yes, I always had preferences, but I never let the preference stand in the way of, only thing I was ever interested in was the rent. I wasn't faithful, in other words, I wasn't expected to be. I was alone so much, I got bored. Did any men attract you aside from the money aspect? Oh, yes, but I never let love, so-called, stand in the way. Subject emphasizes that if he were a woman, he would not let any love aspect stand in the way of marrying for as much money as possible and getting all he could in the way of money out of the sex relationship. This statement not only shows a particularly drastic form of opportunistic attitude but also the view that affect should not be allowed to interfere with one's advantage. I never let love, so-called, stand in the way. A narrowly opportunistic, externalized attitude toward work and the persons connected with it is illustrated in the records of the following high scorers. M40, advantages of designing. Fairly decent, remunerative enough, and contacts are better than that of an ordinary worker. Else, you got a better chance to get what you want. How do you mean? You're constantly being thrown in with people who are up there, if can't get anything in theater work, legitimate stage, voice, I'll go in for that. M58, they come to me and say, can you do this and that for me? To keep goodwill, you'll do a lot of things. And then I go to work, and that's a source of dissatisfaction, to think that I help those people who can hardly read or write, kinda gets me down, doing their work, and then I've got to go out and do shift work, something wrong there, it's disheartening. Wife says to get out of the ration board work, but I feel eventually it might give me the push I need to get into something different. I don't know how to go out and look for work. I've just done this kind of work, no education, can't offer anything definite other than oil. F68, this is a 9-to-5 job and when I am through I am through. You don't have to worry about personal things on this kind of a job. From, 42, emphasizes that for the authoritarian character the relationship with his fellow men has lost its direct, human character and has assumed a spirit of manipulation and instrumentality. By contrast, the following records of low-scoring subjects illustrate their need to do something for people, to help them, to give, and to receive affection in return. They also show their tendency to libidinize their relations with people and to view their work from the standpoint of its social value rather than merely from that of external success. M42, advantages of scouting. I like to work with young people, satisfaction of helping someone. It doesn't pay financially, but, you are happier, makes good friends. M49, yes, and I've always been impressed by articles I've read in magazines, about a small company built up by the manager from himself and a helper, and just got in people that were very agreeable, and the ideal was lots of benefits and fellows felt they had a share in things, and each worker wasn't a machine, but an individual. Subject emphasizes personal relationship in this example of employer-employee setup, with a strong personal nurturance by the former, and gratefulness and cooperation of workers. I think I'd be happy if I could find that kind of a company, and it wouldn't really matter too much what the actual job was, that is, within reason. I've always thought those personal relationships were the most important thing in a job. M54, at 17, wanted to be a doctor, but it didn't materialize because joined the service. Subject can't remember the origin of this interest. Perhaps some friends whose parents were doctors and subject liked to help bandage up other kids, minor scratches, etc. M55, what would a lot of money make possible for you? Do some charitable work, though not in established patterns, for example help some of my friends. Contribute to the March of Dimes, to end cancer, etc. M56, security and a chance to do something for others. Seems to me now I have been helping others all my life. M59, to treat others as a person would wish to be treated himself and to help those less fortunate than oneself, and to be a part of the community or society that one is in, to take an active part in it, and being kind and generous and to more or less have a high regard for your fellow man. The only happiness that we really know of is, here on earth, so why not try to enjoy the people and things on this earth, rather than a life somewhere else? What attracts you in a friend? A person on the same intellectual level and one who has common ideas. You enjoy going out with him. You enjoy conversation and you like to do things for a friend. F70, if I had a lot of money I didn't know what to do with, I might run a small private hospital. For instance, for rheumatic fever patients. There are so many children with certain diseases that can't get the proper medical care, because their parents can't afford to have them hospitalized sufficiently long, like rheumatic fever patients. I wish to do a few altruistic things like my own private charity or something. I don't think I'd buy expensive objects of art, well, maybe I would. I might buy quite a few material things, go to a lot of concerts and plays. One seems to be able to spend a lot of money on those. F75, what do you like about public health nursing? You get to know people. You have to. You go into their homes and see them when they are well, help them prevent sickness instead of just seeing them in bed sick. I think it is a more useful occupation than bedside nursing, but that is important too. The foregoing records also illustrate the ability, characteristic of low scorers to form genuine object cathexis, category 32C, an ability probably due to the fact that they formed better identifications in early childhood. 13 low-scoring and only one of the high-scoring men show evidence in their interviews of this ability to form genuine, non-opportunistic object relationships. It is also found in the records of 8 low-scoring and 3 high-scoring women. Here, as in the case of most other ratings, it is very difficult to evaluate sex differences since, as was mentioned before, the ratings of the sample of women show considerably higher numbers of neutrals. 8 Social status vs. Intrinsic worth in friendship. In line with all this, the traits which high-scoring subjects tend to desire most in their friends are that their social or economic status be prominent or at least acceptable. Low scorers, on the other hand, tend to accept a friend more often on the basis of intrinsic worth or the companionship and common interests he offers. Theirs is an intellectual aesthetic approach, and they appreciate in their friends easygoing traits, social awareness and insight, and generally low values, i.e., values in esteem with low scorers as defined in this volume. The difference is significant at the 1% level for both men and women. Examples of emphasis on status in high scorers follow. M52, how do you choose your friends? Well, I have a standard based along my own expectations in life. Somebody's got to have a goal in life, got to have manners, don't have to be a big shot, but I like to have some position. I don't like these fly-by-nights. A lot of my friends are social people. M58, what would more money make possible? Would raise our standard of living, probably buy better, or higher priced automobile, move into better residential section, associations, to those in a bracket higher, with people on a higher level. M4, picked a chum, usually one close chum. In high school he got into the ruling clique because he worked on the other boys' cars and radios. Apparently going into this ruling clique has made a great impression on him. Before, he felt uneasy around many people, uncertain of his appearance. The girls he asked out hadn't accepted him. He felt much more secure after he got into this clique. He felt that he amounted to something. It helped him get over his inferiority complex. F31, when I was a child, I was brighter than I am now. Moving up here may have retarded me. I was very unhappy when we first moved up here. I cried and cried. It was about a year and a half before I got in with the right crowd and joined a high school sorority. F60 tells the interviewer that she has been a governess in the home of and in S family, first in the home of the older son, and then the younger. Talked to on the phone when she was at the time of the birth of the third child. Also worked for Southern California, and her sister worked for who later was F78 reports that she has no really close girlfriends. She looks for someone I wouldn't have to make excuses for, someone well brought up, nice appearance, who dresses neatly. The foregoing records manifest once more the desire of many high-scoring subjects to associate with the right kind of people and their tendency to judge people on the basis of such external criteria as position and nice appearance. Low-scoring subjects, on the other hand, not only tend to emphasize the intrinsic worth in their friends but tend explicitly to deny the importance of status. There may be, in some of these cases, an underlying concern with status, but the fact that they disclaim it shows that they have at least some inclination to resist conventionalism. There are, furthermore, other goals which take the place of conventional ones. There is more acceptance of passivity and relaxation, more emphasis on enjoyment and fun. At the same time, there is active pursuing of intellectual goals. Examples follow. M49, there was one Chinese fellow, and we used to go swimming and play ping pong, and he was married just after I got there and, his home was in an alley with no street address, just plain, simple people, and they could be serious, but if you wanted to have a lot of fun, and they seemed to be more understanding, more appreciative of little things and more sympathetic. M42, I like a person who doesn't think money is the most important thing, but wants to better himself and have a better education, who likes to get along with people. My friends are all kinds of people. I have a friend who is a Catholic, who knows the criticisms of the Catholic Church better than I do, but who can argue intelligently for the Catholic Church. M53, people you cultivate are usually people you want to be with. What do you like to do together? Well, depends on the friend. My own friends seem to have a variety of interests. I guess, talk takes up more time than anything else, and sometimes drinking parties with a group of friends who are fun to see once in a while. F62, we four girls have many discussions about ideas. We had a professor who taught us to think about education and social conditions. We talk about all those things, and we hope to be socially minded individuals. We try to think. My closest girlfriend and I don't go out with boys, but the other two girls do, and we enjoy their experiences, about which they tell us. I was made to be a follower and not a leader. My girlfriends are more dominant. F65, my best girlfriend I still have from high school days. We have the same interests. Now my close friend is a Chinese girl. The interviewer senses a protective attitude on the part of the subject toward this friend. In general, I like intellectual girls who are nice and who have the same ideas. Just as the high scorers frequently desire to have friends with accepted or even admired social status, they also tend to emphasize conventional values in their choice of friends. Their requirements for friends are that they be moral conventional, clean-cut, honest, have good manners, poise, and control, category 33B. The predominance of such requirements in the records of high scoring as contrasted with low scoring subjects was found to be in the proportion of 11:4 in men and of 11:3 in women. Illustrations from the records of high scoring subjects follow. M41, what attracts you in a friend? Well, their manner and behavior. M11, what do you like best in your boyfriends? I like them clean-cut. They're all swell fellows and they come from marvelous families. F71, never stuck close to one, like girls who like a lot of clean fun, high ideals and morals, no drinking. The emphasis, in the foregoing references, on clean fun, swell fellows, and the like, carries the connotation of an almost moral pride in the fact of having a good time. This type of exhibited or official optimism has been described previously in this book. It is entirely compatible, and often concomitant, with an underlying sense of despair and futility. 9. Summary. The prejudice thus seemed to tend toward an externalized relation to other people, appreciating those who are higher up in the social hierarchy and who conform to conventional standards, and unrealistically condemning deviations from these standards. It seems likely that this moral condemnation serves the purpose of externalization of, and defense against, temptations toward immoral and unconventional behavior. Hostile feelings are likewise externalized and projected by conceiving of others as threatening and dangerous. The persecutory ideas about threats in the environment apparently reinforce the wish to be strong. Such power is to be obtained by falling in line with what is seen as the general pattern of social relationships, that is, by associating with those who have power. Fear of failure and of being overwhelmed by outside forces leads to an exaggerated preoccupation with such dichotomies as power versus weakness, top versus bottom. The choice of friends is almost exclusively determined by the wish to get support in the compulsive striving for success. Often little attempt is made to disguise the resulting crude form of opportunism. As in the attitude toward parents, the focus seems to be on getting things, on utilizing people for obtaining the necessary supplies and the help to overcome obstacles. The inclination to conceive of the world as a jungle seems to reveal a panic lest supply may run short and one may be helpless in view of dangers which are all too readily anticipated. It is easy to understand that in persons possessed by such fearfulness, the approach to people will tend to be manipulative and exploitive. Similarly externalized is the relationship to work, as manifested in indifference toward its content and in the emphasis on work as a mere means to success and power. To succeed in the struggle of competition by roughness and by outsmarting the competitor seems often an important component of the ego ideal of the prejudiced men. See the next section. Since unprejudiced individuals are less apt to be anxiety-ridden than are the prejudiced, they are free to search in their friendships for affectionate companionship, enjoyment, and common interests such as intellectuality, social values, appreciation of art. As they did with their parents, they tend to form comparatively internalized and affectionate relations with people in general, focusing more on the specific characteristics of the other person. The greater capacity for such libidinization is closely related to a permissive and trusting attitude toward others. There is a tendency to conceive of the environment as congenial rather than as dangerous. Dependence on people thus tends to become focal and love-seeking rather than diffuse and ego-alien. Often this search seems to be unrealistic and insatiable. This can be seen in the expression of longings for total acceptance and forgiveness for all one's faults as found in some of the low scorers. Such a high level of aspiration seems often the source of dissatisfactions with, and ambivalence toward, the object of love or of friendship. Work seems likewise more libidinized in the low scorer than it is in the high scorer. There is often a persistent striving for intellectual achievement or for realization of productive social values. There is often concern with, and depression about, the possibility of failure along those lines rather than with respect to personal success. This is far from saying that the typical low scorer is indifferent toward success. But in him these tendencies are more often in conflict with, and partly inhibited by, a longing to be loved, a longing frequently crippled in the high scorer during early childhood. At the same time there is more capacity for relaxation, passive enjoyment, and pleasure in general, as apparently due to the less rigid character of the defenses. Such values take the place of the external, conventional standards of the high scorers. The tendency to focus on internal and intrinsic values of the individual must be seen as being directly connected with lack of prejudice. Rather than taking a stereotyped view of people and judging them on the basis of their place in the social hierarchy, low scorers are, in the manner described, more open to immediate experience and to an evaluation of people on the basis of individual and intrinsic merits. See attitude toward present self. 1 Definition of rating categories N. Quantitative results. The attitudes prejudiced and unprejudiced subjects assume toward themselves seem to be consistent with their attitudes toward family, sex, and people, as discussed in the foregoing pages. Thus the prejudiced tend toward self-glorification, conventionality of ego ideal, and lack of insight, and at the same time they exhibit self-contempt which is not faced as such and which they try to deny. First, attitudes toward the present self will be discussed, followed by the conceptions of our subjects concerning their childhood personalities. The categories dealing with the first of these topics were defined as follows. Interview Scoring Manual, Attitude toward Present Self. To Table 3, 11. Presumably high variant. Presumably low variant. 34a. Self-glorification. Positive traits mentioned, negative traits rationalized, has overcome weakness, handicaps, victimization, persecution, self-estimate and ego ideal tend to be the same. 34a. Critical self-appraisal. Self-estimate and ego ideal separate, occasional morbid self-accusations. 34b. Ego-alien self-contempt which is moralistic authoritarian and semi-externalized. Do not score unless there are some specific signs of self-rejection beyond compensatory self-glorification, etc. 35m. Self-estimate traits, men. A. Pseudo-masculinity. Determination, energy, industry, independence, decisiveness, willpower. No admission of passivity. A. Ego-accepted admission of passivity, softness, weakness, etc. B. Conventionally moralistic. Ideal of honesty, self-control, any violations regarded as essentially unexplained breakthrough. B. Admitted fallibility of control, not merely unexplained breakthrough. 35w. Self-estimate traits, women. A. Pseudo-femininity. A. Ego-accepted admission of non-femininity. B. Conventionally moralistic. Propriety, poise, self-control, unselfishness. B. Admitted fallibility of control, not merely unexplained breakthrough. Admission of selfishness, etc. 36a. Self as average and therefore all right. Attempted denial or forgetting of deviations, past and present. 36a. Self as different, individualized, or unconventional. 36b. World identification, equalitarian, brotherhood ideal. 37mw. Ego ideal, same as self-estimate traits. 37mw. Ego ideal, liberal values. Achievement, understanding, nurturance, affiliation, work for humanitarian values, to improve social relations, to improve self, etc. 38 Denial of psychological causes, explanations of self in terms of heredity, physical factors, accidental factors, etc., or denial in effect of any casualty, example of symptoms. 38 Socio-psychological explanations of self. 39 Property as extension of self. 39 Property as means to end. 2 Self-glorification vs. Objective appraisal. The trend towards self-glorification in the prejudiced becomes evident in their tendency to ascribe to themselves predominantly positive traits and to rationalize whatever negative traits they are unable to deny. They are given to emphasizing that they have successfully overcome weakness, obstacles, and victimization. The opposite alternative, namely objective self-appraisal, is more common in low scorers. The difference between high and low scoring subjects, both men and women, is statistically significant at the 1% level, category 34A. Results already presented have indicated that prejudiced subjects tend to repress what may be unpleasant to face, and thus to narrow the scope of consciousness. One cause of these repressions may lie in the type of discipline to which these subjects were exposed, a discipline which required immediate submission. Apparently in a fearful attempt to please the parents, a good facade was presented, and anything which did not fit in with this facade, such as, especially, resentment against the parents, was repressed and denied. This process very probably leads to self-deception, which may be of such crudeness that it seems obvious to anyone but the subject himself. The following example illustrates the self-deception of a prejudiced man with respect to his willpower and independence. He takes pride in certain decisions and actions of self-control which are obviously engineered by the father, see also Chapter 2. M13, I grew up quickly. My father has allowed me to do as I pleased, although he forced some decisions upon me. About smoking, he said I must do it in front of him, if I must. He also provided wines and liquors in the ice chest. I soon tired of smoking and never took much to drinking. I have a stubborn nature, and if he had tried to stop me, I probably would have taken it up. I have always tried to live according to his 10 commandments. What disagreements have you had with your father? There haven't been any to any great extent. I had a mind of my own at a very early age. He has too. We've had arguments, but I can't remember any lickings by him. A general satisfaction with oneself is expressed by the following high scorer. M58, well, I'm the head operator, shift foreman, rotating schedules. Subject emphasizes head position, small department, 5 in department, 5 in shift. I get personal satisfaction that I have 5 people working for me, who come to me for advice in handling the production that we make, and that the ultimate decision is mine, and in fact that in that ultimate decision, I should be right, and am usually, and the knowledge that I am correct gives me personal satisfaction. As previously mentioned, high-scoring subjects, especially men, tend to succumb to the temptation of displaying independence, ability for decisions, and leadership qualities, probably as a defense against a possible breakthrough of their underlying passivity and anxiety. In general, prejudiced subjects, in pointing out how well they overcame handicaps, sickness, and calamities, are prone to emphasize the use of willpower. The tendency to cling to the belief that willpower and cheerfulness can solve all problems seems of special importance. Examples from the records of high-scoring women follow. F71, child, nervous because of mastoid operations, terrible time getting started in school, afraid of kids, this in first half of kindergarten, by second half I was a leader. Think one of my best assets is my poise, learned from moving around so much. Remember hospital clearly at 3 years old. F38, in telling how she conquered infantile paralysis by willpower, continues, I've always had a happy disposition, and I've always been honest with my family. I appreciate what they did for me. I've always tried to find a way so that I wouldn't be a burden to them. I've never wanted to be a cripple. I was always dependable in a pinch. I've always been cheerful, and I'm sure I've never made anyone feel bad because of my handicap. Maybe one of the reasons I have been cheerful is because of my handicap. I wore a cast on my leg until I was 4 years old. He, husband, compares me with his first wife. She was unfaithful to him. I'm not like that. She was a drinker. I've never done that. I've never done things behind people's backs. I've always done things in the open, habits. I didn't have any bad habits as a child, no nightmares. I rarely dream even now, night or day. Q. My mother was the chief disciplinarian. I always got along well with my brothers and sisters. I was always honest with them and let them know where I stood. I believe that all the relations between my brothers and sisters and myself were better than average. I think I'm the favorite of the whole family. I know I'm the favorite niece of all my aunts and uncles. Similar is this passage in the record of a high-scoring man who had been told, after having gone through infantile paralysis, that he would never walk again. M4, but you see, I can get around, because I made up my mind to. If I made up my mind, I can be in the upper crust too. Low-scoring subjects, on the other hand, do not as a rule attempt to hide their feelings of insecurity, their shyness, and their dependence. For example, M49 says about himself, well, I think social contact bothers me most. I could always talk with one person, but where there are several persons, I'll just stand there and not say boo. I think that might have been due to our not having enough social contacts. Or a low-scoring woman, F63, I work best by myself, have difficulty working with other people. I get along with them all right, but it's a strain on me. I'm rather shy, don't like competition. The fact that low-scoring men tend more often to admit their softness and their dependence on their mother is exemplified by the following quotation. M50, I don't mean I am in love with my mother, but I have a dependency complex, married a woman older than myself, and always depend on others, leave responsibility to others. It seems on looking back that I have always done that, simply transferred my dependency on my mother and my wife and onto the prison authorities, now and in the future. As was pointed out above, the dual phenomenon of surface admiration and underlying contempt revealed by the high scorers in their attitude toward the other sex, can sometimes be found in their attitude toward themselves as well. Statements of self-glorification are then followed by statements of self-contempt not faced as such. Such combinations indicate the profound doubt these subjects have about themselves, a doubt which they seem able to bear only by disclaiming responsibility for their own failures, projectively blaming instead other people, external circumstances, uncontrollable forces within oneself, or heredity. The trend of high scorers towards such an ego-alien self-contempt which is moralistic, authoritarian and semi-externalized, category 34b, is distinct in both men, 10 positive instances as compared with 1 negative, and women, 10 positive versus 2 negative instances. The difference between high scorers and low scorers, however, does not reach statistical significance on account of the large number of neutral classifications in this category. From ego-alien self-contempt there is a gradual transition to the self-condemnation of the typical low scorer. The latter is often characterized by a sober appraisal of intrinsic personality dynamics, whereas the former is often warded off in thinly disguised attempts at self-justification in terms of factors beyond the control of the individual which are sometimes real, more often imaginary. Examples of the type of self-rejection characteristic of high-scoring men follow. Although there is self-criticism in terms of conventional standards, the blame is being put on such factors outside of personality proper as heredity, other people, or external circumstances. M40, all the inheritance is all from the male side of the family for some reason or other. Except for my industriousness. That just doesn't exist. Q, I guess I just got that from the other side of the family, just a black horse. The whole trouble with me is I didn't grow up. I thought it was a big game of cops and robbers. I don't think any of were malicious about it. We heard about others getting caught, but couldn't believe we would. M57, I'm kind of ashamed, I'm the only black sheep in the family, and I've made more money than all the others put together. Yes, a man of my intelligence let some damn broad put me behind bars. In the following examples, a weak ego is seen as possessed by alien forces within the personality, such as the carnal self or weak flesh. M52, I've often stopped and more or less took an inventory of myself. I have let myself slip, let my carnal self get away from me. M58, well, I'm a bad example, I don't live what I believe, possibly because the flesh is weak, don't have the stamina to stand up and live it, try not to harm somebody else. Examples from the records of high-scoring women are: F71, I'm inclined to be nervous, haven't the confidence in myself. I'm the clinging vine type and my sister is. My parents have always felt that I'm the backward one, need guidance. They gave me dancing lessons in grade school, knew I needed it. I made all B's in high school. F77 says about the girl to whom she has a sexual attachment, she is always the boss, although she's younger, she's mean, hurts my feelings awfully bad. I can't understand why I love a wicked girl so much. The foregoing record of an otherwise conventional girl reflects rejection of an ego-alien part of herself, a part she is prone to link with an external temptation, see also chapter XXII. F79 is a good example of how derogatory the opinion about oneself can become. I wanted to finish school after I got out of the spars, and I went to ______ junior college although mother and father couldn't afford it. I didn't do much. I just ate and got fat and mother and father hit the ceiling. I was already neurotic, I guess. I didn't go out. I was in a rut and I got fatter. Mother and father made me do calisthenics by force. Then I went to ______ college summer school and was scared of the boys. Then I went to business school. I hated it, it was so boring just to sit and type. I could go to the University of ______ if I lost weight. My brother was going. I couldn't because I was too heavy. I felt out of place working in a jewelry store. I hated it and was awfully uncomfortable. I kept on eating, it was the only thing I could turn to, and mother and father got furious. Mother would get these terrific anger spurts. She would yell and I would yell, and then I would feel disgusted. This is the same girl who at another place in her interview reported that she could get a sense of personal worth by reminding herself of her family background. The existing cleavage between pretense and reality is also revealed by her finding it a matter of course that her mother is wonderful. See the passages, quoted in Chapter X, concerning idealization of parents and other contexts. 3. Masculinity and femininity. We turn now to the more specific aspects of the self-image of the high-scoring subjects as contrasted with that of the low scorers. In line with previous discussion, especially in Section A of this chapter, one might expect high-scoring men to think of themselves as very masculine, and that this claim would be the more insistent the greater the underlying feelings of weakness. Low-scoring men, on the other hand, having actually more personal and masculine identity, perhaps by virtue of having had less threatening parental figures, can afford to admit failures and doubts along these lines. In fact, there seems to be, in the high-scoring men, more of what may be called pseudo-masculinity, as defined by boastfulness about such traits as determination, energy, industry, independence, decisiveness, and willpower, and less admission of passivity. An ego-accepted admission of passivity, softness, and weakness, on the other hand, is found predominantly in low-scoring men. The difference is significant at the 1% level, category 35A. Examples of these two different attitudes in the realm of sex have been quoted in Section A of this chapter. Similar attitudes can be found in the vocational sphere and in the approach to life in general. Thus, one high-scoring man discussed his successful techniques of driving sharp bargains. Certain ordinary ways of doing business, he said, are too damn slow for me. Being successful by outsmarting others in the competitive struggle is part of the ego ideal of the prejudiced man. Low-scoring men, on the other hand, more often refer to their dependence, to their liking of cooking and to other tastes usually considered as feminine. They are, furthermore, more often described by the interviewer as gentle, mild, soft-spoken. An analogous trend, although statistically not significant, toward what may be called pseudo-femininity is found in evaluating the self-estimates given by high-scoring women. These women tend to think of themselves as feminine and soft, no masculine trends are being admitted, being a housewife is definitely my career. As is not surprising, a rather crude aggression, directed especially against men, seems to go with this attitude, as revealed indirectly in the interviews and directly in the thematic apperception test stories. Low-scoring women, on the other hand, as was mentioned in Section A, often profess to have a real conflict over their femininity. They sometimes show envy of men rather directly and often engage in so-called masculine activities. At the same time, a certain real fondness for men and the wish to be with them and to participate in their activities is revealed. Extreme examples of openly expressed rejection of the feminine role in low-scoring women are: F62, my mother always said that I would make a better boy than a girl. I was always hammering, building, and constructing something. In my adolescence, I was always wearing overalls. Today still when I am in despair, I build things, work it out physically. F23, subject wished very much that she were a boy and elaborated on the prejudice against women in her profession. She does not like to cook or sew. If I were a man I could have a wife, that's what I really need, someone to cook and sew and take care of me. She feels that she is really quite dependent in this respect. Therefore, she will either not marry, or else will continue to work after she is married. Even if she had children she would want to go back to work and get someone else to bring them up after the first year. I don't think I could bring children up very well anyway. I liked everything the boys did and disliked everything the girls did. I wanted to play baseball with the boys and I did go out and play baseball with them. What do girls do? They sit around and talk about boys, and nothing bores me more. For conventionalism and moralism. Likewise, in line with some of the findings reported earlier, is the tendency of high-scoring men and women to think of themselves as basically highly moral and controlled and to consider any conduct which contradicts this norm as a breakthrough of tendencies which cannot be explained or influenced. The above quotations illustrate the tendency these individuals have to describe themselves as honest and as possessing high ideals and self-control in the sense of a conventional moralism. Low-scoring subjects, on the other hand, more readily admit fallibility of self-control without trying to explain it away as a breakthrough of something foreign to their basic nature. This difference is significant at the 1% level for both men and women, category 35B. In the case of high-scoring women, the more detailed definition of the category, as given in the passages of the scoring manual accompanying the table, indicates special emphasis on such traits as propriety, poise, self-control, and unselfishness. These are contrasted with admission of selfishness in low-scoring women. The importance of conventional traits in the self-image of high-scoring subjects may be considered as one of the aspects of their strong desire to belong to the powerful majority. There is reason to believe that a certain lack of personal identity is compensated for by a wish to belong, and to conceive of oneself as average and therefore all right, with attempted denial or forgetting of deviations, may these deviations be past or present, category 36A. A great deal of protection and security must be assumed to derive from the feeling of being, in this sense, part of a group. However, as has been mentioned before, this kind of belonging to a group is something quite different from genuine identification with other individuals and society. For prejudiced subjects, then, the greater the deviation, the more stress must be laid on denying its existence. This is especially marked in our prison sample, from which the following quotations are taken. M51, subject says he robbed just once and blamed this on drinking. I still don't consider myself antisocial. He emphasizes that he doesn't consider himself perverted. He remarks that a while back he took some glandular treatments and feels that these have made him more masculine. M57, subject expresses the superficial desire to understand why he had gotten in so much trouble when his brothers have not, and to straighten out. He spontaneously denies that there is anything the matter with me. These passages from the interviews of high-scoring deviates illustrate at the same time the tendency of high-scoring subjects in general to see their deviations and lack of control as a breakthrough in the sense defined in the discussion of the preceding category. In contrast to this, low-scoring subjects tend to see themselves as different, individualized, or unconventional. Category 36A, continued. This can be seen from records quoted in previous sections. The difference for the entire category is significant for men at the 1% level. For women there is a trend in the same direction, 11 positive versus 5 negative instances. Apparently, the greater personal identity of the low scorers facilitates establishment of genuine object relationships. In the few cases in which low scorers referred to identification in the present sense of belonging, it tended to be in terms of mankind in general, that is, as a form of world identification with the stress on an equalitarian brotherhood ideal. Category 36B, for humanitarianism see the next subsection. 5. Conformity of self and ideal. Lack of insight and of self-criticism on the part of the typical high scorers is revealed in their tendency to mention as the type of person they would wish to be, as their self-ideal, the same set of traits which they actually ascribe to themselves. There is hardly any discrepancy between their image of what they ought to be and their conception of what they really are. Thus, high-scoring men tend to mention as their ego ideal the combination of traits characterized above as pseudo-masculine: determination, energy, industry, independence, decisiveness, willpower, no passivity, as well as the syndrome of moralistic conventionalism, likewise mentioned above. An example of a more worrisome adoption of this type of ego ideal in a high-scoring man is the following. M52, worries. Well, I had worries, I remember that. I think my greatest desire was to be somebody in life. I did a lot of reading as a kid. I was sort of a hero worshipper, nobody particularly. I wanted to be a success in business. I used to plan, and sometimes worried about whether I would. The following quotations illustrate the admiration high-scoring men have for men of action and success, such as MacArthur and Andrew Carnegie, who amounted to so much. M47, and then another one I like real well, this Patton. I like him for the same reason I like MacArthur. He went right up to the front. He wouldn't send his men anywhere he wouldn't go himself. M51, Andrew Carnegie, I guess, I got from some of my relatives. His coming over here with so little and amounting to so much. High-scoring women likewise tend to list as the ideal the same traits which they mentioned in their self-description and which were summarized under the heading pseudo-femininity and conventional moralism. Low-scoring subjects, on the other hand, tend to mention, as their ideal, traits which are different from, or at least differently conceived from those which they ascribe to themselves. Being basically more secure, it seems, they can more easily afford to see a discrepancy between ego ideal and actual reality. Seeing this discrepancy enables them to strive toward a better fulfillment of the ego ideal. A study dealing with mechanisms of self-deception seems to indicate that the more aware subjects are of falling short of their ideals, the nearer they actually are to the realization of these ideals. See 33. Specifically, the values listed as ideals by low-scoring men and women may best be summarized as real achievement. There is also an emphasis on humanitarian values such as understanding, nurturance, the latter especially emphasized by women, affiliation or work for liberal values such as the improvement of social relations or self-improvement. The difference between the two types of ego ideal, as covered by the ratings on categories 37A and 37B, is statistically highly significant for both men and women. Since the ego ideal of the low-scoring subjects is closely related to their tolerance, several illustrations of this point will here be given from their records. Their emphasis on achievement as a value in its own right rather than as a mere means for some ulterior end is shown in the following examples. M55, I see you would like to be a congressman. Subject laughs. He indicates this is not a realistic choice, but that he would like to be a congressman. He emphasizes what he calls the in values here, not working just for money, etc., but for what you accomplish, and though are likely to be defeated, you have the satisfaction of trying. Attractions. Not adept at personal relations, but enjoys this more than statistics or research, but would rather be out in contact with people. One war job at Bethlehem Steel involved some personal relations work. I may be aiming too high. I might be an interviewer at an employment agency. F62, I would like to teach drama in high school. The reason for this seems perhaps sort of queer. I have always enjoyed drama very much and I thought the world should know more about the theater. I want people to know about good entertainment, high-class art. F63, in my artwork I have been very interested in abstract forms, not so much in representational forms. I have been very influenced by the Bauhaus kind of design. Now interested in writing. Q. I was at the ___________ art gallery, school, and at that time there was a job open __________ art critic for the _________ which I took. I have also had other jobs for newspapers. Interested in experimental forms of writing. F23, subject has been employed as a junior chemist at _______ development for a year and a half. She is disappointed in her job because she had hoped to do research, instead of which she is doing routine work such as could be done by a lab assistant. You are not allowed to do things your own way, nor are you given any responsibility at unless you have a PhD. Subject is also annoyed by the lack of honesty in her fellow workers. They practice what is known as pencil chemistry, i.e., if a reading fails to give the expected result, they will fake the result. She went and told the boss about this, but he did not do anything about it. They won't do anything on your say-so, and he didn't even check the results for himself. In response to a question as to whether she had ever wished that she were a boy, subject replied, "Yes, I do very much because then I could do what I liked. When I first came here they asked me what I would like to do and I told them organic chemistry, so they asked me whether I would like to do organic analysis and I said, yes, without thinking very much about it. The work turned out to be simple filtrations which were interesting at first, but very easy to learn. I want to quit next summer and get my PhD because perhaps then I might have a better chance to do what I want." M44, one thing that I think was important, I always liked school and took pride in it. I was always afraid that I might lose out there. Emphasis on humanitarian values is exemplified by the following records of interviewees scoring extremely low on the ethnocentrism questionnaire. Some of them refer to specific and concrete plans for help in the execution of a program with humanitarian implications, while others may do no more than pay lip service in terms of vague generalities. M53, satisfactions. Well, this is a little obscure, a certain justification of one's own existence. Stocks and bonds never convinced me, because it didn't seem to me to make a damn bit of difference to the public welfare. This work, I can see results quickly, and honest-to-goodness results. M59, to help those less fortunate than oneself, and to be a part of the community or society that one is in, to take an active part in it, and being kind and generous and to more or less have a high regard for your fellow human being. M15, started out in college with a strong interest in social studies, history. This interest is still strong, but now it is combined with a desire to work with people. Counseling appears to be my present choice. Idea behind it? Well, in our church I have observed how many people have problems. I think I would like to help them. What kinds of problems? Personal. Your religious point of view at present. You might call it something like social religion. Q. It is a sin to be indifferent to progress. The statements just quoted are good examples of values important to low-scoring subjects, real achievement often accompanied by anxiety over possible failure, intellectuality, and socially constructive goals. 6. Denial of socio-psychological causation. In high-scoring subjects, the general lack of insight and the unrealistic view of oneself seem to be connected with a tendency toward a certain wishful denial of genuine causality, as revealed by easy explanations of one's own shortcomings in terms of heredity, physical or accidental factors, etc., or the denial of the symptomatic character of one's behavioral manifestations. Thus, as will be discussed more fully in Chapter XXII, high-scoring subjects in the sample drawn from a psychiatric clinic tend to refer to their symptoms as something merely physical, or as caused by a hereditary taint, or as otherwise alien to the ego of the subject. On the other hand, low-scoring subjects tend in general toward socio-psychological explanations, conceiving of the present self in the context of its development under the influence of social and psychological factors. Thus, while talking about themselves, these subjects spontaneously refer back to their childhood, using explicitly such phrases as "it may go back to infancy" in describing the cause of behavioral deviations. One low-scoring subject relates his not having many fears to the fact that his sister had a lot of fears. "I used that as a technique not to have any," he said. To be sure, all this should not be taken to imply that the low-scoring subjects in question necessarily possess the correct or full insight into themselves. It means only that there is a greater inclination to think in psychodynamic terms and to seek explanation of one's own behavior in these terms. The difference between the two attitudes, encompassed in Category 38, is statistically highly significant, at the 1% level, for both men and women. 7. Property as extension of self. The basic insecurity that lies beneath the overt denials and overconfidence of the high-scoring subjects may be a chief contributing factor in their exaggerated wish for property, in the sense of a conception of property as an extension of the self. There is an over-libidinization of money and property, per se. Low-scoring subjects, on the other hand, tend to have a more realistic attitude toward money, knowing fully its value as a means, yet not overestimating it by making it an end in itself. They generally conceive of property as means to an end. Differentiation between prejudiced and unprejudiced groups under this aspect, as covered by Category 39, is statistically highly significant. The following quotations from high-scoring subjects are examples of their search for basic security and independence through money or through the accumulation of goods. "It often seems that the need has become functionally autonomous, to use a term by Allport, 9, and is as such insatiable." F24, "How much is enough?" "Quite a bit, I have to make good, get lots of it and get it fast." F32, "The desire for $1,000 a month or all I could get represents a wish for security. The more one earns, the more one can put aside." M57, "What might a lot of money make possible for you?" "Buy more cattle, more land, that's my greatest ambition." Records of low-scoring subjects, on the other hand, more often show emphasis on money as a means of obtaining some of the desirable things in life or else of achieving some socially constructive goal. They furthermore illustrate the greater casualness, passivity, and more pleasure-seeking attitude of the low scorers with respect to money and possessions. Enjoyment of music and books is often mentioned, and there is generally more emphasis on specific things to be obtained rather than on the more vague and perhaps imaginary goal of security as stressed by high scorers. Examples are found in the following records of low-scoring subjects. M42, "I think the best things are free, but lots of times, let's see, it takes a certain amount of money, to do a few things with friends, etc." Saving versus spending. "I don't believe in saving money to the point of a mania, but planning for the future is something. I don't make a point of saving a certain amount of money every month, no use pinching pennies now, so that you can live better later." M44, "What do you miss most that your present income doesn't permit?" "A good radio with a record player on it, but that's just an immediate thing." M48, "What might a lot of money make possible for you?" "Mean just a good living. I like to go to plays, concerts, etc., to have a nice home, etc." M49, "What do with $7,500? "Well, of course, it would give us a comfortable home, to begin with, and a good living, and my wife has always wanted to write, and she's started on several ideas, and that would give her enough to get materials and go ahead with her writing, and, if she did go into writing, we could hire the people to do the house cleaning and laundry, so as to give her more time, and she always likes to go to plays and concerts, and we could indulge in those things without jeopardizing. F63, money has never meant much to me. Maybe it is stupid and unrealistic. But it is the work itself that gives me satisfaction. F70, if you had more, what would you do? I would probably spend it. On what? Well, maybe I would buy some more dishes and silver, although I have more than I can use now, probably not material things. If I had a lot of money I didn't know what to do with, I might run a small private hospital. I don't think I'd buy expensive objects of art. Well, maybe I would. I might buy quite a few material things, go to a lot of concerts and plays. One seems to be able to spend a lot of money on those. F27, that isn't much, I guess. Neither of us wants much. Is it enough for a family of 6? Well, what I meant was that we want a comfortable home without any worry, plenty of books, and a good record player with lots of records. We could be happy. Deconception of childhood self. 1 definition of rating categories N. Quantitative results. The discussion of attitudes toward oneself thus far has concerned traits which our interviewed subjects ascribe to themselves as of the present. As a regular feature of the interview, subjects were further asked the question, "What were you like as a child?" Obviously, answers to this question must not necessarily be taken to reflect the actual nature of the subjects as children. The answers may well refer in part or predominantly to the subject's image of himself as a child. The 2 alternative interpretations of the material will have to be kept in mind throughout the discussion which follows. The results of a study on social discrimination in children, including interviews with their parents, 30, give support to the assumption that the descriptions which our subjects give of themselves show at least a certain degree of correspondence with the actual facts. The rating categories used in the evaluation of this part of the interview material are as follows. Interview Scoring Manual, Conception of Childhood Self. To Table 4, 11. Presumably high variance. Presumably low variance. 40M. Traits ascribed to childhood self by men. A. Unmanageable, difficult, stubborn, aggressive, spoiled, sensitive, etc. A. Quiet, shy, self-conscious. B. Bland childhood. Happy, active, no worries, no shyness, etc. B. Adult-oriented, internalized standards. Read a lot, interest in school and teachers, achievement striving. C. Gang-oriented. C. Isolated or sociable with few. 40W. Traits ascribed to childhood self by women. A. Difficult child. Nervous, frail, etc. A. 1. Quiet, shy, self-conscious. 2. Tomboy, independent. B. Bland childhood. B. Adult-oriented, internalized standards. 41. Discontinuity between childhood self and now. 41. Continuity between childhood self and now. 42. Childhood habits, write in each habit mentioned, example nail biting, thumb sucking, bedwetting, nightmares, fear of dark, fear of animals, etc. 43. Time of earliest sex experience remembered, write in, childhood 1 to 6, pre-puberty 7 to 12, adolescence 13 to 19, adult life 20. 44. Nature of earliest sex experience remembered, write in, example homosexual or heterosexual sex play, dates, kissing, heterosexual or homosexual intercourse, masturbation. 45. Source of early sex information, write in, example mother, father, male or female sib, other relative, other adult, books, the gang, etc. 46 Little spontaneous comment. 46 Considerable spontaneous comment. Too difficult child. There is a tendency, though not a statistically significant one, for both high-scoring men and women to report more frequently than low scorers that they were difficult as children. Among the male interviewees, 10 high scorers as contrasted with only 1 low scorer describe themselves as unmanageable, difficult, stubborn, aggressive, spoiled and/or sensitive in childhood, category 40A.M. Aside from the possibility of this having actually been the case, it seems that some of the high-scoring subjects may seek in this way to justify the harsh discipline exerted by their parents by taking the blame themselves for any clashes that may have occurred. A further motive for this type of description may be the wish, known to be present in high-scoring men, see above, Chapter 7, to conceive of oneself as possessing rugged masculinity. The following examples from the records of high-scoring men seem to support both of the latter alternatives offered here as explanations. M40, what were you like as a child? Rowdy, I guess. Typical fresh Irish kid. Snot-nosed, they used to call it. Q, oh, Steel Joe blows apples, and similar pranks. If there was any trouble, I was in it. Q, oh, just a kid, I mean, nothing serious. M20, I had a pretty mean streak in me, especially around 10, pretty mischievous. My grandparents tried to hold me back. See that I'd play with the right kind of children. When I was around 12, I began to be pretty snotty to them and run around any time I wanted to. Sometimes I didn't do my work. At times, I'd feel ashamed of myself. Makes me feel bad now. Q, no money. I couldn't run around much without money. Always tried to make it some way. 3 or 4 of us ran around together. Pretty snotty. Maybe they tried to hold me down too much when I was younger. Wouldn't let me play, only with certain children. There is a corresponding though less pronounced trend in high-scoring women. They report that as children they were difficult, nervous, frail, category 40A.W. Examples are F22, all I can remember is that mother said I was very fussy and finicky especially about what I ate. F31, I used to cry all the time. I don't know why, but people hurt my feelings. My brother took that out of me. I fought with him, and it got to the point where I could dish it out. F66, I cried an awful lot when he died. Mother says I cried and ran out of rooms for years after he died because I didn't like to see her with any other man. She says I ruined her chances. Low-scoring subjects, on the other hand, show a tendency to describe themselves as quiet, shy, self-conscious, or as unpopular in childhood. Low-scoring women, furthermore, relate somewhat more readily than do the high-scoring to have been tomboys and independent as children, category 40A, continued. Examples from the records of low-scoring subjects follow. M48, what sort of a person were you? Hard for me to say, you mean, was I quiet? Well, would like to have been noisier, was always somewhat repressed by the other kids, shunned by the leading cliques in school, though I finally got in with my own gang about my own level. M53, what sort of person were you? Hard to evaluate. I think I was fairly quiet. I was supposed to be pretty well behaved. Don't think I was remarkable in any respect. M55, timid about dancing, afraid to dance, afraid to go out for sports for fear of being not a good player. F27, I was an awful drip really. I was a very unhappy child. I think it was because I was so fat. And I was abnormally shy. It used to make me mad when teachers would point me out as a model child for being so quiet. I knew I was only quiet because I was scared of everybody there. At home I was a noisy madcap. Of course, at home I was the center of the stage. Everyone thought I was wonderful. At school I guess I didn't feel appreciated. I knew I was very superior intellectually and was sort of a snob about that, but I didn't really care about that. I wanted to be liked and nobody liked me. So I just hurried home. All through grammar school I only had 2 friends, both girls. I never knew a boy well enough to really talk to. I guess those girls must have really tried to be friends with me because I never could have made any effort. Floyd Allport and D.A. Hartman, 8, found similar results when they administered a scale to measure political attitudes as well as several personality schedules. They found that the liberals, to use our terminology, exceeded the conservatives in tender-mindedness, awareness of inner motives and conflicts, touchiness in personal matters, sensitiveness to the opinions of others, and a retiring nature. They are less expansive and self-assertive. 3. Blandness vs. adult orientation. It was assumed, in line with their general tendency toward denial and toward reluctance to face difficulties, that high-scoring subjects would be inclined further to describe their childhood as bland, happy, active, and without worries or shyness, category 40B. We were aware of the fact that this assumption is in apparent contradiction to the trend just referred to, namely that high scorers lean toward describing themselves as having been difficult children. However, it is quite common to find denial of difficulties in such subjects side by side with revelation of difficulties. In descriptions of the childhood self there seem to be on the whole fewer manifestations of denial than in any other field with which we have dealt so far. This might be due to the fact that childhood is a possible projection screen for undesirable traits, offering another possibility of rendering these traits ego-alien. Obviously, there is comparatively little necessity to glorify one's childhood, a period so far away in time. On the contrary, some of our high-scoring subjects seem to find satisfaction in stressing handicaps, such as bad constitution, as something they had to overcome, thus making their success appear the more impressive. Another aspect of childhood, referred to in the opposite variant of category 40B, is found with considerable frequency in the reports of low-scoring subjects. It may be summarized as orientation toward the adult and the espousal of internalized standards, as manifested in reading a lot, an interest in school and teachers, and in achievement striving. This trend is especially typical of the group of low-scoring men, in which 16 interviewees give a picture of themselves as having been adult-oriented in childhood, as compared with only 1 high-scoring man who does so. In women the corresponding figures are 7 and 0. This picture is substantiated in the direct study by the present author, referred to above, 30, of children scoring low on a prejudice scale especially designed for them. Though such children show less submission to authority, they tend to be genuinely more oriented toward adult values, such as interest in work. Examples from both low-scoring men and women follow. M53, especially remarkable. I don't know. I don't think so. I was a pretty good student in school. Seemed to have a lot of friends. I don't remember any outstanding disappointments. Worries as a child. Oh, let's see, that's difficult. I don't know. I can't remember any recurring worries as a child. What about little things? Well, let me think. Shortly after my father's death, I worried about that for a while. Growing up without a father. In high school I think I worried a lot about future occupation and how to earn a living. M56, what were you like as a child? Oh, very serious, read Rippon's History of the World at 9. My grandfather, when I was 9 or 10, gave me Washington Irving's Conquest of Granada, which meant a great deal to me, gave me a sense of objectivity in history. He sometimes gave me temperance books. F27, I was reading Dickens and Thackeray when other children were on Brer Rabbit, and knew all about the symphonies and operas while they were on nursery rhymes. Along the same line is a certain tendency on the part of the low-scoring subjects to report relative isolation in childhood, while high scorers refer to what may be defined as gang sociability, category 40C, including such aspects as popularity and the holding of offices in clubs and high school fraternities and sororities. No figures for this trend are given in Table 4:11, but examples from records of low-scoring subjects describing shyness and relative isolation in childhood are given here. M59, what were you like as a child? Always shy, and when I was around a large group it was quite a while before I would enter into the spirit of things. F27, I knew I was quiet because I was scared of everybody there. I wanted to be liked and nobody liked me. So I just hurried home. F75, in a way we are all alike in our family, shy and afraid of people. We don't discuss it, but I have noticed it in all of us, even my sister who doesn't act like it often. My mother has always pushed us and wanted us to be different, go-getters, but she isn't. I was the worst, the sort who would cross the street rather than say hello to a friend. I remember wishing my mother would leave me alone to do what I wanted. That would have been bad though. I guess, because I would have grown up a hermit. Even now, I prefer to curl up with a book or go for a walk by myself. M49, well, when we were small, we spent all the time we possibly could out of doors, and when we came out here, we never associated with, never had any contact with other children outside of school time, worked, helping at home, just played together at home. Neither of us ever went out for any sports. For contrasting picture of childhood and present. The last two categories to be discussed under attitude toward one's childhood help to support and to round out the impression gained so far. It was pointed out above that high-scoring subjects seem to use their childhood as a projection screen for traits now considered as undesirable. This should make for discontinuity between childhood and present self, category 41. Actually, such is the case, significantly more often in the high scorers, at the 1% level for men and at the 5% level for women, than in the low scorers, the latter tending to show continuity between childhood and adult self. High scorers even may give the impression of an actual break by glorifying the present self and by finding fault with the past. On the whole, finally, high scorers tend to make little spontaneous comment while the low scorers offer considerable spontaneous comment about their childhood, category 46, the difference being significant at the 2% level for both men and women. This is but one more among several manifestations of the greater introspectiveness of the low scorers, and of their greater inclination to explain human behavior in psychological and social terms. 5. Summary of attitude toward present self and childhood self. As in the evaluation of their parents and of the other sex, high scorers tend in their self-evaluation to stress the positive and desirable aspects, or at least this is so on the surface level. They are prone to point to their willpower and determination in overcoming the handicaps and vicissitudes of life. Energy, decisiveness, aggressiveness in competition tend to be particularly prominent in the ego ideal of high-scoring men. However, there is evidence that the repeated assertions of independence are a defense against strong feelings of dependence, passivity, helplessness, and sometimes even self-contempt. These feelings are but rarely recognized or accepted as such without making an attempt at self-justification. What is not acceptable to the ego tends in the further course of events to become externalized, thus rendering the ego narrow and constricted. In further consequence, prejudiced subjects tend to regard themselves as conventional, not different, and therefore all right, and their descriptions of themselves have a definitely moralistic tone. Deviations from the commonly accepted pattern of conduct, if admitted at all, are regarded as a breakthrough of tendencies which are either beyond explanation or which are explained away by external factors and incidents over which the subject could not possibly have had control. Judicious explanations of the socio-psychological kind are avoided in this type of approach to the self. This makes for a comparative lack of experienced continuity between childhood self and present self. In line with this, high scorers are generally somewhat reluctant to make spontaneous reference to their childhood, thus trying further to disclaim for themselves and for their parents the responsibility for the outcome. Unprejudiced individuals, on the other hand, seem to be on better terms with themselves, due perhaps to the fact that they have been more loved and accepted by their parents. Thus they are more ready to admit falling short of their ideals and of the roles they are expected to play by our culture. Impulses and tendencies which seem less desirable are nonetheless accepted as a part of the self, making for a richer, more complex, and more introspective content of the ego. Thus, as was pointed out in the first section of this chapter, low-scoring men prove themselves more able to afford frank admission of passivity and weakness without having to resort, to the same degree as high-scoring men may have to the use of rigid and counterphobic defenses against these feelings. In accordance with this, there is comparatively frequent evidence of open admission of conflict about the feminine role in low-scoring women, as well as of their genuine fondness of men. Furthermore, low scorers tend to derive their security from recourse to their personal identity in addition to such external factors as group membership or property. Hence they tend to present themselves in their interviews as individualized and unconventional. Instead of trying to live up to conventionally defined rules and values, they tend to strive toward real achievement, toward understanding and affiliation, and toward the realization of humanitarian and liberal values such as the improvement of social relations or self-improvement. They seem to be interested in explanations of their present self in terms of their entire development. They make considerable spontaneous reference to their childhood. Their descriptions of themselves as children are often far from the picture of what would be generally called a well-adjusted child. They report having been withdrawn, shy, and self-conscious, oriented toward work, reading, and an adult set of values. These reports are in accordance with direct findings, in an independent study, on the personality of extremely unprejudiced children. As adults, low scorers often continue to manifest open anxieties and feelings of depression, due perhaps at least in part to their greater capacity of facing insecurity and conflict. Their greater readiness to introspect may be considered as an attempt to master these problems and to achieve a dependable and flexible form of adjustment. Sometimes it appears that they may succeed, in other cases it seems that there is but a morbid dwelling on psychological topics. Chapter 12. Dynamic and Cognitive Personality Organization. As seen through the interviews. Els Frankel Brunswick. A. Dynamic character structure. 1 Definition of rating categories N. Quantitative results. Throughout the preceding discussion of interview material, repeated reference was made to a variety of so-called defense mechanisms. Among them were repression of sex and aggression, overemphasis on cleanliness, various forms of defense against one's own passivity, and the like. Again and again it became evident that the difference between the ethnocentric and the non-ethnocentric extremes hinges more on the rejection versus the acceptance of such depth factors as homosexuality, or aggression, or passivity, or anomaly than it does on the mere presence or absence of one or another of these tendencies. In other words, it was not primarily the relative strength of such tendencies that seemed to matter, but rather the way in which these tendencies were handled in the motivational dynamics of the subject in question. In the framework of these dynamics, defense mechanisms are the instruments of rejection of those tendencies which the subject is not ready to face and to incorporate. The categories of the interview scoring manual discussed in the present chapter are centered about such defense mechanisms, per se, along with other dynamic patterns fulfilling a related function. Thus, some of these categories cut across a variety of aspects investigated so far, and offer the possibility of providing synopses of previous observations. By the use of these categories, direct support could be found for many assumptions made previously on the basis of more scattered or indirect evidence. The list of categories related to dynamic character structure is as follows. Interview Scoring Manual, Dynamic Character Structure. To Table 1, 12. Presumably high variance. Presumably low variance. 47 Counter, cathectic rejection of erotic orality, of zone sensuality and / or its sublimations, i.e., of verbal emotional artistic expressiveness. 47 Positive expressions of erotic orality, of zone sensuality, example food cathexis, oral perversions, and / or sublimations, i.e., verbal emotional artistic expressiveness expansiveness. 48 rigid moralistic anal reaction formations as ends in themselves, overemphasis on, and preoccupations with, totalitarian moralistic, positive and negative, typologizing, example two kinds of people, clean and dirty, emphasis on money and property. 48 anal reaction formations functional and non-moralistic. Means end relationship retained, or anal sublimations, or relative absence of anal reaction formations. 49 diffuse, ego-alien dependence. Escapism, dodging responsibility, underlying ego-alien passivity, helplessness weakness, expressed openly in men only when overwhelmed or victimized, e.g. foxhole religion, with all or none character. Characterized by effective poverty and exchangeability of object. 49 love-oriented succurrence nurturance, acceptance of dependency and effect, specificity of object cathexis. 50 aggression. A. Diffuse, impersonalized, sometimes replaced by ingratiation. A. Focal, personal. B. Moralistic authoritarian. Totalitarian, punitive, often persecutory, pogrom frame of mind. B. 1. Principled, intellectualized. 2. Love-oriented. Especially in response to rejection by a cathected object. C. Destructive explosive. Tending toward all or none, and toward physical expression. C. Relatively mild, day-to-day. Tending toward regular release, and toward verbal expression. 51 ambivalence. A. Ego-alien. A. 1. Sometimes admitted openly, ego accepted. 2. Conscious inhibition of affect. B. Solved by dichotomies and displacement. B. Expressed sometimes openly toward original objects or reality representatives of original objects, e.g. authority, mother figures. 52 identification. A. Inverted Oedipal attachment. A. Normal Oedipal attachment. B. Underlying ego-alien identification with opposite sex parents' role. Emphasis on dominance submission conflicts. C/M. Pseudo-masculinity. C/W. Pseudo-femininity. B. Genuine, ego-integrated identification with either or both parents. C. Ego-integrated masculinity and/or femininity. Emphasis is on character traits and internalized values. 53 externalized superego, social anxiety, or rigid superego, unconscious guilt. 53 internalized superego, sometimes severe and irrational, conscious guilt. 54 rejection and counter-cathexis of ego-alien impulses, especially of sex, of aggression against parents and authorities, and of feelings of weakness and passivity. 54 acceptance and sublimation of ID, often with conscious conflict between competing impulses, sometimes conscious inhibition of ID. 55 ego weak, often skillful in attaining success and determined in overt action, sometimes combined with opportunistic over-realism. 55 ego moderate strength, or strong. Criteria: sustained effort, ability to postpone pleasure for sake of internalized values, ability to assume responsibility, emotional maturity, etc. Sometimes drifting into impractical pursuits. Further mechanisms. 56a. Distortion of reality. 56a. Realistic objective re-world generally. 56b. Authoritarian moralism. 56b. Intellectualization, sometimes of the type of philosophical rationalization rather than of intellectual penetration. 56c. Denial of negative things in self, official optimism. 56c. Open psychological conflict concerning own adequacy, maturity, or the violation of liberal values, etc. 56d. Concern with physical symptoms. 56e. Concern with physical appearance. 56f. Hysterical conversion symptoms, especially in men. Table 1, 12. Interview ratings on dynamic character structure for 80 subjects scoring extremely high or low on the ethnic prejudice questionnaire scale. The quantitative results are shown, in the usual manner, in Table 1, 12. 2. Orality and analy. We turn first to the so-called oral and anal trends, especially their acceptance versus rejection whenever this occurs in the two groups scoring extremely high or low on the overt ethnocentrism scale. As in the preceding discussion, the terms analy and orality do not refer here to the earlier psychogenetic stages but rather to special character syndromes found in the adult personality. These latter have been described, likewise by psychoanalysis, in terms of present symptoms assumed to be connected with their respective counterparts in childhood. It was first expected that in line with the general tendency toward repression, high-scoring subjects would tend to defend themselves against both the direct oral urge, example indulgence in food, drinking, smoking, etc., as well as against tendencies assumed to be related to this urge, indulgence in talking, artistic interest, etc. The low scorers, on the other hand, were expected to show more acceptance of and more liking for manifestations assumed to be directly or indirectly related to orality. On this basis, orality was incorporated in the interview scoring manual in the form defined by Category 47. Although there actually is within our material a trend in the expected direction, especially for women, see Table 1, 12, it is far from being statistically significant. This may well be due to the presence of an oral demandingness in the high scorers as manifested, for example, in a dependence on getting things, and a dependence on authorities and supernatural forces as discussed above. These specific manifestations were not fully anticipated at the time the definitions of the category were laid down, although they were given proper consideration throughout by the two raters, both being clinically trained and psychoanalytically oriented. The original hypothesis proved most valid where rejection of drinking and smoking on the part of the typical high scorer was concerned, and this may well be seen as part of a general conventionalism. As was expected, indulgence in what may be called direct orality is more often found in the low scorers. An illustration may be found in the following record. F62, for a while I wanted to be an actress but I love to eat and, strangely enough, the actresses seem not to eat. Because of not being able to reduce and because of the fact that the job of a teacher is more secure, I decided to become a teacher. The various behavior forms assumed to be indirectly derived from orality do not show any pronounced differences, however. More detailed distinctions of the various levels and kinds of direct and devious manifestations of orality may well reveal striking differences between the ethnically prejudiced and unprejudiced. In contrast to orality, the rejection versus acceptance of tendencies customarily designated as anal syndrome, Category 48, proved significantly differentiating, at the 1% level, for both men and women interviewees. Thus it is that high-scoring subjects tend toward rigid moralistic patterns of behavior, which are related in appearance to responses technically termed anal reaction formations, and tend to conceive of them as ends in themselves, that they show overemphasis upon, and preoccupation with, such issues as money, neatness, good clean life and hard work, etc., and that they are given to totalitarian moralistic typologizing, example two kinds of people, clean and dirty, this typologizing being either positive or negative. These preoccupations may be considered as an outcome of a certain type of child training, thus, socio-psychological factors are brought into the picture. The affinity of these dynamic tendencies to the ideological issues in question seems evident on the basis of the above description. Examples of this complex of attitudes in the records of high-scoring subjects are M41, lots of advantages, pensions. Put in 30 years and you retire. Good salary. Always something to see and learn in the army. Going different places. It's a good life in general. A clean life. It makes a man of you. Main differences between Christians and others. The Christian tries to live a Christian life and others go out and rob and steal, drink, carouse around, Do a little of everything. What do you find most offensive in others? Well, some people are more attractive than others. Some people have no attraction. Interests, hobbies. Well, I have no hobbies. I like fishing. I like hunting. M51, what is the core of your religious beliefs? No, I can't elaborate on that. I did answer that. That right thinking and right living. F66, mother is a nurse, and I know the profession. I don't like dirty work. I don't like sick people. About school. They wore dirty old plaid shirts. F31, I can't see a girl working in jeans and around grease and putting themselves on the same level as men. F38, what people have you disliked? I remember a man when I was 18 years old. I didn't like him because he was dirty and sloppy. F78, she looks for similar interests, someone who enjoys the same things. Someone I wouldn't have to make excuses for, someone well brought up, nice appearance, dressed neatly. I'm a very neat person. Some of these findings corroborate earlier results by Kraut and Stagner, 65. They found that conservatives show more tendency to digestive disorders, more and an almost compulsive interest in washing and personal cleanliness. Low scorers, on the other hand, tend toward anal reaction formations which may be considered functional rather than moralistic, with the proper perspective upon their character as means to an end retained. Category 48, continued. More specifically, the more central attitude involved finds its expression on the functional level in a constructive inclination towards such frames of mind as planning, example in scientific work, or else there is an absence of retentiveness altogether, as shown by a rather carefree, relaxed attitude. Examples of this latter subvariety from the records of low-scoring subjects are M42, it may sound funny, but I don't particularly care to work really. I like the independence of that kind of work. I have the ability in such a job to simply go fishing on Saturdays or other days if I don't feel like working. Subject indicates that doing so was not a particularly rare occurrence with him. And I'm not as economical as my mother. I take after my dad probably in that respect more. In having a good time, I'm more like him. When I start out to have a good time, money doesn't matter. M55, I am inclined to be not very careful about spending money myself, my wife says so. If I see something I like, I am inclined to buy it. About older sister. However, a delightful person to live with. M56, importance of money to father. Not important, never any money grubbers in my family. My brother is a doctor who went to Ethiopia to help out as a doctor. 3. Dependence. Another central attitude which is not accepted and faced as such by the high-scoring subjects is dependence. We made reference to this tendency in discussing the subject's attitude toward their family, toward people, and toward themselves. Here we deal with dependence as a generalized trait in its various meanings and the ways in which it is handled by the subject. In Category 49, a diffuse and ego-alien dependence as manifested by escapism or the dodging of responsibility, a general underlying passivity, helplessness, and weakness, in men expressed openly only when they are overwhelmed or victimized, as exemplified by foxhole religion and other all or none responses, accompanied by effective poverty, is contrasted with what has for the sake of brevity been labeled love-oriented succorance-nurturance. The first named alternative is found significantly more often in high scorers, the difference being at the 1% level of confidence, both in the case of men and women interviewees. Since the two patterns of dependence described have been discussed at length in previous chapters, it may suffice here briefly to remind the reader of the basic difference between affectionate love dependence and self-seeking dependence that is barren of affect. The dependence on support in high-scoring subjects is furthermore clearly evident in their particular type of attitude toward religion. It is primarily when in need that they turn to the Bible, and it is support in the face of need rather than a system of ethics that they seek in religion. Frequently they become religious whenever dependence on people conflicts with suspicion, leading to isolation. Examples of this self-centered attitude toward religion from the records of high-scoring subjects are: M13, under what conditions might you turn to religion? Yes, under some conditions I might. I have had a lot of sickness, stomach trouble ever since I was 12. I was in the hospital once for 3 months. During those periods, I like to turn to the Bible. I like the history and sayings of Christ, principally. What about your conception of God? Well, I have none especially. The closest conception I got was when I was in the service, that is, God as strictly man, greater than any on this earth, one that would treat us as a father would his son. I don't think God is terrible in his justice. M58, well, I'm not much on praying, myself, but instinctively, when a person needs something, when nothing else will help, the natural thing to do is turn to the Lord for help. Whether prayers are answered, I don't know, but I believe prayers will be answered to those few who live and believe in religion, but to a person just to pray, no. F38, everyone should have a definite belief in a deity, instilled in childhood. Something to lean against, if you need it, for instance in case of a death in the family. For aggression. In considering the relationship of central dynamic tendencies to ethnic prejudice, the problem of aggression obviously calls for special attention. Indeed, prejudice seems to be but one of a number of manifestations of aggression. Thus a more detailed analysis of the degree and type of aggression found in the high scorer as compared with the low scorer seems appropriate. The subsequent distinctions of various aspects of aggression show a certain amount of overlapping. One of the foremost distinctions concerns whether aggression is an expression of a general and diffuse rage, with a tendency to be suppressed and to break through in an uncontrolled way, or whether there is a more specific reason for aggression, well integrated with the subject's ego, such as the violation of a principle or loss of love, in which case the expression of aggression is apt to be more specific and more channeled. A further distinction is as to whether the aggression tends to become displaced onto someone who is socially weaker or tends to be directed toward the actual source of frustration, even if this source should be found to be connected with those who are authoritative and powerful. In accordance with these considerations, 3 aspects of aggression have been distinguished in the scoring manual for the interviews. In each case, the first of the 2 alternatives to be mentioned was actually found predominantly in the high scorers, the second predominantly in the low scorers, with the difference highly significant for the first 2 aspects, categories 50A and 50B, in both men and women. In particular, category 50A distinguishes diffuse forms of aggression that are not integrated and have no personalized goal from an aggression that is both focal and personal. Reports about blind rage, temper tantrums, and bad temper in general, often found in the records of high-scoring subjects, are pertinent to the first of these 2 alternatives. The expression of aggression in low scorers shows, by contrast, greater awareness of the cause of aggression, which thus tends to become more specific, and to be directed against a certain person or against violation of a general principle. At the same time, there seems to be more open conflict and guilt over expressions or feelings of aggression in the low scorers. Furthermore, aggression may be, on the one hand, moralistic authoritarian, or totalitarian, or primitive, or even persecutory as in a pogrom frame of mind, or it may be, on the other hand, principled and intellectualized, or else love-oriented, especially in response to rejection by a sought-after, catext, object, category 50B. The clearest expressions of these forms of aggression can be found in those passages of the interviews which deal with social and political issues, i.e., those excluded in order to make blind scoring of the interviews possible. In addition to these passages, however, there are throughout the interviews, especially those of the high scorers, aggressive references to people who are considered as socially inferior, uneducated, not religious, etc. It is to such references that this subcategory applies. Expressions of generalized tolerance, on the other hand, can be found in many of the records of low scorers. The distinction between an aggression that is destructive and explosive, tends toward the all or none and toward physical expression, and an aggression that is relatively mild, has a day-to-day character and tends toward regular release and toward verbal expression, is incorporated in Category 50C. There is less clear-cut statistical significance for this subcategory, but the trend in the expected direction is nonetheless present. Statements about differences in the kind of aggression displayed do not imply that low scorers tend on the whole to have successfully overcome the vicissitudes inherent in this crucial aspect of human behavior. It may well be that while they succeed more often than do high scorers in avoiding manifestations of aggression which are destructive of others, they do so at the price of increased self-destruction. 5. Ambivalence. The problem of ambivalence is related to that of aggression. In discussing attitudes toward parents and sex, the comparative inability of high-scoring subjects to verbalize aggression and thus to face ambivalence was pointed out in detail. It was also intimated that it may be precisely the inability to face ambivalence toward the powerful which leads to socially dangerous forms of displacement of aggression. The following two aspects of ambivalence seemed especially important and are thus covered in the scoring manual. Category 51A deals with what may be called the degree of awareness of ambivalence. In the typical high-scoring subject, ambivalence is not being faced but rather is rendered ego-alien, whereas it is more often openly admitted in the low scorers. The difference is quite significant in both sexes. Category 51B deals with the mechanisms which help to circumvent ambivalence or to keep it on an unconscious level. The most outstanding of these mechanisms consist in a thinking in terms of dichotomies, i.e., in terms of pairs of diametrical opposites, and in an inclination toward displacement. Thus, glorification of the in-group and rejection of the out-group, familiar from the sphere of social and political beliefs, can be found as a general trend in some of our clinical data, predominantly in those relating to high scorers. Low scorers, on the other hand, tend toward openly expressing their ambivalence toward the original objects, or toward representatives of these objects in reality, example toward authority or toward mother figures, respectively. The ability and the readiness to admit and to express aggression where it originates, instead of projecting and displacing it, provides one of the most important cornerstones of democracy, as was pointed out in parts of the previous discussion on the attitude toward the parents, Chapter X. Conscious aggression is apt to be less intensive than repressed aggression. Quotations of records revealing underlying ambivalence in high scorers were given in one of the preceding chapters. We may repeat here only what seems a rather typical description of the mother, by one of our high-scoring woman interviewees. Mother was, of course, a very wonderful person. She was very nervous. Irritable only when overdoing. There are, furthermore, indications in the records of high-scoring subjects of ambivalence toward members of professional groups who may be considered as parent substitutes, example toward the priest, the doctor, the teacher, etc. To be sure, low-scoring subjects manifest a great deal of criticism towards such authoritative figures, but it is usually expressed more directly, and is characterized by a lesser degree of that type of anxiety which is not openly faced or admitted. 6. Identification. One of the aims of the present chapter is to take up topics, discussed in previous sections, under the aspects of personality dynamics as assumed by the school of psychoanalysis. In probing into what is called the Oedipal situation of the subjects and their identifications in general, we are seriously handicapped by the insufficiency of the data from which inferences about the psychogenetic picture could be made. It should be especially acknowledged and kept in mind therefore that in describing identifications in any particular subject we may well be wrong as to the ultimate interpretation. But since we are focusing on group trends, a certain neutralization of these sources of error is likely to be achieved. The problems approached here in connection with the Oedipal situation coincide with those dealt with primarily in psychoanalysis. 1. The problem of cathexis, that is, of the choice of the parental love object, and, 2. The problem of identification with one or the other parent. In Category 52A, the question was whether there is an inverted or a normal Oedipal situation, i.e., whether the subject has as his or her primary love object the parent of the same or of the opposite sex. Judgment in this respect involves a great deal of inference on the part of the rater. The hypothesis underlying the adoption of this category was that low-scoring subjects will reveal evidence of the normal trend of having more cathexis on the parent of the opposite sex. This would be in line with his more clear-cut heterosexual attitude as referred to in one of the previous chapters. Due perhaps to the insufficient material on this score, or to the fact that the crucial difference has to be sought in the way of handling, rather than in the mere presence or absence, of the normal resolution of the Oedipal situation, this anticipated difference did not turn out to be statistically significant. For our women interviewees the difference is altogether negligible. For men, however, it may well reach significance in a somewhat larger sample, since 12 of our extreme low scorers and only 4 of the extreme high scorers report greater attachment to the mother, and since there are totals of 18 positive as against only 7 negative instances on the category as a whole. Again, it must be emphasized that while such results may be interesting as a group trend, in any individual case the relationship to the parents may turn out to be very different, on a deeper level, from what it appears to be on the surface or in overt verbalization. This fact notwithstanding, much in the personality structure of the typical unprejudiced man induces us to believe that his attachment to the mother was indeed close and that it is a source of his favorable attitude toward women and his courage in opposing the father and authorities in general. The closeness between mother and son is described in the following excerpt from the interview of one of the low-scoring men. M55, which parent closer to? Closer to my mother quite a bit, confided more than with father, but mostly just about casual things. I think she made too much of me, told me how bright I was, etc., but I was just better adjusted than older sister. I think they were awfully thoughtless and cruel to her. While preference for the parent of the opposite sex does not differentiate significantly between high and low scorers, there is a significant difference with respect to acceptance of, or defense against, identification with the parent of the opposite sex or with the weaker parent, femininity in men and masculinity in women. The respective category, 52b, contrasts an underlying ego-alien identification with the role of the parent of the opposite sex, emphasizing the dominance-submission conflict, with a genuine ego-integrated identification with either parent or with both parents. The difference, significant at the 1% level, indicates that high-scoring men tend to repress their femininity, high-scoring women their masculinity. The following examples show how little resistance, on the other hand, low-scoring men seem to have to discussing their similarities with their mothers and to showing their partial identifications with them. M48, Parents' feelings. Of course, my mother I imagine thinks it's a pretty good idea. My family have always had artistic talents. Mother married a second time, stepfather would be against it? How do you take after your mother? Well, very peculiar thing. I never thought mother was too bright or intellectual and I'm not either. M59, Similarities to mother. Well, both of us are a little sensitive in temperament, kind of quiet. I think we both like a certain amount of solitude. I used to like to take her out to dinner, to the theater quite often. M42, which parent did you take after most? Well, I don't know. I suppose I take after my mother's side of the family. I have a lot of traits like her father and brother, but she, herself, is more like her mother, although I have a lot of characteristics of my father. I have quick temper like he does. Alongside the repression of feminine trends, high-scoring men tend to display what may be called pseudo-masculinity, whereas low-scoring men tend to develop more ego-integrated masculinity and an acceptance of feminine tendencies in themselves, the emphasis being on character traits and internalized values rather than on a display of masculinity. The difference within this category, 52c.m, is significant at the 1% level. For women, the corresponding difference does not reach statistical significance, although there is a trend in the expected direction. 7. Superego. It seems to be the lack of genuine identification with, and the fear of, the parents which leads in the high scorers to an externalization of the superego, with the punishing and rewarding authority seen as being outside rather than inside of oneself. By contrast, low scorers tend toward an internalized conscience. Their behavior is primarily oriented toward genuine, intrinsic values and standards rather than toward external authorities, category 53. Rated directly and as such, this difference turns out in a statistically highly satisfactory manner, thus supporting the inferences made so far on the more specific aspects of this basic distinction. Examples of the leaning on external authorities in the records of high-scoring men are: M58, if you don't harm anybody else, it's alright if you break a man-made law, it's okay if you don't harm someone else, the law is made to protect people. If you harm yourself then also it could be wrong. Example: well, drinking, if in your own home, nobody hurt and perfectly alright. Law is broken every day in this respect. Adultery, as long as never found out, is okay, if found out, then it's wrong. Since some of the most respected people do it, it must be alright. M41, views. Well, I believe a person should believe in religion. Helps to protect society. Q, a person that believes in religion, they're not apt to, or pull off any kind of crime. M51, it's mostly a matter of disciplining yourself. I never was so disgusted in my life, i.e., with Christian Science. What kind of things do you pray about? I don't. I ask whatever power there is to guide me, whether that power is divine mind or mortal mind, and I know that I'll be guided rightly. M57, well, I believe, there must be a power over us. Always know if a man does something wrong, sooner or later he'll get punished for it, so there must be some power to punish us. The orientation toward inner standards can be seen in the following records of low scorers. M42, views. Well, I think it's silly. Laughs, not silly, I wouldn't say that either. I think they're ignorant people, have to be scared into the right kind of living, by fear of hell, but I think a man can have his own religion without ever seeing a church, the golden rule. I think people feel that in themselves, but they're not changed by churches, etc. I think religion, as the churches teach it, is useless. M53, impulses suggest that you've given it some thought, and if you've given it some thought, you're going to control it, if you have any sense at all. I don't think I have any desires that I have any difficulty in controlling. F75, about sex, it wasn't discussed. I don't know how we did find out. From friends, I guess, before we went into training and really learned. I think people should have standards within which they can give themselves leeway. If you don't have for yourself, there is nothing to guide you. But it's just as bad to have them so rigid you can't break with them when you feel it is all right for yourself to do so. The crucial difference between externalization and internalization of moral values has been discussed repeatedly and in various contexts throughout this volume. It may suffice to recall here the self-negating, fearful submission to the parents on the part of the ethnocentric subjects as described in Chapter X. The type of discipline used seems to prevent a genuine incorporation and assimilation of social values. The child had to renounce instinctual and other pleasures for an exchange of love which was given him only sparingly, inconsistently, and conditionally. Since the moral requirements must have appeared to the child overwhelming and unintelligible and the reward small, submission to them had to be reinforced by fear of, and pressure from, external agencies. This need for permanent reinforcement persisted, to become a constant state of affairs in the adult. According to psychoanalytic theory, the development of ethical principles normally proceeds from outside values, as first represented by standards upheld by adults, to an internalization of these values. High scorers, due apparently to lack of genuine identification with the parents, do not succeed in making the important developmental step from mere social anxiety to real conscience. Fear of punishment by external authorities rather than self-chosen and ego-assimilated principles continue to be the primary determinant of their behavior. At the same time, there is resentment against these authorities which are mainly experienced as restricting and punishing. Readiness to exchange these authorities mainly in the direction of a better bargain is one of the consequences of these attitudes. The preferred authority is the one who promises most in terms of material goods and backing to some release from restrictions which seem intolerable. Such persons have a longing to overthrow the troublesome moral restraints and to live fully according to the pleasure principle. The repressed, unsublimated, and unmodified tendencies are ready to break through and to flood the tenuously maintained social superstructure. In contrast to the psychopath, the typical high scorer remains dependent on the blessing given by external authority. This makes for his accessibility to being manipulated by social forces, primarily those which give license for aggression, although he always stays potentially within reach of the more positively productive influences also, if they are powerful. The internalization of the superego by the typical low scorer makes for more judicious and responsible citizenship in private and in public life. A certain proportion of the low scorers, however, tend to develop a harsh and irrational superego, with an effect not altogether dissimilar from the punitiveness and moral indignation frequent in high scorers, the difference being that the resulting guilt feelings tend to be more conscious in the low scorers. Only very few of our subjects, all of them low scorers, seem to have succeeded in avoiding the impasse between an unduly severe superego, on the one hand, and an underdeveloped one, on the other. Non-acceptance and repression of ID tendencies which have been rendered ego-alien, as found significantly more often in high-scoring subjects, category 54, may be assumed to be the result of fearful submission to external authority. Under such conditions sex and aggression, not being integrated with the rest of the personality, continue to lead an independent existence. Although repressed, they tend to break through occasionally in an uncontrolled way. Low scorers, on the other hand, tend significantly more often toward accepting and sublimating their ID tendencies, category 54, continued. A greater ability for integrating and expressing aggression, for a successful fusion of sex and affection, for love in general, and for creative work seem to be among the many consequences of a not too drastic repression of instinctual tendencies as discussed before in this volume. Examples were given primarily in the section dealing with the attitude toward sex. 8. Strength of the ego. Since low scorers often tend toward a more successful integration of the various aspects of their personality, they tend to remain less immature and less infantile. They thus turn out to have more capacity for sustained effort, more ability to postpone pleasure for the sake of internalized values, more ability to assume responsibility, and more emotional maturity. The absence versus presence of any or all of these characteristics may be summarized as a weak versus a strong ego. Since it was not expected that low scorers would tend to exhibit superlative ego strength, category 55 contrasts a weak ego with an ego of either moderate or great strength. As anticipated, the latter alternatives were found predominantly in low scorers, the first predominantly in high scorers, the differences between the two groups reaching the 5% level of significance in both men and women. The fact that low scorers manifest relative strength of the rational tendencies as compared with the irrational may well be due to their attempt to master and sublimate rather than to escape the unconscious. Thus the low scorer's adaptation to reality is more flexible in spite of the more open conflict and anxiety which accompanies the greater awareness of existing problems. This greater awareness, integration and, therefore, control of impulses is exemplified by the following record, quoted above, of a low-scoring subject. M53, subject questions the meaning of desires and impulses. Impulses suggest that you've given it some thought, and if you've given it some thought, you're going to control it, if you have any sense at all. I don't think I have any desires that I have any difficulty in controlling. On the other hand, instinctual impulses are experienced as something overpowering and evil by the typical high-scoring subject. Repression of certain deeper tendencies on the part of the typical high scorer does not lessen their potential force. On the contrary, these frequently tend to find projective and other devious outlets. Excessive repression and countercathexis of unacceptable impulses requires inordinate expenditures of energy. This in turn contributes to the weakening of the ego, increasing the danger of a breakthrough of some of the repressed tendencies. In spite of these overall results, a certain type of ego strength, that connected with the tenacious pursuit of success, is a frequent characteristic of the high scorer. On the other hand, low scorers sometimes dissipate their energies in internal conflicts or daydreaming. The interview scoring manual concentrates on certain aspects of ego strength. More detailed consideration of such further aspects as energy and determination in overt action may yield a somewhat different picture or even reveal a trend in the opposite direction than that noted in the preceding paragraphs. See also Chapter 11. 9. Distortion of reality. One of the outlets for repressed instinctual tendencies is distortion of outside reality, as contrasted with a realistic and objective evaluation of reality, Category 56A. The difference between high and low scoring interviewees along this dimension is significant at the 5% level for women, and there is a numerically similar trend, 18 positive as against 7 negative instances, for men. This, however, misses statistical significance due to the somewhat different proportion of interviewees in the two extreme groups as shown in the top portion of Table 1:12. In those parts of the interview that deal with political and social issues, omitted from the records as handed to the raters, this difference is more striking. It is there that we see most clearly the distortion of social reality, a reality which seems to serve primarily as a projection screen for repressed needs whenever repression transcends certain limits. Less drastic but still apparent is the distortion manifested in the high scorer's evaluation of other people and of themselves. There also seems to be a paradoxical connection between distortion of reality and over-realism in the high scorer. The distortion in the conception of other people is built into the framework of an anxiety-ridden, over-realistic idea of a bitter, competitive struggle. Awareness of the difficulties in judging distortion of reality of such controversial issues as the evaluation of social groups and social events led the author of this chapter to a series of experiments in children on perception and related cognitive problems which were to test distortion on a more neutral ground. Preliminary results indicate that there is more distortion of memory material and of perceptual stimuli in ethnically prejudiced than there is in ethnically unprejudiced children. See 37 and forthcoming reports. Another expression of repression, this time primarily of sex and aggression, is authoritarian moralism, Category 56B. By this is meant a moral indignation about manifestations of what is considered improper behavior, especially when it occurs in persons considered socially inferior. This mechanism gives opportunity both for the release of aggression towards someone who cannot very well retaliate, and for projecting repressed sexual needs onto an alien group. Since this mechanism, of which ethnic prejudice is but a part, is widespread and socially accepted, a kind of pseudo-reality is thus constructed which helps to keep the individual unaware of his distortions. The fact that the difference between high scorers and low scorers with respect to an authoritarian moralism is statistically highly significant is of course not to be construed as indicating that low scorers tend to have a fully integrated personality without undue repressions. In the preceding chapters the repressions and conflicts characteristic of the low scorers have been pointed out in some detail. But instead of crudely projecting these tendencies onto outgroups, low scorers seem to tend toward what may be called intellectualization, not necessarily intellectual penetration, of their conflicts, Category 56B, continued. That is to say, they make a serious attempt at understanding what is going on in themselves by thinking about it and thus getting some clarification and integration, a procedure that may or may not be entirely successful. Their approach in general tends to be cognitively less diffuse and more structured than that of the high scorers. The further mechanism of denial of negative things in oneself, predominant in high scorers, is clearly related to what has just been discussed, in the context of repression, as well as repeatedly pointed out elsewhere in this volume. The responsibility for that which is considered bad is shifted away from the subject and from the in-group in general. The contrasting variant, completing Category 56C, is described as open psychological conflict concerning one's own adequacy, maturity, or the violation of liberal values by oneself. It is significantly more often, 1% level, found in the low scorers. Examples from the interview records illustrating the denial of negative traits, often manifested in a general, official optimism, have been quoted above. Chapter 11. A few further examples, again from the records of subjects scoring extremely high on the ethnocentrism questionnaire, are: M51, he does not feel that he has any serious problem except a tendency to get very drunk when discouraged, which he thinks he has conquered, pointing out that his recent drunkenness was purely a good-natured relaxation while he played jukeboxes and had a pleasant evening before going to the hospital, and that he wasn't arrested for that, but for being struck on the head. M57, though he expressed the superficial desire to understand why he had gotten in so much trouble when his brothers have not, and to straighten out, he spontaneously denied that there is anything the matter with me. He also sought the interviewer's reassurance that there is nothing the matter with me. Admission of difficulties by low-scoring subjects is illustrated by the following quotations. M16, during the interview he referred to himself wistfully: I guess I am a mature person now, or maybe not, otherwise I wouldn't be coming here, and I guess I am a neurotic. Well, that's just my trouble, I'm not at all aggressive. That's why I'm coming here. I have reached a block in my work, something is hanging over me, always nervous, the sex problem. M49, what worry about most? Well, I think social contact bothers me most. I could always talk with one person, but where there are several persons, I'll just stand there and not say boo. Yeah, that's been one of my main problems. I started here once in general curriculum, and then stopped. I couldn't see any sense in going any further if I didn't know what I wanted to take. 10 physical symptoms. The assumption that further manifestations of the repression tendencies typical of high scorers would be found in the more frequent occurrence of certain physical symptoms, as a type of projection onto the body, did not materialize to a statistically significant degree, although there is a trend in this direction, see below. The absence of clear-cut results in this respect may be due to the very high number of neutrals, small total of H and L ratings, on the categories concerned, 56D and 56F.1. This in turn may have been occasioned by our refraining from making a special inquiry concerning this point, or else by the fact that these symptoms are not general enough. Or, perhaps, both high and low scorers tend to use this mechanism to about the same extent. More evidence concerning these alternatives might be obtained by further scrutinizing the available data. 6 high-scoring but none of the low-scoring women show particular concern with physical symptoms, category 56A. Similarly, 7 high-scoring and 3 low-scoring men show this concern. Furthermore, 7 high-scoring and 3 low-scoring women reported what amounts to hysterical conversions, category 56F. However, the corresponding difference in men is altogether negligible, 3 to 2. In a larger sample, such differences might turn out to be significant, especially those for women. Examples of concern with physical symptoms in high-scoring subjects follow. Whether and how much the complaints have a basis in reality is of course difficult to decide in the individual case. The fact remains that high scorers seem particularly inclined to dwell on their symptoms or disease records. F71, wouldn't like to be a nurse, or M.D, admires anyone who does, but I hate hospitals. I've been in so many, 2 mastoid operations and heart murmur. I have a great fear of doctors' offices. My heart has been giving me trouble, so I go to the doctor for checkups but haven't really been sick. Now I'm full of energy but they think it's nervous energy. I tire easily. I had scarlet fever when I was 10. F33, as a child subject had rickets. Later, the whole family with the exception of the mother came down with typhoid fever. Subject's sister caught it first, but it was not recognized at first and the doctor diagnosed it simply as a common cold, so that the subject was allowed to stay in the room with her and caught it from her as a result. In school the subject broke a leg. She suffers from severe menstrual cramps and menstruation has always been highly irregular. Her chief complaint, however, is a nervous stomach resulting in frequent stomach upsets with frightful nausea and vomiting. She is often unable to keep anything on her stomach for days at a time. She has always had a somewhat delicate stomach, but her first severe upset occurred the day after she announced her engagement to be married. Since her marriage she has had frequent severe upsets, some of which have necessitated hospitalization and intravenous injections of glucose. Subject does not smoke or drink but states that she does not mind being in the company of people who do, provided their drinking is moderate. There has been no thumb sucking, nail biting, or bedwetting, but there were feeding difficulties in early childhood because she could not take milk. M13, he, father, hasn't worked for 30 years. At the time he worked, the wage was around $75 a month. He had stomach trouble. I have had a lot of sickness, stomach trouble ever since I was 12. I was in the hospital once for 3 months. During those periods I liked to turn to the Bible. They found I was anemic at the age of 12. I had my first hemorrhage from the stomach when I was 18. It always comes when I start working too hard. I found out that she wasn't interested in money, but was interested in me in spite of my discharge from the army, my poor health and possibilities. She is a good cook, and that is an asset, what with my stomach condition. M45, always sick, always going to the doctor. What was wrong with you? Well, I don't think they ever knew. M51, wasn't it Emily Bronte who wrote so much, with tuberculosis? It's not laziness, with the subject, Subject goes on about his tuberculosis and its enervating effects upon him and the restriction which this places on what kind of work he can do, etc. Are you an active tubercular? I'm an arrested tubercular, inactive, still. M45, they thought it might be sugar diabetes. In my childhood, something that held me back, my kidneys. I wet the bed all the time, consequently couldn't visit other boys, etc. Might have given me a kind of complex. Though I couldn't help it. But I thought that other people might think that I could help it. Finally stopped when I was about 12. Within the general framework of preoccupation with one's body there is also some tendency, especially in high-scoring women, to put exaggerated emphasis on physical appearance, category 56E. As many as 8 high-scoring women and only 1 low-scoring woman spontaneously refer to this aspect when describing people, see chapters X and 11. The difference is, however, not significant, perhaps again due to the large number of neutrals. For men there is no trend in the direction indicated, in fact, there is even a slight reversal. B. Cognitive personality organization. 1 definition of rating categories N. Quantitative results. The last subsection of our scoring manual refers to those of the more general factors in personality orientation which are of a more specifically cognitive, or perceptual, character. Some of their special forms have been discussed repeatedly in the chapters dealing with the clinical aspects of the interviews. As in the preceding sections of this chapter, discussion can therefore again be brief and often will take the form of a summary. The section of the scoring manual referring to cognitive factors follows. Interview Scoring Manual, Cognitive Personality Organization. To Table 2, 12. Presumably high variance. Presumably low variance. 57 Rigid set and outlook, preconceived categorizations, inaccessible to new experience. 57 Flexible, more adaptable to changing circumstances, more open to rational argument. 58 Intolerant of ambiguity. 58 Tolerant of ambiguity. 59 Pseudoscientific or anti-scientific, implicit denial of personality dynamics, ready explanation by accidental factors, heredity, etc., superstition. 59 Scientific naturalistic orientation towards social and psychological dynamics. 60 Anti-introceptive. 60 Introceptive. 61 Suggestible, gullible. 61 Autonomous. 62 Autistic thinking in goal behavior, unrealistic view of means and relationships. 62 Realistic thinking in goal behavior. 2. Rigidity. The first two categories, rigidity versus flexibility, category 57, and intolerance versus tolerance of ambiguity, category 58, cover related personality trends. Most subjects received the same rating on the two variables. Differentiation between low scorers and high scorers in the anticipated direction is significant at the 1% level throughout. High scorers show more rigidity and avoidance of ambiguity, low scorers tend toward greater flexibility and acceptance of ambiguity. The inability, on the part of typical high scorers, to face ambivalence, which is emotional ambiguity, has been discussed previously, mainly in connection with their attitude toward parents and toward the other sex. In these and other areas, hostile emotions were found to have been repressed and hidden behind a facade of glorification. A rigid, and in most instances, conventionalized set of rules seems thus to determine the conception the typical high scorer has of his own and of other people's behavior. Values and religion are often taken over in their most dogmatic form. Quotations cited in the previous chapter revealed these rigid conceptions on the part of the high scorers in many a sphere of life. On the other hand, the openness of conflicts and doubts in the case of low scorers likewise became obvious. Over and above the previous quotations, the following records from the interviews of low-scoring subjects show their readiness to think over matters and to come to a solution through their own thinking, as well as their unwillingness to take over traditional and fixed concepts and ideals without scrutiny. M42, he shows much philosophizing about the purpose of it all, involving much questioning of prevailing values about work, success, etc. But, on the other hand, he keeps pulling back and is overcome with doubt and indecision about these things. He emphasizes the basic importance of happiness and the emptiness of success without any personal satisfaction. M44, his speech abounds in qualifying phrases and over-intellectualization. He seems repeatedly unable to verbalize a generalization before he is overwhelmed by a rush of qualifications. Further, his thinking is rich in philosophizing, psychologizing, and poetic statement. Moreover, these characteristics are not shallow but have much substance. Well, I don't think you should obey anyone or anything without question. I think it's man's unique function to question, and when he ceases to question, he ceases to be man. Have you ever had serious doubts about your religious beliefs? Oh, not especially serious, I'd say, because I believe there should be changes. M48, I'm what they always call an agnostic. Sounds sort of prosaic. I'm skeptical, though I believe Christ was a great man, persecuted. M53, how do you account for your growing away from the conventionalism of your background? I don't know. It wasn't simply a change of locale. I think, probably, through reading. From 15 to 16 I did a lot of reading and became rather dissatisfied with it, i.e., with conventional ideas with which brought up. Were there any people who especially influenced you? No, must have been a hell of a lot of people. Q, I don't know. I think through reading. I enjoy reading for reading's sake as well as a means of securing information. There is in the records of the low scorers a tendency to use a great deal of qualifying phrases and other devices characteristic of an approach that is judicious rather than prejudicial through dogma, convention, or a fixed set. Impressionistic ratings based on synopsis as employed here are perhaps not the best means to nail down this difference. More concrete experimental studies on intolerance toward ambiguity now in progress. For an advance report see Frankel-Brunswick, 37, and forthcoming papers dealing with the relationship between emotional ambivalence and perceptual ambiguity, and on rigidity, Rokiak, 98, point toward the relative prominence in ethnically prejudiced as compared with unprejudiced children of a tendency to impose, in a rigid manner, certain preconceived sets upon ambiguous perceptual data or upon the solving of reasoning problems. There seems to be a general tendency on the part of low scorers to expose themselves to broad experience, emotional, cognitive, perceptual, even at the risk of having to modify one's preconceived notions and of having to sustain conflicts. Thus all the evidence seems to point toward a greater overall rigidity in the high scorers as compared with the low scorers. These results, however, as many others, may well be valid only for the extreme groups. In the medium range, on the other hand, rigidity may be neither pervasive nor relatively absent throughout the personality as a whole, but may be differentially distributed over some areas of personality whereas other areas retain their flexibility. Although low scorers seem in general to accept more realities even if complex and unstructured, there is a distinct subvariety of the ethnically extremely unprejudiced who cling to the liberal ideology in a rigid and stereotyped manner. This often goes with a personality structure not dissimilar to that of the typical high scorer. See also the characterization of the rigid low in Chapter 19. Intolerance of emotional and cognitive ambiguity seems not only to be a characteristic of the personality of the ethnically prejudiced, it also appears as part of the explicitly stated ego ideal of exponents of the Nazi ideology in professional psychology. The most notable case is that of E.R. Jentsch with his programmatic glorification of a personality type characterized by fixed relationships between stimuli and perceptual responses, and with his rejection of the school of Gestalt psychology mainly on the ground of its stress on the concept of ambiguity. For a summary on Jentsch, see the paper by Boder, in Harriman, 47, see also 37. 3. Negative attitude toward science. Superstition. The inability to question matters and the need for definite and dogmatic answers, as frequently found in high scorers, leads either to an easy acceptance of stereotyped, pseudoscientific answers, of which escape into ready-made hereditarian explanations is but one manifestation, or else to an explicitly anti-scientific attitude. Explanations by accidental factors are likewise included under this general heading. Its opposite is a scientific naturalistic attitude, found predominantly in the low scorers. The entire category 59 encompassing these alternatives differentiates significantly, at the 1% level, for both men and women. The difference in attitudes involved has been described previously, primarily in discussing the subject's concepts of their selves. It will be remembered that it was the low scorers who showed a tendency toward explanations in terms of socio-psychological dynamics. The anti-scientific thinking of the typical high scorer is closely connected with his tendency toward superstition, as discussed in Chapter 7. The tendency toward superstition is illustrated by the following records of high-scoring women. F31, I am not superstitious. Mother is a little bit superstitious. She believes in old-world customs and palmistry. I'm not a fatalist, either, what I do will control my life, what I make of it. But I don't know about that, there are the boys on the battlefield, for instance. They say a bullet has your name on it. F36, subject does not believe in formal religion, this is why she likes the Unitarians. She does not think the churches should have a narrow, strict creed and tell you exactly what you should believe. She has read a great deal of Theosophy, Madame Blavatsky, etc. She believes in reincarnation and divine will, reincarnation in the sense that the soul goes from one body to another and that you will be subjected to those experiences that are necessary to learning, to enable the soul to reach a higher state. F60, why did you come to underscore? Why, I don't know. It just happened. Don't you think some things just happen to us? Superstition. She was just called to do it. Once she was out walking in the early morning, the birds were singing, she raised her hands and her face to the sky, and they were wet. What was it? She considered it a supernatural phenomenon. Along the same line, Lentz, 67, reports that conservatives are more antagonistic to science, especially with regard to its future activities, and, conversely, are more superstitious. They feel much more favorable toward the conventional, the traditional, and the routine. They are less tolerant and sympathetic towards the underdog, less aesthetic and less imaginative. The fact that high scorers on ethnocentrism are more often given to stereotyping, prejudgments and ready generalizations, or else to over-concreteness, should not blind us to the fact that there also are tendencies of this kind in the low scorers. The increasing complexity of the social realities and their partial unintelligibility to the individual sometimes may necessitate a falling back on stereotypes so that opaque events appear more comprehensible. See Chapter 17. Ethnic prejudice is but one of many possible media for this tendency. It must be held in favor of the ethnically unprejudiced, however, that they make a serious effort to counteract such stereotyping in one of the areas of paramount social significance. 4. Anti-introspectiveness and autism. Likewise previously discussed but rated here directly and in its own right is the tendency, found primarily in the high scorer, toward what may be called anti-introspectiveness as contrasted with a greater readiness toward introception in the low scorer, category 60. The difference is significant at the 1% level. The concept of introception covers the tendency toward introspection, as well as a readiness toward gaining insights into psychological and social mechanisms. It is contrasted primarily with externalizations of various kinds as referred to above. The greater creativity, imagination, and ability for empathy of the low scorers just discussed is likewise related to their greater introspectiveness. It may suffice to cite here in addition to previous quotations only one record of a low-scoring woman and one of a low-scoring man in which the tendency toward reflection becomes apparent. F70, always wanted to work with people. What does religion give you? I suppose going to church takes a load off of me of thinking about things I should think about. I think it covers my social ideas, and it causes me to think about things I must think about for some reason. What about moral values, the relative value between peace and liberty in wartime, for instance? Pacifism and its ins and outs, interpersonal relationship as moral values. I don't think of those values as right or wrong, except as it has social implications. M50, future. I don't know. I just recently came of the opinion that it is not necessary for me to be a commercial artist. Important to do whatever I do well. Not important what I do anymore. Q. Well, I was the prima donna type, built up myself into an idea that not suited for the work, now it doesn't matter anymore. It began when I was here about a month. The Child Guidance Center psychologist gave a speech. He gave the idea that deviation in behavior has a cause. It may go back to infancy. I play around with it, leading to nothing, until a friend also interested made a startling remark. Then I thought a lot about it, put down reasons on both sides, on 2 sheets of paper and decided he was right. I don't mean I am in love with my mother, but I have a dependency complex, married a woman older than myself, and always depend on others, leave responsibility to others. It seems on looking back that I have always done that. The absence of proper orientation towards social and psychological dynamics in the typical high scorer may be linked to a general tendency toward autistic thinking in goal behavior as contrasted with the somewhat more realistic attitude that might be expected to be present in the typical low scorer, category 62. Though not significantly differentiating between the 2 extreme groups of interviewees, this category shows a distinct trend in the direction that we expected. 21 positive as compared with 12 negative instances in men, and 19 positive as compared with 12 negative instances in women. The trend is particularly evident in the vocational choices and economic expectations of our subjects. The somewhat adolescent and fantastic, glamour-seeking character of the vocational ambitions of high-scoring subjects is illustrated by the following records. F66, if you're good, you can get up to ambassador. I think there have been some women ambassadors. Or maybe there were only women ministers. I made the choice about 3 years ago. I just heard some friends of mine talking about it, and it sounded interesting. Why vocational choice? Well, salary had a little to do with it. I think if I could really put myself to it, I could do it. If I really wanted to and had nothing else to stand in the way. The times have much to do with my choice. I would like to know why they do what they do. F34, subject wants to be a journalist. This is purely utilitarian. She likes journalism, but her real desire is to do creative writing. She has imagined herself as a great actress. But my acting is purely amateur stuff. I was always active in school dramatics as well as high school journalism. The family used to laugh because I was always play acting. I always said I'd earn my living at either acting or writing. 5. Suggestibility. Submission to authority and lack of independence and of critical judgment tend to lead the high scorer toward being suggestible and gullible, as contrasted with the greater autonomy of the low scorer, category 61. Again, the difference is significant at the 1% level for both men and women. The social implications of a tendency on the part of the gullible person to fall easy prey to unsound and destructive political propaganda are obvious. The high scorer's dependence, in his personal life, upon authority, conventionalized values, church dogma, public opinion, and prestige figures, and the low scorer's relative independence of, and occasional rebellion against, these authorities have been pointed out so often throughout this volume that no further comment seems necessary. The present chapter will be summarized together with a general synopsis of the interview results at the conclusion of the chapter which follows. Chapter 13. Comprehensive Scores N. Summary of Interview Results. Els Frankel Brunswick. A. The discriminatory powers of the major areas studied. 1. Verification of anticipated trend by categories. In the preceding 4 chapters, 9 to 12, the technique of interviewing was described, and specific results of interviews with 80 subjects scoring extremely high or extremely low on the overt antisemitism or ethnocentrism scales were presented and discussed in terms of the approximately 90 rating categories of the scoring manual used to classify the records of the subjects. As shown in the tables of these chapters, a sizable proportion of the categories differentiated high scorers from low scorers to a statistically significant degree in the direction anticipated for either or both sexes. The vast majority of the remaining categories showed at least a trend in the expected direction. For men, there are only 3 out of the 86 categories for which the number of positive and negative instances is equal, and only 1, category 23C, which shows a slight trend in the direction opposite to the one expected. As can be seen from tables 3, x, 1, 11, and 2, 11, to which the 4 exceptions are limited, the absolute number of ratings involved is very small in each case. The items involved deal with certain aspects of attitude towards siblings, sex, and people. For women there are 2 out of the 90 categories that show equality and 4 that show reversal, all 6 exceptions being confined to tables 1, x, 2, x, and 3, x, and dealing with aspects of the relationships to parents and siblings. In no case does the reversal approach statistical significance, nor does it appear in the case of any category that yielded less than 50% or neutral ratings and was thus included in the list of those for which intensive evaluation was undertaken, 72 for men and 65 for women. See end of chapter 9. Thus there are no negative validities in the evaluation of the interviews. This result is not surprising in view of the fact that the categories of the scoring manual were derived from previous empirical evidence, including a preliminary inspection of the interview material. Even so, the fact that the subsequent blind rating procedure supported most of the hypotheses with which the evaluation began is strong evidence of their validity. 2 composite ratings for 7 major areas. Considering the almost universally confirmatory trend of the results just discussed, the computation of average ratings for larger groups of categories seems justified. The results of this procedure are presented in Table 1:13, in the same manner as in the preceding tables except for the fact that indication of statistical significance is here omitted. As can be seen by an inspection of the last 2 columns of the table, differentiation between high scorers and low scorers is consistently somewhat less clear-cut for women than for men. This may be due either to the unequal size of the 2 samples of women interviewees, or to the fact, repeatedly referred to above, that women were in the main interviewed at an earlier stage of the investigation than were men. It may also be that, in our culture at least, patterns of behavior and ideology are more coherent and consistent in men than they are in women. Among all the areas studied, that of attitudes toward present self yields the most clear-cut differentiation between high scorers and low scorers. The ratio between positive, confirmatory, and negative instances is among the most favorable. At the same time, the absolute values of the positive instances are among the highest. This indicates, furthermore, that the number of neutral ratings is relatively low for this area. The categories pertaining to dynamic and, especially, cognitive personality organization likewise show excellent differentiation, a very high proportion of the differences being statistically significant. Contrariwise, overall results are least sharply defined in the area of attitude toward parents and siblings, for reasons outlined in Chapter X. This is in line with what was stated above concerning absence of reversal of the expected trend in the case of a few scattered categories pertaining to these topics. Even for this area, however, the ratio of positive to negative instances is, for the men, better than 3:1, and thus the differentiation is quite satisfactory. An explanation of the differences in discriminatory power among the various major areas covered by the ratings of interviews may be in the following. An adequate survey of the early family situation requires a great deal more specific information than could be obtained in our necessarily circumscribed interviews, and this made for the large proportion of neutral ratings. Such aspects as cognitive organization and attitude toward self, on the other hand, may be inferred from expressions in a greater variety of fields, and thus the likelihood of insufficient information is reduced. Over and above this, the very nature of such formal variables permits the subject himself to choose from among a variety of alternate manifestations, many of them encompassed in a single rating category. This principle of shifting expression of identical motivational tendencies is apt to give an advantage to motivational categories regardless of how complete the specific information on any particular aspect of life may be. It is for the same reason that the value of generalized, synoptic ratings, as contrasted with specific or situationally limited quantification, was so much stressed at the beginning of the discussion of the problems connected with the evaluation of interviews, Chapter 9, see also 31, 32, 34, 36. B. Validity of overall scores and ratings of the interviews. 1. Individual composite score. Based on all areas of rating. Composite ratings, covering the entire range of the areas of rating, were also obtained for each individual interviewee. In a sense, these composite ratings define what may be called the score of the subject on the interview. It was with a view to this final score that the manual was designated as the interview scoring manual, in spite of the fact that for each of the constituent categories ratings rather than scores were obtained. Since, as was pointed out in the preceding section, there were no reversals of the expected discriminatory trend on any of the categories yielding less than 50% or neutral ratings, all of these categories were included in the final score. These scores are shown, for all the 80 subjects interviewed, in tables 1, 9, and 2, 9. The score itself is given in two parts, defined by the sums of the high and of the low ratings received by the individual. The difference between the sum of these two parts and the fixed total, 72 for men and 65 for women, not shown in the tables, indicates the number of neutral ratings received by the individual on the categories in question. The column referring to composite standing shows the letter H or L, depending on the preponderance of the high or the low score in the preceding pair of columns. Point 1. Means of the quantitative data are shown in the bottom rows of the tables. The ranges of the number of high and low interview scores for each of the four groups can be read directly from the two tables. 2. Overall intuitive rating. And its agreement with the composite score. The last column in tables 1, 9, and 2, 9, adds what was briefly mentioned in Chapter 9 as the intuitive rating of the interviewee. This is based on an informal synopsis and estimate after the blind interview rating procedure had been completed, and it was made without the raters making explicit to himself the quantitative results in terms of specific ratings on the single categories. Composite scores and intuitive ratings agree very highly with one another. There is only one subject, F72, among the 80 interviewees for whom there is a discrepancy between the two values. In her case, the composite score, H, is correct, the overall intuitive rating, L, is incorrect. 3. Agreement with the questionnaire results. It will be noted that while there is consistency as to low vs. high standing in the AS and E columns of tables 1, 9, and 2, 9, this standing having been the very criterion of selection of the interviewees, the subsequent columns show a good deal of inconsistency. This inconsistency reaches major proportions in such cases as F21 or F39, both overt low scorers who nonetheless score among the highest on the interview, with respect to both the composite score and the synoptic overall ratings. Similar instances of opposition, though not all as striking ones, can be found among the high scorers. Various other kinds of inconsistency of trend may be noted upon inspection of the tables. The general agreement between various columns in tables 1, 9, and 2, 9, containing letter indices may be expressed conveniently in terms of percentage. Percentage agreement is then defined as the percentage of equal letter combinations, HH or LL, in any pair of columns considered. The figures on percentage agreement could easily be transformed into tetrachoric correlation coefficients. The defining criterion of selection, extremely high versus extremely low standing on the overt antisemitism or ethnocentrism scale, shows a percentage agreement of about 85 with both the overall intuitive ratings and the composite standing on the interview. This figure is an average of an agreement of about 95% achieved by the rater whose material happened to include the most complete interviews, and of an agreement of 75% achieved by the other of the two raters whose data were more fragmentary. Since composite ratings agree with intuitive ratings almost completely, see above, the figures for the agreement of overt ethnocentrism with the intuitive ratings are practically identical with those mentioned above for composite ratings. Intuitive as well as composite interview ratings show slightly less agreement with standing on the F and the PEC scales, but even here the figures are between 75 and 80%. See summary of the personality patterns derived from the interviews. 1. Introduction. The results of the blind ratings of the interviews, as discussed in the present and in the preceding 4 chapters, have shown that individuals extremely high on overt ethnic prejudice tend to differ with respect to a great variety of personality traits from those extremely low on prejudice. Some of the personality traits discussed were also measured by other techniques, especially the questionnaire. The results obtained by the various methods independently are very similar. However, rating by categories describes and substantiates in a more systematic, organized, and controlled way the impressions formed about the personality differences between high scorers and low scorers in the course of intensive study of individual cases. It has to be emphasized, of course, that these differences are based on an analysis of group trends within statistical samples and do not imply that every individual will exhibit most or even a large proportion of the features belonging to either the high or the low syndrome, as the case may be. As can be seen from tables 1, 9, and 2, 9, certain individuals seem to possess a relatively large number of either high or low features while others seem to have features of both patterns, with a relatively slight prevalence of one or the other. It should thus be kept in mind that the summary which follows deals with composite pictures of these patterns, abstracted from the study of groups, rather than with individual cases. Were we to lay greater stress on concrete personalities, the most frequent syndromes or combinations of trends within single individuals would have to be determined as an intermediate step, leading to the definition of subtypes within the prejudiced and the unprejudiced patterns. Some remarks pointing in this direction will be made in the following summary. The typology, as such, of the ethnically prejudiced, will be taken up more systematically in Chapter 19. The results are furthermore limited to trends found in individuals with extreme standing on the prejudice scale. How far the relations would hold for those with middle scores on prejudice has to be left open, since such individuals were not included in the present intensive investigation by means of interviews. Finally, it remains for future investigation to ascertain how far the interrelationships found are interculturally valid or whether they are restricted to certain specific cultures or subcultures, such as the one from which our sample of subjects has been drawn, namely, an urban and suburban population on the west coast of the United States. In an attempt to summarize the social and psychological factors which, within our limited framework, have been found to be related to prejudice, we will proceed in the following manner. First, the aspects and themes of the personality structure of the high scorer as differentiated from the low scorer will be described in a synoptic fashion. Next, hypotheses concerning the genetic aspects of these two distinct patterns will be put forward. And finally, an attempt will be made to relate both patterns to the overall cultural pattern. 2. Repression vs. awareness. In summarizing differences in the personality structure of our two groups, we may best start with the findings discussed in the preceding chapter under the heading of defense mechanisms. Regardless of whether the specific topic was that of ambivalence, or aggression, or passivity, or some other related feature of personality dynamics, the outstanding finding was that the extremely unprejudiced individual tends to manifest a greater readiness to become aware of unacceptable tendencies and impulses in himself. The prejudiced individual, on the other hand, is more apt not to face these tendencies openly and thus to fail in integrating them satisfactorily with the conscious image he has of himself. The resultant break between the conscious and the unconscious layers in the personality of the high scorers, as compared with the greater fluidity of transition and of intercommunication between the different personality strata in the low scorers, appears to have the greatest implications for their respective personality patterns. 3. Externalization vs. internalization. Among the tendencies which the typical high scorer attempts to keep in a repressed state, but which nonetheless find indirect expression in the interview, are mainly fear, weakness, passivity, sex impulses, and aggressive feeling against authoritative figures, especially the parents. Among the rigid defenses against these tendencies there is, above all, the mechanism of projection, by which much of what cannot be accepted as part of one's own ego is externalized. Thus it is not oneself but others that are seen as hostile and threatening. Or else one's own weakness leads to an exaggerated condemnation of everything that is weak, one's own weakness is thus fought outside instead of inside. At the same time there is a compensatory, and therefore often compulsive, drive for power, strength, success, and self-determination. Repression and externalization of the instinctual tendencies mentioned reduces their manageability and the possibility of their control by the individual, since it is now the external world to which the feared qualities of the unconscious are ascribed. As long as social conditions are conducive to and furnish acceptable outlets for compensatory tendencies, a relative mental balance within the individual may well be achieved in this manner. Another aspect of externalization may be found in a tendency toward avoidance of introspection and of insight in general, thus rendering the content of consciousness relatively narrow. Since the energy of the person is in this case largely devoted either to keeping instinctual tendencies out of consciousness or to striving for external success and status, there appears to be relatively little left for genuine libidinization of one's interpersonal relationships, or of one's work, as ends in themselves. The comparatively impoverished potentialities for interpersonal relationships may exhibit themselves either in a relatively restricted, conventional, but dependable approach to people, as found primarily in the more conservative subgroup of the high scorers, or in a ruthless, manipulative approach, as found in the more delinquent subgroup. There also seems to be relatively little enjoyment of sensuality or of passive pleasures such as affection, companionship, or art and music on the part of the typical high scorer. Instead of these internalized pleasures, there is an inclination toward mobility and activity, and a striving for material benefits. The composite picture of the low scorer, on the other hand, not only reveals greater readiness to accept and to face one's impulses and weaknesses, but also to ruminate about them. While for the high scorer possible loss of energy is connected with his tendency toward rigid repressions, the low scorer is apt to waste energies by indulging in often unfruitful introspection and by placing the blame for mishaps too much upon himself. In contrast to the high scorer's tendency toward externalization, the typical low scorer is prone to internalize in an excessive manner, and this in turn may lead to open anxiety, feelings of guilt, and other neurotic features. The positive aspects of this latter kind of orientation are a more closely knit integration within the individual and a more internalized and more intensive, though not conflict-free relation to others. The low scorer also tends to be oriented, more than is the high scorer, toward real achievement, toward intellectual or aesthetic goals, and toward the realization of socially productive values. His greater capacity for intensive interpersonal relationships goes hand in hand with greater self-sufficiency. He struggles for the establishment of inner harmony and self-actualization, whereas the high scorer is concentrated on an effort to adjust to the outside world and to gain power and success within it. One of the results of greater internalization is the generally more creative and imaginative approach of the low scorer both in the cognitive and in the emotional sphere, as compared with a more constricted, conventional, and stereotypical approach in the high scorer. For conventionalism vs. genuineness. Conformity is one of the major expressions of lack of an internal focus in the high scorer. One of the outstanding characteristics to be found in both the conservatively inclined, as well as in the delinquent subvariety of the high scorer, see chapter XXI, is the adoption of conventional values and rules. High scorers generally seem to need external support, whether this be offered by authorities or by public opinion, in order to find some assurance concerning what is right and what is wrong. Conformity to externalized values in the extremely prejudiced can be observed in a variety of spheres of life. One of the earliest expressions of this conventionality is to be found, probably, in the high scorer's attitude toward his parents. It is one of stereotypical admiration, with little ability to express criticism or resentment. There are many indications that there actually is often considerable underlying hostility toward the parents which, though not always expressed, prevents the development of a truly affectionate relationship. The greater genuineness of the low scorer is evident in his attitude toward the parents. His is an equalitarian conception of the parent-child relationship. This makes it possible for him to express criticism and resentment openly, and at the same time to have a more positive and affectionate relation with the parents. The descriptions of the parents given by the low scorers have an aspect of spontaneity, they depict real people with all their inherent assets and shortcomings. External criteria, especially social status, are the yardsticks by which the high scorer tends to appraise people in general and the ground on which he either admires and accepts, or rejects them. Such values form the basis of a hierarchical order in which the powerful are seen at the top and the weak at the bottom. This may well be an overall tendency in modern culture which, however, the high scorer displays to an exaggerated degree. The typical low scorer, on the other hand, seems to have developed for himself an image of other people which includes congeniality even without groups rather than conceiving of them mainly as a threat or danger. Feeling more secure, he searches in his relations with other people primarily for a realization of positive and individualized values rather than being oriented primarily toward getting support and help from the powerful as is the typical high scorer. The high scorer's conception of the sex roles is likewise highly conventionalized. The high-scoring man tends to think of himself as active, determined, energetic, independent, rough, and successful in the competitive struggle. There is no room in this ego ideal for passivity and softness, and thus strong defenses are erected against these attitudes in general, the effect being that only their opposites are established in consciousness. Nonetheless, inclinations toward dependency and a far-reaching passivity are evident in the interviews of high-scoring men, although these remain unaccepted and ego-alien. The role of the woman, as seen by the high-scoring man, is one of passivity and subservience. She is an object of solicitude on the part of the man. The hierarchical idea involved corresponds to the well-known conventional cliché and at the same time offers the high-scoring man the much-needed opportunity of asserting his superiority. There is, however, ample evidence that the high-scoring man wants to be on the receiving end in his relation to women. From them he wants material benefits and support more than he wants pure affection, for it would be difficult for him to accept the latter. there is relatively little genuine effective involvement in his non-marital sex relations, and of his wife he tends to require the conventional prerequisites of a good housewife. On the whole, sex is for him in the service of status, be this masculine status as achieved by pointing toward conquests, or be it social status as achieved by marrying the right kind of woman. Low-scoring men, on the other hand, tend to look primarily for companionship, friendship, and sensuality in their relations to the other sex. They are able openly to take and to give nurturance and succorance in their relations with women. In fact, we often find a rather insatiable search for love and complete acceptance by the woman in low-scoring men, and this is often a source of open ambivalence toward her. Passivity and softness is thus an accepted part of the ego ideal of the low-scoring man, who at the same time is often more capable of giving real protection and support in return. All degrees of expressiveness, ranging from extreme sexual inhibition, due to an overly developed and powerful superego, to a conscious tendency toward impulse-riddenness, may be found among low-scoring subjects. The extremely unprejudiced woman likewise looks primarily for mutual interests and affection in her choice of a mate. As the low-scoring man shows greater readiness than does the high-scorer to accept feminine features in himself, so the low-scoring woman tends not to repress but rather to accept and to sublimate her masculine tendencies by pursuing so-called masculine interests and activities. Though this often leads to open competition with, and envy of, men, there is at the same time more understanding and more genuine liking for them. There is more evidence of an open conflict about the feminine role, and at the same time evidence of more clearly focused heterosexuality and of more intensive maternal feelings. The high-scoring woman, on the other hand, clings to a self-image of conventional femininity defined by subservience to, and adulation of, men. At the same time there is evidence of an exploitive and hostile attitude toward men, expressed only indirectly in the interviews and shown quite directly in the stories of the thematic apperception test, see Chapter 14. Since the high-scoring woman tends to renounce inclinations toward interests considered masculine in our culture, and since the home does not provide her with satisfactory forms of expression, her underlying bitterness often assumes deviously destructive forms. One way in which such a negative attitude is manifested is in her exaggerated demands on men as providers, another is the living out of her thwarted ambitions through the medium of the man. Again, it may be that it is the general cultural plight of the woman that finds an exaggerated release in the high-scoring woman. Indeed, low-scoring women seem by no means untouched by the difficult situation imposed upon them by our civilization. But whereas the high-scoring woman tends to give preference to the ideal of a restricted rather than a vaguely defined role for women, the low-scoring woman is more apt to take on the conflict and to face it openly. As was anticipated above, the element of conventionality in the conception of sex roles is only part of a more general conventional self-image found to be characteristic of the high scorers. Good manners, attainment of success and status, self-control, and poise are some of the further requirements. Deviations from this ego ideal are usually considered as inexplicable breakthroughs of forces that lie beyond the responsibility of the individual, such as external stress, heredity, etc. Low scorers, on the other hand, are worried, in their self-evaluation, about attainment of goals in the realm of achievement, about the realization of socially constructive values, about success or failure in friendship, and about guilt resulting from aggression and ambivalence. 5. Power vs. Love orientation. The orientation toward conventional values in the high scorers as compared with orientation toward more intrinsic and basic values in the low scorers was found to extend over different areas of life. Related to conventionalism is the tendency toward admiration of, and search for, power, likewise more pronounced in the typical high scorer. The comparative lack of ability for affectionate and individualized interpersonal relations, together with the conception of a threatening and dangerous environment, must be seen as underlying the prejudiced individual's striving for the attainment of power, either directly or by having the powerful on his side. In this vein, weakness is considered dangerous since it may lead to being devoured by the strong, see Simil. 3, or at least to deprivation or starvation, dangers only too readily anticipated by the high scorer. In this context we often find a frame of mind best characterized as overrealism, a tendency to utilize everything and everybody as means to an end. Needless to say, such overrealism seems but rarely to lead to a real attainment of the goals involved and thus to ultimate satisfaction. It often involves strained interpersonal relations and possible or actual retaliation, of which there is much fear. The conflict arising between an unaccepted and unrecognized dependency on others for things and benefits, on the one hand, and the hostility stemming from distrust, envy, and feelings of being thwarted, on the other, cannot be resolved. It is especially the prejudiced man who, as mentioned before, often considers ruthless opportunism as an essential attribute of masculinity. As a reaction to his fear of his passivity and dependency, he develops a propensity for power and success as the only measures of his value. Modern authors have repeatedly stressed the fact that status as a measure of one's worth is a general phenomenon in American civilization. Assuming that this is the case, there still is a difference between the picture of the composite high scorer and of the composite low scorer in this respect. Whereas the striving for status and power, in their purely external aspects, seems to be the major concern of the extremely prejudiced, the unprejudiced individual, though as a rule by no means disinterested in status, still has a greater variety of other resources and pleasures at his disposal. The search for affection and love in one's personal relationships is an important determinant of the behavior of the typical low scorer. To develop a satisfactory relation to one's mate and to friends is considered essential for happiness. In fact, much thought, often of an obsessional intensity, seems to be devoted to the striving for such ideal bonds, and to anxiety over the actual or potential failure of this striving. If successfully established, such intense relations constitute one of the most important sources of gratification. At the same time, the often insatiable wish for being fully accepted and loved leads to frustration and open ambivalence for the object of attachment. Thus it is that low scorers often manifest painful emotional dependence on others. This is a further way in which they may become maladjusted. Not only contact with other people but also work tends to become more libidinized in the low scorers than in the high scorers. Though far from being indifferent to recognition, low scorers place comparatively little emphasis on their activities as means to an end. Rather, these activities tend to become a source of pleasure and satisfaction in their own right, or else the emphasis lies on their social implications. Activity contributing to the realization of what may be called liberal values may also become important to the low scorer. Finally, interest and liking for art, music, literature, and philosophy are more often found in the low scorer. It may be considered that such interests contribute substantially to the greater resourcefulness, and to the comparative diversion from power and status, that is characteristic of the low scorer. 6. Rigidity vs. flexibility. Problems of adjustment. One of the most pervasive formal aspects of the personality organization of the extremely prejudiced individual is his rigidity. This must be seen as a consequence of the features discussed so far. In order to keep unacceptable tendencies and impulses out of consciousness, rigid defenses have to be maintained. Any loosening of the absoluteness of these defenses involves the danger of a breaking through of the repressed tendencies. Impulses and inclinations repressed too severely, too suddenly, or too early in life do not lose their dynamic strength, however. On the contrary, abrupt or unsuccessful repression prevents rather than helps in their control and mastery. An ego thus weakened is more in danger of becoming completely overwhelmed by the repressed forces. Greater rigidity of defenses is necessary to cope with such increased threat. In this vicious circle, impulses are not prevented from breaking out in uncontrolled ways. Basically unmodified instinctual impulses lurk everywhere beneath the surface, narrowing considerably the content of the ego so that it must be kept constantly on the lookout. Rational control extends to a small sector of the personality only. As long as situational conditions of life draw on this sector only, and as long as our culture provides socially acceptable outlets for suppressed impulses, smooth functioning and fair adjustment can be achieved within the given framework. but it must be kept in mind that the adjustment of the typical high scorer depends on conditions that are comparatively narrowly circumscribed. The idea of a sharp in-group-out-group dichotomy provided by our culture makes it possible for the high scorer to suppress the feared awareness of his hostility against the prestige figures, on which he is dependent, by displacing it onto weak outgroups from whom no retaliation need be feared. This mechanism enables him, furthermore, to remain relatively unaware of his own psychological weaknesses, since he now may feel superior to the socially weaker groups. Among other things, fear of one's own immoral tendencies can be alleviated by exaggerating and condemning the immorality of others, particularly outgroups. As far as positive goals are concerned, the relative lack of individuation is compensated for by taking over conventional clichés and values. Rigid adherence to substitutes and crutches of this kind is found in various spheres of life. However, the tendency toward externalization, if kept within bounds, may often be in harmony with a healthy concern for external goals. Without such a tendency toward externalization, the individual might frequently go down in a competitive society. In order to keep the balance under these conditions, a simple, firm, often stereotypical, cognitive structure is required. There is no place for ambivalence or ambiguities. Every attempt is made to eliminate them, but they remain as potentials which might interfere at any time. In the course of these attempts a subtle but profound distortion of reality has to take place, precipitated by the fact that stereotypical categorizations can never do justice to all the aspects of reality. As long as such distortions remain part and parcel of the cultural inventory, the removal of prejudice from the potentially fascist person may well endanger his psychological balance. The social implications of such a step have therefore to be carefully anticipated and preventive measures to be devised in advance. The avoidance of ambiguities and the rigidity of mental sets in the ethnically prejudiced also becomes evident in the handling of perceptual and other cognitive materials free of immediate social and emotional implications. 37-98. The tendency to impose preconceived and often stereotypical categories upon experience may thus be envisaged as a more general trait in subjects scoring extremely high on ethnocentrism. It must be reiterated, however, that there is a distinct subtype among extreme low scorers in whom liberal ideology becomes a cliché that may include an undue glorification of the underdog, and who at the same time shows signs of rigidity in his personality makeup. On the other hand, it is primarily the conservative type of high scorer who displays rigidity, while the skillful manipulator among the high scorers is often characterized by a great deal of flexibility, see Chapter 19. On the whole, however, it is in the low scorer that we find the more flexible emotional and cognitive adjustment. This is also reflected in his greater reluctance to refy concepts, in his more pronounced appreciation of the complexity of social and personal relations, as well as in his more profound sympathy with the psychological and social sciences studying these relations. Whereas the extremely prejudiced person often exhibits a rigid form of superficial adjustment, interspersed with some measure of psychotic mechanism stemming from the necessity of distorting reality, the extremely unprejudiced individual gives evidence of a more flexible kind of adjustment, although this goes with neurotic trends in a number of cases. An extreme tendency toward internalization can often be seen in the low scorer's preoccupation with his feelings and impulses, however unpleasant they may turn out to be. Far from escaping his emotional ambivalences and his feelings of inferiority, of guilt, and of anxiety, he even tends to dwell on them. This is not to say that he is free from self-deception. Dwelling on his feelings is often morbid and far removed from real insight. But the conscious consideration and comparative acceptance of instinctual impulses, especially in childhood, may well prevent the development of overly rigid defenses and disguises. Mechanisms of projection and displacement would thus be reduced to manageable proportions as far as cognitive mastery of reality is concerned. Although the average unprejudiced individual in our culture is perhaps not free of some neurotic tendencies, it is in this same group that the relatively rare case of an individual, very well adjusted and mature, may also be found. It is only when conflicts, shortcomings, and unacceptable impulses are frankly faced that their mastery may be furthered to the point of perfection and the maximum potential for dealing adequately with varying conditions may be achieved. Temporarily, however, such frankness may well lead to increased anxieties and depressions, and some contestants may, for better or for worse, be left by the way. 7. Some genetic aspects. When we consider the childhood situation of the most prejudiced subjects, we find reports of a tendency toward rigid discipline on the part of the parents, with affection which is conditional rather than unconditional, i.e., dependent upon approved behavior on the part of the child. Related to this is a tendency apparent in families of prejudiced subjects to base interrelationships on rather clearly defined roles of dominance and submission, in contradistinction to equalitarian policies. Faithful execution of prescribed roles and the exchange of duties and obligations is, in the families of the prejudiced, often given preference over the exchange of free-flowing affection. The hypothesis may be offered that some of the traits of the prejudiced personality are an outcome of this family situation. These as well as the other results concerning the family situations have been directly substantiated by a study of social discrimination in children which included an investigation of their parents. The remainder of this subsection is a summary taken, with minor modifications, from an advance report on that project, Frankel Brunswick, 30. Forced into a surface submission to parental authority, the child develops hostility and aggression which are poorly channelized. The displacement of a repressed antagonism toward authority may be one of the sources, and perhaps the principal source, of his antagonism toward outgroups. That is to say, the prejudiced subject's ambivalence toward his parents, with the repression and externalization of the negative side of this ambivalence, may be a factor in determining his strongly polarized attitudes, such as his uncritical acceptance of the in-group and violent rejection of the outgroup. Fear and dependency seem to discourage the ethnocentric child from conscious criticism of the parents. It is especially the prejudiced man who seems intimidated by a threatening father figure. Display of a rough masculine facade seems to be a compensation for such an intimidation and the ensuing passivity and dependency. Rigid repression of hostility against parents may be accompanied by an occasional breaking through of drives in a crude and unsocialized form. Under certain circumstances this may become dangerous to the very society to which there seems to be conformity. The fact that the negative feelings against the parents have to be excluded from consciousness may be considered as contributing to the general lack of insight, rigidity of defense, and narrowness of the ego so characteristic of high scorers. Since the unprejudiced child as a rule does not seem to have to submit to stern authority, a fact supported by interviews with the parents, he can afford in his later life to do without strong authority, and he does not need to assert his strength against those who are weaker. The anti-weakness attitude referred to above as characteristic of the prejudiced child seems thus to be directly related to the fearful submission to authority. It may be noted that the parents of prejudiced subjects not only seem to have been rigid disciplinarians, they also tended toward preoccupation with problems of status, communicating to their children a set of rigid and externalized rules. Status concern may well be assumed to be the basis of such a rigid and externalized set of values. What is socially accepted and what is helpful in the climbing of the social ladder is considered good, and what deviates, what is different, and what is socially inferior is considered bad. Quite often, the parents of the ethnocentric subject seem to be socially marginal. The less they were able to accept their marginality, the more urgent must have been the wish to belong to the privileged groups. The feelings of marginality involved do not seem to be related to the gross economic conditions of the families in question but rather to those more subtle factors which determine the relationship between social aspiration and effective social status. The influence of the parents must be considered at least a contributing factor to the tendency, observed in the ethnocentric child, to be more concerned with status values than are low-scoring subjects. He expects, and gives, social approval on the basis of external moral values including cleanliness, politeness, and the like. He condemns others for their nonconformity to such values, conformity being an all or none affair. The functioning of his superego is mainly directed toward punishment, condemnation, and exclusion of others, thus mirroring the type of discipline to which he himself was apparently exposed. There is more moralistic condemnation on the part of the prejudiced and greater permissiveness toward people in general on the part of the unprejudiced. The difficulty which children growing up in such an environment as that pictured by our prejudiced subjects, seem to have in developing close personal relationships may be interpreted as one of the outcomes of the repression of hostile tendencies, which are not integrated or sublimated, but which become diffuse and free-flowing. As was pointed out above, the low scorer seems more oriented toward love and less toward power than is the high scorer. The former is more capable of giving affection since he has received more real affection. He tends to judge people more on the basis of their intrinsic worth than on the basis of conformity to social mores. He takes internal values and principles more seriously. Since he fears punishment and retaliation less than does the ethnocentric person, he is more able really to incorporate the values of society imposed upon him. As a child, he seems to have enjoyed the benefit of the help of adults in working out his problems of sex and aggression. He thus can more easily withstand propaganda which defames minorities or glorifies war. By virtue of the greater integration of his instinctual life, he becomes a more creative and sublimated individual. He is thus more flexible and less likely to form stereotyped opinions about others. He possesses a better developed, more integrated, and more internalized superego. He is able to express disagreement with, and resentment against, the parents more openly, thus achieving a much greater degree of independence from the parent and from authorities in general. At the same time, there is love-oriented dependence on parents and people in general which constitutes an important source of gratification. Possible frustration, however, may result from the exaggerated demand for affection sometimes found in individuals in this group. 8. Cultural outlook. Ethnic prejudice and its opposite have emerged, on the basis of the interviews, as two distinct patterns of life. Other kinds of approach have revealed these same patterns. In asking oneself how these two patterns may be related to general cultural trends, one may point toward the fact that by virtue of our evidence the outlook of the prejudiced individual, with his emphasis on status, power, and conventionality, seems to be the more salient of the two patterns. The outlook of the unprejudiced person, on the other hand, is characterized by relative absence of the undesirable features just listed. There is, furthermore, more basic uniformity in the prejudiced group, differences among them having more aspects of variations on the same theme. The unprejudiced group, on the other hand, shows greater diversity among its members. It may be ventured that the greater uniformity of the prejudiced sample derives from their greater closeness to the broader cultural pattern of our society. There can be no doubt that our prejudiced group shows a more rigid adherence to existing cultural norms and that its emphasis on status is in line with what has been designated by several authors, such as especially Horney, 54, Gardiner, 59, 60, R. and H. Lind, 77, and Mead, 82, as the general trend of Western civilization. More specifically, a feature especially emphasized by Mead as a characteristic of American culture, namely the fear of being a sucker, is also typical of our high-scoring men. On the other hand, the same author describes identification with the underdog as another outstanding characteristic of American culture. It represents one of the many influences of Christian ethics in general. Obviously, however, this is more common among the low scorers. It appears that both trends, as well as the conflict between them, are major characteristics of our civilization, with only relatively few individuals exhibiting the one or the other extreme in pure form. The political and social ideology of the two personality structures differentiated throughout has been discussed in detail elsewhere in the volume. Here we shall confine ourselves to a summary of some of the consistencies that exist between personality structure and the social and political outlooks as assimilated from the possibilities available in our culture. Admiration of power and a longing for strong leadership on the social scene as predominant in the high scorer may readily be interpreted as a carryover from the hierarchical evaluation of interpersonal relations. Extreme personal opportunism is often, though not always, connected with ideological opportunism and indifference toward ideological content. Status anxiety, adherence to external criteria in value judgments, thinking in stereotypes, and the lack of a concept of equality is closely related to a contempt of what is allegedly socially inferior. Fear of one's own weakness and emasculation prevents the development of pity for the weak. Rigid adherence to conventional values will render one inaccessible to groups and nations who deviate in some respect from one's own cultural norms. The striving toward being like the others and the shying away from being different lie in the same general direction. Outside groups, on the other hand, also lend themselves as a projection screen for wishes and fears, often so strongly repressed in the high scorer. Immoral tendencies are easier perceived in, or ascribed to, groups which seem not fully assimilated or are altogether foreign. Hostility and the fear of being victimized can be expressed against these groups without restraint or expectation of retaliation. Even if such outgroups as the Jews are described as powerful, it is the knowledge of their ultimate weakness which makes them suited for scapegoats. Toward the really powerful groups, the ethnically prejudiced will more likely exhibit submission and suppress rather than manifest his hostility. The high scorer's feeling of really belonging to the privileged group is highly tenuous. Due to his real or imagined social and psychological marginality, he feels persistently threatened of being degraded in one way or another. It is as a defense against the possibility of being grouped with the outcast and underdog that he rigidly has to assert his identification with the privileged groups. This loud and explicit assertion of being on top seems to ensue from his silent and implicit conviction that he really is, or belongs, at the bottom. See the discussion concerning self-contempt, chapters 11 and 12. The obvious function of the mechanism described is in helping to keep existing anxieties and guilt feelings in a repressed state. All these repressed but no less turbulent inconsistencies and the conflicts resulting from them contribute to what may be called personalization of social issues, which is so typical of the high scorer. Low scorers, on the other hand, tend to take their conflicts up where they originate, with their parents and with themselves. Thus there is less need for carrying them into the social sphere. There is greater accessibility to fact and to rational argument. Although confusion and biases are by no means excluded, they stem from a greater variety of sources and are less rigid than those typical of the high scorer. The greater readiness of the low scorers to face themselves goes with a greater readiness to look more objectively at man and society in general. It is perhaps mainly the readiness to include, accept, and even love differenities and diversities, as contrasted with the need to set off clear demarcation lines and to ascertain superiorities and inferiorities, which remains as the most basic distinguishing criterion of the two opposite patterns. Members of an outgroup representing deviations from the cultural norms of the in-group are most threatening to one who must conceive of the cultural norms as absolute in order to be able to feel secure. It would go beyond the scope of this volume to ascertain fully the determinants of this need for homogeneity and simplicity in all the various spheres of life. In some cases, concern with the status quo and resistance to change might be a more primary need as determined by various social and psychological factors. In other cases, it might be a secondary reaction to a situation that grew too complex for mastery by routine means of adjustment. As was pointed out by Fromm, 42, this was probably the case with Nazism in Germany. Thus, under certain socio-economic conditions, an entire nation may become inclined to escape from freedom. In our present-day struggle to achieve a strengthening of the tolerant, liberal point of view, we may have to avoid presenting the prejudiced individual with more ambiguities than he is able to absorb and offer instead, in some spheres at least, solutions which are constructive and at the same time serve the general need for avoidance of uncertainties. Efforts to modify the prejudiced pattern may have to make use of authorities, though by no means necessarily of authoritarian authorities, in order to reach the individual in question. This follows from the fact that it is authority more than anything else that structures or pre-structures the world of the prejudiced individual. Where public opinion takes over the function of authority and provides the necessary limitations, and thus certainties, in many walks of daily life, as is the case in this country, there will be some room for the tolerance of national or racial ambiguities. It must be emphasized, however, that the potentially beneficial aspects of conformity are more than counterbalanced by the inherent seeds of stereotypy and prejudgment. These latter trends are apt to increase in a culture which has become too complex to be fully mastered by the individual. The inevitability of certain developments towards stereotypy are being pointed out elsewhere in this volume. On the other hand, forces endeavoring to penetrate to the underlying causes of social trends in spite of their confusing manifestations are likewise as strong as never before, and they are rapidly spreading from the ivory tower of science to public opinion at large. The struggle between these opposing forces characterizes not only our culture as a whole, but every single individual as well. How this struggle will end does not hinge on psychological factors alone. As such factors are in the end manifestations of broader cultural influences, it is only by an understanding of the interplay of sociological and psychological phenomena in their entirety that a full appraisal of the relative potentials of the opposing trends can be achieved. Part 3. Personality as revealed through projective material. Chapter 14. The thematic apperception test in the study of prejudiced and unprejudiced individuals. Betty Aaron. The thematic apperception test, TAT, offers another avenue of approach to the study of the personality patterns of our high and low scorers, further substantiating some of the aspects that have been discussed in previous chapters and touching upon still others. This test was developed by Morgan and Murray, 83, in 1934, and it has been the object of much study since that time, 14, 81, 94, 99. It consists of a series of ambiguous pictures, about each of which the subject is asked to tell a story. It is assumed that in describing the characters depicted, in setting forth their actions and the stimuli which affect them, the subject indirectly tells something about himself. By means of this indirect approach, areas of the personality that cannot be tapped by verbal questioning are sometimes revealed. Here the subject often allows himself a greater degree of freedom of expression because he is not openly telling about himself and giving his own ideas about real people and how they act. Although he is likely to identify himself with the content of the story, this is not usually apparent to him. Unlike the interview situation, in which the subject attempts consciously to defend himself against expressing feelings or desires which he would rather not recognize as belonging to himself, in the TAT, where the subject usually is motivated by the desire to succeed at a creative enterprise, he tends to be unaware of the significance of the content of his creation. Consequently, although much of the content produced in the TAT is similar to that expressed in the interviews, other productions appear to differ, even to contradict, the interview data. These discrepancies can be understood only when the differences in defenses operating in each case are recognized. This relationship between expressions elicited through the interview and through the TAT will become clearer with the comparisons in this chapter between the two types of data. The theory behind the present technique assumes that the particular stories that the subject tells represent his fantasied environment and fantasied way of dealing with that environment. Various investigators of TAT have pointed out the psychic determination of the individuality of these fantasies, 14, 81, 106, 120. They have found that the content of these stories reveals desires or needs of the personality. Any person in the story with whose actions the subject concerns himself, we will speak of such persons as heroes, represents a medium through whom the subject expresses his own inner tendencies, and the actions themselves are indicative of the nature of these tendencies. When we speak of underlying desires or needs, we do not refer to instinctual impulses nor do we wish to imply that these desires are innate. Rather, we refer to tendencies within the personality that result from the developmental pattern from influences of the environment upon the basic psychic structure. We use the term underlying to refer especially to those tendencies which are not ordinarily allowed expression. These underlying desires are, of course, not always revealed directly even in the TAT. They are transformed by unconscious ego defense mechanisms into acceptable expression. It is thus necessary to be familiar with the techniques of language that the individual learns to employ, in the service of ego defense mechanisms, in order to be able to understand the relationship between the verbalized expression of a particular desire and an underlying motivation. To give a simple example, certain needs may be obscured by mechanisms of denial. The individual describes these needs in the story but condemns the hero for the actions representative of these needs or blames external forces for precipitating such action on the part of the hero. In fact, if certain desires are too anxiety-producing to be allowed expression, they may be inhibited altogether. In order, therefore, to get a clear picture of the motivations of our various subjects, we shall be concerned in the following pages not only with the expressed needs but also with cues indicative of motivation that is protected from open expression by defense mechanisms. A. Testing procedure. 1. The sample tested. The test was administered to a group of 80 subjects, consisting of 20 high-scoring, prejudiced, and 20 low-scoring, unprejudiced, men, and 20 Highland 20 low-scoring women. In the main, these were the same subjects who were called for interviews, see Chapter 9. The groups from which the sample was drawn and the number in each group are given in Table 1, 14. Table 1, 14. Distribution of thematic apperception test sample among the several groups participating in the study. Group: men, women, low scorers, high scorers, low scorers, high scorers. University of California Extension Psychology and Testing Classes. 7. 4. 2. 4. Employment Service Veterans and Maritime School Officer Candidates. 8. 8. University of California Students. 5. 8. 16. 15. Professional Women. 2. 1. Totals: 20, 20, 20, 20. It will be noted that all of the women in this sample either had a college education or were then taking classes, day or night, at the university. However, only a little more than half of our men were college educated. The 16 men who were veterans or maritime school officer candidates were not obtained from a college population, and most of them had not had any college training. The lack of male students during wartime forced us to go outside of the university to find subjects. Although we were somewhat hesitant at first to consider in one group stories of people of different educational levels, we were interested to find that the veterans and officer candidates usually told stories that were similar in content to those of our other subjects and quite as representative of the high or low scoring group to which they belonged. Often their stories were less articulate, less literary, and less complete, but the main themes were not different from those found in our college group. The ages of our female subjects ranged from 17 to 49, the bulk of the range falling between 17 and 27. 3 low-scoring women, and 4 high-scoring women were over 27 years of age. The age range of the men was from 17 to 47, 5 low and 5 high-scoring men being over 27. It will be observed from Table 2, 14, that the women in our sample are slightly younger than the men. Table 2, 14. Age distribution of subjects receiving the thematic apperception test. Age: men, women, low scorers, high scorers, low scorers, high scorers, under 20, 3, 3, 9, 7, 20 to 27, 12, 12, 8, 9, over 27, 5, 5, 3, 4, total, 20, 20, 20, 20. The test was administered to most subjects by 4 examiners, 2 men and 2 women. Each of these examiners tested both men and women. It has not yet been established to what extent the sex of the experimenter affects the subject's responses. Whatever effect it might have had in this case, however, should have been cancelled out by the fact that equal numbers of low-scoring and high-scoring men were tested by a male experimenter, and that approximately equal numbers from each group were tested by a female experimenter. As will be noted in Table 3:14, below, there is a slightly greater discrepancy between the amount of testing done by male and female experimenters on each of the groups of women, but the discrepancy is still not great. Table 3:14. Distribution of thematic apperception test subjects with respect to the sex of the examiners. Examiner: men, women. Low scorers, high scorers. Low scorers, high scorers. Men. Drive W. M. Wickham. 3, 8, 5, 11. Drive W. R. Morrow. 6, 7, 1. Dr. Alex Sheriffs. 1, 2. Dr. Boyd R. McCandless. 3. Dr. D. J. Levinson. 1. Total subjects tested by men: 14, 15, 8, 11. Women: Dr. Suzanne Richard. 4, 2, 7, 7. Betty Aaron. 1, 3, 5, 2. Maria Levinson. 1. Total subjects tested by women: 6, 5, 12, 9. Overall total: 20, 20, 20, 20. Further, it should be noted that on the whole the examiners who tested low-scoring men tested an almost equal number of high-scoring men, and that those experimenters who tested women, tested an almost equal number of low and high-scoring women. Thus, small differences in administration between individual testers should have affected high and low-scoring groups of the same sex equally. Since our comparisons are always between high and low scorers in each sex group, such differences in administration will always be approximately equally distributed between compared groups. 2. Technique of administration. Before the pictures are presented to the subject, he is given the following instructions. You are going to be shown a series of pictures. I want you to tell a story about each picture, telling what's happening in the picture, what events led up to it, and how it will turn out, in other words, a complete story, the picture being an illustration to the story. Each picture is presented in turn, and the subject has an opportunity to express his fantasies in story form, as a piece of fiction. The story is recorded verbatim by the examiner. The examiner encourages the subject to explain more fully whenever it seems that valuable information can be elicited by elaboration of a particular idea that the subject has expressed. Under no circumstances is the examiner allowed to offer a remark or question that would be suggestive of a particular answer. The subject is always left free to invent his own story. There was some variability in the amount of questioning that was done by different examiners. However, we have considered the variability in administration to be a small factor, since each experimenter tested both low and high-scoring subjects, and since the responses resulting from questioning were given very little weight in scoring. 3. The pictures used. A set of 10 pictures was used in the present study. 7 of these pictures were the same for men and women. In the cases of the first, the fifth, and the seventh pictures presented, we used alternative pictures for the two sex groups, pictures that would call for a story with masculine identification being given to the men, and pictures that would call for a story with feminine identification being given to the women. We chose all our pictures, except 2, 4, 6, and 9, numbered according to the order in which they were administered, from a group of thematic apperception test pictures introduced by H. A. Murray. Analysis of stories given in response to these published pictures had already been made at the Harvard Psychological Clinic and by others using the TAT technique, 94, 99, 106, and it had been established that they were sufficiently ambiguous so that the subject could project his own personality into the story. Pictures 2, 4, 6, and 9 were selected by the study staff from current magazines. The people in these pictures were intended to suggest minority group members. We expected to obtain an expression of attitudes toward minority groups that was more spontaneous than that obtained through direct questioning. We selected this particular set of 10 pictures because we thought they would give us the maximum amount of pertinent material in approximately 1 hour's testing time, the amount of time that was allotted for this part of the clinical investigation of a subject. We sought pictures that were dissimilar from one another, offering the subject a variety of possible story heroes and a diversity of suggested situations. We also wanted to make sure that each picture would allow for a variety of different themes, and hence provide a basis for comparing our different subjects. In short, we tried to find a series of pictures that would elicit as much information as possible about the individual's conceptualized environment, and his personality needs striving for expression. Each picture has certain stimulus values that are fairly stable for all of our subjects, see Table 4:14. Beyond these consistent similarities we found certain striking differences. The remainder of this chapter will be concerned with the methods by which the responses of high and low scoring subjects were compared, and the results obtained thereby. Table 4:14. Stimulus values of the 10 thematic apperception test pictures. Active humans in picture usually represent. Identification usually closest to. Reveals relation to. Environmental stimulus. Mood of main character.